The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Wages for agricultural labor were still fixed by local magistrates according to the Elizabethan Statute of Apprentices from 1585, and any employer who paid or any employee who took more was subject to penalty. Agricultural wages in this period ranged from 5 to 7 shillings per week with board. Wages in industry were slightly higher, averaging a shilling per day, perhaps equal in purchasing power to $2.50 in 1960. Rents were relatively low. A house of moderate size in London cost some £30 a year. Beer was cheap, but sugar, salt, coal, soap, shoes, and clothing cost as much in 1685 as in 1848. The price of grain rose 500% between 1500 and 1700. The working classes ate bread of rye, barley, or oats. Wheat bread was a luxury of the well-to-do, and the poor seldom had meat. The poverty of the masses was taken as a normal condition, though it was probably greater than in the later Middle Ages. So Thorold Rogers. During the 17th century, the landlords strove to get all the rent they could out of their tenants. To the utmost of their power, they forced famine wages on the laborer. To the utmost of their power, they used the legislature in order to secure famine prices from the consumer. The historical evidence on this subject is cumulative and abundant. In 1696, Gregory King estimated that a fourth of England's population was dependent upon alms, and the money collected for poor relief equaled a quarter of the whole export trade. The triumph of the rich over the poor was so complete that the wage earners and peasants were too weak to revolt, and for half a century the class war in England slept. The Anglican Church, which under Charles I had dared to say an occasional word for the poor, now concluded from the Puritan Rebellion that its interests would be best assured by identifying them entirely with those of the possessing classes. Parliament belonged to a coalition of landowners, manufacturers, merchants, and financiers. It listened with fellow feeling to the cry of the employing class to be liberated from the laws impeding the free play of economic forces. Before the end of the 17th century, long before Adam Smith, England heard the employers' cry for laissez-faire, for economic freedom, for the escape of the businessman from legal, feudal, and guild hindrances in employment, production, and trade. The guild restraints were bypassed, the institution of apprenticeship decayed, the fixing of wages by magistrates was superseded by the relative bargaining power of rich employers and hungry employees. It was in this clamor of entrepreneurs to be freed from legal and moral restraints that the modern ideology of liberty began. Commerce was now so important in the English economy, and so vital in earning the funds that Parliament voted, that it soon had its way even with a government dominated by landowners. Legislation favored English trade at the expense not only of the Dutch, but of the Irish and the Scots. The importation of Irish cattle, sheep, or swine into England was totally prohibited in 1660. Scottish corn was excluded, and Scottish imports were heavily taxed. The alliance with Portugal, the marriage of Charles II with Catherine of Braganza, the renewed war with the United Provinces, the resolute retention of Gibraltar were actuated by the desire to expand English commerce and give it military protection. Partly as a result of victory over the Dutch, English commerce doubled between 1660 and 1688. "The thing which is nearest to the heart of this nation," wrote Charles II to his sister, "is trade, and all that belongs to it." Mercantile fortunes now rivaled noble acreage. English enterprise extended its outposts in every direction. New colonies were developed in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Carolina, and Canada. The East India Company was given full rights over all of India that it could bring under its power. It had its own navy, army, forts, coinage, and laws. It declared war and negotiated peace. Bombay was acquired by marriage in 1661, Manhattan by conquest in 1664, and in that year the English seized Dutch possessions on the west coast of Africa. To man these colonies, the custom of crimping grew. Young Englishmen were inveigled into service in the plantation by getting them drunk, or knocking them unconscious, then carrying them on board a departing ship, and later explaining to them that they had signed an indenture. The law forbade this, but it was not enforced. The conscience of Parliament was clear. While the political effect of the revolutions of 1642 to 49 and 1688 to 89 was the conquest of the king by the Parliament, A simultaneous economic revolution brought the conquest of Parliament by commerce, industry, and finance. London had now hundreds of goldsmiths become bankers who paid 6% to depositors and charged 8% on loans. Charles II, always seeking ways to bypass the parliamentary power over the purse, borrowed heavily from these bankers, so much so that by January 2, 1672, he owed them £1,328,526. On that date, his council, about to begin war against the United Provinces, shocked the financial community by closing the exchequer, that is, stopping for a year all interest payments on the government's debts. A panic ensued. The bankers refused to meet their obligations to their depositors or to keep their agreements with merchants. The council quieted the storm by solemn pledges to resume payments at the end of a year. They were resumed in 1674. The principal was refunded in new governmental obligations, so that in effect January 2, 1672 marked the beginning of England's national debt, a new device in the financing of the state. London, home of the banking firms and the merchant princes and focus of the wealth gathered by the price system from the producers of food and goods, was now the most populous city in Europe. The mansions of the rich businessmen rivaled the aristocracy in luxury, if not in taste. A succession of stores, with their picturesque emblems, swaying signs, and mullioned windows, offered to the few the products of the world. Only the principal thoroughfares were paved, usually with round cobblestones, and after 1684 they were dimly lit till midnight on moonless nights by lanterns set up at every 10th door. There were no sidewalks. By day the streets were noisy with traffic, with hawkers peddling their wares in baskets, pushcarts, or wheelbarrows, or criers offering various household services, such as rats or mice to kill. Beggars and thieves were everywhere, but there were also street singers ballading for pence. The business centre, called the City, was governed by a Lord Mayor, a Board of Aldermen, and a Common Council, elected by the householders of the wards. West of this lay the political centre, Westminster, with Westminster Abbey, Westminster Palace, where Parliament met, and the royal palaces of Whitehall and St. James. Outside of these lay the slum districts, pullulating with fertile poor. There were no pavements there, and coaches proudly splashed with rainwater or mud the pedestrians hugging the walls in narrow streets. Houses there were so close together, with upper stories almost meeting, that the sun had little chance to spread its fitful light. There were no sewers as yet in London. There were outhouses and cesspools. Carts carried off refuse and dumped it beyond the city limits, or clandestinely and illegally into the Thames. Air pollution was already a problem. In 1661, John Evelyn, at the king's request, prepared and published Fumifugium, a plan for scattering the fumes that hung over London. Said Evelyn, "The immoderate use of coal exposes London to one of the foulest inconveniences and reproaches, and that not from the culinary fires, which is hardly at all discernible, but from some few particular funnels and issues, or smokestacks, belonging only to brewers, dyers, lime-burners, salt and soap boilers, and some other private trades, one of whose spiracles, or vents, alone does manifestly infest the air more than all the chimneys of London put together. While these are belching from their sooty jaws, London resembles the face rather of Mount Etna, or the suburbs of hell, than an assembly of rational creatures. The weary traveller at many miles' distance sooner smells than sees the city to which he repairs. This acrimonious soot ulcerates the lungs, which is a mischief so incurable that it carries away multitudes by languishing and deep consumptions, as the bills of mortality do weekly inform us." Evelyn prepared a bill for Parliament, which, being more approachable by rich industrialists than by unorganized majorities, did nothing about it. 13 years later, Sir Thomas Browne raised his medical voice in warning against the exhalations of common sewers and fetid places, and decoctions used by unwholesome and sordid manufactures. Mists and fog also hinder the coal smoke from descending and passing away. So it is conjoined with the mist and drawn in by the breath, all which may produce bad effects, inquinate or defile the blood, and produce catarrhs and coughs. Bad air, bad sanitation, bad and inadequate food darkened every year with epidemics, and only waited some conjunction of circumstances to flare up in plague. Pepys noted in his diary, on October 31st, 1663, "The plague is much in Amsterdam, and we live in fears of it here." Ships coming from Holland to England were quarantined. In December 1664, 1 person died of the plague in London. In April 1665, 2. In May, 43. So it grew until the hot summer, with little rain to cleanse the streets, gave the pestilence headway, and London in terror realized that it faced something like the still-remembered Black Death of 1348. Defoe, then a child of 6, could recall enough of it by hearsay in 1720 to write a fictitious Journal of the Plague Year that may almost be taken as history. From the first week in June, the infection spread in a dreadful manner, and the bills, or mortality records, rose high. All that could conceal their distemper did it, to prevent their neighbors shunning them, and also to prevent authority shutting up their houses. In June, the richer sort thronged out of town. In Whitechapel, nothing was to be seen but wagons and carts, with goods, women, children, etc., besides innumerable numbers of men on horseback, a terrible and melancholy thing to see. Portents and prophecies of doom added to the terror. Theatres, dance halls, schools, and law courts were closed. The king and the court removed in June to Oxford, where it pleased God to preserve them untouched, though many voices rose to blame them for having brought on this plague as a divine punishment of their immorality. The Archbishop of Canterbury stayed at his post in Lambeth and spent several £100 a week caring for the sick or dead. The city officials remained and laboured heroically. The king sent £1,000, the businessmen of the city 600 a week. Many doctors and clergymen fled, many remained, many died of the infection. Cures of every sort were tried, and when these failed, people resorted to miraculous amulets. This week, said Pepys, on August 31st, 1665, died 7,496, and of them 6,102 of the plague. Gravediggers carried away in carts those who died in the streets, and buried them in common ditches. Altogether some 70,000 Londoners, a seventh of the population, died of the plague in 1665. By December, the pestilence abated. People dribbled back to work. In February 1666, the court returned to the capital. The survivors had hardly time to reconcile themselves to their losses when another disaster struck the city. It was bad enough that in June 1666 the Dutch sailed boldly into the Thames and there destroyed English vessels with broadsides heard in London. But at 3 o'clock on the morning of Sunday, September 2nd, in a baker's shop in Pudding Lane, a fire began which in 3 days burned down most of London north of the river. Again circumstances conspired. A dry summer, the houses nearly all of wood and close together, many homes left vacant by families spending the weekend in the country, stores full of pitch, oil, hemp, flax, wine, and other readily combustible wares, a strong wind that carried the fire from roof to roof and from street to street, and the lack of organization and equipment to deal with such a fire at such a time of night. Evelyn, fortunate in Southwark, ran up to the river bank, where we beheld the whole city in dreadful flames near the waterside. All the houses from the London Bridge, all Thames Street and upwards towards Cheapside, the conflagration was so universal, and the people so astonished, that from the beginning, I know not by what despondency or fate, they hardly stirred to quench it, so that there was nothing heard or seen but crying out and lamentation, running about like distracted creatures. So it burned the churches, public halls, exchange, hospitals, monuments and ornaments, houses, furniture, and everything. Here we saw the Thames covered with goods floating, all the barges and boats laden with what some had time and courage to save, as on the other side the carts, etc., carrying out to the fields, which for many miles were strewn with movables of all sorts, and tents erected to shelter both people and what goods they could get away. Oh, the miserable and calamitous spectacle, such as haply the world had not seen since the foundation of it. All the sky was of a fiery aspect, like the top of a burning oven. God grant my eyes may never behold the like, who now saw above 10,000 homes all in one flame. The noise and cracking and thunder of the impetuous flames, the shrieking of women and children, the hurry of people, the fall of towers, houses, and churches, was like a hideous storm, and the air all about so hot that they were forced to stand still and let the flames burn on, which they did for nearly 2 miles in length and 1 in breadth. In this crisis both the king and his unpopular brother James acquitted themselves well, laboring with their own hands among the firefighters, directing and financing relief, providing food and shelter for the homeless. And it was their insistence, against much opposition, on blowing up houses to stop the progress of the fire that saved part of the city north of the Thames. The commercial city was almost wiped out. The political city, Westminster, was saved. Altogether, 2/3 of London was destroyed, with 13,200 houses and 89 churches, including Old St. Paul's. Only 6 lives were lost, but 200,000 lost their homes. Most of the booksellers were ruined. £150,000 worth of books were burned. The whole damage was reckoned at £10,730,000, perhaps equivalent to $500 million today. After the disaster, the Corporation of London organized a fire department. Fire plugs were placed in the main water pipes. Each guild company was to appoint some of its members to be ready to turn out at once on alarm, and all workmen were to follow them when called upon by the Lord Mayor or the Sheriff. Slowly the city was rebuilt, not more beautifully but more substantially. By royal order, brick or stone replaced wood as the material of building. Projecting upper stories disappeared. Streets were made wider and straighter. They were paved with smooth freestone, and posts set aside a walk for pedestrians. Sanitation was improved. The fire had destroyed much filth, many rats, fleas, and germs. London had no further plagues, and Wren rebuilt St. Paul's. 4. Art and Music, 1660 to 1702. Christopher Wren was born in religion, nurtured in science, and completed in art. His father was Dean of Windsor, his uncle was Bishop of Ely. He went to Westminster School and to Wadham College, Oxford. At 21, in 1653, he was a Fellow at All Souls College there. At 25, Professor of Astronomy at Gresham College, London. At 29, Saville Professor of Astronomy at Oxford. He seemed absorbed in science. Mathematics, mechanics, optics, meteorology, astronomy fascinated him. He rectified the cycloid, or found the straight line equivalent to the cycloid curve. He demonstrated the laws of impact and was credited by Newton with experiments leading to the 3 laws of motion. He labored to improve the telescope and the grinding of lenses. He investigated the rings of Saturn. He invented a device for turning salt water into fresh water. He performed for Boyle the first injection of a fluid into the bloodstream of an animal. He proved that an animal could live comfortably after the removal of its spleen. He shared with Thomas Willis in dissecting a brain, and made the drawings for Willis's Cerebri Anatome. He was one of the first members of the Royal Society, and wrote the preamble to its charter. No one dreamed that he would go down in history as the greatest of English architects. Circumstances alter careers. It was probably Wren's skill in drawing that led Charles II to appoint him in 1661 assistant to Sir John Denham, Surveyor General of Works. Soon he found in architecture that marriage of science and art, of the true becoming beautiful, which was the heart and goal of his thought. "There are 2 kinds of beauty," he wrote, "natural and customary. Natural is from geometry. Customary, or conventional beauty, is begotten by the use, or habituation, of our senses to those objects that are usually pleasing to us. But always the true test is natural or geometrical beauty. The geometrically correct, he thought, would of itself please us and be beautiful, like any of the great bridges of the world." From this standpoint he preferred classic to Gothic architecture, and in his first designs he followed the lead of Inigo Jones. In 1663, for Gilbert Sheldon, Bishop of London, he designed the Sheldonian Theatre at Oxford. Here at the outset he adopted classical principles, raising the circular edifice on lines laid down by Vitruvius in antiquity and by Vignola in the Renaissance. A long stay in France from 1664 to 66 confirmed his classical predilections, but his admiration for François Mansart's Church of the Val de Grace inclined him to add a degree of Baroque adornment to his facades, and he remembered the dome of Val de Grace when he rebuilt St. Paul's. He returned to London in March 1666. In April, at the request of Bishop Sheldon, he drew up a plan for repairing the tottering cathedral, then almost 600 years old. On August 27th, the Commission for the Repair of St. Paul's accepted Wren's plan. 2 weeks later, the church was destroyed in the historic fire of London. The melted lead of its roof ran in the streets. That conflagration, razing 2/3 of the capital, gave architecture an opportunity unprecedented since the burning of Rome. The fire was still smoldering when Wren offered to Charles II a majestic design for rebuilding the city. Charles accepted it, but could not find funds for it, and it conflicted with powerful property rights. Wren busied himself with other projects. In 1673 he prepared a classical design for a new St. Paul's. The cathedral chapter objected that the design smacked of a pagan temple, and urged Wren to adhere to the Gothic style of the old church. He reluctantly agreed to a compromise, by which the interior would have Gothic arches, transept, a choir, but the facade would be a Renaissance columnar portico with a classical pediment and 2 Baroque towers. The result is an unpleasant mixture of styles, but Wren redeemed it by crowning the transept with a dome rivaling Brunelleschi's at Florence and Michelangelo's in Rome. St. Paul's remains the finest church ever built by Protestants. While that project went on through 35 years, Wren, having succeeded Denham as Surveyor General, designed 53 other churches, many of them famous for towers and spires that united his sense of beauty with his mathematical bent. Add the Custom House in London, the Greenwich and Chelsea hospitals, the chapels of Pembroke College at Cambridge and Trinity College at Oxford, the library of Trinity College at Cambridge, the classical east wing of Hampton Court Palace, 36 guild halls, a number of private houses, and it seems that no building of importance was erected during the last 40 years of the 17th century of which Wren was not the architect. Through the reigns of Charles II, James II, William and Mary and Anne, he retained his place as Surveyor General. He retired from practice at 86, but continued for 5 years more to superintend the work at Westminster Abbey, and some credit him with its towers. He died in his 91st year, and was buried in St. Paul's. Sculpture was still an orphan in England, but wood-carving was a major art. Grinling Gibbons was a worthy collaborator with Wren, carving the choir stalls and magnificent organ case in St. Paul's, and decorations at Windsor Castle, Kensington Palace, and Hampton Court. English painting continued to import its masters and discourage its sons. Nevertheless, some have ranked John Riley as the best portrait painter of the Restoration. He knew that a mature face is not a biography. He could read its lines, and between them, with patient insight, he revealed its secrets with unprofitable courage. He was almost ruined by Charles II's comment on Riley's portrait of him. "Is that like me? Then odds fish I am an ugly fellow." Much time elapsed before the court realized that this was a spontaneous compliment to the artist's honesty. Riley transmitted with similar fidelity James II, the foolish king, Edmund Waller, the turncoat poet, and the Earl of Arundel, the vain aristocrat. But when he painted Christopher Wren and Robert Boyle, he recognized genius, and caught its marks in the face and its light in the eyes. With a quarter of Sir Geoffrey Kneller's vanity, said Horace Walpole, Riley might have persuaded the world that he was a master. He died in 1691, aged 45. Lely the Dutchman and Kneller the German were the fashionable portrait painters of that second Stuart age. Lely's father was a Dutch soldier, Bonderfaas, whose nickname, Lely, from a lily painted on his house, passed down to his son. Peter was born in Westphalia in 1618, studied painting in Haarlem, and took ship to England in 1641 on hearing that Charles I had taste in pounds. He succeeded Van Dyck as the most sought-for portraitist in England, and continued so under Cromwell and Charles II. He adopted Van Dyck's trick of endowing his sitters with elegance, even if only in dress. The beauties of the court besieged him. So in the National Portrait Gallery we see Nell Gwynn, plump and naughty, and the Countess of Shrewsbury, notorious for her gallantries. And at Hampton Court Palace, Lady Castlemaine and Louise de Keroualle still flaunt their nipples from the walls. Lovelier is John Churchill, pictured as a child with his sister Arabella. Who would expect this angelic boy and angelic girl to become the invincible Duke of Marlborough and the irremovable mistress of James, Duke of York? Lely achieved knighthood and riches by such portraits. Charles II and half a dozen dukes sat for him. Pepys found him a mighty proud man and full of state, living in pomp and victuals, and dated 3 weeks ahead. In 1674, 6 years before Lely's death, a German arrived in London, resolved to succeed Sir Peter in portraiture, profits, and knighthood, and he accomplished his program. Gottfried von Kneller was then 28. Charles II made him court painter, and Kneller kept that post under James II and William III, who dubbed him knight. Sir Godfrey painted 43 members of the politically powerful Kit Kat Club and 10 sirens of William's court, and deprived Dryden and Locke of character. As everyone itched for immortality, Kneller turned his luxurious studio into a mass-production factory with an unprecedented staff of aides, each charged with some specialty: hands, drapery, lace. Sometimes he took 14 sitters in a day. He built a mansion in the country and commuted between it and his townhouse in a coach and six. He kept his head on his neck through all political overturns and died in bed and honors at 77 in 1723. In that year Reynolds was born, Hogarth was 26, and native painting was coming into its own. The Puritans had nearly obliterated art, but they had not silenced music. All but the lowliest homes had some musical instruments. Amid the Great Fire, Pepys noticed virginals on almost every third boat carrying salvaged goods on the Thames. "Music and women," he wrote, "I cannot but give way to, whatever my business is." And he mentions his flageolet, flute, theorbo, and violin as frequently as his amours. Everybody in his diary plays music and sings. He takes it for granted that his friends can join in part song. He and his wife and their maids sing in harmony in his garden, and so bearably that neighbors open their windows to hear them. In the Restoration jubilation, music burst forth in all its forms. Charles brought in musicians from France, and soon let it be known that he favored tuneful, cheerful, intelligible compositions that did not take mathematics for melody. Organs were built again, and rumbled in the churches of the establishment. Those designed for St. George's Chapel at Windsor and the Cathedral at Exeter were among the wonders and thunders of the age. But even in church choirs, solemnity was replaced by dramatic displays of instrumental virtuosos and vocal soloists. Charles II and James II ordered music for odes and masques to celebrate royal events. Churches commissioned music, theatres ventured on opera. English composers and performers began to eat again. In 1656, Sir William Davenant persuaded the Protectorate government to let him reopen a theatre on the ground that he would produce not a play, but an opera. The first day's entertainment that he staged was less an opera than a series of dialogues, preceded, interrupted, and followed by music. But in that same year Davenant presented, in his own Rutland house, the first English opera, The Siege of Rhodes. The closing of the theatres by the plague and the fire interfered with these experiments, but in 1667 the enterprising Davenant offered a musical adaptation of his alleged father's Tempest. Purcell's Dido and Aeneas marked the full arrival of opera in England. As so often in musical history, Henry Purcell's genius was in large part a product of social heredity, that is, adolescent environment. His father was master of the choristers at Westminster Abbey. His uncle was composer in ordinary for the violins to His Majesty. His brother was a composer and dramatist. His son and his grandson continued his role as organist in the Abbey. He himself was allowed only 37 years of life, from 1658 to 1695. As a boy he sang in the Chapel Royal till his voice broke. As a youth he composed anthems that continued to be heard in English cathedrals for a century. His 12 sonatas from 1683, for 2 violins and organ or harpsichord, brought the sonata form from Italy to England. His songs, anthems, cantatas, and chamber music, said Burney, so far surpassed whatever our country had produced or imported before that all other musical compositions seem to have been instantly consigned to contempt or oblivion. Busy with his work as organist and composer, it was not till 1689 that Purcell produced Dido and Aeneas for a select audience at a girls' school in London. The music, even the famous overture, seems to us now thin and feeble. We have to remember that opera was still young and that audiences did not then have our liking for noise. The final aria, Dido's lament, When I am laid in earth, is one of the most moving airs in the whole history of opera. King Arthur, from 1691, for which Dryden wrote the words and Purcell the music, is not quite an opera, since the music seems to have little relation to the mood or events of the play, just as the play had little connection with the Arthurian cycle as we know it in Malory and Tennyson. A year later, Purcell made a further advance with incidental music for The Fairy Queen, an anonymous adaptation of A Midsummer Night's Dream. He did not live to see it produced. The music was lost, was discovered in 1901, and is now ranked with Purcell's best. In 1693 he composed the most elaborate of his many odes for St. Cecilia's Day, but the finest of these is the joyful Te Deum and Jubilate of 1694. This was performed annually at the Festival of the Sons of the Clergy till 1713, when it shared the honor with Handel's Utrecht Te Deum in alternate years till 1743. For Queen Mary's funeral in 1695, Purcell wrote a famous anthem, "Thou knowest, Lord, the secrets of our hearts." In his final years, he contributed incidental music to Dryden's Indian Queen. Apparently he fell sick before he could complete this, for the music of the concluding masque was provided by his brother Daniel. He died, probably of consumption, on November 21st, 1695. Despite the vitality of the Restoration, English music had not yet recovered from the cutting of its Elizabethan traditions by the Puritan interlude. Instead of rooting itself again in English soil, it followed the royal lead and bowed to French styles and Italian voices. After Dido and Aeneas, the English operatic stage was dominated by Italian operas sung by Italians. English music, wrote Purcell in 1690, is yet but in its nonage, a forward child, which gives hope of what it may be hereafter, when the masters of it shall find more encouragement. 5. Morals. Let us at once distinguish the masses from the classes. The sexual riot of the Restoration ran through the court to the upper middle class and the people about town who frequented the theatres. The morals of the unrecorded commoners were probably better than under Elizabeth, for economic routine kept them steady, they did not have the means to be wicked, and they felt the stimulus and surveillance of their Puritan faiths. But in London, and above all at the court, the release and reaction from Puritan restraints engendered an hilarious promiscuity. Young aristocrats uprooted from England and at loose ends in France left their morals behind them in their exile and brought a fluid chaos with them on their return. Avenging years of oppression and spoliation, they turned against the dress and speech, the theology and ethics of the Puritans, all the acid of their wit, until no man of their class dared say a word for decency. Virtue, piety, and marital fidelity became forms of rural innocence, and the most successful adulterer, as in Wycherley's Country Wife, became the hero of the hour. Religion had literally lost its caste. It belonged to tradesmen and peasants. Most preachers were put down as long-faced, long-eared, long-winded hypocrites and bores. The only religion fit for a gentleman was a polite Anglicanism wherein the master attended Sunday services to lend support to a chaplain who kept the villagers in fear of hell, and who said grace with due brevity from the foot of the master's board. It became more fashionable to be a materialist with Hobbes than a Christian with Milton, a blind old fool who took Genesis as history. Hell, overdone for the past 20 years, had lost its terrors for the possessing classes. Heaven, for them, was here and now, in a society freed from social rebellion and moral inhibitions, under a court and king that gave the example and set the pace in lechery, gambling, and merriment. There were several good men and women at the court. Clarendon was a man of principle and conduct until his daughter allowed herself to be seduced, whereupon he lost his head and recommended that she should lose hers. The 4th Earl of Southampton and the 1st Duke of Ormond were decent men. There were some sincerely religious men among the Anglican clergy, even in the hierarchy. The Queen and Lady Fanshawe and Miss Hamilton and later Mrs. Godolphin dared to be good. There were doubtless others lost to history because virtue makes no news. The higher the rank, the lower the morals. The king's brother James, Duke of York, seems to have exceeded even the royal allotment of mistresses. While still in exile in Holland, he had found his way to the bed of Anne Hyde, daughter of the Chancellor. When she became pregnant, she begged him to marry her. He procrastinated, but finally made her secretly his legal wife 7 weeks before she gave birth, on October 22, 1660. On hearing of the marriage, Clarendon, according to his own autobiography, protested to the king that he had known nothing of this alliance, that he had much rather his daughter should be the Duke's whore than his wife, that if they were really married, the king should immediately cause the woman to be cast into a dungeon, and that an act of Parliament should be immediately passed for cutting off her head, to which he would not only give his consent, but would very willingly be the first man that should propose it. Charles shrugged the matter off as much ado about nothing. Probably the Chancellor knew that Charles would not take him at his word, and spoke with such Roman severity to offset any suspicion that he had arranged the marriage in order to make his daughter a queen. Anne, however, died of cancer in 1671, aged 34. While motherhood distracted his wife, James made a mistress of Arabella Churchill, whose brother accepted the situation philosophically as favoring his advancement in the army. To aid Arabella and Anne, the Duke took some supplementary bedmates. Evelyn was especially disgusted by his bitchering with Lady Denham in 1666. James's conversion to Catholicism made no apparent change in his morals. He was perpetually in one amour or another, wrote Burnet, without being very nice in his choice, upon which the king once said he believed his brother had his mistresses given him by his priests for penance. The liaison with Arabella continued as an organ tone during these variations. It survived the death of Anne and James's marriage in 1673 to Mary of Modena. We should add that there were some admirable qualities in the Duke of York. As Lord High Admiral from 1660 to 1673, he toiled to overcome the disorder in the navy, due to the poor pay, victualling, and training of the seamen, and he conducted himself with courage and skill in the engagements with the Dutch. He attended ably and faithfully to the tasks of administration. He never wavered in his affectionate fidelity to his brother, and waited patiently through a quarter of a century before succeeding him on the throne. He was frank and sincere and easy of access, but too conscious of his rank and authority to be popular. He was a firm friend, but an unforgiving enemy. His mind was rather laborious than keen, and he was suicidally immune to advice. Close below him at the court was George Villiers, 2nd Duke of Buckingham, son of James I's assassinated favorite. He fought for Charles I in the Civil War and for Charles II at Worcester, and the restored king made him a privy councillor. Handsome and witty, genial and generous, he for a time dominated the court with his charm. He wrote a brilliant comedy, The Rehearsal, and dallied with alchemy and the violin. But his face and his fortune ruined him. He passed from one woman to another, indulged in disgraceful frolics, and squandered his rich estate. Desiring the Countess of Shrewsbury, he challenged her husband to a duel. She, disguised as a page, held Buckingham's horse while he fought. He killed the Count. The happy widow embraced the victor, who was still covered with her husband's blood. Then they returned in triumph to the victim's home. Buckingham was dismissed from office in 1674, abandoned himself to degeneration, and died in poverty and disgrace in 1688. His rival in figure, wit, revelry, and decay was John Wilmot, 2nd Earl of Rochester. John received the master's degree at Oxford at the incredible age of 14 in 1661, was admitted to the court at 17, and became gentleman of the bedchamber to the king. At 19, needing money, he made love to a rich heiress. Finding her dilatory, he kidnapped her, suffered imprisonment, won the lady's sympathy, then her hand, then her fortune. Charles repeatedly banished him from the court and repeatedly let him return, relishing his wit. Like Buckingham, Rochester was an expert mimic. He delighted to disguise himself as a porter, a beggar, a merchant, a German physician, and so successfully that he deceived his closest friends. As a physician, he pretended to effect difficult cures through his knowledge of astrology. He attracted hundreds of patients and cured several. Soon the ladies of the court came to him for treatment, and even those who had known him well failed to recognize him. In nearly all these disguises he pursued women, quite disregarding their rank, and they pursued him. He amused himself by writing satirical obscenities, ruined his health with liquor and lechery, and boasted of having been drunk uninterruptedly through 5 years. He died in poverty and penitence at 33. There were so many others like him at the court that Pepys, himself no amateur in adultery, wondered, what will be the end of so much drinking, swearing, and loose amours? Or, as Pope was to phrase it in his Essay on Criticism, not with full justice to the king, when love was all an easy monarch's care, seldom at council, never in a war, jilts ruled the state, and statesmen farces writ. Nay, wits had pensions, and young lords had wit. The modest fan was lifted up no more, and virgins smiled at what they blushed before. It was taken for granted that wives were as unfaithful as husbands. These demanded fidelity only from their mistresses. The memoirs of Count Philibert de Gramont, written in French by his brother-in-law Anthony Hamilton, read at times like a roster of roosters, a concatenation of cuckolds as seen by the Count in his happy exile at Charles's court. Hours were given to dancing, horse races, cockfights, billiards, cards, chess, floor games, and gay masquerades. Then, says Burnet, both the king and queen and all the court went about masked, and came into houses unknown and danced there with a great deal of wild frolic. Play was often for high stakes. This evening, says Evelyn, according to custom, His Majesty opened the revels by throwing the dice himself in the privy chamber, and lost his £100. The year before, he won 1,500. The ladies also played very deep. The example of the court in gambling and promiscuity spread through the upper classes. Evelyn speaks of the depraved youth of England, whose prodigious debaucheries far surpassed the madness of all other civilized nations whatsoever. Homosexuality flourished, especially in the army. Rochester wrote a play entitled Sodomy, which was performed before the court. A number of brothels for homosexual prostitution apparently existed in England. Love marriages were increasing in number, and we hear of some pretty instances, as of Dorothy Osborne with William Temple. This proved a happy marriage, yet Dorothy wrote, "To marry for love were no reproachful thing if we did not see that of the 1,000 couples that do it, hardly one can be brought for example that it may be done and not repented afterward." Swift, writing to a young lady about her marriage, speaks of the person your father and mother have chosen for your husband, and adds, "Yours was a match of prudence and common good feeling, without any hindrance of the ridiculous passion of romantic love." "My first inclination to marriage," Clarendon recalled, "had no other passion in it than an appetite to a convenient estate." Theoretically, the husband had full control over his wife, including the dowry she brought him. In all classes, the husband's will was law. In the lower classes, he used his legal rights to beat his wife, but the law forbade him to use any stick thicker than his thumb. Family discipline was strong, except in upper-class London. There Clarendon complained that parents had no manner of authority over their children, nor children any obedience or submission to their parents, but everyone did what was good in his eyes. Divorce was rare, but might be allowed by Act of Parliament. Bishop Burnet, like Luther and Milton, thought that polygamy might in certain cases be permitted, and offered this plan to Charles II because of the Queen's sterility, but Charles refused to further humiliate his wife. Crime continually threatened life and property. Thieves, cut-purses, and pickpockets congregated in gangs and sallied forth at night. Dueling was forbidden by law, but it remained the privilege of a gentleman, and if the killing was done according to rule, the victor usually escaped with a brief and courteous imprisonment. The law struggled to discourage crime with what seems to us barbarous punishments, but perhaps sharp measures had to be used to penetrate dull minds. For treason, the penalty was torture and death. For murder, felony, or counterfeiting the currency, hanging. The wife who killed her husband was to be burned alive. Petty larceny was punished by whipping or the loss of an ear. Striking anyone in the king's court incurred loss of the right hand. Forgery, cheating, false weights or measures invited the pillory, sometimes with both ears nailed to the board, or with perforation of the tongue with a hot iron. Usually the spectators enjoyed witnessing these punishments, and crowded in holiday spirit to see a prisoner hanged. Under the merry monarch there were 10,000 prisons in jail for debt. Prisons were filthy, but wardens could be bribed to provide some comforts. Punishments were more severe than in contemporary France, but the law was more liberal. There were no lettres de cachet in England, and there were habeas corpus and jury trial. Social morality shared in the general laxity. Charity was growing, but the 41 almshouses in England may have been merely another side of the greed of the strong. Nearly everyone cheated at cards. Corruption was above normal in all classes. Pepys's diary smells with corruption in business, in politics, in the Navy, and in Pepys. Business firms watered their stock, falsified their accounts, and charged exorbitant prices to the government. Funds voted to the Army or Navy were diverted in part into the pockets of officials and courtiers. High officers of state, even when their salaries were ample and paid, sold titles, contracts, commissions, appointments, and pardons on such a scale that the regular salary was the smallest part of the gains. Heads of government like Clarendon, Danby, and Sutherland grew rich in a few years and bought or built estates far beyond their salaries. Members of Parliament sold their votes to ministers, even to foreign governments. On some votes, 200 members were taken off the opposition by ministerial lubrication. In 1675 it was estimated that 2/3 of the Commons were in the pay of Charles II, and the other third in the pay of Louis XIV. The French king found it quite feasible to bribe members to vote against Charles whenever Charles deviated troublesomely from Bourbon policies. As for Charles, he repeatedly accepted large sums from Louis to play the French game in politics, religion, or war. It was the gayest and most rotten society in history. 6. Manners. As in France, manners tried to redeem morals and gave a ceremonious grace to ornate dress, obscene literature, and profane speech. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 9, Side 2. As in France, manners tried to redeem morals and gave a ceremonious grace to ornate dress, obscene literature, and profane speech. Charles himself was a model of manners. His courtesy and charm spread through the upper classes and left their mark on English life. Men kissed each other on meeting, and kissed a lady on being introduced to her. Ladies in London, as in Paris, received gentlemen while in bed. There was an invigorating frankness, a scorn of hypocrisy, in the literature, the theatre, and the court. But the candor released a flood of coarseness on the stage and in daily speech. Profanity was unparalleled. Here Charles was among the exceptions, confining himself to odds fish as his favorite oath. The surviving Puritans were clean of speech except in belaboring their opponents, and the Quakers refused to swear. Men outdid the women in fanciful dress, from powdered wigs to silk stockings and buckled shoes. The wig or periwig was another import from France. Cavaliers and others whose hair was short and who were loath to be mistaken for close-cropped Puritan Roundheads covered their shortage with alien cuttings, and men whose hair was turning gray or white found the wig useful in disguising their age, for then nearly all men shaved. It offset in some measure the king's Spanish complexion and Brobdingnagian nose. Pepys made his first wig a critical affair, and mourned that his own beloved hair had to be shorn to make way for his peruke and provide hair for another head. Periodically he had his wig cleansed of its nits. The stiff Elizabethan Jacobean ruff had now disappeared. Doublet and long cloak were giving way to waistcoat and surcoat. The waistcoat or vest, however, reached to the calf of the leg and was bound to the body by a sash. Breeches stopped at the knee. Swords dangled at the side of aristocratic or moneyed legs. Velvet and lace, ribbons and frills helped to complete the courtly man, and in winter he might keep his hands warm in a muff hung from his neck. Fashionable women powdered and perfumed their hair, curled it into ringlets over their foreheads, and supplemented it with false locks mounted on secret wires. They feathered their hats with rare plumage. They painted black spots, or patches, upon their cheeks, foreheads, or chins, as added inducements to the chase. They exposed their shoulders and generous portions of their breasts. So Louise de Keroualle had Lily paint her with one breast naked, and Nell Gwynn went her one better. Legs were alluringly concealed. Dainty articles of toilet were in rising demand. Woman was already so intricate an artifact that a Restoration play pictured her in hyperbole. Her teeth were made in the Blackfriars, her eyebrows in the Strand, and her hair on Silver Street. She takes herself asunder when she goes to bed into some 20 boxes, and about noon the next day is put together again like a great German clock. Extravagance was de rigueur. Life, become ceremonious again, required elaborate equipment. Servants had to be hired in gross. Evelyn's father had 50. Pepys had a cook, a housemaid, a lady's maid, and a serving girl. Meals were tremendous. Note Pepys's dinner on January 26, 1660, long before his salad days. My wife had got ready a very fine dinner, viz., a dish of marrow bones, a leg of mutton, a loin of veal, a dish of fowl, 3 pullets, and 2 dozen of larks, all in a dish, a great tart, a neat's tongue, a dish of anchovies, a dish of prawns, and cheese. The main meal was taken about 1 o'clock. Cooking was English. Grammont, when Charles explained that the servants waited on him on bended knee as a mark of respect, said, or so he tells us, "I thank your Majesty for the explanation. I thought they were begging your pardon for serving you so bad a dinner." Drinking of alcoholic beverages was no merely social function. Water was scarcely ever drunk, even by children. Beer was easier to find than water fit to drink. So everybody of any age drank beer, and the well-to-do added whiskey or imported wine. Most people visited a tavern once a day, and all classes got drunk now and then. Coffee had come in from Turkey about 1650. Till 1700, most of it was imported from the region around Mocha in the Yemen. In the 18th century, the Dutch transplanted it to Java, the Portuguese to Ceylon and Brazil, the English to Jamaica. The use of coffee to overcome drowsiness and stimulate the wits spread its popularity. London opened its first coffee house in 1652. By 1700, there were 3,000 of them in the capital. Every man of any account made one or another of them his regular rendezvous, where he could meet his friends and learn the latest scandal and news. Charles II tried to suppress the coffee-houses as centers of political agitation and conspiracy, but the itch to talk and drink and smell tobacco smoke frustrated him. From some coffee-houses sprang the clubs that played a role in 18th-century politics, and then became a refuge from monogamy. The coffee houses, however, differed from the later clubs, not only because coffee was the favorite drink, but because conversation was encouraged. Literary lions like Dryden, Addison, and Swift had their rostrums in coffee houses. English freedom of speech was nourished there. Tea came to England from China about 1650, but it was so expensive that a century passed before it displaced coffee in the English ritual. Pepys thought it quite an adventure when he had his first cup of tea. Meanwhile, the cacao bean had been imported from Mexico and Central America. About 1658, a new drink was made by adding vanilla and sugar to cacao. The resultant chocolate became a popular drink during the Restoration and was served in many coffee houses. All classes, including many women and some children, now smoked tobacco, always through long pipes. The women thought it had some antiseptic value in averting plague. Probably from this notion the habit arose in this period of taking snuff, that is, inhaling powdered tobacco. Now that the Puritan incubus was lifted, games and sports flourished. The poor again enjoyed puppet shows, circuses, cockfighting, bear and bull baiting, tightrope walkers, wrestlers, jugglers, pugilists, conjurers. The rich took to venery in both its senses. Charles II played tennis till he was 53. Evelyn liked bowling on the green, which is still a pretty sight in England today. Cricket was beginning to be a national pastime. In 1661 we find the first mention of a ground specifically reserved for it. In that year, Vauxhall Gardens were laid out on the south bank of the Thames and soon became a fashionable resort. St. James's Park was opened to the public by Charles II. Hyde Park was now established as the place where the elite, led by the King and Queen, drove carriages on pleasant afternoons. Society was beginning to take the waters at Bath. All but the poorest classes travelled in stagecoaches, which had begun a regular penny post service in 1657, and a scheduled passenger service in 1658. Hackney coaches had served intra-city traffic since 1625. The very rich travelled in a coach and six. The three teams were not for display, but to pull the coach through muddy stretches. Sometimes the local cattle had to be hitched in front of the horses to tug the coach out of hub-deep mire. Roads were mud or dust. The roadside inns, with their lively mixture of coachmen, travellers, actors, salesmen, thieves, and tarts, were preparing to make their contribution to the literature of England. The rough, lusty, lovable England that Dickens knew in his youth was taking form. 7. Religion and Politics. Amid this human pullulation, the struggle of the faiths continued, and the old conflict between king and parliament was renewed. The merry monarch was saddened to find that the House of Commons, after the honeymoon of its proffered obedience, was jealous of his power and sparing of its funds. Tender in heart but tough in conscience, Charles turned to the French king for private loans. He promised, and apparently desired, to alleviate the disabilities of the English Catholics, to support the policy of Louis XIV against the Netherlands, and to sell to France the channel port of Dunkirk, which Cromwell's soldiers had won. Dunkirk was costly to defend. It was a thorn in the side of France. Charles let it go in 1662 for 5 million francs, which, along with secret Bourbon subsidies, enabled him to ignore for a while the oligarchy of land and money that now ruled Parliament. The oligarchs, however, thought that the funds of the government should be used to wage another profitable war against the Dutch. The same rivalry in commerce and fisheries that had produced the First Dutch War in 1652 supported the Second Dutch War in 1664. Charles resisted the martial current as long as he could, for he much preferred love. "I never saw so great an appetite for war," he wrote to his sister, "as is in both this town and country, especially in the Parliament men. I find myself the only man in my kingdom who doth not desire war." Everything went badly. The English navy, ill-fed, ill-clothed, ill-munitioned, fought bravely, but lost as often as it won, and at the height of the war, plague and fire left London desolate and England bankrupt. Toward the end of 1666, the Dutch opened negotiations for peace. Charles, glad to come to terms, sent commissioners to Breda. Confident that an agreement was in sight, and seeing himself at the end of his finances, he laid up part of the English fleet in the Medway and allowed the sailors to take service in merchantmen. In June 1667, de Ruyter led a Dutch squadron into the Thames and the Medway and destroyed most of the unmanned ships. That very night, says Pepys, "The king did sup with my Lady Castlemaine at the Duchess of Monmouth's, and they were all mad in hunting a poor moth." When the news of the attack reached London, every able-bodied man was called to arms. But the Dutch too wanted peace, for the French had invaded Flanders. The Treaty of Breda, on July 21, 1667, ended the Second Dutch War on terms unsatisfactory to all. The position of the king was so weakened by the fiasco and the accumulated misfortunes of London that some Englishmen thought of deposing him. Parliament demanded parliamentary supervision of governmental expenses. Charles yielded, being penniless, and another step was taken toward parliamentary supremacy. Parliament demanded the dismissal of Clarendon for mishandling foreign affairs. Charles was not unwilling to let him go, for his chancellor had opposed his moves toward religious toleration and had censured his absorption in mistresses. Not satisfied with Clarendon's resignation, the Commons drew up a proposal to impeach him for subservience to France. Clarendon took the king's advice and fled to the continent. It was a pitiful and cruel end for a long career of service. The old man glorified his exile by writing the finest historical work that English literature had yet produced. He died at Rouen in 1674, aged 65. Charles appointed 5 men to replace him in 1667. Sir Thomas Clifford, the Earl of Arlington, the Duke of Buckingham, Lord Ashley, soon to be the first Earl of Shaftesbury, and the Earl of Lauderdale. Their initials made the word cabal by which the new ministry came to be called. Clifford was an avowed Catholic, Arlington was inclined toward that faith, Buckingham was a rake, Shaftesbury was a tolerant skeptic, Lauderdale was a former Covenanter who with fire and sword forced episcopacy upon his fellow Scots. Charles listened to their conflicting counsels, but more and more followed his own. His aims were basically 2, to renew absolute monarchy and to elevate Roman Catholicism in England. He looked with hope to being succeeded by his Catholic brother James. He corresponded with the general of the Jesuits in Rome and gave a secret interview to a papal internuncio who came to London from Brussels. In January 1669 he told his brother, Clifford, Arlington, and Lord Arundel, that he wished to reconcile himself with the Church of Rome and bring all England back to the old faith. His sister Henrietta never ceased to urge him to boldly announce his conversion. In May 1670, Louis XIV sent Henrietta to England, aided by subtle diplomats, to bind Charles to a French and Catholic policy. On June 1, 1670, Clifford, Arundel, and Arlington signed for England the secret Treaty of Dover. The French king agreed to pay Charles £150,000 whenever Charles should announce his conversion to Catholicism. If need should arise, Louis would furnish Charles with 6,000 soldiers, to be maintained at French expense. Charles, when called upon, was to join France in war against the United Provinces. He was to receive £225,000 a year while the war continued. He was to take and keep some Dutch islands, and he was to support the claims of Louis to inherit Spain. To deceive the Parliament and the people of England, Charles sent Buckingham to Paris to draw up a sham treaty which was signed on December 21, 1670, and was published to the world. It pledged England to war against the Dutch, but made no mention of religion. Charles took his time, 15 years, about announcing his conversion. His brother openly proclaimed himself a Catholic in 1671, but even the pro-Catholic Earl of Arlington warned the king that a similar admission might precipitate a revolution. Charles, however, moved toward his goal by issuing on March 15, 1672, his second declaration of indulgence for tender consciences, suspending all manner of penal laws in matters ecclesiastical against whatsoever sort of nonconformists or recusants. At the same time, he released from prison all persons who had been jailed for not conforming to the religious legislation of Parliament. Hundreds of dissenters, including Bunyan and many Quakers, were freed, and their leaders sent a deputation to thank the king. Presbyterians and Puritans were shocked to find that the new freedom accorded to them was extended also to Catholics and Anabaptists, and Anglicans were horrified by papists and swarms of sectaries meeting openly in London. For almost a year England enjoyed or suffered religious toleration. On March 17, 1672, England opened the Third Dutch War. In this matter King and Parliament were now agreed. The Parliament voted £1,250,000 for the war, but this sum was to be doled out to the government in installments that would obviously depend upon the King's reconciliation with Parliament and its religious legislation. The Commons declared that penal statutes in matters ecclesiastical cannot be suspended but by Act of Parliament, and it sent a petition to the King that his declaration of indulgence should be withdrawn. Louis XIV, anxious to have England give united support to the war against the Dutch, advised Charles to cancel the declaration until the war should be successfully concluded. Charles yielded, and on March 8, 1673, the declaration was annulled. It is probable that by that time the Protestant leaders had got wind of the secret Treaty of Dover. To contracept any royal conversion, both houses passed at the end of March a Test Act, by which all holders of civil or military office in England were required to abjure the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation and to take the sacrament according to the Anglican rite. Clifford fought the bill passionately. After its passage, he resigned from the government, retired to his estate, and soon died. By suicide, Evelyn thought. Shaftesbury warmly supported the bill. He was dismissed from the ministry and made himself the leader of the country party that opposed, to the verge of revolution, the court party favoring the king. The cabal ended in 1673. The Earl of Danby became chief minister. James resigned his offices. The opposition to him had been in some degree mollified by the fact that, though his first wife had accepted Catholicism, her children, the future Queens Mary and Anne, were being brought up as Protestants. But now his marriage on September 30th, 1673, to a Catholic princess roused virulent condemnation. Mary of Modena was branded as the Pope's eldest daughter, and it was assumed that she would bring up her children as Catholics. Bills were at once introduced into Parliament that all royal children must be reared in the Protestant faith. The turn of events soured England's taste for the war against the United Provinces. If England should have a Catholic king, he would sooner or later join France and Spain in utterly destroying the Dutch Republic, which now appeared not as a commercial rival, but as the bulwark of Protestantism on the continent. If that should fall, how would English Protestantism stand? Charles willingly commissioned Sir William Temple to conclude a separate peace with the Dutch. On February 9, 1674, the Treaty of Westminster ended the Third Dutch War. 8. The Popish Plot. An almost lucid interval followed. Having received an additional 500,000 crowns from Louis, Charles prorogued his troublesome parliament and returned to his mistresses. But politics continued. Shaftesbury and other opposition leaders established in 1675 the Green Ribbon Club, and from that centre the country party issued its propaganda to defend Parliament and Protestantism against a king plotting with Catholic France and an heir apparent wedded to a Catholic wife. By 1680, these men of the country party had come to be called Whigs, and the defenders of the royal power were labelled Tories. Shaftesbury seemed to Charles the weakest and wickedest of men, and Burnet rated his learning superficial, his vanity ridiculous, his reasoning loose. But John Locke, who lived with Shaftesbury for 15 years, thought him a brave defender of civil, religious, and philosophical liberty. Burnet called him a deist, and we might suspect as much from Shaftesbury's remark that wise men are of but one religion. When a lady asked which one that was, he answered, "Wise men never tell." The religious tension fell slightly in 1677, when William of Orange married Protestant Mary, eldest daughter of the Duke of York. If James continued to have no male issue, Mary would be next to him in line for the throne, and England would be joined in marriage with the Protestant Dutch. But on August 28, 1678, Titus Oates came before the king and announced that he had discovered a popish plot. The Pope, the King of France, the Archbishop of Armagh, and the Jesuits of England, Ireland, and Spain were planning to kill Charles, enthrone his brother, and impose Catholicism on England by the sword. 3,000 cutthroats were to massacre the leading Protestants of London, and London itself, the citadel of English Protestantism, was to be burned to the ground. Oates, then 29, was the son of an Anabaptist preacher. He had become an Anglican clergyman, but had been expelled from his benefice for disorderly conduct. He had accepted or pretended conversion to Catholicism, and had studied in Jesuit colleges at Valladolid and Saint-Omer, from which last he had been expelled. Meanwhile, he now claimed he had learned the secret plans of the Jesuits for the conquest of England. He professed to have been present on April 24, 1678, at a Jesuit conference in London, which had discussed means of killing the king. He named 5 Catholic peers, as in the plot: Arundel, Powys, Peter, Stafford, and Bellasis. When Oates added that Bellasis was to be commander-in-chief of the Papist army, Charles laughed, for Bellasis was bedridden with gout. The king concluded that Oates had fabricated the story in hopes of reward, and dismissed him. The Privy Council thought it safer to assume some truth in the charges. It summoned Oates to appear before it on September 28th. Fearing that he would be imprisoned, Oates went before Sir Edmund Barry Godfrey, a justice of the peace, and left with him a sworn deposition detailing the plot. The council, impressed by his testimony, ordered the arrest of several papists implicated by him. One of these was Edward Colman, who had been for some years, till dismissed at the king's bidding, secretary to the Duchess of York. Before the arrest, Colman burned some of his papers, but those that he had no time to burn showed that he had carried on with Père Lachaise, the Jesuit confessor of Louis XIV, correspondence expressing on both sides the hope that England should soon be made Catholic. In these letters, Colman suggested that Louis XIV should send him money to influence members of Parliament in the Catholic interest, and added, "Success will give the greatest blow to the Protestant religion that it has received since its birth, the conversion of 3 kingdoms, and by that perhaps the utter subduing of a pestilent heresy." The fact that Colman had destroyed most of his correspondence led the council to believe that he had known of, perhaps had been an agent in, the plot described by Oates. Charles himself concluded from these letters that some real plot existed. On October 12th, Justice Godfrey disappeared. 5 days later his corpse was found in a suburban field. He had evidently been murdered, by agents and for reasons still unknown, but the Protestants ascribed the assassination to Catholics who hoped to prevent the publication of Oates's deposition. This event seemed to confirm the charges, and in the atmosphere of distrust left by the secret Treaty of Dover and the fear of James's accession, it was natural that most of Protestant England should now credit all the accusations made by Oates, and should fall into a frenzy in which the protection of Protestantism seemed to require the arrest, if not the execution, of any Catholic named in the conspiracy. A reign of terror began which continued for almost 4 years. James fled to the Netherlands. The citizens of London armed themselves to resist an expected invasion. Cannon were planted in Whitehall, guards were placed in the vaults beneath the Houses of Parliament to circumvent a second gunpowder plot. Parliament passed a bill excluding Catholics from the House of Lords. It hailed Oates as the saviour of the nation, awarded him a life pension of £1,200 a year, and gave him an apartment in Whitehall Palace. Soon the prisons were filled with Jesuits, secular priests, and Catholic laymen implicated by Oates or by William Bedloe, who came forward claiming knowledge that would substantiate Oates's charges. On November 24th, Oates laid before the council a new and startling accusation, that he had heard the Queen consent to the poisoning of her husband by her physician. Charles caught Oates in a demonstrable lie, lost faith in his stories, and had him arrested. The Commons ordered him freed, arrested 3 servants of the Queen, and voted an address demanding the Queen's removal. Charles came to the upper house, defended his wife's loyalty, and persuaded the Lords to refuse concurrence in the Commons' address. On November 27th, Colman and another Catholic layman were tried, were found guilty of treason, and were executed. On December 17th, 6 Jesuits and 3 secular priests were put to death, and on February 5th, 1679, 3 men were hanged for the murder of Godfrey. These 12 were later proved innocent. The attack pressed closer to the king. On December 19, 1678, Parliament received from Paris communications showing that Danby had accepted large sums of money from Louis XIV. The minister refused to explain that these sums were French subsidies to the king. The Commons impeached him, and Charles, fearing that his loyal counsellor would be condemned to death, dissolved the Cavalier Parliament on January 24, 1679, which had sat discontinuously for almost 18 years, longer than the Long Parliament. But the first Whig Parliament, which met on March 6th, was more passionately anti-Catholic and anti-King than its predecessor. The Commons charged Danby with treason. The Lords saved him by committing him to the Tower, where he remained in comfort and anxiety during the 5 following turbulent years. On the advice of Sir William Temple, Charles named a new council of 30 members. To appease the opposition, he included in it the 2 leaders of the Whig party, Shaftesbury and George Savile, Marquess of Halifax, and on the King's recommendation Shaftesbury was chosen Lord President of the Council. To further calm the storm, Charles offered to Parliament a compromise substitute for the exclusion of his brother from the throne. No Catholic should be admitted to Parliament or hold any place of trust. The King should lose the power to make ecclesiastical appointments. His nomination of judges should be subject to parliamentary approval, and Parliament should control the army and navy. But Parliament felt no confidence that James would honour such an agreement. On May 11th, Shaftesbury himself introduced the first exclusion bill in unmistakable terms, to disable the Duke of York to inherit the imperial crown of this realm. On May 26th, the Parliament honoured itself by extending the right of habeas corpus. The right to release on bail was assured to every arrested person except those charged with treason or felony, and in these cases the prisoner was to be tried at the next session of the court or to be discharged. France was to wait 110 years before enjoying similar safeguards against arbitrary arrests. On May 27th, the king, fearing that the exclusion bill would be passed, prorogued the Parliament. The right of habeas corpus did not help the papists accused by Oates, for they were tried with little delay, and if found guilty of treason were executed with angry haste. All through 1679 they went to the scaffold or the block. The trials were expeditious because the judges, frightened by the cries of the bloodthirsty crowds outside the court, condemned many of the defendants without dissecting the evidence or allowing cross-examination of witnesses. False witnesses, noting the rewards enjoyed by Oates, arose as if by incantation and swore to the wildest tales. One, that an army of 30,000 men was coming from Spain. Another, that he had been promised £500 and canonization if he would kill the king. Another, that he had heard a rich Catholic banker vow to do the same. No counsel was allowed to the accused. He was not told till the day of trial what the accusation would be, and he was assumed to be guilty unless he could prove his innocence. To make conviction easier, an old Elizabethan law was revived that made it a capital crime for a priest to be in England. The surrounding crowds hooted and pelted witnesses for the defense and shouted with joy when verdicts of guilty were announced. All this was a heartbreaking experience for the once merry monarch who saw all his hopes shattered, his powers reduced, his wife humiliated, his brothers scorned and set aside. At the height of the storm he fell so seriously ill that his death was expected at any hour. Halifax summoned James from Brussels. The Whig leaders ordered the army to prevent his return, and Shaftesbury, Monmouth, Lord Russell, and Lord Grey agreed that in case Charles should die, they would lead an insurrection to prevent the accession of his brother. James found entry in disguise and made his way to the bedside of the king. Charles apparently recovered and smiled at the fears with which even his enemies had contemplated his death. He never really recovered. The anti-Catholic fury continued till Oates blundered in the trial of Sir George Wakeman, the Queen's physician. In testimony before the council he had exonerated the doctor. In the trial he accused him of planning to poison the king. Chief Justice Scroggs, who had prosecuted the Catholics with vigor, pointed out the contradiction. Wakeman was acquitted, and thereafter Oates's testimony was more critically heard. The false witnesses who had corroborated him fell away from his support. The execution of Oliver Plunkett, the Catholic Archbishop of Armagh, was the last act of the anti-Catholic terror on July 1, 1681. When the fear and passion had subsided, sane men realized that Oates, partly by unsupported suspicions, partly by lies, had sent many innocent men to a premature death. They concluded that there had been no plan to kill the king, or to massacre Protestants, or to burn London. But they felt, too, that a Catholic, though not a Popish plot, had been real, that leading members of the government had planned or hoped, with the help of funds, and if necessary of soldiers, from France, to remove the disabilities of English Catholics, to convert the king, to enthrone his converted brother, and to use every means to re-establish Catholicism as the religion of the state and ultimately of the people. Practically all this had been contained in the secret Treaty of Dover that had been signed in 1670. Charles had retreated from that agreement, but his desires had not changed, and he was still resolved that his Catholic brother should be king. 9. Comoedia finita. Shaftesbury was resolved to the contrary. Coleman had confessed at his trial that James had known and approved of his correspondence with Père Lachaise. Shaftesbury felt that the accession of James would realize the first stage of the Popish plot. He offered his support to Charles if the king would divorce his barren queen and marry a Protestant by whom he might have a Protestant son. Charles refused to let Catherine of Braganza repeat the role of Catherine of Aragon. Shaftesbury then turned to the Duke of Monmouth, the king's bastard, who could not forgive his father for cheating him of the throne by failing to marry his mother. Shaftesbury spread the idea that Charles had really married Lucy Walter, and that the Duke was the legal heir to the throne. Charles countered by a declaration that he had never married anyone but Catherine of Braganza. Finding Shaftesbury irreconcilable, the king dismissed him from the council on October 13, 1679. In this succession of crises, Charles almost changed his character. He gave up his life of pleasure and ease, sold his stables, devoted himself to administration and politics, and fought his foes with strategic retreats until they overreached themselves into failure. In his final 5 years he showed such resolution and ability as surprised even his friends. Recovering his confidence, he called for his fourth Parliament. It met on October 21, 1680. In November, the second Exclusion Bill passed the Commons and was presented to the Lords. Halifax, who had heretofore voted with the Whigs, now veered to the side of the king and began to earn and flaunt the title of Trimmer. He detested James and distrusted Catholicism, but he agreed with Charles that the principle of hereditary monarchy should be maintained, and he feared that Shaftesbury was leading England toward another civil war. In a long debate, his eloquence and logic persuaded the Lords to reject the bill. The Commons retaliated by refusing funds to the king and forbidding any merchant or financier to lend him money, and it impeached Halifax, Scroggs, and Viscount Stafford, one of the 5 Catholic lords imprisoned in the Tower. Stafford was condemned to death on the testimony of Oates and was beheaded on December 7th. The king dismissed the Parliament on January 18, 1681. Rather than sacrifice his brother to his need for funds, Charles decided to finance the government by becoming again a pensioner of Louis XIV. He consented to look with equanimity upon the aggressive policies of France in return for £700,000, enough to make him independent of parliamentary subsidies for 3 years. So sinewed, he summoned his 5th Parliament. To deprive it of support from the mobs and militia of London, he ordered it to meet at Oxford. Both sides came in arms, Charles with numerous guards, the Whig leaders with retainers carrying swords and pistols, and flying banners reading "No Popery, no Slavery." The Commons at once passed the 3rd Exclusion Bill. Before the measure could reach the Lords, Charles dismissed the Parliament on March 28, 1681. Many men now expected Shaftesbury to resort to civil war, and public opinion, remembering 1642 to 1660, turned against him and rallied to the king. The Anglican clergy zealously defended the right of Catholic James to the throne. When Shaftesbury tried to reorganize the disbanded Commons into a revolutionary convention, Charles ordered his arrest. A jury acquitted Shaftesbury on November 24th, and though he was now so ill that he could barely walk, he joined with the Duke of Monmouth in open revolution. The king had both of them arrested. Shaftesbury escaped from the Tower, fled to Holland, and died there on January 21, 1683, worn out, but leaving his friend Locke to carry on in philosophy the struggle that had for a time been lost in politics. Charles pardoned Monmouth, but he could not forgive the London jury that had acquitted Shaftesbury. Becoming extreme in his turn, he resolved to destroy the autonomy of the cities, for it was in these that Whig, even revolutionary sentiment flourished. He ordered an examination of the city charters that permitted such municipal flouting of the royal will. Legal flaws were found in them, they were declared null, and new charters were issued by which all municipally elected officials were henceforth to be subject to veto or removal by the king. Freedom of speech and press were now subjected to new restraints. A persecution of dissenters, not of Catholics, was begun, for the dissenters were mostly Whigs. And in Scotland, James personally led the oppression. The triumph of royal prerogative over parliamentary privilege seemed complete, and the achievements of the Great Rebellion were apparently to be sacrificed in a royalist reaction supported by a nation fearful of renewed civil war. Halifax reflected the feeling of the country when he abandoned Shaftesbury and turned his temperate wisdom to serve the king from 1682 to 85 as Lord Privy Seal. The followers of Shaftesbury made a final attempt. In January 1683, the Duke of Monmouth, the Earl of Essex, the Earl of Carlisle, William Lord Russell, and Algernon Sidney met at the house of John Hampden, grandson of the Civil War hero, and laid plans to circumvent James and, if necessary, assassinate Charles. Sidney hoped to proceed further and re-establish the English Republic. He was the grandson of a brother of Sir Philip Sidney, the president of chivalry. He fought on the parliamentary side in the Civil War and was wounded at Marston Moor. Appointed as one of the commission to try Charles I, he refused to serve, saying that the commission had received no authority from the people to try the king. Finding himself on the continent at the Restoration, he stayed there, engaged in studies and in plots against Charles II. During the Second Dutch War, he urged the Dutch to invade England, and he offered his services to the French government to raise a rebellion in England if it would supply him with 100,000 crowns. Charles allowed him to return to England in 1677 to attend the death of his father. Remaining in England, he joined the Country Party. In discourses concerning government, written in 1681 but not published till 1688, he advocated semi-republican principles, anticipated Locke by attacking Filmer's defense of divine right in kings, and asserted the right of the people to judge and depose their rulers. Apparently both he and Russell accepted money from the French government, which was interested in keeping Charles II busy with domestic troubles. The Council of Six decided to capture the king. It was known that in March he would attend the horse races at Newmarket. On his return to London, his coach would pass by Rye House at Hoddesdon, north of the city. A cart of hay was to block the road there. The king and perhaps his brother were to be taken alive or dead. But on March 22nd, a fire broke out at the racecourse. The races were ended a week sooner than scheduled, and Charles passed safely to London before the conspirators could advance their preparations. On June 12th, one of them, fearing exposure and hoping for pardon, betrayed the plot to the government. Carlisle, arrested, confirmed the confession and was forgiven. Monmouth protested innocence, and though Charles knew that his son was lying, he cancelled the order for his arrest. Russell was tried, convicted, and executed on July 21, 1683. Essex killed himself in jail. "He needed not to have despaired of mercy," said the king, "for I owed him a life." Essex's father had died for Charles I. Several minor participants in this Rye House plot were hanged. Sidney was convicted on technically inadequate evidence. He defended himself ably and met his death like a Roman on December 7th. His motto had been Manus haec inimica tyrannis. This hand is the foe of tyrants. But he had chosen a double-edged sword. On the scaffold he uttered notable words. "God has left nations unto the liberty of setting up such governments as please themselves." He refused any religious attendance, saying that he was already at peace with God. Charles had won, but he was through. He enjoyed wearily a new popularity. England had prospered economically under his reign, and now, longing for political quiet, it rallied to a ruler who represented national continuity and order, even if that meant for a time a Catholic king. It forgave Charles his faults as it saw him fading into premature decline. It half agreed with him that a monarchy elective and not hereditary invited periodical turmoil. It respected his loyalty to his brother, even while it mourned the result. It saw James triumphant, again Lord High Admiral, already pursuing his enemies vengefully. In January 1685, James brought and won a civil suit against Titus Oates for £100,000 damages. Oates, unable to pay this great sum, was imprisoned. "When I am dead and gone," said Charles sadly, "I know not what my brother will do. I am very much afraid that when he comes to wear the crown he will be obliged to travel again. And yet I will take care to leave my kingdoms to him in peace, wishing he may keep them long so. But this hath all of my fears, little of my hopes, and less of my reason." When James expostulated with him for driving about London unguarded, he bade him calm his fears. "No one will kill me to make you king." He should have accepted the doctors. On February 2, 1685, he suffered a convulsion. His face was distorted, his mouth foamed. Dr. King bled him by lancing a vein with good effect, but attendants summoned 18 other physicians to diagnose and prescribe. For 5 tortured days he submitted to their united attack. They tapped his veins, put cupping glasses to his shoulders, cut off his hair to raise blisters on his scalp, and applied to the soles of his feet plasters of pitch and pigeon dung. To remove the humours from his brain, says a medical historian, they blew hellebores up his nostrils and set him sneezing. To make him vomit, they poured antimony and sulphate of zinc down his throat. To clear his bowels, they gave him strong purgatives and a brisk succession of clysters. The dying king called for his long-suffering wife, not perceiving that she was already kneeling at the foot of the bed, rubbing his feet. On February 4th, some bishops offered him the last rites of the Anglican Church, but he begged them to desist. When his brother asked him, did he want a Catholic priest, he answered, "Yes, yes, with all my heart." Father John Huddleston, who had saved Charles's life at the Battle of Worcester and whose life Charles had saved in the Popish terror, was sent for. Charles made profession of the Roman Catholic faith, confessed his sins, pardoned his enemies, asked pardon of all, and received extreme unction and the last sacrament. He asked pardon especially of his wife, but also he bade his brother take care of Louise de Keroualle and his children, and let not poor Nellie starve. He apologized to those around him for taking so unconscionable a time dying. By noon of February 6th, the Duke of York was king. Chapter 10. The Glorious Revolution, 1685 to 1714. 1. The Catholic King, 1685 to 88. Who would have fancied, from Van Dyck's beautiful blue and gold portrait of the Duke of York at the age of 2, that this innocent, sensitive, diffident child would ruin the Stuart dynasty and finally complete, in the glorious Revolution, that transfer of power from king to Parliament which his father had ingloriously begun? But in Riley's portrait of the same soul as James II, the diffidence has become bewilderment, the sensitivity has changed into obstinacy, and the innocence has passed through compliant mistresses to an inflexible theology. That character determined the tragic fate in which, as in all great tragedies, every participant fought for what seemed to him right, and can claim a portion of our sympathy. We have already noted some of his virtues. He repeatedly exposed himself to danger of death in his naval career. Men compared him favorably with his brother in administrative industry, in modesty of expenditure, in fidelity to his word. He observed Charles's dying injunction to take care of Nell Gwynn. He paid her debts and settled upon her an estate sufficient to maintain her in comfort. After his accession he continued for a while his relations with his latest mistress, Catherine Sedley. But on the remonstrances of Father Peter he awarded her for her services and persuaded her to leave England. For he confessed that if he saw her again he would not be able to resist the hold she had over him. Bishop Burnet, who helped to dethrone him, judged him to be naturally candid and sincere, though sometimes eager and revengeful, a very firm friend until his religion had corrupted his first principles and inclinations. He was frugal and thrifty, kept an honest coinage, and was easy on the people in taxation. Macaulay, after writing 800 pages about James's 3-year rule, concluded that, with so many virtues, he might, if he had been a Protestant, nay, if he had been a moderate Roman Catholic, have had a prosperous and glorious reign. His faults grew with his power. Proud and arrogant even before his accession, scornful of the many and accessible only to a few, he adopted to the letter his father's theory that the king should have absolute authority, and he had not his brother's realistic humor to see its practical limitations. We must pay respect to his fervor for his religion and his desire to give his fellow Catholics in England freedom of worship and equality of political opportunity. He had been devoted to his Catholic mother and sister. He had for the past 15 years been surrounded by Catholics in his own house, and he thought it strange that a religion that produced so many good men and women should be so checked and hated by Englishmen. He did not share the vivid memories that English Protestants transmitted of the Gunpowder Plot, or their fear that a Catholic ruler would be inclined, and be sooner or later persuaded, to adopt only such policies as would not displease an Italian pope. Protestant England felt that its religious, intellectual, and political independence would be imperiled by a Catholic king. James's first moves after his accession slightly relieved these fears. He made Halifax Lord President of his Council, Sunderland Secretary of State, and Henry Hyde, 2nd Earl of Clarendon, Lord Privy Seal, all Protestants. In his first speech to the Council he promised to maintain the existing institutions in Church and State. He expressed his appreciation of the support that the Church of England had given to his succession, and promised to cherish her with special care. At his coronation he took the usual oath of modern English sovereigns to preserve and protect the established Church. For some months he enjoyed an unexpected popularity. His first pro-Catholic measure carried no direct offense to Protestantism. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. His first pro-Catholic measure carried no direct offense to Protestantism. He ordered the release of all persons imprisoned for refusal to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy. Thousands of Catholics were thereby freed, but also 1,200 Quakers and many other dissenters. He forbade any further prosecutions in matters of religion. He liberated Danby and the Catholic lords who had been sent to the Tower on charges by Titus Oates. In a new trial, Oates was convicted of perjuries that had led to the execution of several innocent persons. The court, expressing regret that it could not condemn him to death, sentenced him to pay a fine of 2,000 marks, to be tied to the back of a cart, to be twice publicly whipped, once from Olga to Newgate, and 2 days later from Newgate to Tyburn, and to stand in the pillory 5 times every year for the remainder of his life. He survived the ordeal and was returned to jail in May 1685. James, asked to remit the second whipping, refused. The precarious truce of the faiths was broken by a double revolt. In May, Archibald Campbell, 9th Earl of Argyll, landed in Scotland, and in June, James, Duke of Monmouth, landed on the southwest coast of England, in a joint effort to overthrow the Catholic king. Monmouth's proclamation denounced James as a usurper, tyrant, and murderer, charged him with the burning of London, the Popish plot, and the poisoning of Charles, and pledged the invaders to make no peace until they had rescued the Protestant religion and the liberties of the nation and the Parliament. Argyll was overcome on June 17th and executed on June 30th. The northern arm of the rebellion failed, but the people of Dorsetshire, strongly Puritan, hailed Monmouth as a savior, and so many men enlisted under his banner that he confidently and solemnly assumed the title of James II, King of England. The nobility and the moneyed classes offered him no support, and his undisciplined army was defeated by the royal forces at Sedgemoor on July 6, 1685. The last battle fought on English soil before the Second World War. Monmouth fled, begged forgiveness of the king, was refused, and was beheaded. The royal army, led by Colonel Percy Kirke, pursued the remainder of the rebels and hanged prisoners without trial. James appointed a commission, headed by Chief Justice Jeffreys, to go into the West Country and try persons accused of joining or abetting the revolt. Jury trials were given them, but the juries were so terrorized by Jeffreys that very few of the accused found mercy in these bloody assizes of September 1685. Nearly 400 were hanged, and 800 were condemned to forced labor in the plantations of the West Indies. Elizabeth in 1569 and Cromwell in 1648 had been guilty of similar barbarities, but Jeffreys outdid them by browbeating witnesses and juries, cursing his victims, gloating over them, and giving guilt the benefit of every doubt except when a substantial bribe argued for innocence. James made some modest efforts to check the brutality, but when the Holocaust was over, he raised Jeffreys to the peerage and made him Lord Chancellor on September 6, 1686. This vengeful pursuit shared in alienating the country from the king. When he asked Parliament for repeal of the Test Act, excluding Catholics from office and Parliament, for modification of the Habeas Corpus Act, and for a standing army under royal command, it refused to comply. James prorogued it on November 20th and proceeded to appoint Catholics to office. When Halifax objected to this flouting of Parliament, James dismissed him from the council and replaced him, as its Lord President, with Sunderland, who presently announced his conversion to Catholicism in 1687. When James commended Louis XIV's revocation of the Edict of Nantes, England concluded that if James had power as absolute as that of the Bourbons, he would take similar measures against English Protestants. James made no concealment of his belief that his power was already absolute, and that Louis XIV was his ideal of a king. For a time he accepted subsidies from Louis, but he refused to let him dictate the policies of the English government, and the subsidies ended. Louis was wiser about England than about his own country. While he weakened France by his persecution of the Huguenots, he cautioned James against haste in Catholicizing England. Pope Innocent XI gave him similar counsel. When James sent word to him promising England's early submission to the Roman Church, he advised the king to content himself with obtaining toleration for English Catholics. He warned these to abstain from political ambitions and directed the general of the Jesuits to rebuke Father Peter for taking so prominent a part in the government. Innocent had not abated his Catholic zeal, but he feared the encompassing strength of Louis XIV and hoped that England could be turned from a servant of French designs to a make-weight against them. The Pope sent a nuncio to England, the first since Mary Tudor's reign, to make clear to James that a rupture between Parliament and the king would be injurious to the interests of the Roman Church. James did not profit from this advice. He felt that, being 52 years old at his accession, he had not much time left to effect the religious changes that were dear to his heart. He had little hope of a son. A Protestant daughter would succeed him and would overturn his work unless this should be solidly established before his death. Father Peter and the Queen overruled all councils of deliberation. The king not only went in royal state to hear Mass, but he asked his counselors to attend him there. Priests in growing number moved about the court. He appointed Catholics to military posts and persuaded the judges, who were appointed and removable by him, to confirm his right to dispense such appointees from the penalties imposed upon them by the Test Act. He built up, largely under such Catholic officers, an army of 13,000 men, subject only to his orders and obviously threatening the independence of Parliament. He suspended the penalties attached by law to public attendance at Catholic worship. He issued a decree in June 1686 forbidding clergymen to preach sermons of doctrinal controversy. And when Dr. John Sharp preached on the motives of converts, James, as legal head of the English Church, ordered Henry Compton, Bishop of London, to suspend him from the Anglican ministry. Compton refused. James, overriding a law of 1673, appointed a new ecclesiastical commission court, dominated by Sunderland and Jeffreys. It tried Compton for disobedience to the crown and removed him from office. The Anglican Church, which had preached absolute obedience, began to turn against the king. He had hoped to win the Anglican Church to reconciliation with Rome, but his precipitate action now excluded that policy. Instead, he took up the plan of uniting the Catholics and dissenters against the establishment. William Penn, who had found his way into the king's confidence, advised him that he could bring to his ardent support all the English Protestants but the Anglicans, if he should, by a few strokes of the pen, annul all laws forbidding the public worship of the dissenting sects. On August 4th, 1687, James issued his first declaration of indulgence. Whatever were his motives, the document holds a place in the history of toleration. It suspended all penal laws affecting religion, abrogated all religious tests, allowed freedom of worship to all, and forbade interference with peaceable religious assemblies. It released all persons who were imprisoned for religious nonconformity. It went beyond the similar declarations of Charles II, which had kept religious tests for office and had allowed Catholic worship only in private homes. It assured the established church that the king would continue to protect it in all its legal rights. It was a pity that this measure had to be an implicit declaration of war against Parliament, which had decreed all the disabilities now annulled. If Parliament were to admit the authority of the king to cancel parliamentary legislation, the Civil War would have to be fought once more. Halifax, who was at this time the most brilliant mind in England, entered the fray with an anonymous Letter to a Dissenter in August 1687, the most successful pamphlet of the age. He urged Protestants to realize that the toleration now offered them came from a prince loyal to a church that claimed infallibility and frankly repudiated toleration. Could there be any lasting harmony between liberty of conscience and an infallible church? How could dissenters trust their new friends, who till yesterday had branded them as heretics? The other day you were sons of Belial, now you are angels of light. Unfortunately, the Anglican Church had agreed with Rome about the sons of Belial, and had in the last 27 years subjected dissenters to such persecution as might well have excused them from accepting freedom even at Catholic hands. The Anglican hierarchy made haste to seek peace with the Presbyterians, Puritans, and Quakers. It begged them to reject the present indulgence and promised them soon a toleration that would have the sanction of both the Parliament and the established Church. Some dissenters sent letters of gratitude to the king. The majority stood aloof, and when the day of decision came, they rejected the king. James proceeded. The universities of England, for many years past, had required of teachers and students submission to the Anglican Church. Exceptions had been made in conferring a degree upon a Lutheran candidate and an honorary degree upon a Mohammedan diplomat. But the Anglican clergy thought of Oxford and Cambridge as institutions whose chief function was to prepare men for the Anglican ministry, and it was resolved that no Catholic should be admitted. To breach this barrier, James sent a mandatory letter to the vice-chancellor at Cambridge, directing him to exempt from the Anglican oath a Benedictine monk who sought the master's degree. The vice-chancellor refused. He was suspended by order of the Ecclesiastical Commission. The university sent a delegation, including Isaac Newton, to explain its position to the king. The monk quieted the situation by withdrawing in 1687. In the same year, the king recommended for the presidency of Magdalen College, Oxford, a man of indifferent learning but of Catholic leaning. The fellows refused to elect him. After a long dispute, James suggested a less objectionable candidate, the Anglican Bishop Parker of Oxford. The electoral fellows rejected him. They were expelled by order of the king, and Bishop Parker was installed by force. Resentment rose as James entrusted himself more and more to Catholic advisers. His admiration for Father Peter was so great that he importuned the Pope to make him a bishop, even a cardinal. Innocent refused. In July 1687, James made the able but reckless Jesuit a member of the Privy Council. Many English Catholics protested that this was a foolish measure, but James was in haste to fight the issues out to a conclusion. There were now 6 Catholics in the council, and the favor of the king made them predominant. In 1688, 4 Catholic bishops were appointed to govern the Catholic Church in England. James settled upon each of them an annual pension of £1,000. In effect, Catholics now shared with the Anglicans the position of a state-supported church. On April 25, 1688, James republished his year-old Declaration of Indulgence, and added to it a reaffirmation of his resolve to secure to all Englishmen freedom of conscience forever. Henceforth, promotion to and in office was to depend upon merit regardless of creed. The reduction of religious hostility, he predicted, would open new markets to English trade, and would add to the prosperity of the nation. He begged his subjects to lay aside all animosity, and elect the next Parliament without any distinctions of religious faith. To ensure the widest circulation of this enlarged declaration, his council sent instructions to all bishops to arrange with their clergy that it should be read in every parish church in England on May 20th or 27th. Such use of the clergy as a means of communicating with the people had several precedents, but none in which the message was so distasteful to the established church. On May 18th, 7 Anglican bishops presented to the king a petition explaining that they could not in conscience recommend to their clergy the reading of the Declaration, for it violated the edict of Parliament that parliamentary legislation could be suspended only by Parliament's consent. James answered that their own theologians had persistently preached the necessity of obedience to the king as the head of their church, and that there was nothing in the Declaration offensive to any conscience. He promised to consider their petition, but if they did not hear from him on the morrow, they were to obey the order. The next morning, thousands of copies of the petition were sold in the streets of London, while it was still under royal consideration. James felt that this was contrary to all protocol. He submitted the petition to the 12 judges of the royal court. They advised him that he had acted within his legal rights. He left the petition unanswered. On May 20th, the petition was read in 4 London churches. It was ignored in the remaining 96. The king felt that his authority had been flouted. He ordered the 7 bishops to appear before the council. When they came, he told them that they would have to submit to trial on the charge of having published a seditious libel. However, to spare them imprisonment in the meantime, he would accept their written promise to appear when summoned. They replied that as peers of the realm they need not give any other security than their word. The council committed them to the Tower. As they were rowed down the Thames, they were cheered by people on the banks. On June 29th and 30th, the bishops were tried before the Court of King's Bench, 4 judges and a jury. After 2 days of heated argument in a hall surrounded by 10,000 excited Londoners, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. All Protestant England rejoiced. Never within man's memory, said a Catholic peer, have there been such shouts and such tears of joy as today. The streets blazed with bonfires. Crowds paraded behind wax figures of the Pope, the cardinals, and the Jesuits, which were burned amid wild celebrations. To the simple people, the verdict meant that Catholicism was not to be tolerated. To more complex minds, it meant that the privilege of Parliament to make laws irrevocable by the king had been vindicated, and that England was, in fact, even if not in theory, a constitutional, not an absolute, monarchy. James, brooding in defeat, consoled himself with the infant to which the Queen had given birth on June 10th, a month before her expected time. He would bring up this precious boy as a loyal and devoted Catholic. Day by day, father and son, over every opposition and discouragement, would move a step nearer to the sacred goal, the old monarchy living in concord with the old church, in an England pacified and reconciled, in a Europe repenting its apostasy, and united again in the one true, holy, universal faith. 2. Deposuit potentes de sede. Perhaps it was that premature birth that brought disaster to the precipitate king. Protestant England agreed with James that this boy might continue the effort to restore Catholicism. It feared him for the same reason that the king loved him. It denied at first that this was the king's son. It accused the Jesuits of having brought in some purchased infant to the queen's bed as part of a plot to keep the king's Protestant daughter Mary from inheriting the throne. It turned more and more to Mary as the hope of English Protestantism and reconciled itself to another revolution to make her queen. But Mary was now the wife of William III of Orange, stadtholder of the United Provinces. What would proud William say to being merely the consort of a queen? Why not offer him coordinate rule with Mary? After all, he too had royal English blood. His mother had been another Mary, daughter of Charles I. In any case, William had no intention of playing consort to his wife. It was probably at his suggestion that Bishop Burnet, who had exiled himself to the continent on the accession of James, persuaded Mary to pledge her full obedience to William in all things, whatever authority might devolve upon her. The rule and authority should be his, she agreed, for she only desired that he would obey the command of husbands, love your wives, as she should do that of wives, be obedient to your husbands in all things. William accepted the obedience, but ignored the gentle allusion to his liaison with Mrs. Villiers, his mistress. After all, Protestant rulers too should be allowed to adulterate their marriages. William, fighting Louis XIV for the preservation of Dutch independence and Protestantism, had hoped for a time to win his father-in-law to an alliance against a French king who was destroying the balance and liberties of Europe. When this hope faded, he had negotiated with those Englishmen who led the opposition to James. He had connived at the organization, on Dutch soil, of Monmouth's expedition against the king, and had allowed it to depart unhindered from a Dutch port. He had reason to fear that James planned to disqualify him as a successor to the throne, and when a son was born to the king, the rights of Mary were obviously superseded. Early in 1687, William sent Everhard van Dijkveld to England to establish friendly contacts with Protestant leaders. The envoy returned with favorable letters from the Marquess of Halifax, the Earls of Shrewsbury, Bedford, Clarendon, son of the former Chancellor, Danby, Bishop Compton, and others. The letters were too vague to constitute clear treason, but they implied warm support for William as a contender for the throne. In June 1687, Caspar Fagel, Grand Pensionary, issued a letter authoritatively stating William's views on toleration. The stadtholder desired freedom of religious worship for all, but opposed the abrogation of the Test Act confirming public office to adherents of the Anglican faith. This cautious pronouncement won him the support of prominent Anglicans. When the birth of a son to James apparently ended William's chances of succeeding James, the Protestant leaders decided to invite him to come and conquer the throne. The invitation on June 30, 1688, was signed by the 12th Earl of Shrewsbury, the 1st Duke of Devonshire, the Earls of Danby and Scarborough, Admiral Edward Russell, cousin of the William Russell executed in 1683, Henry Sidney, brother of Algernon, and Bishop Compton. Halifax did not sign, saying that he preferred constitutional opposition, but many others, including Sunderland and John Churchill, both then in the service of James, sent William assurance of their support. The signers recognized that their invitation was treason. They deliberately took their lives in their hands and dedicated their fortunes to the enterprise. Shrewsbury, a former Catholic converted to Protestantism, mortgaged his estates for £40,000 and crossed to Holland to help direct the invasion. William could not act at once, for he was not sure of his own people, and he feared that at any moment Louis XIV would renew his attack upon Holland. The German states also feared an attack by France. Nevertheless, they raised no objection to William's invasion, for they knew that his ultimate aim was to check the Bourbon king. The Habsburg governments of Austria and Spain forgot their Catholicism in their hatred of Louis XIV and approved the deposition of a Catholic ruler friendly to France. Even the Pope gave the expedition his nihil obstat, so that it was by permission of Catholic powers that Protestant William undertook to depose Catholic James. Louis and James themselves precipitated the invasion. Louis proclaimed that the bonds of friendship and alliance existing between England and France would compel him to declare war upon any invader of England. James, fearing that this statement would further unify his Protestant subjects against him, denied the existence of such an alliance and rejected the offer of French help. Louis let his anger get the better of his strategy. He ordered his armies to attack not Holland, but Germany, on September 25, 1688. And the States General of the United Provinces, freed for a time from fear of the French, agreed to let William proceed on an expedition which might win England to alliance against France. On October 19th, the Armada set forth, 50 warships, 500 transports, 500 cavalry, 11,000 infantry, including many Huguenot refugees from the French dragonnades. Driven back by winds, the fleet waited for a Protestant breeze and sailed again on November 1st. An English squadron sent to intercept it was scattered by a storm. On November 5th, the national holiday commemorating the gunpowder plot, the invaders landed at Torbay, an inlet of the Channel on the Dorsetshire coast. No resistance was encountered, but no welcome was received. The people had not forgotten Jeffreys and Kirke. James ordered his army under command of Lord John Churchill to assemble at Salisbury, and he himself joined it there. He found his troops so lukewarm in their allegiance that he could not trust them to give battle. He ordered a retreat. That night, November 23rd, Churchill and 2 other high officers of the King's army deserted to William with 400 men. A few days later, Prince George of Denmark, husband of James's daughter Anne, joined the spreading defection. Returning to London, the unhappy king found that Anne, with Churchill's wife Sarah Jennings, had fled to Nottingham. The spirit of the once proud monarch broke under the discovery that both his daughters had turned against him. He commissioned Halifax to retreat with William. On December 11th, he himself left his capital. Halifax, back from the front, found the nation leaderless, but a group of peers made him president of a provisional government. On the 13th, they received a message from James that he was in hostile hands at Faversham in Kent. They sent troops to rescue him, and on the 16th, the humiliated king was back in Whitehall Palace. William, advancing toward London, sent some Dutch guardsmen with instructions to carry James to Rochester, and there let him escape. It was done. James fell into the trap laid for him and quitted England for France on December 23rd. He would survive his fall by 13 years, but he would never see England again. William reached London on December 19th. He used his victory with characteristic firmness, prudence, and moderation. He put an end to the riots in which London Protestants had been pillaging and burning the houses of Catholics. At the request of the provisional government, he summoned the lords, bishops, and former members of Parliament to meet at Coventry. The convention that assembled there on February 1st, 1689, declared that James had abdicated the throne by his flight. It offered to crown Mary as queen and accept William as her regent. They refused. It offered to crown William as king and Mary as queen. They accepted on February 13th. But the convention accompanied this offer with a Declaration of Right, which was reenacted by Parliament as the Bill of Rights on December 16th, and, though not explicitly agreed to by William, became a vital part of the statutes of the realm. Whereas the late King James II did endeavor to subvert and extirpate the Protestant religion and the laws and liberties of this kingdom, 1. By assuming and exercising a power of dispensing with and suspending of laws and the execution of laws without consent of Parliament. 3. By erecting a court of commission for ecclesiastical causes. 4. By levying money for and to the use of the crown by pretence of prerogative for other time and in other manner than the same was granted by Parliament. 5. By raising and keeping a standing army without consent of Parliament. 7. By prosecutions in the Court of King's Bench for matters and causes cognizable only in Parliament. All which are utterly and directly contrary to the known laws and statutes and freedom of this realm. Having therefore an entire confidence that the Prince of Orange will preserve them, the Parliament, from the violation of their rights, which they have here asserted, and from all other attempts upon their religion, rights, and liberties, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal and Commons, assembled at Westminster, do resolve that William and Mary, Prince and Princess of Orange, be and be declared King and Queen of England, France, and Ireland, and that the oaths hereafter mentioned be taken by all persons of whom the oaths of allegiance and supremacy might be required by law. I, A.B., do swear that I do from my heart abhor, detest, and abjure as impious and heretical this damnable doctrine, that princes excommunicated or deprived by the Pope or any other authority of the See of Rome may be deposed or murdered by their subjects or any other whatsoever. And I do declare that no foreign prince, person, prelate, state, or potentate has or ought to have any jurisdiction, power, superiority, or authority within this realm. So help me God. And whereas it hath been found by experience that it is inconsistent with the safety and welfare of this Protestant kingdom to be governed by a Popish prince, or by any king or queen marrying a papist, the said Lords Spiritual and Temporal and Commons do further pray that it may be enacted that all and every person and persons that is, are, or shall be reconciled to, or shall hold communion with, the See or Church of Rome, or shall profess the Popish religion, or shall marry a papist, shall be excluded and be forever incapable to inherit, possess, or enjoy the crown and government of this realm. This historic proclamation expressed the essential results of what Protestant England called the Glorious Revolution, the explicit assertion of the legislative supremacy of Parliament, so long contested by 4 Stuart kings, the protection of the citizen against arbitrary governmental power, and the exclusion of Roman Catholics from holding or sharing the throne of England. Only next to these results in importance was the consolidation of governmental power in the landowning aristocracy, for the revolution had been initiated by great nobles and carried through with the landowning gentry as represented in the House of Commons. In effect, the absolute monarchy by divine right had been changed into a territorial oligarchy characterized by moderation, assiduity, and skill in government, cooperating with the princes of industry, commerce, and finance, and generally careless of the artisans and peasantry. The upper middle classes benefited substantially from the revolution. The cities of England recovered their freedom to be ruled by mercantile oligarchies. The merchants of London, who had shied away from helping James, lent £200,000 to finance William between his arrival in the capital and his first reception of parliamentary funds. That loan cemented an unwritten agreement. The merchants would let the landowners rule England, but the ruling aristocracy would direct foreign policy to commercial interests, and would leave merchants and manufacturers increasingly free from official regulation. There were some inglorious elements in the Glorious Revolution. It seemed regrettable that England had had to call in a Dutch army to redress English wrongs, that a daughter should help oust her father from his throne, that the commander of his army should go over to the invader, and that the national church should join in overthrowing a king whose divine and absolute authority it had sanctified against any act of rebellion or disobedience. It was regrettable that the supremacy of Parliament had to be vindicated by opposing freedom of worship. But the evil that these men and women did was interred with their bones. The good that they accomplished lived after them and grew. Even in establishing an oligarchy, they laid the foundations of a democracy that would come with the broadening of the electorate. They made the Englishman's home his castle, relatively secure against the insolence of office and the oppressor's wrong. They contributed some part to that admirable reconciliation of order and liberty which is the English government today. And they did all this without shedding a drop of blood, except the repeated nosebleeds of the harassed, helpless, deserted, witless king. 3. England under William III, 1689 to 1702. The new king appointed as his privy councillors Danby as Lord President, Halifax as Lord Privy Seal, the Earls of Shrewsbury and Nottingham as Secretaries of State, the Earl of Portland as Lord of the Privy Purse, and Gilbert Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury. The most remarkable and influential of these men was George Savile, Marquess of Halifax. As a nephew of the Lord Strafford, who had been executed by the Long Parliament, he had lost much of his property in the Great Rebellion, but he had salvaged enough to live comfortably in France during the Cromwellian regime. There he discovered Montaigne's essays and became a philosopher. If later he graduated from politics to statesmanship, it was because the difference between politics and statesmanship is philosophy, the ability to see the moment and the part in the light of the lasting and the whole. Halifax was never content to be entirely a man of affairs. The government of the world, he wrote, meaning the rule of nations, is a great thing, but it is a very coarse one, too, compared with the fineness of speculative knowledge. Politics had sometimes to deal with crowds, which frightened Halifax. There is an accumulative cruelty in a number of men, though none in particular are ill-natured. The angry buzz of a multitude is one of the bloodiest noises in the world. He had lived through the Popish terror when mobs terrorized the courts. Seeing so many religions in acquisitive conflict, he shed most theology, so that, says Burnet, he passed for a bold and determined atheist, though he often protested to me he was not one, and said he believed there was not one in the world. He confessed he could not swallow down everything that divines imposed on the world. He was a Christian in submission. He believed as much as he could. Back in England he regained his property, and wealth so extensive that he could afford to be honest. He served Charles II until he learned of the secret Treaty of Dover. He defended the right of James to succeed to the throne, but he opposed the repeal of the Test Act. He looked forward to a Protestant rule after a brief Catholic interval, and realized his hope when he took a leading part in peacefully transferring the royal power from James II to William III. He followed his own sense of right rather than cleave to any party line. Ignorance, he wrote in Thoughts and Reflections, maketh most men go into a party, and shame keepeth them from getting out of it. When he was abused for breaking party lines, he defended himself in a famous pamphlet on the character of a trimmer. The innocent word trimmer signifieth no more than this, that if men are together in a boat, and one part of the company would weigh it down on one side, another would make it lean as much to the contrary. It happeneth there is a third opinion of those who conceive it would do as well if the boat were even. He was occasionally unscrupulous, always eloquent, and perilously witty. When the court of William III was overrun with place hunters who claimed to have helped the Revolution, he made enemies by remarking, referring to the cackling of the frightened sacred geese on the Capitol, awakening the Roman garrison to defeat a night attack by the Celts in 390 B.C., "Rome was saved by geese, but I do not remember that these geese were made consuls." Halifax must have smiled when the Convention, having transformed itself into a parliament, proceeded to what it deemed the first necessity of government, a new oath of allegiance and submission to William III as head not only of the state, but of the established church. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, concluded. Halifax must have smiled when the Convention, having transformed itself into a parliament, proceeded to what it deemed the first necessity of government, a new oath of allegiance and submission to William III as head not only of the state, but of the established church. It was another of history's humors that the Anglican Church, which for a century had been persecuting Calvinists, Presbyterians, Puritans, and other dissenters, should now accept a Dutch Calvinist as its head. 400 Anglican clergymen, adhering to the doctrine of the divine right of kings and therefore questioning William's right to rule, refused to take the new oath. These non-jurors were dismissed from their benefices and formed another sect of dissent. Many of those clergymen who took the oath did so with a mental reservation that would have amused the few Jesuits who remained in England. The prevarication of too many in so sacred a matter, Burnet thought, contributed not a little to fortify the growing atheism. Anglicans of all shades were shocked when William, yielding to the overwhelming preponderance of sentiment in Scotland, abolished there the episcopacy that the Stuarts had established by force. And many Anglicans grieved when they found William inclined to religious toleration. Brought up in predestinarian Calvinism, William could not sympathize with the Anglican view that a Presbyterian should be excluded from office or Parliament. He had already encouraged toleration in the United Provinces and had made no religious discrimination in his friendships. Predestinarian Calvinism had become for William a trust in himself as an agent of destiny, and in this assurance he could look without bigotry upon dissent as itself an instrument of that mysterious power, more than personal, which he variously called fortune, providence, or God. He saw in the religious divisions of England a force that could tear the nation apart if not moderated into amity. It was clever of the Privy Council to have its Toleration Act proposed to Parliament by Nottingham, who was known as a zealous and loyal son of the Anglican Church. His advocacy disarmed the rigorists. So this first achievement of the new reign passed both houses with little opposition on May 24, 1689. It allowed freedom of public worship to all groups that accepted Trinitarianism and biblical inspiration, and that explicitly repudiated transubstantiation and the religious supremacy of the Pope. Baptists were permitted to defer baptism to maturity, and by the Affirmation Act of 1696 the Quakers were allowed to substitute a solemn promise for an oath. Unitarians and Catholics were excluded from toleration. An attempt was made by William and his council, in the Comprehension Bill introduced later in 1689, to have various dissenting groups admitted to the Anglican Church, but this measure failed to pass. Dissenters were still banned from the universities and were ineligible to Parliament or public office unless they received the sacrament according to the Anglican rite. A renewed law against blasphemy in 1697 decreed imprisonment for attacks upon any basic Christian doctrine. There was no further legal extension of religious freedom in England till 1778. Nevertheless, toleration was greater than in any other European country after 1685, except the United Provinces. In practice, toleration slowly widened as England grew strong enough to lose its fear of invasion or internal subversion by Catholic power. Even the Catholics enjoyed, under William, an increasing security. The king explained that he could not maintain his alliances with Catholic states if he oppressed Catholics in England. For a decade, Catholic priests could say Mass in private homes and were not molested if they kept a judicious disguise in public. Toward the close of the reign in 1699, when the Tories and the rigorists got the upper hand in Parliament, the laws against Catholics were sharpened. Any priest convicted of saying Mass or of discharging any other sacerdotal function, except in the house of an ambassador, was made liable to life imprisonment, and to implement the law, a reward of £100 was offered to anyone who procured a conviction. The same penalty was decreed for any Catholic who undertook the public education of the young. No parent might send a child abroad to be educated in the Catholic faith. No one might purchase or inherit land except after taking the oath of royal supremacy in religion and against transubstantiation. All persons refusing to take such oaths forfeited their inheritance to the government. William pardoned and pensioned Titus Oates in 1689. The Catholics of Ireland brought a renewed persecution by organizing a revolt that aimed to restore James II. Richard Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, collected 36,000 troops and invited James to come from France to lead them. Louis XIV, who had set up the deposed king in a court of his own at Saint-Germain, with an annual allowance of 600,000 francs, now equipped a fleet for him, accompanied him to Brest, and bade him a famous adieu. "The best that I can wish you is that we shall never see each other again." James landed in Ireland on March 12, 1689, with 1,200 men, was escorted to Dublin by Talbot, summoned an Irish Parliament, and proclaimed freedom of worship for all loyal subjects. The Parliament met on May 7th, repealed the Act of Settlement of 1652, and ordered the return to their former Irish possessors of all lands taken from them since 1641. William sent his Huguenot general Schomberg to Ireland with 10,000 men. Louis countered by dispatching 7,000 French veterans to James's aid. William himself crossed to Ireland in June 1690. When the opposed armies met in the Battle of the Boyne on July 1st, James, who had once been brave, rode off in panic on seeing that his forces were giving way. Soon he was back in Saint-Germain. William would have been glad to make peace with the Irish on the status quo ante, but the Protestant leaders and forces under him demanded the complete eradication of rebellious elements and a further appropriation of Irish lands. William returned to England, leaving his army in charge of Goddard de Ginkle, now Earl of Athlone. Schomberg had died in his victory at the Boyne. The king instructed Ginkle to offer a free pardon, freedom of worship, exemption from the anti-papal oath of supremacy, and recovery of their estates to all rebels who should lay down their arms. Ginkle secured the surrender of Galway and Limerick on these terms. By the Treaty of Limerick on October 3, 1691, the Irish rebels accepted the pacification offered by William, and in March 1692 a royal proclamation announced the end of the Irish War. The Protestants of Ireland denounced the treaty as a surrender to Papists and appealed to the English Parliament. That assembly at once, on October 22, 1691, passed an act debarring from the Irish Parliament any man who would not take the oath of supremacy and declare against transubstantiation. The new Irish Parliament, entirely Protestant, refused to recognize the Treaty of Limerick. While William absorbed himself in organizing Europe against Louis XIV, the Dublin Parliament laid upon Irish Catholics a new series of penal acts frankly overriding the peace that William and Mary had signed. Catholic schools and colleges were made illegal. Catholic priests were subject to deportation. No Catholic was to carry arms or possess a horse worth more than £5, and any Protestant heiress who married a Catholic was to suffer the forfeiture of her estate. The confiscation of Irish property went on until there was practically no more land to confiscate. It was almost impossible for an Irish Catholic to win a suit in an Irish court, and crimes against Irish Catholics were rarely punished. To complete the desolation of Ireland, its woolen industry, which had grown to the point of competing with England's, was ruined by acts of the English Parliament forbidding the exportation of wool from Ireland to any country but England, and stifling even this trade by deliberately prohibitive tariffs. This in 1696. Poverty, beggary, famine, and desperate lawlessness covered the island outside the English Pale. In the 60 years following the Glorious Revolution, half the Catholic population, which had neared 1 million in 1688, emigrated, taking the best blood of the people to foreign lands. In England, every economic class now prospered except the proletariat and the peasantry. Textile workers suffered from foreign competition and from invention. In 1710, the stocking knitters went on strike against the introduction of stocking looms and the use of low-paid apprentices to operate them. But the national product was rising. We may judge it from the increase of the average annual revenues of the government, from £500,000 in the 16th century to £7,500,000 in the 17th. The increase came partly from inflation, but chiefly from the expansion of manufacturing and foreign trade. Even so, the revenues did not suffice, for William was raising great armies to fight Louis XIV. Taxes rose beyond precedent, but more money was needed. In January 1693, Charles Montague, 1st Earl of Halifax, as Lord of the Treasury, revolutionized governmental finance by persuading Parliament to float a public loan of £900,000, on which the government promised to pay 7% yearly. Toward the end of 1693, as expenditures were dangerously outrunning receipts, a group of bankers agreed to lend the government £1,200,000 at 8%, secured by an added duty on shipping. The idea of such incorporated lending had been suggested by William Paterson 3 years before. Montague now gave it official support, and Parliament accepted the plan. The lenders, following Genoese, Venetian, and Dutch precedents, organized themselves as the Governors and Company of the Bank of England, which was chartered on July 27, 1694. They borrowed money at 4.5% from diverse sources, lent it to the government at 8%, and made additional profits by undertaking all the functions of a bank. So originated, the Bank of England made further loans to the government, and in 1696 it received from Parliament a monopoly of such loans. After many vicissitudes, it became a leading factor in the remarkable stability of the English government from the accession of William and Mary to our own day. As early as 1694, the notes of the bank, backed by deposits and payable in gold on demand, were accepted as legal tender. This was the first genuine paper money in England. Montague further distinguished his tenure at the Treasury by reforming the metallic currency in 1696. The good coins of Charles II and James II were being hoarded, melted, or exported, while the clipped or damaged coins of Elizabeth and James I bore the brunt of use, and lost in purchasing power a considerable part of their face value. Montague called in his friends John Locke, Isaac Newton, and John Somers to give England a more stable currency. They designed new coins with a milled edge that would defy clipping. They called in the old coins, which were redeemed at their face value. The state took the loss, and England had a sound currency that was the model and envy of Europe. In 1698, the London Stock Exchange was opened, and an era of financial speculation began which soon produced the South Sea Company in 1711, and the bursting of its bubble in 1720. In 1688, Edward Lloyd set up in a London coffee house the insurance firm now known with proud simplicity as Lloyd's. In 1693, Edmund Halley issued the first known tables of mortality. All these financial developments emphasized and extended the role of the moneyed interest in the affairs of England, and marked the rising importance of capitalists, providers and managers of capital, in Britain. Above the expanding economy, the political battle steamed with the strife for power between the landowning Tories and the money-making Whigs, between the English and the Scots, with plots to assassinate William and schemes to replace James on the throne. William was not interested in the domestic affairs of England. He had conquered it chiefly to align it with his homeland and other states against Louis XIV. As Halifax put it, he had taken England on his way to France. When the English discovered that this was his absorbing passion, he lost all popularity. He was not an amiable king. He could be coldly cruel, as in ordering the extirpation of the MacDonald clan of Glencoe for tendering its allegiance tardily in 1692. He was silent and surly in company, for he spoke English with difficulty. He cared little for women, and had terrible manners at table, so that the ladies of London society called him a Low Dutch bear. He surrounded himself with Dutch guards and associates, and did not hide his opinion that the Dutch were far superior to the English in economic ability, political judgment, and moral character. He knew that many nobles were secretly negotiating with James II. He found corruption so prevalent around him that he entered into it himself, and bought MPs like merchandise. Everything was good that made for the checking of rampant France. Because he left domestic affairs to his ministers, the era of powerful ministries began in 1695, of cabinets united in responsibility and action and dominated by one man, usually the Lord of the Treasury. In 1697, his enemies the Tories came to power in an electoral overturn. They so limited his authority and questioned his foreign policy that he thought of resigning in 1699. But when he laid his bent, asthmatic, and tubercular body down to his final rest on March 8, 1702, he could console his domestic defeats with the consciousness that he had at last brought England into resolute participation in the Grand Alliance of 1701, which, after 12 years of struggle, would bring the great Bourbon to his knees, save the independence of Protestant Europe, and leave England free to spread her power over the world. 4. England under Queen Anne, 1702 to 1714. The death of Queen Mary in 1695 had left her sister Anne heiress to the throne. Brought up in danger and turmoil, Anne had become a timid girl, pure in morals, simple in mind, strong in feeling, and seeking consolation and courage in a devoted and humble friendship with her childhood companion, the lively, laughing, skeptical, positive, confident Sarah Jennings. In 1678, Sarah, who was 5 years older than Anne, married John Churchill, and in 1683 Anne married Prince George of Denmark. Both marriages prospered, but they did not interfere with the close intimacy of the two women. Anne waived all formality, playfully called Sarah, now her lady of the bedchamber, Mrs. Freeman, and insisted on being called not Princess, but Mrs. Morley. When the two husbands deserted James for William, Anne had to make a bitter choice between father and mate. Her love for her husband and her friend decided her to leave for Nottingham on November 26, 1688. On December 19th, she and Sarah returned to London and an alien king. She never learned to like William III. She felt insulted and injured when he gave to one of his friends the estate of her father, to which she had a partial claim. By 1691 she was longing for the return of her father to the throne. William reasonably suspected both Churchill, now Earl of Marlborough, and his wife of intrigues with the deposed ruler. Queen Mary ordered Anne to dismiss Sarah from her entourage. Anne refused. On the next morning, in January 1692, Marlborough was dismissed from his offices, and he and Sarah were banished from the court. Rather than be separated from her friend, Anne, defying king and queen, left Whitehall Palace to live with Sarah at Sion House. On May 4th, Marlborough was sent to the Tower. Sarah often visited him there, and proposed to end her association with Anne to appease the Queen, whereupon Anne wrote to her, "The last time he, the Bishop of Worcester, was here, I told him that you had several times desired that you might go from me. I beg it again, for Christ Jesus' sake, that you would never name it any more to me. For be assured, if you should ever do so cruel a thing as to leave me, from that moment I shall never enjoy one quiet hour. And should you do it without asking my consent, which if I ever give you, may I never see the face of heaven, I will shut myself up and never see the world more, but live where I may be forgot by humankind." As the evidence of Marlborough's participation in any plot to restore James proved inconclusive, William, who needed good generals, released him and restored him to favor and authority. When Anne, now 38, became queen, her preference for morality, fidelity, and privacy changed the character of the English court. The roisterers found no entry there, and retired disgruntled to the coffee-houses and the stews. The moral Addison replaced the riotous Rochester, and Steele wrote the Christian hero. Anne's avoidance of the theatre and the example of her life had some influence in improving the tone of the English stage. She expressed her piety by turning over to the poorer clergy of the established church the royal share of ecclesiastical first-fruits and tithes. This in 1704. This Queen Anne's bounty is still paid annually by the British government. She bore children with almost yearly regularity, but all except one died in childhood. None survived her, and her spirit was darkened by many funerals. If she could have determined national policy, she would have made peace with France, and would have acknowledged her dead father's son as what he claimed to be, James III. But the strong will of William III had committed England to the Grand Alliance. The dominant man in her councils, whom she had raised from Earl to Duke of Marlborough soon after her accession, induced her to reign unhappily over 10 years of bloody and costly war. She was still under the influence of her friend, now Duchess, Mistress of the Robes, and Comptroller of the Privy Purse, that is, the Queen's personal finances. Sarah received £5,100 a year, and used her almost hypnotic influence over Anne to advance the fortunes of her husband. Marlborough was appointed Captain General of the Land Forces, and it was at his suggestion that his friend Sidney Godolphin was made Secretary of the Treasury. For Godolphin was anomalously honest as well as financially competent, and could be relied upon for prompt remittances to army leaders, whose soldiers adjusted their courage to their pay. It is pleasant to record that after spending half a lifetime in charge of the Treasury, Godolphin died a poor man. The hard-headed Duchess of Marlborough thought him the best man that ever lived. However, he gave his leisure to cockfighting, horse-racing, and gambling, which were considered such mild vices as to verge on virtue. Anne's freedom from intellect allowed her ministers to appropriate much of the authority and initiative that Parliament had left to the Crown. The political battles hereafter, except under George III, were to be between Parliament and ministers rather than between Parliament and sovereign. In 1704, new figures entered her ministry, Robert Harley as Secretary of State, and Henry St. John as Secretary for War. Both of these men touched the history of literature. Harley as employer of Defoe and Swift, and St. John, under his later title of Viscount Bolingbroke, as influencing Pope and Voltaire, and as himself the author of once famous essays, Letters on the Study of History and Idea of a Patriot King. Both these ministers were hard drinkers, but this was no distinction in the England of that day. Both entered office with the support of Marlborough, but turned against him on the charge that he was unnecessarily prolonging the War of the Spanish Succession. St. John, born in 1678 under Charles II and dying in 1751 in the first year of the Encyclopédie, personified the passage of Europe from the English Restoration to the French Enlightenment. He received too much religion in his childhood and shed too much of it in his manhood. "I was obliged while yet a boy," he tells us, "to read over the commentaries of Dr. Manton, whose pride it was to have made 119 sermons on the 119th Psalm." At Eton and Oxford he sought and won preeminence in brilliance of mind, careless idleness, and graceful dissipation. He boasted of holding the maximum of wine without intoxication and of keeping the most expensive prostitute in the kingdom. In a monogamous moment he married a wealthy heiress. She soon abandoned him because of his infidelity, but he continued, with some interruptions, to enjoy her estates. He found it comparatively inexpensive to get elected to Parliament in 1701. There his handsome presence, his quick intelligence, and his fluid eloquence gained him great influence in the Commons. He was only 26 when he entered the ministry. The outstanding achievement of that ministry was the parliamentary union of England and Scotland. The two countries, though under the same sovereign, had had their distinct parliaments, conflicting economies, and hostile faiths. Each had made war upon the other, and their jealous tariffs had impeded trade. On January 16, 1707, the Scottish Parliament accepted, and on March 6 the Queen ratified, the Articles of Union by which the two kingdoms, while retaining their independent religions, were to become the United Kingdom of Great Britain under one British Parliament, and with complete freedom of trade. 16 Scottish peers were to be seated in the House of Lords, 45 Scottish members were to be elected to the House of Commons, and the crosses of St. George and St. Andrew were combined in a new flag, the Union Jack. The Scottish masses did not welcome the merger, and for half a century the old enmities luxuriated. But by 1750 the Union was recognized as beneficent. Scotland was spared many duplicative expenditures, and her intellectual energy was freed to produce, in the second half of the 18th century, a bright flowering of literature and philosophy. Harley and St. John were deposed from the cabinet by a Whig victory in October 1707, but Harley continued to influence the Queen through his cousin, Mrs. Abigail Masham. This lady had been introduced to Anne by the Duchess of Marlborough. Her calm and complacent temper soothed the Queen, whose nerves, on edge with her new responsibilities, were rasped by Sarah's rampant voice and views. Sarah, for a time, welcomed her release from constant attendance at the court, but she was soon alarmed on discovering how rapidly her influence with the Queen was fading. Anne was almost by nature a Tory, a pietist, and a lover of peace. Sarah was a Whig of little faith, who laughed openly at the divine right of rulers as humbug for the masses, and insisted on the Queen's support of Marlborough's desire for a war to the finish against France. Anne developed a new firmness of mind as Sarah receded, and when Sarah raged at her insolently, she dismissed her from the court in 1710. The Queen declared that she felt now as if she had been freed from a long captivity. In that year, a Tory victory at the polls restored Harley and Bolingbroke to power. Harley replaced Godolphin at the Treasury, Bolingbroke took the War Office, and Jonathan Swift became their most effective pamphleteer. Harley was made Earl of Oxford in 1711, and St. John was named Viscount Bolingbroke in 1712. The courtesans of London, on hearing of Bolingbroke's elevation, rejoiced, saying, "Bolingbroke gets 8,000 guineas yearly, and all for us." The Tory majority put through both houses in 1711 a measure requiring, for eligibility to Parliament, the possession of landed property worth a minimum of £300 a year for borough representatives, and £600 yearly for county delegates. Now was the heyday of the landed aristocracy in England. The new ministry was resolved, Marlborough refused, to end the war by making a separate peace with France. In 1711, Harley brought before the Commons an indictment of Marlborough on charges of peculation. It was alleged that the Duke was amassing a large private fortune as Captain General of the British forces, and through other offices held by him, that in addition to his annual salaries of some £60,000, he had received £6,000 a year from Sir Solomon Medina, the contractor who sold him bread for the army, and that he had deducted for his own use 2.5% of the sums received by him from foreign governments for the pay of foreign troops under his command. No one except Sir John Vanbrugh, its architect, liked the architecture of the immense Blenheim Palace that Marlborough was building at Woodstock, near Oxford, and for which the Queen had ordered the government to pay. Begun in 1705, it was only half finished in 1711, and had already cost £134,000. Before its completion it would cost £300,000, of which the government paid 4/5. Marlborough replied that the 2.5% deduction was by custom allowed to the commander to finance, without public record, the secret service and espionage which he had guided to good results. He produced the Queen's signed warrant authorizing him to make this deduction. All the foreign allies affirmed that they too had authorized the deduction, and the Elector of Hanover added that the money had been wisely applied and had contributed to the gaining of so many battles. On the Medina subsidy, Marlborough's defense was not so convincing. The House condemned him by a vote of 276 to 175, and the Queen dismissed him from all his offices on December 31st, 1711. He departed into voluntary exile and remained in Holland or Germany till the end of the reign. The ministers appointed James Butler, 2nd Duke of Ormond, to command the British armies, and authorized him to make the same deductions from the bread contracts and the foreign payments as those for which Marlborough had been condemned. But Marlborough's fall was accepted by the British people as a step toward peace. The Tories and the Whigs found a new source of strife in the problem of succession to the throne. In 1701, Anne's last surviving child having died, Parliament, to forestall another Stuart restoration, had passed an Act of Settlement by which, in default of issue of William III and Princess Anne, the crown of England would pass to Princess Sophia, or the heirs of her body being Protestants. Sophia, wife of the Elector of Hanover, was safely Protestant and fractionally of royal British blood, as a granddaughter of James I. Anne had accepted this arrangement as guaranteeing a Protestant England, but now that her life neared its end, her sympathy for her disowned brother grew warmer, and she left no doubt that if James III would consent to abandon Catholicism, she would support his claim to the throne. The Whigs gave their full support to the Hanoverian succession, the Tories inclined to the Queen's view. Bolingbroke negotiated with James, the prince refused to surrender his Catholic faith, but Bolingbroke, to whom religions were but diverse garments to dignify death, pulled every wire to have the Act of Settlement repealed and give James the succession. He quarrelled with Harley for moving too slowly in this matter. At his suggestion, Anne reluctantly dismissed Harley, and for 2 days Bolingbroke seemed supreme. But on July 29th, the Queen, agitated and depressed by the quarrels of her ministers, fell seriously ill. The Protestants of England armed themselves to resist any attempt at a Stuart restoration. The Privy Council rejected Bolingbroke's policy and persuaded the vacillating Queen to make the Duke of Shrewsbury Lord High Treasurer and head of her government. On August 1st, 1714, Anne died. Sophia had died 2 months before, but the Act of Settlement was still in force. The council sent word to Sophia's son, the Elector of Hanover, that he was now George I, King of England. The reigns of William and Mary and Anne, from 1689 to 1714, were vital years in the history of England. Despite moral laxity, political corruption, and internal strife, they accomplished a dynastic revolution, they declared England irrevocably Protestant, and they definitively transferred governmental supremacy from the Crown to the Parliament. They saw the development of powerful ministers, still further reducing the role of the monarch, and they witnessed in 1707 the last royal veto of parliamentary legislation. They established a wider degree of religious toleration and freedom of the press. They peacefully united England and Scotland in a stronger Britain. They turned back the attempt of the most powerful of modern kings to make France the dictator of Europe. Instead, they made England mistress of the seas. They expanded, to historic effects, England's possessions in America. They saw the victories of English science and philosophy in Newton's Principia and Locke's Essay Concerning Human Understanding. And the brief 12 years of the gentle Anne saw such an outburst of literature, Defoe, Addison, Steele, Swift, and the first period of Alexander Pope, as was not matched in that age anywhere in the world. This concludes the reading of The Age of Louis XIV by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Part 2 continues the story and is available through Books on Tape service. Additional titles by Will and Ariel Durant in the Books on Tape library include Caesar and Christ and Our Oriental Heritage. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. If you have enjoyed these tapes, you may want to consider buying this audiobook and donating it to your local library so that others in your community can enjoy it too. The donation will qualify as a tax write-off. Books on Tape produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. To find out more about them, or to arrange a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay, call our customer service department. Will you please wind or rewind this tape as appropriate, so the book will be in order for the next person to enjoy. Thank you. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. Copyright 1963 by Will and Ariel Durant. Copyright renewed 1991 by Monica Ariel Mile. This recording of the full-length reading of The Age of Louis XIV, Part 2, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethelby Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2. This part consists of chapters 11 through 24. Chapter 11. From Dryden to Swift, 1660 to 1714. 1. A Free Press. What could have led a Frenchman to write that in 1712 England surpassed France in quantity and quality of literary production, that the center of intellectual life unceasingly moved toward the north, until about 1700 the English held the highest creative role? An Englishman schooled in French graces could return the compliment. Part of the stimulus came from French manners imported by Charles II and the returning émigrés. Part of it came from Descartes and Pascal, Corneille and Racine, Molière and Boileau, Mademoiselle de Scudéry and Madame de Lafayette, and from Frenchmen living in England like Saint-Evremont and Grammont. We see the French influence in the erotic comedies and heroic tragedies of the Restoration theater, and in the passage from the exuberance of Elizabethan prose and the convolutions of Milton's periods to the refined and reasoned prose of Dryden writing prefaces and Pope writing poetry. For a century now, from 1670 to 1770, English literature would be prose, even when it scanned and rhymed, but it would be stately, clear, and classical prose. The French influence, however, was only a prod. The root of the matter was in England itself, in her joyous and liberating restoration, her colonial expansion, her commercial enrichment in ideas, her naval victories over the Dutch, her triumph in 1713 over the France that had triumphed over Spain. So the course of empire northward made its way, and as Louis XIV gave pensions to authors as douceur to docility, in a kindred manner the English government rewarded patriotic or partisan poets or proseurs, Dryden, Congreve, Gay, Prior, Addison, Swift, with pensions, dinners with the aristocracy, introductions to royalty, sinecures in the administration. One of them became Secretary of State. Voltaire noted with envy these political plums. Charles II favored science and beauty rather than letters or art. William II and Anne were indifferent to literature, but their ministers, finding authors useful in an age of newspapers, pamphlets, coffee-houses, and propaganda, subsidized the pens that could serve the crown, the party, or the sword. Writers became minor politicians. Some, like Prior, became diplomats. Some, like Swift and Addison, manipulated patronage and power. In grateful appreciation of favors to come, authors dedicated their works to lords and ladies with compliments that made these superior to Apollo or Venus in body and to Shakespeare or Sappho in mind. Freedom helped gold to release the inky flood. Milton's Areopagitica had failed to end the Licensing Act through which censorship had controlled the press under Tudor and Stuart rulers, and that act continued in force under Cromwell, precarious, and the Stuarts restored. But as the government of James II began to frighten the nation, more and more pamphleteers defied the law and pleased the people. When William III came to the throne, he and his Whig supporters owed so much to the press that they opposed the renewal of the Licensing Act. It expired in 1694 and was not renewed. Freedom of the press was automatically established. The royal ministers might still arrest for extreme attacks upon the government, and the Blasphemy Act of 1697 still decreed stiff penalties for questioning the fundamentals of the Christian creed. But England henceforth enjoyed a literary liberty which, though often abused, contributed immensely to the growth of the English mind. Periodicals multiplied. Weekly newspapers had circulated since 1622. Cromwell suppressed all but 2 of them. Charles II allowed 3 under official supervision. One of these, the Oxford, then London Gazette, became the organ of the government, and has appeared bi-weekly or semi-weekly ever since 1665. Soon after the decease of the Licensing Act, several new weeklies ventured forth. In 1695, the Tories established the first English daily, the Post Boy, which lasted only 4 days. The Whigs at once countered it with the Flying Post. Finally, in 1702, the English Courant became the first regular daily newspaper in England, a small sheet printed on one side only, and containing news but not views. From these fitful flurries came the advertising mammoths of our day. Defoe set a new standard with the Review from 1704 to 1713, a weekly offering comments as well as news, and originating the serial story. Steele followed with the Tatler from 1709 to 1711, and he and Addison brought the development to its historic peak in the Spectator from 1711 to 1712. The Tory government, alarmed by the aggregate circulation, 44,000, and influence of the dailies, weeklies, and monthlies, laid upon them in 1712 a stamp tax ranging from a halfpenny to a penny, which was intended to make life impossible for most of the periodicals. The Spectator was one of those that succumbed. All Grub Street is ruined, Swift told his Stella. Bolingbroke started the Weekly Examiner in 1710 to defend the policies of the Tory ministry. He found in Jonathan Swift a contributor formidable in knowledge, invective, and wit. Money had discovered a new instrument. Gradually, the power of the periodical press overtook the influence of the pulpit in forming the public mind to private purposes, and a new secularizing force entered into history. 2. The Restoration Drama. There was another medium that between 1660 and 1700 formed, deformed, or merely expressed the soul of soulless London. Charles II, having relished the Parisian drama, licensed 2 theatres, one for the King's Company in Drury Lane, one for the Duke of York's Company in Lincoln's Inn Fields. In 1705, the Queen's Theatre opened in Haymarket, but she rarely attended. Usually, under Charles II, 2 theatres sufficed. The Puritans still boycotted the drama, and in any case the general public was not admitted to the theatres between 1660 and 1700. The audience came mostly from the roisterers of the court, the lower fringes of the quality, and the men about town. A grave lawyer, said the grave Dr. Johnson, would have debased his dignity, and a young lawyer would have impaired his credit by appearing in those mansions of dissolute licentiousness. Women were but a small part of the audience, and those that came concealed their identity behind a mask. Performances began at 3 in the afternoon, but as street lighting improved, circa 1690, the hour was deferred to 6 p.m. Admission to the boxes cost 4 shillings, to the pit 2.5, to the gallery 1. Stage machinery and scenic changes were much more elaborate than in Elizabethan days, though a bedroom and its approaches might have sufficed for most of the Restoration comedies. Actresses replaced boys in playing female parts. Most of the actresses were also mistresses. So Margaret Hughes, who played Desdemona in the first known appearance of a woman on the English stage, on December 8, 1660, was the mistress of Prince Rupert, and it was at a performance of Dryden's Tyrannic Love that Charles II began to yearn for Nell Gwynn, who played Valeria. The character of the audience, the reaction against Puritanism, the morals of the court, the memory and revival of Elizabethan and Jacobean plays, especially those of Ben Jonson, and the influence of the French theatre and royalist émigrés, all came together to form the Restoration drama. In the tragic drama of the Restoration, the great name is Dryden. We put him aside for the moment, and open Thomas Otway's Venice Preserved from 1682, which outlived all of Dryden's plays and was acted as late as 1904. It is a love story grafted upon the conspiracy of Count de Osuna's friends to overthrow the Venetian Senate in 1616. Its early success was due in part to its caricature of the first Earl of Shaftesbury, Charles II's foe and Locke's friend, in the character of Antonio, who loves to be beaten by his bawd. Partly to the resemblance of the conspiracy to the recent Popish plot, partly to the acting of Thomas Betterton and Mrs. Elizabeth Barry. But the play now stands on its own feet. The comic scenes are absurd and offensive, and the finale scatters death with operatic unanimity, but the plot is well woven, the characters are distinctively drawn, the action is intensely dramatic, and the blank verse rivals anything in Elizabethan drama, barring Marlowe and Shakespeare. Otway fell in love with Mrs. Barry, who preferred to amuse the Earl of Rochester. After writing some further successes, the poet produced a series of failures, drifted into poverty, and, in one account, died of starvation. It is for its comedies that the Restoration drama is remembered. Their humor and wit, their bawdy dialogue and bedroom escapades, and their value as a mirror of one class in one generation, have given them a hearty, if stealthy, popularity which they scarcely deserve. Their range is narrow as compared with the Elizabethan comedies or Molière's. They describe not life, but the manners of town idlers and court profligates. They ignore the countryside except as a butt of ridicule, or as a Siberia to which husbands banish prying wives. Some English dramatists saw Molière play or played in Paris. Some of them borrowed his characters or plots, but none rose to his flair for discussing basic ideas. The one basic idea in these comedies is that adultery is the main purpose and most heroic business of life. Their ideal man is described in Dryden's Mock Astrologer as a gentleman, a man about town, one that wears good clothes, eats, drinks, and wenches sufficiently. A character in Farquhar's Beau's Stratagem says, as one gentleman to another, "I love a fine horse, but let another keep it, and just so I love a fine woman," which means not that he will not covet his neighbor's wife, but that he proposes to enjoy her favors while letting her husband support her. In Congreve's Way of the World, the admired Mirabell says to his friend's wife, "You should have just so much disgust for your husband as may be sufficient to make you relish your lover." Rarely, in these plays, does love rise above its physical basis of mutual itching for mutual titillation. We hunger, as we read them, for some ray of nobility, but we are offered, as an ideal, the ethics of the stews. William Wycherley set the tone and pace. His father was a royalist of ancient family and large estate, who, when the Puritans came to power, sent the boy to France for education, resolved that he should never be a Puritan. William never was, but he shocked his family by becoming a Catholic. Restored to England and soon to Protestantism, he studied at Oxford, left without a degree, took to writing plays. At 32 he struck gold with Love in a Wood in 1671, which he dedicated to Lady Castlemaine. He was received at court by the amiable king, who did not complain when he found that Wycherley, as well as Churchill, was supplementing him in milady's love. He fought in the Dutch War of 1672 with the bravery expected of a gentleman, returned to England whole, and scored another success with The Country Wife in 1673. The prologue invited the audience, if it disliked the play, to enter the dressing-room of the actors at the close, where "we patiently give up to you our poets, virgins, nay, our mistresses too." Mr. Pinchwife has brought his spouse to London for a week and guards her so thoroughly that she is seduced under his nose. A Mr. Horner, returning from France and desiring unhindered access to wives, spreads the rumor that he is a eunuch. Pinchwife concludes that to such an incompetent he may safely open his home. Soon he finds his wife writing a love letter to the maimed gallant. He forces her to write another, which calls Horner the vilest names. While his back is turned, she substitutes her first letter for the angry one. The husband, proud in domination, delivers the original missive to Horner. Later, suspecting that Horner is an abler man than rumor described him, he thinks to keep him occupied by agreeing to take his sister Alethea to him. The wife disguises herself as Alethea and is delivered by her husband to her paramour. The play ends with a dance of the cuckolds. Horner has the last triumphant word, and an epilogue, spoken by an actress, chides the men in the audience for insufficient virility. "And men may still believe you vigorous, but then we women, there's no cozening us." Wycherley had taken much of The Country Wife from Molière's École des Maris and École des Femmes. His next comedy, The Plain Dealer, in 1674, transformed the Alceste of Molière's misanthrope into Captain Manley, whose notion of plain dealing is to berate all persons and all things with Billingsgate. The surprising thing is that London, and even some suburbanites, like to have life described as a round of carnal seeking seasoned with profanity. In a bookstore at Tunbridge Wells, Wycherley had the ecstasy of hearing a lady asked for his recently published Plain Dealer. She was the Countess of Drogheda, a rich widow. He courted her, married her, and found that she kept him under surveillance with more than Pinchwife's continuity and vision. Suddenly she died, and he thought himself now possessed of her fortune, but the legacy was so cobwebbed with lawsuits that he could not use any of it. Unable to pay the debts that he had confidently contracted, he was sent to jail, where he languished for 7 years, until James II, before or after Wycherley's reconversion to Catholicism, paid his debts and pensioned him. He lived to a bad old age, pursuing women beyond his capacity and writing verses that his young friend Pope struggled to turn into poetry. At 75, the old rake married a young woman. 10 days later he died on January 1st, 1716. Sir John Vanbrugh was the most amiable of these adulterographers. He was John Bull incarnate, rough, jolly, good-natured, loving the food and drink of England. Yet his father was Gilles van Brugge, a Fleming from Ghent, who came to Britain in the reign of James I. John was promising enough to be sent to Paris at 19 to study art. Returning at 21, he joined the army, was arrested at Calais as a British spy, served a term in the Bastille, and there wrote the first draft of The Provoked Wife. Released, he turned his versatile hand to playwriting. In 6 weeks, he tells us, he conceived, wrote, and staged The Relapse in 1696, with its hilarious satires of the London fop as Lord Foppington, of the country squire as Sir Tunbelly Clumsy, and the ruddish Miss Hoyden. Sir Tunbelly has kept her under watch and guard since puberty, and rejoices in her innocence. "Poor girl, she'll be scared out of her wits on her wedding night, for honestly speaking, she does not know a man from a woman but by his beard and his breeches." But Miss Hoyden describes herself otherwise. "It's well I have a husband a-coming, or ecod, I'd marry the baker, I would so. Nobody can knock at the gate, but presently I must be locked up. And here's the young greyhound bitch can run loose about the house all day long, she can." When Tom Fashion asks for her hand, and her father wants them to wait a week, she protests, "A week? Why, I shall be an old woman by that time." This relapse succeeded so well that Vanbrugh hurried to complete The Provoked Wife in 1697. This was one of the greatest hits of the time. Half a century later, David Garrick was still amusing London with his riotous playing of Sir John Brute, the most memorable character in all the dramatis personae of the Restoration. Sir John is a caricature of the more porcine aspects of the English squire, drinking, boasting, blustering, bullying, cursing, and complaining that 'tis a damned atheistical age. He opens the play with his opinion of marriage. What cloying meat is love when matrimony is the sauce to it? 2 years' marriage has debauched my 5 senses. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I feel, everything I smell, and everything I taste, methinks, has wife in't. No boy was ever so weary of his tutor, no girl of her bib, no nun of doing penance, or old maid of being chaste, as I am of being married. His wife, knowing his views, thinks to tame him with horns. Lady Brute. He has used me so barbarously of late that I could almost resolve to play the downright wife and cuckold him. Belinda. But you know we must return good for evil. Lady Brute. That may be a mistake in the translation. Her neighbor, Lady Fanciful, similarly inclined, discusses her qualms with her French maid, who answers in French, here translated. Lady F. My reputation, mademoiselle, my reputation. Mademoiselle. Madame, when one has once lost it, one is no longer embarrassed by it. Lady F. Fie, mademoiselle, fie. Reputation is a jewel. Mademoiselle. Which costs much, madame. Lady F. Why, sure you would not sacrifice your honor to your pleasure. Mademoiselle. I am a philosopher. Lady F. Honor is against it. Mademoiselle. Pleasure is for it. Lady F. But when reason corrects nature, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle. Reason is then very insolent, since nature is reason's older sister. Lady F. Do you then prefer your nature to your reason? Mademoiselle. Yes, certainly. Lady F. Why? Mademoiselle. Because my nature make me very merry, my reason make me mad. It was probably this play that angered Jeremy Collier into publishing, in the year following its production, a powerful attack upon the Restoration drama, especially upon Vanbrugh. Collier was an Anglican clergyman of some learning and dogmatic courage. Having sworn allegiance to James II in 1685, he refused to take the oath of loyalty to William and Mary in 1689. He denounced the Glorious Revolution, even to inciting revolt. He was arrested and was with difficulty persuaded to let his friends bail him out. He gave public absolution to 2 men about to be hanged for conspiring against what he considered a usurping government. Denounced by his bishop and indicted by the Attorney General, he refused to appear before a court. He was outlawed and lived under the ban till his death. But the government respected his integrity and took no further steps against him. William III expressed warm approval of Collier's historic blast. It was called A Short View of the Immorality and Profaneness of the English Stage. There was much nonsense in it, as in most books. The passionate pastor denounced in the English drama many faults that now seem to us trivial or no faults at all. He protested against any irreverent reference to reverends, and generously spread this umbrella of ineffability over pagan prophets, Catholic priests, and dissenting divines. He condemned so many dramatists, from Aeschylus to Shakespeare to Congreve and Dryden, that all the indicted might feel acquitted by their company. He weakened his case by arguing that the public stage should not deal with crime or immorality at all. But he struck some healthy blows, for shining targets faced him everywhere. He mourned the effect upon audiences of the admiration which several Restoration dramatists had shown for the addicts of adultery. For a year the book was the talk of London. The playwrights offered diverse defenses. Vanbrugh turned from drama to architecture, labored for a decade over Blenheim Palace, then built Castle Howard in fine Palladian style in 1714. Dryden admitted his sins and expressed repentance. Congreve denied his guilt, but reformed his art. William Congreve brought the Restoration drama to its apex and conclusion. He was born near Leeds in 1670 of a family whose antiquity remained through all his triumphs his dearest pride. His father was given command of an English garrison in Ireland, so William was educated at Kilkenny School, where he sat on the same bench as Jonathan Swift, then at Trinity College, Dublin, then at Middle Temple, London. The virus of literary ambition entered his blood from an environment in which even dukes wrote books. In 1692, his first year as a law student, he wrote Incognita, which Edmund Gosse praised for its light raillery and humor, and as the earliest novel of manners in English, but of which Samuel Johnson said, "I would rather praise than read it." Fame came to Congreve at a bound with his first comedy, The Old Bachelor, in 1693. Dryden, then the acknowledged head of English letters, vowed that he had never seen so good a first play. Not sure that a gentleman should write for the theatre, Congreve excused himself as having written it to amuse myself in the slow recovery from a fit of sickness, whereupon Collier remarked, "What his disease was I am not to inquire, but it must be a very ill one to be worse than the remedy." Halifax agreed with Dryden. He appointed Congreve to 2 government posts, which brought sufficient income to enable him to remain a gentleman while being a dramatist. His next play, The Double Dealer, in 1694, had a poor reception, but Dryden's encomium, equating Congreve with Shakespeare, held up the young author's spirit, and in 1695, aged 25, he returned to the boards with Love for Love, whose success exceeded any in living memory. Collier denounced the play as giving aid and comfort to lectures. Congreve's reply fell so flat that for 3 years he kept from the theatre. When he returned to it with The Way of the World in 1700, he had profited from the castigation, which showed that wit did not depend upon inverting the Decalogue. This play, which the hyperbolic Swinburne called the unequaled and unapproached masterpiece of English comedy, has some of the faults but none of the vices of the Restoration drama. When merely read, it may tire us with its bantering wit, reminding us of the silly wordplay in Shakespeare's early efforts. Acted and spoken, as by Betterton and Mrs. Bracegirdle in its premiere, it would probably delight us with its sparkle. Says Whitwood, "I know a lady that loves talking so incessantly she won't give an echo fair play." The plot is too complicated. We grudge the time required to understand the schemes and quarrels of frivolous nonentities, and the denouement is unmitigated absurdity. But there is here a refinement of language and humor, a subtlety, though never a profundity, of thought, that can please the unhurried mind. No rough burlesque as in Vanbrugh, but such polite and graceful persiflage as had trickled down from Versailles to Whitehall and the Restoration Court. And there is characterization. The hero, Mirabell, is an unattractive but lifelike legacy hunter. It is remarkable that he seeks to marry Millamant instead of seducing her, but she had a fortune worth a dozen adulteries. She is Congreve's liveliest creation, the flirt who wants 1,000 lovers and demands a lifetime of adoration for a decade of charms. She consents to marry, but on conditions. Millamant. Positively, Mirabell. I'll lie abed in the morning as long as I please. Mirabell. Have you any more conditions to offer? Millamant. Trifles. As liberty to come to dinner when I please, dine in my dressing-room alone when I'm out of humor, without giving a reason, to have my closet inviolate, to be sole empress of my tea-table, which you must never presume to approach without first asking leave. And lastly, wherever I am, you shall always knock at the door before you come in. These articles subscribed, if I continue to endure you a little longer, I may by degrees dwindle into a wife. Mirabell. Have I liberty to offer conditions? Millamant. Propose your utmost. Mirabell. Item. I article that you continue to like your own face as long as I shall, and while it passes current with me, that you endeavor not to new coin it. Item. When you shall be breeding. Millamant. Name it not. Mirabell. Which may be presumed with a blessing on our endeavors. Millamant. Odious endeavors. Mirabell. I denounce against all straight-lacing, squeezing for a shape, till you mold my boy's head like a sugar-loaf. And so on. It is pleasant trifling and good satire, safely skimming the surface of life. Congreve himself sampled many surfaces, preferring texture to substance and variety to unity. He never married, but serviced a succession of actresses. We hear of no children troubling or delighting him. He was a pleasant companion in coffee-houses and clubs, and was received into the best families. He ate well and had his feet regularly blistered and anointed for the gout. When Voltaire visited him in 1726, Congreve deprecated the Frenchman's praise of his plays, brushed them aside as forgotten trifles, and asked Voltaire to consider him merely as a gentleman. If you had been merely a gentleman, said Voltaire, according to Voltaire, I should not have come to see you. In 1728, on a journey to take the waters at Bath, Congreve's carriage overturned, and he sustained internal injuries from which he died on January 19, 1729. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. His will left £200 to Mrs. Bracegirdle, who was living out her old age in poverty. The bulk of the estate, some £10,000, was bequeathed to the immensely wealthy second Duchess of Marlborough, his favorite hostess. She turned the sum into a necklace of pearls. She placed permanently in his usual place at her table a wax and ivory replica of the poet, and had its feet regularly blistered and anointed for the gout. Long before Congreve's death, the English theatre had begun to cleanse itself. William III ordered the master of the revels to exercise with greater severity his power to license or prohibit plays, and a revulsion of public opinion supported this censorship. A law of Queen Anne forbade the wearing of masks in the theatre, and women, denied this disguise, boycotted plays that were not of assured decency. Swift agreed with the bishops in condemning the London stage as a blot upon the English character. Steele offered his Conscious Lovers in 1722 as a moral drama, and Addison rivaled the dignity of French tragedy in his Cato of 1713. An earlier sign of the change was the tone of Dryden's answer to Collier. He felt that the divine had often condemned the dramatists unfairly, and had in many places interpreted my words into blasphemy and bawdry, of which they were not guilty. But, he added, I shall say the less of Mr. Collier, because in many things he has taxed me justly, and I have pleaded guilty to all thoughts and expressions of mine which can be truly argued of obscenity, profaneness, or immorality, and retract them. If he be my enemy, let him triumph. If he be my friend, as I have given him no personal occasion to be otherwise, he will be glad of my repentance. 3. John Dryden, 1631 to 1700. His father was of the minor gentry, having a small estate in Northamptonshire. He was sent to Westminster School in London, where the learned Richard Busby gave him and his fellow student John Locke much Latin and discipline. There he earned a scholarship which enabled him to go to Trinity College, Cambridge. In the year 1654, in which he took his degree, his father died, and John, as the eldest of 14 children, inherited the estate, which brought him £60 a year. He moved to London and tried to eke this out with poetry. In 1659 he published heroic stanzas to the memory of Cromwell, verses remarkably jejune for a man of 29. Dryden matured slowly, like a man climbing laboriously over 100 obstacles to successively higher ledges of income. A year later he welcomed the Restoration in Astrea Redux, which compared Charles II's star to the Star of Bethlehem. Hardly anyone dared to accuse Dryden of inconstancy, for nearly all the poets but Milton changed their key from Puritan to Royalist with practiced modulation. But Charles was interested in the theatre rather than mere poetry, so the dramatists made money while the new poets languished. Dryden felt no flair for drama, but he longed for regular bread. He tried his hand at comedy, with a result, The Wild Gallant, in 1663, which Pepys damned as so poor a thing as ever I saw in my life almost. On December 1st, 1663, Dryden married Lady Elizabeth Howard, daughter of the Earl of Berkshire. Eyebrows had risen at a lady marrying a poet, but she was 25 and in danger of desiccation, and her brother, Sir Robert Howard, itching with authorship, had secured Dryden's collaboration in a play, The Indian Queen, which they produced in 1664 with lavish scenery and great success. This tragedy made literary history by abandoning the blank verse of the Elizabethans and using as its regular medium rhymed couplets of pentameter lines. Lord Orrery had been impressed by the melody of rhyme in French tragedy and had introduced the style in his own plays. Dryden returned to blank verse after 1675, recognizing that rhyme tends to obstruct the flow of speech and thought. He would have been a greater poet had he had less facility in verse. He followed up his cooperative success with an independent continuation, The Indian Emperor, in 1665, whose hero was Montezuma. He was just finding a place on the English stage when the plague closed the London theatres for a year. When the plague and the fire had passed, he celebrated England's re-emergence under the triple ordeal of these and war in Annus Mirabilis in 1666, a poem of 304 quatrains, alternating between vigorous description and juvenile inanity. When the theatres reopened in 1666, Dryden hurried back to drama, and till 1681 he produced nothing but plays. His tragedies run to bombast, but they seemed to his contemporaries superior to Shakespeare's, and when he joined Davenant in remodeling The Tempest, the result was, by the common consent of the collaborators, a great improvement on the original. The King's Company may have agreed with him, for it gave Dryden a commission to supply it with 3 plays annually in return for a share in the profits, which came to some £350 a year. Dryden's comedies, though as obscene as any, had less success than his 27 tragedies, for in these he caught the public interest in the New World and its wonderful savages. So in The Conquest of Granada, Almanzor says, "I am as free as nature first made man, ere the base law of servitude began, when wild in woods the noble savage ran." Probably it was the success of this play, and the luscious eulogies of Charles II in Annus Mirabilis, that in 1670 won Dryden the post of royal historiographer and poet laureate. His income now averaged £1,000 a year. In the epilogue to Part II of The Conquest of Granada, Dryden claimed superiority for the Restoration drama over the Elizabethan. His competitors, while appreciating the compliment, thought that too much of its charity began at home. The wits of the town did not share the taste of the audiences for the extravagant heroics of Dryden's tragedies. The Duke of Buckingham, with some collaborators, issued in 1671 a rollicking satire, The Rehearsal, which made great fun of the improbabilities, absurdities, and bombast of contemporary tragedies, especially Dryden's. The poet felt the sting, but nursed his revenge for 10 years. Then he pilloried Buckingham as Zimri in the strongest lines of Absalom and Achitophel. Meanwhile, his study of Shakespeare had improved his art. In his finest tragedy, All for Love, in 1678, he turned from Racine and rhyme to Shakespeare and blank verse, put all his skill into rivaling the Elizabethan on common ground, and told again the story of Antony and Cleopatra losing the world for a liaison. If the earlier play did not exist, Dryden's might be better praised. Now and then it rises in stark simplicity of speech to noble feeling tensely contained, as in Octavia's coming to Antony with Octavian's offer of pardon. Dryden's play is more compact, aiming to observe the unities, but by narrowing the action to one crisis in one place and 3 days, he reduced the heroic theme to an amour, and lost the large perspective that in Antony and Cleopatra saw this romance as part of events that shook and shaped the Mediterranean world. Today, the most interesting aspects of Dryden's dramas are the prefaces with which he introduced them in print, and the essays in which he expounded his views on dramatic art. Corneille had given him the example, but Dryden made the form a vehicle of splendid prose. As we skim through these brief treatises and lively dialogues, we perceive that the age of creation in English literature was passing into that age of criticism which would culminate in Pope. But also our respect for Dryden's mind rises as we see him probing urbanely into the technique of the drama and the art of poetry, and comparing, with considerable penetration, the French with the English stage. In these essays, the picturesque rambling of Elizabethan prose, the turgid and cumulative sentences of Milton, make way for a simpler, smoother, more orderly diction, freed from Latin constructions and improved by acquaintance with French literature, never quite rivaling French elegance, but transmitting to the 18th century, the century of prose, models of clear and graceful speech, flowing and charming, natural and strong. Here the English essay took form, and the classic age of English literature began. But if Dryden's essays now seem superior to the plays that gave them cause, it was in satire that he dominated and almost terrorized his time. Perhaps an accident released his sting. In 1679, John Sheffield, Earl of Mulgrave, circulated in manuscript an anonymous essay on satire, which attacked the Earl of Rochester, the Duchess of Portsmouth, Louise de Keroualle, and in general the court of Charles II. Dryden, who now derived much of his income from the king, was mistakenly supposed to be the author. On the night of December 18th in Rose Alley, Covent Garden, he was attacked and cudgeled by a band of ruffians, presumably, but not certainly, in the hire of Rochester. Dryden was a man of good nature and generosity, ready to help and praise, but his success, his egotism, and his controversial affirmations had earned him many enemies. For a time he bore their attacks without public reply. Even the Rose Alley ambuscade brought no direct response from his pen. But in 1681 he gathered several of his foes into one cauldron and boiled them in the most lethal satire in the English language. It was the year in which Shaftesbury tried to organize a revolution to replace Charles II with Charles's bastard son. And when Part 1 of Absalom and Achitophel appeared in November, Shaftesbury was about to be tried for treason. Dryden's satire took the side of the king, and may have been suggested by the king. He ridiculed Shaftesbury as Achitophel, who persuades Absalom, the Duke of Monmouth, to revolt against his father, David, Charles. And as both David and Charles loved plurally, the poem begins with an essay on the value of polygamy. In pious times, ere priestcraft did begin, before polygamy was made a sin, when man on many multiplied his kind, ere 1 to 1 was cursedly confined, when nature prompted and no law denied promiscuous use of concubine and bride, when Israel's monarch after heaven's own heart his vigorous warmth did variously impart to wives and slaves, and, wide as his command, scattered his Maker's image through the land. David rejoices in the beauty of his Absalom. Monmouth was, till the revolt, the apple of the merry monarch's eye. And the Jews are the English, a headstrong, moody, murmuring race, as ever tried the extent and stretch of grace, God's pampered people, whom, debauched with ease, no king could govern, nor no God could please. Astrophel is the archangel of treason. London at once recognized Shaftesbury. Of these the false Achitophel was first, a name to all succeeding ages cursed. For close designs and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace. A fiery soul, which, working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, and o'erformed the tenement of clay. A daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves went high, he sought the storms, but for a calm unfit would steer too nigh the sands to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Else why should he, with wealth and honours blest, refuse his age the needful hours of rest? In friendship false, implacable in hate, resolved to ruin or to rule the state. And now comes the revenge against Buckingham and the rehearsal. In the first rank of these rebels did Zimri stand, a man so various that he seemed to be not one but all mankind's epitome. Stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts and nothing long, but in the course of one revealing moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon. Then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. In squandering wealth was his peculiar art. Nothing went unrewarded but desert, beggared by fools, whom still he found out too late. He had his jest, and they had his estate. England had never known satire as merciless as this, concentrating mayhem in a line and leaving quartered corpses on every page. The poem sold by the hundreds outside the very court in which Shaftesbury was being tried for his life. Shaftesbury was acquitted, his Whig partisans struck a medal in his honor, and a dozen poets and pamphleteers, led by Thomas Shadwell, issued triumphant replies to the man who, they were sure, had sold his wit and caustic to the king. Dryden came back with another satire, The Medal, in March 1682, and Shadwell was flayed with a special flail, Macflecknoe, in October. Here the invective was coarser, descending at times to verbal abuse undistinguished by such cutting couplets as had spread their bane with such precision and economy in the earlier satire. Our taste for literary slaughter of this sort has declined. After centuries of argument, we suspect that there is some truth in every passion, something to be loved in every foe. But even today, politics is war by other means. Much more so, then, when the Stuart throne swung on the hinge of revolution, and to emerge on the losing side might well mean death. In any case, Dryden had shown his mettle. He had earned the gratitude of the king and of the Duke of York, and no one now questioned his preeminence in the realms of rhyme. When he came to Will's Tavern, a chair was reserved for him near the hearth in winter, on the balcony in summer. There Pepys saw him and heard very witty and pleasant discourse. Sir Walter Scott, with creative imagination, pictured Dryden entering Will's. A little fat old man with his own gray hair and in a full-trimmed black suit that sat close as a glove, and with the pleasantest smile I ever saw. To bow to the laureate and to hear his opinion of Racine's last tragedy was thought a privilege. A pinch from his snuff-box was an honor sufficient to turn the head of a young enthusiast. He could be the soul of kindness to friends, but fell too readily into personal abuse about rivals and enemies, and he allowed no one to exceed him in praise of his own poetry. His adulation of the king, of Lady Castlemaine, and of those who paid him for dedications, surpassed the customary servility of his profession in his time. Yet Congreve repaid Dryden's encouragement by describing him as exceedingly humane and compassionate, ready to forgive injuries, and capable of a sincere reconciliation with those that had offended him. Entering now upon his physical decline, he began to think more kindly of religion than in the proud vigor of his middle years. His dramas and satires had taken incidental flings at divers creeds. Now, having cast in his lot with the Tories, he turned to the Anglican Church as a pillar of England's stability, and deprecated the insolence of reason invading the sanctuaries of faith. In November 1682, he astonished his worldly friends by issuing Religio Laici, a poem in defense of the established church. An inspired Bible, even an infallible church to interpret and supplement it, seemed to him indispensable supports of society and sanity. He was acquainted with the contentions of the deists. His answer was that their doubts were foolishly disturbing that difficult social order which only a moral code sanctioned by religion can sustain. For points obscure are of small use to learn, but common quiet is the world's concern. The argument could serve the Roman Church too, and Dryden followed it to its conclusion by accepting conversion to Catholicism in 1686. Whether the accession of a Catholic king the year before, and anxiety for the continuance of his pensions, had anything to do with the conversion, we cannot say. In any case, Dryden gave his full poetic art to expounding the Catholic view in The Hind and the Panther in 1687, in which a milk-white hind defends the Roman faith against a panther, fairest creature of the spotted kind, representing the Anglicans. The picture of two four-footed beasts debating the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist lent itself to ridicule, which was soon supplied by Matthew Prior and Lord Halifax in a parody entitled The Hind and the Panther, transverse to the story of the country mouse and the city mouse, in 1687. In 1688, James II fled to France, and Dryden found himself living again under a Protestant king. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. In 1688, James II fled to France, and Dryden found himself living again under a Protestant king. He kept to his new faith. All his three sons had employment in Rome under the Pope, and another change of key would have been cacophonous. He bore with courage the loss of his laureateship, his pension, and his post as historiographer. History, however, sharpened his sorrow by giving these honors to the Shadwell whom Dryden had crowned as king of nonsense and paragon of stupidity. He returned in old age to supporting himself by his pen. He wrote more plays, translated selections from Theocritus, Lucretius, Horace, Ovid, and Persius, made a loose but fluent rendering of the Aeneid into heroic verse, and transformed into his own meters some fables of Homer, Ovid, Boccaccio, and Chaucer. In 1697, aged 67, he composed a celebrated ode, Alexander's Feast, which has been too highly praised. He died on May 1st, 1700. Much confusion attended his funeral, rival factions contesting for his corpse, but finally he was laid to rest beside Chaucer in Westminster Abbey. It is difficult to love him. To all appearances he was an opportunistic trimmer, who praised Cromwell's memory under the Protectorate, praised Charles and his mistresses, praised Protestantism under a Protestant king and Catholicism under a Catholic, and courted pensions with all his melody. He made so many enemies that there must have been something unlovable in him. He rivaled all his competitors in the licentiousness of his plays and the piety of his verse. His power of satire was so great as to evoke our sympathies for his victims, as for martyrs burning at the stake. But he was without question the greatest English poet of his generation. Much of his poetry was written to the occasion, and time seldom preserves what was addressed to the time. But his satires still live, for no one has equaled them in etching characters in acid scorn. He developed the heroic couplet to such compactness and flexibility that it dominated English poetry for a century. His influence was better in prose. He cleared it of cumbersome involutions and alien idioms, and disciplined it to a classic clarity and ease. His contemporaries were right. They feared rather than loved him, but they knew that by the force of his will and the labor of his art he had won the right to preside over them as the arbiter of letters and the sovereign of rhyme. He was the Johnson, meaning Ben, and Johnson, meaning Samuel, of his age. 4. A catalogue. Let us gather into a lifeless catalogue some minor figures who gave life and literature to this epoch, but with whom we cannot stay long enough to see them live. The greatest poem of the pagan Restoration was a Puritan epic, but the most famous poem was an anti-Puritan mock epic, Hudibras, written between 1663 and 1678. Samuel Butler, as a lusty youth, spent uncomfortable years in the service of Sir Samuel Luke, an ardent Presbyterian colonel in Cromwell's army, stationed at Copelhoo, a citadel of Puritan politics and prayer. When the Restoration came, Butler revenged himself by publishing a rollicking satire in which Sir Hudibras, the chivalric knight, leads his squire, Ralpho, on a crusade against sin. From the beginning you may judge the whole. When civil dudgeon first grew high, and men fell out, they knew not why, when hard words, jealousies, and fears set folks together by the ears, and made them fight, like mad or drunk, for Dame Religion as for punk, when gospel trumpeter, surrounded with long-eared rout, to battle sounded, and pulpit drum ecclesiastic was beat with fist instead of stick, then did Sir Knight abandon dwelling, and out he rode a-colonelling. For it has been held by many that as Montaigne, playing with his cat, complains she thought him but an ass, much more she would Sir Hudibras. We grant, although he had much wit, he was very shy of using it, as being loath to wear it out, and therefore bore it not about unless on holidays or so, as men their best apparel do. For his religion it was fit to match his learning and his wit. 'Twas Presbyterian, true blue, for he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks. A sect whose chief devotion lies in odd perverse antipathies, that with more care keep holiday the wrong than others the right way. Compound for sins they are inclined to by damning those who have no mind to. And so on, to the pain of the Puritans and the delight of the king. Charles rewarded the author with £300. Every royalist praised it except Pepys, who could not see where the wit lies, though the book is now in the greatest fashion for drollery. Butler hurried to bring out continuations in 1664 and 1678, but he had no further arrows in his quiver and had run out of rhymes. The strife of Protestant and Catholic replaced that of Royalist and Puritan. Butler was forgotten and died in obscure poverty in 1680. 40 years later a monument was erected to him in Westminster Abbey. He asked for bread, said an epigram, and he received a stone. Better than such rhyme-chasing doggerel was the stately prose of Clarendon's History of the Rebellion, which appeared in 1702 to 1704, though written in 1646 to 1674. Men could see in Queen Anne's reign how careful had been the composition of those 8 volumes, how splendid their style, how penetrating those sketches of character, how magnanimous had been the spirit of the old beaten chancellor. Gilbert Burnet, likewise, had played no small part in the history of his own time, which by his order was published in 1724, only after his death. His History of the Reformation of the Church of England, 1679, 1681, and 1715, was a more substantial work, a labor of long reserve. It came at a time when Protestant England feared a Catholic revival. Both Houses of Parliament thanked him for it. Enemies and editors have found 1,000 errors in it. It is still warm with partisanship and occasionally sullied with invective, but it remains the greatest book on its theme. Burnet strove to widen religious toleration and earned the hostility of the mob. 3 other men sought to enlarge the present with the past. Thomas Fuller, passing through his loved land county by county, collected his History of the Worthies of England in 1662, enlivening his dead heroes with anecdotes, epigrams, and wit. Anthony Wood told the history of Oxford and compiled a bibliographical dictionary of its graduates, careful works from which many an author has nibbled stealthily. John Aubrey gathered juicy fragments about 426 English notables, hoping to coordinate the material into a history, but laziness and death prevented him, and his Minutes of Lives saw print only in 1813. His relics have cheered us on our way. Colonel John Hutchinson, a Puritan gentleman, voted for the execution of Charles I, was imprisoned by Charles II, was released, died soon afterward, and was enshrined by his widow Lucy in a loving and illuminating Life of Colonel Hutchinson. But Lucy suffered from delayed periods, her sentences sometimes running through a page. John Arbuthnot, able physician and loyal friend of Swift, Pope, Queen Anne, and many others, joined in the Tory campaign to stop the war with France by issuing in 1712 a series of pamphlets satirizing the Whigs and describing an imaginary character, John Bull, who became thenceforth a symbol of England. John, wrote John, was an honest, plain-dealing fellow, choleric, bold, and of a very inconstant temper. If you flattered him, you might lead him like a child. John's temper depended very much upon the air. His spirits rose and fell with the weather-glass. John was quick and understood his business very well, but no man alive was more careless in looking into his accounts or more cheated by partners, apprentices, or servants. This was occasioned by his being a boon companion, loving his bottle and his diversion. For to say truth, no man kept a better house than John, nor spent his money more generously. What would Sir William Temple say if he could find himself reduced to a paragraph in a chapter culminating in his secretary? Perhaps he would say, if his fine manners would permit, that historians neglected him because he had not kept two women dangling on the edge of matrimony till the death of one and the exhaustion of the other, that he had not sold his pen to Tory ministers out of pique at Whigs, nor dipped it in acid against mankind, but had served his country quietly in successful diplomacy, and, in an age of corruption and licentiousness, had given England an unostentatious example of decent family life. For 7 years he courted Dorothy Osborne, whose lively letters to him became a part of English literature. She accepted him despite the opposition of both their families, and he married her after an attack of smallpox had destroyed her beauty. He entered politics, but preferred tasks that took him far away from the fever of London, and he avoided that laborious, that invidious, that closely watched slavery which is mocked with the name of power. He was among the first to warn against the territorial ambitions of Louis XIV, and he was the chief architect of the Triple Alliance that checked the French king in 1668. In 1674 and 1677 he was offered the Secretaryship of State, but he preferred his diplomatic post at The Hague. His far-seeing negotiations brought about the marriage of Mary, daughter of James II, to the future William III, which made possible the Glorious Revolution. In 1681 he retired from politics to a life of study and writing at Moor Park, his estate in Surrey. Swift thought him cold and reserved, but Sir William's wife and sister alike worshipped him as the heart of kindness and courtesy. The most famous of his essays, Of Ancient and Modern Learning, from 1690, lauded the ancients and belittled modern science and philosophy in the very teeth of Newton, Hobbes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Locke. Bentley caught him in a famous error. Sir William retreated into his garden and comforted himself with Epicurus. We shall meet him again. 5. Evelyn and Pepys. John Evelyn agreed with Temple that where factions were once entered and rooted in a state, they thought it madness for good men to meddle with public affairs. When civil war loomed, he judged it time to travel. He left England in July 1641, but a stroke of conscience brought him back in October. He joined the King's army at Brentford just in time to participate in its retreat. After a month of service, he retired to his paternal estate at Wotton in Surrey, and on November 11, 1643, he crossed again to the continent. He traveled leisurely through France, Italy, Switzerland, Holland, and again in France. In Paris, he married an English girl. For a time he oscillated between France and England. Finally, the Civil War over, he returned to his home on February 6, 1652. He paid Cromwell's government to leave him alone. He corresponded with the exiled Charles II, and in 1659 he labored to promote the Restoration. After Charles had reached the throne, Evelyn was persona grata at the court, though he condemned its immorality. He filled some minor governmental posts, but for the most part he preferred to plant trees and write 30 books at his country home. He wrote on everything from Lucretius to Sabbatai Zevi. His Fumifugium failed to clear the air of London, but his Silva, in 1664, pleaded effectively for the reforestation of England, and he spurred the government to plant trees throughout London, whose trees are now its greatest glory and delight. His Life of Mrs. Godolphin is an idyll of womanly virtues amid the Restoration riot. From 1641, when he was 21, to February 3rd, 1706, 24 days before his death, he kept a diary of what he saw or heard in England or on the continent. As a man of quality, he could not afford to record such sins and intimate views as lure us to Pepys's longer diary, but his descriptions of European cities have helped us to see the color of the time. He has some vivid pages, as on the Simplon Pass, and sometimes he opens his heart in tender passages, as on the death of his 5-year-old son. His diary remained unpublished till 1818. Its references to Samuel Pepys led to the examination of the 6 volumes in shorthand that had been bequeathed by Pepys to Magdalen College, Cambridge. After 3 years of labor, the 3,012 pages were deciphered. They were published in 1825, abbreviated and purified. Now, still incomplete, they fill 4 thick tomes. They have made Pepys one of the most intimately and erroneously known characters in history. Intimately, because his diary was obviously intended for only posthumous publication, if any, and therefore included details, many of which had to be kept secret in his lifetime, and some of which are still unprintable. Erroneously, for the diary covers less than a decade, from January 1st, 1660 to May 31st, 1669, of Pepys's life, and gives no adequate account of his work at the Admiralty, the headquarters of the English Navy, where he served in more and more important capacities from 1660 to 1689. Long after his death, he was remembered and honored there as an able and industrious administrator. His father was a London tailor, one of those younger sons of the gentry who took to trade because the oldest son alone inherited the estate. Samuel went to Cambridge on a scholarship, and took the bachelor's and master's degrees with no other discount than a public reprimand for having once been scandalously overseen in drinking, and again for writing a romance, Love is a Cheat, which he afterward destroyed. At the age of 22 in 1655, he married Elizabeth St. Michel, the daughter of a Huguenot. In 1658 he was operated on for the stone. The affair went off successfully, and he gratefully celebrated its anniversary every recorded year thereafter. Sir Edward Montague, his distant kinsman, made him his secretary in 1660, and Samuel accompanied him when Montague commanded the fleet that brought Charles back from exile. Before that year was out, Pepys was appointed clerk of the Acts in the Navy Office. He studied naval affairs as sedulously as his pursuit of women would permit, and since his superiors were also devoted to that ancient sport, he soon came to know naval details more fully than the admirals, Montague and the Duke of York, who depended on his information. During the war with the Dutch from 1665 to 67, he managed with notable competence the victualling of the fleet, and during the plague he kept to his post after most governmental officials had run away. When in 1668 the Navy Office was attacked in Parliament, Pepys was entrusted with the defense, and his 3-hour speech in the Commons won for the office an unmerited exoneration. Pepys then drew up for the Duke of York 2 papers exposing the incompetence of Navy personnel, and these papers played a part in the reform of the fleet. He worked hard, usually rising at 4 a.m., but he saw to it that his salary of £350 a year was aided by presents, commissions, and other perquisites, some of which might now be called bribes, but which in those amiable days were considered legitimate amplifications. His own superior, Lord Montague, had explained to him that it was not the salary of any place that did make a man rich, but the opportunity of getting money while he is in the place. All of Pepys's faults are revealed in the diary with a candor unpretentious and relatively complete. Why he kept it so honestly is not clear. He concealed it carefully during his life, and wrote it in his own system of shorthand, using 314 different characters, and made no arrangements for its posthumous publication. Apparently he took pleasure in so reviewing his daily activities, his physiological disturbances, his marital quarrels, his flirtations and adulteries. He could, on secretly rereading the record, find the same clandestine satisfaction that we derive from looking at ourselves in the mirror. He tells us how he had his wife cut his hair, and found in my head and body about 20 lice, more than I have had, I believe, these 20 years. He learned to love his wife, but only after many quarrels, some that vexed him to the guts. Often, in his own telling, he was mean to her. On one occasion he pulled her by the nose. On another, I did strike her over her left eye such a blow as the poor wretch did cry out and was in great pain, but yet her spirit was such as to endeavour to bite and scratch me. But I, coying with her, made her leave crying. He had a poultice applied to her eye, and went out to a paramour. He returned home for dinner, then sallied out, found Bagwell's wife, and took her away to an alehouse, and there made I much of her, and then away thence to another, and endeavoured to caress her, but elle ne voulait pas, which did vex me. It is astonishing what energy the man had. Every few months another amour. He pursued women till they repulsed him with pins. He confessed the strange slavery that I stand in to beauty. In Westminster Abbey I heard a sermon, and spent, God forgive me, most of my time in looking at Mrs. Butler. He looked with especial longing, almost with lèse-majesté, upon Lady Castlemaine. Seeing her in Whitehall Palace, I glutted myself with looking at her. He had to content himself with her petticoats hanging on a line. It did me good to look upon them, and so home to supper and to bed, fancying myself to sport with Mrs. Stewart, Lady Castlemaine, with great pleasure. But his taste was not confined to court beauties. A neighbour, Mrs. Diana, passed his door. He drew her into my house upstairs, and there did dally with her a great while. He took a Mrs. Lane to Lambeth, but after being tired of her company, he resolved never to do so again while I live. On one occasion his wife caught him hugging a girl. She threatened to leave him. He appeased her with vows, and rushed off to his latest mistress. He seduced his wife's maid, Deborah Willett. He loved to have her comb his hair. But his wife came upon him during his explorations. He made new vows. Deborah was dismissed. Pepys visited her as part of his day's work. His lust continued even when his eyesight failed. His habit of reading and writing by candlelight began in 1664 to impair his vision. But in the critical years that followed he worked especially hard, despite the progress of his trouble. On May 31st, 1669, he made the last entry in his diary. And thus ends all that I doubt I shall ever be able to do with my own eyes in the keeping of my journal. Whatever comes of it I must forbear, and therefore resolve from this time forward to have it kept by my people in longhand, and must therefore be contented to set down no more than is fit for them and all the world to know. Or, if there be anything, which cannot be much, now my amours with Deborah are past, and my eyes hindering me in almost all other pleasures, I must endeavour to keep a margin in my book open, to add here and there a note in shorthand with my own hand. And so I betake myself to that course, which is almost as much as to see myself go into my grave, for which, and all the discomforts that will accompany my being blind, the good God prepare me. S.P. He had 34 years of life remaining to him. He nursed carefully what remained of his eyesight, and he never went completely blind. The Duke and the King gave him a long leave of absence. Then he returned to work. In 1673 he was made Secretary of the Admiralty. Meanwhile his wife became a Catholic. When the Popish plot broke upon England, Pepys was arrested and sent to the Tower on May 22nd, 1679, on suspicion of having had a hand in the murder of Godfrey. He disproved the charge and was released after 9 months' imprisonment. He remained out of office till 1684. Then he was again appointed Secretary of the Admiralty and continued the reform of the Navy. When his master became James II, Pepys was in effect head of naval administration. But when James fled to France, Pepys was imprisoned again. Soon released, he lived his final 14 years in retirement as the Nestor of the Navy. He died May 26, 1703, aged 70, full of honors and washed of sin. Many things in the man were likable. We have noted his love of music. He pursued science, too, experimented in physics, became a member of the Royal Society, was elected its president in 1684. He was as vain as a man. He took bribes. He beat his servant till his arm hurt. He was cruel to his wife, and he was an arrant rake. But what royal and ducal exemplars he had, more shameless far than he. And which of us would have a spotless fame, if he left so honest a diary? 6. Daniel Defoe, about 1659 to 1731. One of the women who escaped Pepys deserves a cautious curtsy here as the mother of the Restoration novel, and the first Englishwoman to live by her pen. Aphra Behn was remarkable in a dozen ways. Born in England, brought up in South America, she returned to England at the age of 18 in 1658, married a London merchant of Dutch descent, impressed Charles II by her shrewdness and wit, was sent on secret service to the Netherlands, accomplished her missions with skill, but was so meagerly paid that she took to writing as a means of support. She composed comedies as obscene and successful as any. In 1678 she published Orinoco, the story of a Negro royal slave and his beloved Imoinda. It was an original blend of realism and romance. The way was opened for Robinson Crusoe and for the romantic novel. Defoe, too, lived by his pen, and it was one of the most versatile in history. His father was James Foe, a London butcher of strong Presbyterian doctrine. Daniel was expected to become a preacher, but he preferred marriage, business, and politics. He begot 7 children, became a wholesale hosier, joined Monmouth's army in rebellion in 1685 and William's army in overthrowing James II. In 1692 he went bankrupt, owing £17,000. Later he paid his creditors almost in full. While making and losing money, he issued pamphlets on a variety of subjects and containing an astonishing wealth of original thought. His Essay on Projects from 1698 offered practical suggestions, much in advance of his time, on banking, insurance, roads, lunatic asylums, military colleges, the higher education of women. He moved to Tilbury, where he became secretary, then manager, then owner of a tile factory. Introduced to William III, he was appointed to a minor post in the government, and supported the king's war policy so vigorously that he was accused of being more Dutch than English. He defended himself in a vigorous poem, The True-Born Englishman, in 1701, reminding the English that the whole nation was of mixed origin and blood. Himself a dissenter, he issued in 1702 an anonymous tract, The Shortest Way with the Dissenters, in which, anticipating Swift's method of stultification by exaggeration, he ridiculed the Anglican persecution of dissent by recommending that every dissenter who preached should be hanged, and every dissenter who listened should be driven from England. He was arrested in February 1703, fined, jailed, and condemned to the pillory. He was released in November, but meanwhile his tile business had gone to ruin. The man who secured his release was Robert Harley, Secretary of State. Harley recognized Defoe's ability as a journalist. Apparently he struck a bargain with him for the services of his pen, and for the remainder of Anne's reign, Defoe was in the employ of the government. Soon after his release, he started a tri-weekly 4-page periodical, The Review, which ran till 1713 and was almost entirely written by Defoe. In 1704 to 1705, he rode horseback through England as an election agent for Harley. En courant, he picked up the data for his tour through England and Wales. In 1706 to 1707, he served Harley and Godolphin as a spy in Scotland. His powerful pamphlets won him many readers, but also many enemies. He was arrested again in 1713 and in 1715, and again he earned release by promising to put his pen at the service of the government. He was full of literary devices. In 1715 he published tracts allegedly written by a Quaker, and in the same year The Wars of Charles XII, as reported by a Scots gentleman in the Swedish service. In 1717 he issued letters, supposedly by a Turk, ridiculing Christian intolerance. To a magazine well called Mist, he contributed material signed by fictitious correspondents. Rarely did he write as Defoe. To this skill in impersonation he added a wide reading in geography, especially of Africa and the Americas. He was apparently fascinated by William Dampier's New Voyage Round the World in 1697. On one of Dampier's voyages, his galley, the Cinque-Ports, put in at Juan Fernandez Islands, some 400 miles west of Chile. A Scottish sailing master, Alexander Selkirk, having quarreled with his captain, asked to be left on one of the 3 islands with a few necessaries. He remained alone there for 4 years, when he was taken back to England. He told his story to Richard Steele, who reported it in The Englishman for December 3, 1713. He told it also to Defoe, and claimed to have given Defoe a written record of his adventure in solitude. Defoe transformed the account into literature and published in 1719 the most famous of English novels. The life and strange, surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe caught the imagination of England, running through 4 editions in 4 months. Here was a new conception of adventure and conflict, not of man against man, nor of civilized man amid savages, but of man against nature, of man alone, frankly afraid, unaided till Friday came, building a life out of nature's raw materials. This was the history of civilization in 1 volume and 1 man. Many readers took it as history, for seldom in all literature had a story been told with such verisimilitude of circumstantial detail. Defoe's training in literary deception had lifted him out of journalism into art. He lived now in moderate affluence in London, but he did not abate his unparalleled productivity. While still sending forth pamphlets, he turned out full-length books as if they were novelettes. In 1720 he published Serious Reflections during the life and surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe, the life and adventures of Mrs. Duncan Campbell, a deaf and dumb conjurer. A month later, the Memoirs of a Cavalier, so ben trovato that the elder Pitt took it for history, and another month later, the life adventures, piracies of the famous Captain Singleton, which contained astonishing anticipations of discoveries in Africa. In 1722 he issued The Fortunes and Misfortunes of Moll Flanders, and A Journal of the Plague Year, and The History of Colonel Jaqui, and The Religious Courtship, and The Impartial History of Peter Alexovitz, the present Tsar of Muscovy, his second anticipation of Voltaire's biographies. These substantial volumes were intended as potboilers to provide food for his family, but by the man's power of imagination and fluency of style, they became literature. In Moll Flanders, Defoe entered into the mind and character of a prostitute, made her tell her story with apparent candor and plausibility, and dared to leave her prosperous in good heart and health at the age of 70. The Journal of the Plague Year was so minutely realistic and statistical that historians look upon it as tantamount to history. The year 1724 was slightly less astonishing. Defoe published one of his major novels, The Fortunate Mistress, now known as Roxana, the first of 2 volumes reporting his tour through the whole island of Great Britain, and A Life of John Shepherd, purporting to be a manuscript handed to a friend by Shepherd just before his execution. This was one of several short lives that Defoe wrote of famous criminals. One of these biographies, The Highland Rogue, in 1714, prepared for Scott's Rob Roy. Another, an account of Jonathan Wild, in 1725, prepared for Fielding. Any popular topic drew ink from Defoe's well and pounds from his publishers. Political History of the Devil in 1726, The Mysteries of Magic in 1720, Secrets of the Invisible World Discovered, or History and Reality of Apparitions, 1727-28. Add to these a poem in 12 books, Jure Divino, defending every man's natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Amid so many breadwinning condescensions to popular taste and fancies were honest contributions to serious thought. So in The Complete English Tradesman, 1725-1727, and A Plan of the English Commerce, 1728, and The Unfinished Complete English Gentleman, he offered useful information and practical advice, not always geared to gospel morality. We cannot recommend his literary morals, but we can admire his industry. Probably never since Rameses II's 150 children has history seen such a prodigy of progeny. The only thing incredible in Defoe is that he wrote all that he wrote, for we marvel, too, at the quality of Defoe's mind, in which imagination and memory, harnessed to hard labor, produced the most plausible unrealities in literature. We recognize the genius and courage of a man who, in such a mass and haste of work, could maintain so high a level of matter and style. In all his 210 volumes, if we may speak from hearsay, there is hardly one dull page, and where Defoe is dull, he is deliberately so, to add to the verisimilitude of his tale. No one has surpassed him in direct and simple narrative, convincingly natural. Here his haste was his fortune. He had no time for ornament. His journalistic training and bent compelled him to brevity and clarity. He was by all means the greatest journalist of his time, though that included Steele and Addison and Swift. His review plowed the furrow in which the Spectator planted choicer seed. That was distinction enough, but add to it the cosmic and living popularity of Robinson Crusoe, and the influence it had upon novels of adventure, even upon a story so differently motivated as Travels by Lemuel Gulliver. Barring the author of that brilliant indictment of mankind, Defoe was the greatest genius of English letters in that abounding age. 7. Steele and Addison. Dick Steele, more than anyone else, marks the literary transition from the Restoration to Queen Anne. His youth had all the qualities of a Restoration roisterer. Born in Dublin, son of a notary, educated at Charterhouse School and Oxford, impressionable, excitable, generous. Instead of taking his degree, he joined the government army in Ireland. He drank like a sieve, fought a duel, and nearly killed his antagonist. The experience sobered him transiently. He began a campaign against dueling and wrote an essay, The Christian Hero, in 1701, in which he argued that a man might be a gentleman while remaining a Christian. He described the corruption of the age, called his readers back to the Bible as the source of true faith and pure morality, and appealed to men to respect the charm and chastity of women. He was now 29 years old. Finding that even the middle class to which he belonged looked upon him as a tiresome preacher, he decided to put his message into plays. He applauded Jeremy Collier's denunciation of theatrical obscenity, and in a succession of comedies he championed virtue and punished his villains decisively. These productions were failures. They contained some lively scenes and wit, but the audiences were skeptical of his denouements, and demanded entertainment at whatever cost to the 10 Commandments, while those solid Londoners who might have seconded his sentiments were seldom seen at the theatre. How to reach these people? He decided to try a medium that would find them in the coffee-houses. On April 12, 1709, taking a leaf from Defoe's Review, he issued the first number of a tri-weekly periodical, The Tatler, editing it and writing most of it under the pseudonym of Isaac Bickerstaff. He aimed it at the coffee-houses by announcing, "All accounts of gallantry, pleasure, and entertainment shall be under the article," be dated from White's Chocolate House, poetry under that of Will's Coffee House, learning under the title of Grecian, foreign and domestic news you will have from St. James's Coffee House, and what else I shall on any subject offer shall be dated from my own apartment. It was a clever scheme. It aroused the interest of the coffee-house frequenters, it took news and topics from the discussions there, and it allowed Steele to express his views without interruption or dispute. So in number 25 of June 7, 1709, he told of receiving a letter from a young lady wherein she laments the misfortune of her lover, who was lately wounded in a duel. And he went on to show the absurdity of a custom by which an injured gentleman must invite the offender to add murder to insult. For what does a challenge mean but, "Sir, your extraordinary behavior last night and the liberty you were pleased to take with me makes me this morning give you this, to tell you, because you are an ill-bred puppy, I will meet you in Hyde Park an hour hence. I desire you would come with a pistol in your hand, and endeavor to shoot me through the head to teach you more manners." Here was the voice of the middle class laughing at the aristocracy, and it was chiefly the middle class that filled the coffee-houses. In further essays, Steele made fun of aristocratic luxury, expletives, affectations, ornaments, and dress. He begged women to dress simply and to avoid jewelry. The cluster of diamonds upon the breast can add no beauty to the fair chest of ivory that supports it. His tenderness for women rivaled his affection for alcohol. He insisted that they had intelligence as well as texture, but he lauded most of all their modesty and purity, qualities not recognized in Restoration comedy. Of one woman he said that to have loved her was a liberal education, which Thackeray considered the finest compliment to a woman that perhaps ever was offered. Steele described with emotion the joys of family life, the pleasant patter of children's feet, the gratitude of a husband to his aging wife. "She gives me every day pleasure beyond what I ever knew in the possession of her beauty when I was in the vigor of youth. Every moment of her life brings me fresh instances of her complacency to my inclinations and her prudence in regard to my fortune. Her face is to me much more beautiful than when I first saw it. There is no decay in any feature which I cannot trace from the very instant it was occasioned by some anxious concern for my welfare and interests. The love of a wife is as much above the idle passion commonly called by that name as the loud laughter of buffoons is inferior to the elegant mirth of gentlemen." When Steele wrote this, he had been twice married. His letters to his second wife are models of devotion, though they soon included excuses for not coming home to dinner. He failed to be the good bourgeois that he held up as the model of life. He drank too much, spent too much, borrowed too much. He walked in side streets to avoid the friends who had lent him money. He went in hiding to elude his creditors. Finally, he was jailed for debt. Readers of the Tatler contrasted his preaching with his practice. John Dennis issued an unfeeling satire on Steele's sentiments. Subscribers fell away, and on January 2, 1711, the Tatler expired. Its place in the history of English literature remains, for in its pages the new morality began to express itself, the short story took its modern form, and Addison developed, as in The Spectator he would perfect, the modern essay. Addison and Steele, both born in 1672, had been friends since their days together in Charterhouse School. Joseph's father was an Anglican minister who gave him an inoculation of piety that resisted all Restoration infections. At Oxford, his proficiency in Latin won him a scholarship. At 22, his talents so impressed Halifax that the Earl persuaded the head of Magdalen College to divert the youth from the ministry to the service of the government. "I am called an enemy of the Church," said Halifax, "but I will never do it any other injury than keeping Mr. Addison out of it." As the prodigy in Latin was destitute of French, and a knowledge of French was required of diplomats, Halifax secured for him an annual pension of £300 to finance a stay on the continent. For 2 years Addison wandered leisurely through France, Italy, and Switzerland. While he was in Geneva, the accession of Anne removed his friends from office and cut off his pension. Reduced to his own slender income, he engaged himself as tutor to a young English traveller, and with him toward Switzerland, Germany, and the United Provinces. This employment ending, he returned to London in 1703, and for a time lived in genteel poverty. But he was a magnet for good fortune. When Marlborough won the Battle of Blenheim on August 13, 1704, Godolphin, Lord Treasurer, looked around for someone to celebrate the victory in verse. Halifax recommended Addison. The scholar responded with the resounding poem, The Campaign. It was published on the very day of Marlborough's triumphant entry into the capital, and its success helped to reconcile England to continuing the war. It was Addison's highest poetic flight, which George Washington favored above all other poems. Hear the famous lines. "But, O my muse, what numbers wilt thou find to sing the furious troops in battle joined? Methinks I hear the drums' tumultuous sound, the victors' shouts and dying groans confound. The dreadful burst of cannon rend the skies, and all the thunder of the battle rise. 'Twas then great Marlborough's mighty soul was proved, that in the shock of charging hosts unmoved, amidst confusion, horror, and despair, examined all the dreadful scenes of war. In peaceful thought the field of death surveyed, to fainting squadrons sent the timely aid, inspired repulsed battalions to engage, and taught the doubtful battle where to rage. So when an angel by divine command with rising tempests shakes a guilty land, such as of late o'er pale Britannia passed, calm and serene he drives the furious blast, and, pleased the Almighty's orders to perform, rides in the whirlwind and directs the storm." That last line and angelic simile wafted Addison safely back into government pay, where he remained for the next 10 years. In 1705 he was appointed Commissioner of Appeals, replacing John Locke. In 1706 he was Under-Secretary of State. In 1707 he was attached to the mission of Halifax to Hanover, which prepared for the accession of that house to the throne of England. In 1708 he took his seat in Parliament and, by virtue of his offices, held it till his death. In 1709 he became Chief Secretary to the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. In 1711 he was affluent enough to buy a £10,000 estate near Rugby. In his prosperity he did not forget Steele. He chided his sins, got him a place in the government, lent him considerable sums, and in one case sued him for repayment. When the anonymous Tatler appeared, he noticed in it a remark on Virgil which he had made to Steele. In Isaac Bickerstaff he recognized his high-living, impecunious friend, and soon he was contributing to the journal. In 1710 the Whigs fell, Steele lost his governmental post, and Addison lost all his offices, except as Commissioner of Appeals. The Tatler celebrated the new year by expiring. Steele and Addison pooled their misfortunes and hopes, and on March 1st, 1711, they sent forth the first number of the most famous periodical in English literary history. The Spectator appeared daily except Sunday, in a folded sheet of 4 or 6 pages. Instead of dating the articles from various centres, the anonymous editor invented an imaginary club whose members would represent different sectors of the English world. Sir Roger de Coverley as the English country gentleman, Sir Andrew Freeport representing the merchant class, Captain Sentry speaking for the army, Will Honeycomb, the man of fashion, a lawyer of the Inner Temple standing for the world of learning, and Mr. Spectator himself, who brings all their views together in a spirit of genial humor and witty courtesy that won him entry into the homes and hearts of England. In the first number, the Spectator described himself and set the clubs and coffee-houses guessing at his identity. I have passed my latter years in this city, where I am frequently seen in most public places, though there are not above half a dozen of my select friends that know me, of whom my next paper shall give a more particular account. There is no place of general resort wherein I do not often make my appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politicians at Will's, and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those circular audiences. Sometimes I smoke a pipe at Child's, and whilst I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James's Coffee House, and sometimes join the little community of politics in the inner room as one who comes there to hear and improve. My face is likewise very well known at the Grecian, the Cocoa Tree, and in the theatres both of Drury Lane and Haymarket. I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes pass for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. In short, wherever I see a cluster of people, I always mix with them, though I never open my lips but in my own club. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species, by which means I have made myself a speculative statesman, soldier, merchant, and artisan, without ever meddling with any practical part in life. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species, by which means I have made myself a speculative statesman, soldier, merchant, and artisan, without ever meddling with any practical part in life. I am very well versed in the theory of a husband or a father, and can discern the errors in the economy, business, and diversion of others better than those who are engaged in them, as standers-by discover blots which are apt to escape those who are in the game. I never espoused any party with violence, and am resolved to observe an exact neutrality between the Whigs and Tories, unless I shall be forced to declare myself by the hostilities of either side. In short, I have acted in all the parts of my life as a looker-on, which is the character I intend to preserve in this paper. As the enterprise proceeded, the Spectator mingled social gossip and studies of manners and character with literary criticism and theatrical reviews. Addison wrote a series of essays on Milton in which he astonished England by ranking Paradise Lost above the Iliad and the Aeneid. The discussions avoided politics as leading to enmities and vicissitudes, but they stressed, and Addison willingly joined in, Steele's plea for moral reform. Something of the Puritan spirit, chastened by adversity, returned in reaction against the Restoration reaction, but now it was no long-faced theological preoccupation with Satan and damnation, but a call to moderation and decency, cheered with optimism and coated with wit. So number 10 began. It is with much satisfaction that I hear this great city inquiring day by day after these my papers, and receiving my morning lectures with a becoming seriousness and attention. My publisher tells me that there are already 3,000 of them distributed every day, so that if I allow 20 readers to every page, which I look upon as a modest computation, I may reckon about 70,000 disciples in London and Westminster, who I hope will take care to distinguish themselves from the thoughtless herd of their ignorant and unattentive brethren. Since I have raised myself so great an audience, I shall spare no pains to make their instruction agreeable and their diversion useful, for which reason I shall endeavor to enliven morality with wit, and to temper wit with morality, that my readers may, if possible, both ways find their account in the speculation of the day. And to the end that their virtue and discretion may not be short, transient, intermitting starts of thought, I have resolved to refresh their memories from day to day, till I have recovered them out of that desperate state of vice and folly into which the age has fallen. The mind that lies fallow but a single day sprouts up in follies that are only to be killed by a constant and assiduous culture. It was said of Socrates that he brought philosophy down from heaven to inhabit among men, and I shall be ambitious to have it said of me that I have brought philosophy out of closets and libraries, schools and colleges, to dwell in clubs and assemblies, at tea-tables, and in coffee-houses. I would therefore, in a very particular manner, recommend these my speculations to all well-regulated families that set apart an hour in every morning for tea and bread and butter, and would earnestly advise them for their good to order this paper to be punctually served up and to be looked upon as part of the tea equipage. The Spectator addressed itself to women as well as men, proposed to deal with love and sex, and to make falsehood in love bear a blacker aspect than infidelity in friendship or villainy in business. I shall take it for the greatest glory of my work, wrote the Spectator, if among reasonable women this paper may furnish tea-table talk. Letters were invited and printed, and Steele ran a series of lovelorn epistles, some of them his own, to his ladies, some invented by the editors in quite modern style. The journal joined religion with love and provided a genial theology for a generation beginning to wonder what the decline of religious belief in the upper classes was doing to morality. It counseled science to mind its business and let the Church alone as the wise and experienced guardian of morals. The rights of feeling and the needs of order are beyond the comprehension of individual reason, always adolescent. It is better for morals and happiness to accept the old religion humbly, attend its services, observe its holy days, and help to establish in each parish the wholesome atmosphere of a quiet and worshipful Sabbath. I am always very well pleased with a country Sunday, and think, if keeping holy the seventh day were only a human institution, it would be the best method that could have been thought of for the polishing and civilizing of mankind. It is certain the country people would soon degenerate into a kind of savages and barbarians, were there not such frequent returns of a stated time in which the whole village meet together with their best faces, and in their cleanliest habits, to converse with one another upon indifferent subjects, hear their duties explained to them, and join together in adoration of the Supreme Being. Sunday clears away the rest of the whole week, not only as it refreshes in their minds the notions of religion, but as it puts both the sexes upon appearing in their most agreeable forms. Now literature, which for 40 years had served licentiousness, moved to the side of morality and faith. The Spectator shared in the revolution of manners and style that in the reign of Anne anticipated by a century the mid-Victorian spirit, making respectability respectable, and changing the English concept of the gentleman from a titled philanderer to a well-bred citizen. The virtues of the middle class found in the Spectator an urbane and polished defense. Prudence and thrift were more precious to society than lace and wit. Merchants were the ambassadors of civilization to backward peoples, and the profits of commerce and industry were the sinews of the state. For a year the Spectator enjoyed a succès d'estime, unparalleled in English journalism. Its circulation was small, rarely exceeding 4,000, but its influence was immense. Its bound volumes sold some 9,000 copies annually, as if England already recognized it to be literature. But in time the novelty wore off. The characters of the club began to repeat themselves, the verve of the weary authors waned, their sermons grew tiresome, the circulation declined. The stamp tax of 1712 increased costs beyond revenues, and on December 16, 1712, the Spectator gave up the ghost. Steele resumed the struggle with the Guardian, and Addison revived the Spectator in 1714. Both journals were short-lived, for by that time Addison had become a successful dramatist and had been restored to his posts and emoluments in the government. On April 14, 1713, the Drury Lane Theatre produced Addison's Cato. His friend Pope wrote for it a prologue bristling with popal epigrams and heavy with bullish patriotism. Steele undertook to pack the house with ardent Whigs. He did not quite succeed, but the Tories joined the Whigs in applauding Cato's last stand for Roman liberty in 46 B.C., and the Tory Examiner rivaled Steele's Guardian in ecstatic praise. For an entire month the tragedy played to overflowing audiences. Cato, said Pope, was not so much the wonder of Rome in his days as he is of Britain in ours. On the continent, Cato was rated the finest tragic drama in the English language. Voltaire admired its adherence to the unities and marveled that England could tolerate Shakespeare after seeing Addison's play. Critics now deride it as vapid declamation, but one reader has found his attention held to the end by a well-constructed plot and a love story skillfully integrated into the larger war. Addison was now so popular that, I believe, said Swift, if he had a mind to be chosen king, he would hardly be refused. But Addison, always a model of moderation, contented himself with being appointed secretary to the government, presently chief secretary for Ireland, then a Lord Commissioner of Trade. He was persona gratissima at the clubs, for his hard drinking kept him from being the faultless monster whom the world ne'er loves. To crown his glory, he married in 1716 a countess, and lived unhappily with the proud lady at Holland House in London. In 1717 he was again a Secretary of State, but his competence was questioned, and he soon resigned with a pension of £1,500 a year. Despite his patience and good manners, he slipped into quarrels with his friends, including Steele and Pope, who satirized him as a prig wont to damn with faint praise, and, like Cato, give his little senate laws, and sit attentive to his own applause. Steele came to a less stately end. He was elected to Parliament in 1713, but the Tory majority expelled him on a charge of seditious language. The triumph of the Whigs a year later consoled him with several lucrative places in the administration, and for a time his income equaled his expenditures. Then his debts won the race, his creditors pursued him, and he retired to his wife's estate in Wales. There he died on September 1st, 1729, 10 years after his collaborator. Together, Steele with originality and verve, Addison with polished artistry, they had raised the short story and the essay to new excellence, had shared in the moral regeneration of the age, and had set the tone and forms of English literature for a century, except for the most powerful and bitter genius of the age. 8. Jonathan Swift, 1667 to 1745. Swift was 5 years older than Steele and Addison, but he outlived the one by 16, the other by 26 years, and served as a living fire that ran from century to century, from Dryden to Pope. He could never forgive his birth in Dublin, which proved an irritating handicap in England, and it was cruel that his father, steward of the King's Inns in Dublin, died before Jonathan appeared. The child was put out to nurse. The nurse took it to England and returned it to its mother only when it was 3 years old. These adventures may have begotten in the boy a sense of orphaned insecurity. This must have been deepened by his being transferred to an uncle, who soon disposed of him, aged 6, to a boarding school at Kilkenny. At 15, he was sent to Trinity College, Dublin, where he remained for 7 years. He barely scraped through, being especially negligent in theology. He was often delinquent, often punished, and he was reduced to precarious poverty when the uncle who was paying his expenses suffered final reverses and mental collapse in 1688. On his uncle's death in 1689, and amid the uprising of Ireland for James II, Jonathan fled to England, and his mother, who was living at Leicester on £20 a year. Despite their long separation, they got along reasonably well. He learned to love her and visited her now and then till her death in 1710. Toward the end of 1689, he found employment at £20 a year and board as secretary to Sir William Temple at Moor Park. Temple was then at the height of his career, the friend and adviser of kings. We must not berate him for failing to recognize genius in the 22-year-old youth who came to him with some Latin and Greek, but also an Irish brogue, and furtive uncertainty about the relative functions of knives and forks. Swift sat with the upper servants at the master's table, but the master always kept his distance. Yet Temple was kind. In 1692 he sent Swift to Oxford to acquire the M.A. degree, and he recommended him to William III, without result. Meanwhile, Jonathan was writing couplets. He showed some of them to Dryden, who told him, "Cousin Swift, you will never be a poet," a prediction whose accuracy was beyond the young man's appreciation. In 1694, Swift left Temple with a recommendation from his master. He returned to Ireland, was ordained an Anglican priest in 1695, and was appointed to a small benefice at Kilroot, near Belfast. In Belfast he fell in love with Jane Waring, whom he called Verina. He proposed marriage, but she held him off until time should improve her health and his income. Unable to bear the dull isolation of a country parish, he fled from Kilroot in 1696, went back to Temple, and remained in Sir William's service till the latter's death. During his first year at Moor Park, Swift had met the Esther Johnson, who was to become his Stella. Some gossip thought her the result of Sir William's rare impulsiveness. More likely, she was the daughter of a London merchant, whose widow had entered Lady Temple's service. When Swift first saw her, she was a girl of 8, delightful, like all girls of 8, but too young to arouse in him any amorous unrest. Now, however, she was 15, and Swift, turning 29, soon discovered as her tutor that she had charms to rouse a savage breast priestly but starved. Black, shining eyes, raven hair, swelling bosom, a gracefulness somewhat more than human in every motion, word, and action, so he later described her, and every feature of her face in perfection. How could this Eloise avoid awakening this Abélard? Temple, dying in 1699, left £1,000 to Esther, 1,000 to Swift. After vain hopes of governmental employment, Swift accepted an invitation to become chaplain and secretary to the Earl of Berkeley, who had just been appointed a Lord Justice in Ireland. He acted as secretary on the journey to Dublin, but there he was dismissed. He asked for the deanery of Derry, which was falling vacant, but the new secretary, for a bribe of £1,000, gave the place to another candidate. Swift denounced the Earl and the secretary to their faces as a couple of scoundrels. They quieted him with the rectory of Larricourt, a village some 20 miles from Dublin, with a congregation of 15 persons. Swift had now in 1700 an income of £230, which Jane Waring thought might suffice for marriage. However, she was 4 years older than when he had proposed to her, and meanwhile he had discovered Esther. He wrote to Jane that if she would submit to enough education to make her a suitable companion in his home, if she would promise to accept all his likes and dislikes and soothe his ill humor, he would take her without inquiring into her looks or her income. The affair ended. Lonely in Larricourt, Swift made frequent visits to Dublin. There, in 1701, he took his degree as a Doctor of Divinity. Later in that year, he invited Esther Johnson and her companion, Mrs. Robert Dingley, to come and live in Larricourt. They came, took lodgings near him, and during his absences in England, they occupied the apartment he had rented in Dublin. Stella expected him to marry her, but he kept her waiting for 15 years. She accepted her situation fretfully, but the force of his character and the sharpness of his intellect held her hypnotized to the end. The quality of his mind showed alarmingly when, in 1704, he published in one volume The Battle of the Books and The Tale of a Tub. The former is a brief and negligible contribution to the controversy as to the relative merits of ancient and modern literature. But The Tale of a Tub is a major exposition of Swift's religious or irreligious philosophy. Rereading this work in later life, he exclaimed, "Good God, what a genius I had when I wrote that book." He loved it so much that in later editions he caressed it with 50 pages of nonsense in the form of prefaces and apologies. He prided himself on its complete originality, and though the Church had long since spoken of Christianity as the once seamless robe of Christ, torn to pieces by the Reformation, no one, least of all the Carlyle of Sartor Resartus, has impugned the unprecedented force with which Swift here reduced all philosophies and religions to diverse garments used to clothe our shivering ignorance or conceal our naked desires. What is man himself but a microcoat, or rather a complete set of clothes with all its trimmings? Is not religion a cloak, honesty a pair of shoes worn out in the dirt, self-love a surtout, vanity a shirt, and conscience a pair of breeches which, though a cover for lewdness as well as for nastiness, is easily slipped down for the service of both? If certain ermines and furs be placed in a certain position, we style a judge, and so an apt conjunction of lawn and black satin we entitle a bishop. The garment allegory is carried out with thoroughness and finesse. Peter, Catholicism, Martin, Lutheranism and Anglicanism, and Jack, Calvinism, received from their dying father 3 new and identical coats, or Bibles, and a will directing them how to wear these, and forbidding them ever to alter, add to, or diminish them by even a single thread. The sons fall in love with 3 ladies, the Duchess d'Argent, or Wealth, Madame de Grand Titre, or Ambition, and the Countess d'Orgueil, or Pride. To please these ladies, the brothers make certain changes in their inherited coats, and when the alterations seem to contradict their father's will, they reinterpret it by scholarly exegesis. Peter wished to add some silver fringes, or papal luxury. It was readily shown on the most learned authority that the word fringe in the will meant broomstick, so Peter adopted silver fringes, but denied himself broomsticks. Possibly witchcraft. Protestants were delighted to find the keenest edge of satire falling upon Peter, upon his purchase of a large continent, or purgatory, which he sold in various parcels, or indulgences, over and over again, upon his sovereign and usually painless remedies, penances, for worms, gnawings of conscience, for example, to eat nothing after supper for 3 nights, and by no means to break wind at both ends together without manifest occasion. upon the invention of a whispering office, the confessional, for the public good and ease of all such as are hypochondriacs or troubled with the colic; upon an office of insurance, more indulgences; upon the famous universal Catholic pickle, holy water, as a preventive of decay. Enriched by these wise expedients, Peter sets himself up as the representative of God. He claps 3 high-crowned hats upon his head and holds an angling rod in his hand. And when anyone wishes to shake his hand, he, like a well-educated spaniel, offers them his foot. He invites his brothers to dinner, gives them nothing but bread, assures them that it is not bread but meat, and refutes their objections. To convince you what a couple of blind, positive, ignorant, willful puppies you are, I will use but this simple argument. By God, it is true, good, natural mutton, as any in Leadenhall Market, and God confound you both eternally if you offer to believe otherwise. The brothers rebel, make true copies of the will, vernacular translations of the Bible, and denounce Peter as an impostor, whereupon he kicked them out of doors and would never let them come under his roof from that day to this. Soon thereafter the brothers quarrel as to how much of their inherited coats they may discard or change. Martin, after his first anger, resolves on moderation and recalls that Peter is his brother. Jack, however, tears his coat to shreds, Calvinist sects, and falls into fits of madness and zeal. Swift proceeds to describe the strange operations of wind, inspiration, in the Eolists, or Calvinist preachers, and has much fun, some quite unprintable, with their nasal speech, predestination theories, and idolatry of the scriptural word. So far, the author's own creed, Anglicanism, had come off with only minor scars. But as the tale proceeds, Swift, changing coats for winds, apparently reduces not only the dissenting theologies, but all religions and philosophies to vaporous delusions. If we take a survey of the greatest actions that have been performed in the world, which are the establishment of new empires by conquest, the advance and progress of new schemes in philosophy, and the contriving as well as the propagating of new religions, we shall find the authors of them all to have been persons whose natural reason had admitted great revolutions, from their diet, their education, the prevalency of some certain temper, together with the particular influence of air and climate. For the human understanding, seated in the brain, must be troubled and overspread by vapors ascending from the lower faculties to water the invention and render it fruitful. Swift gives, in unquotable physiological detail, what seemed to him a fine example of internal secretions generating mighty ideas, even Henry IV's grand design. The French king had been inspired to war against the Habsburgs by the thought of capturing on the way a woman, Charlotte de Montmorency, whose beauty had stirred up in him sundry juices, which ascended to the brain. It was likewise with the great philosophers, who were rightly judged by their contemporaries to be out of their wits. Of this kind were Epicurus, Diogenes, Apollonius, Lucretius, Paracelsus, Descartes, and others, who, if they were now in the world, would, in this understanding age, incur manifest danger of phlebotomy, or medical bleeding, and whips, and chains, and dark chambers, and straw. Now I would gladly be informed how it is possible to account for such imaginations without reference to vapors ascending from the lower faculties to overshadow the brain, and there distilling into conceptions for which the narrowness of our mother tongue has not yet assigned any other name beside that of madness or frenzy. To similar disturbance or transposition of the brain by force of certain vapors issuing up from the lower faculties, Swift describes all those mighty revolutions that have happened in empire, philosophy, and religion. He concludes that all systems of thought are winds of words, and that the wise man will not attempt to pierce to the inner reality of things, but will content himself with the surface, whereupon Swift uses one of the pleasant similes to which he had a turn. Last week I saw a woman flayed, and you will hardly believe how much it altered her person for the worse. This scandalous little book, blown up to 130 pages, established Swift at once as a master of satire, a Rabelais perfectionné, Voltaire was to call him. The allegory was verbally consistent with Swift's profession of Anglican orthodoxy, but many readers felt that the author was a skeptic, if not an atheist. Archbishop Sharp told Queen Anne that Swift was little better than an infidel, and Anne's confidant, the Duchess of Marlborough, was of opinion that Swift had long ago turned all religion into a tale of a tub and sold it for a jest. But he had taken it ill that the Whig ministry had not promoted him in the church for the great zeal he had shown for religion by his profane drollery, and so he carried his atheism and his humor into service of their enemies. Steele, too, called Swift an infidel, and Nottingham, in the House of Commons, described him as a divine who was hardly suspected of being a Christian. Swift had read Hobbes, an experience not easily forgotten. Hobbes had begun with fear, passed to materialism, and ended as a Tory supporting the established church. It was small consolation to the men of religion that Swift made short work of philosophy. The various opinions of philosophers have scattered through the world as many plagues of the mind as Pandora's box did those of the body, only with this difference, that they have not left hope at the bottom. Truth is as hidden as the source of the Nile, and can be found only in Utopia. Perhaps because he felt that truth was not meant for man, he resented with special warmth those religious sects that professed to have the true religion, and he scorned men who, like Bunyan and some Quakers, claimed to have seen or talked with God. He concluded with Hobbes that it was social suicide to let every man make his own religion. The result would be such a maelstrom of absurdities that society would be a madhouse. So he opposed free thought on the ground that the bulk of mankind is as well qualified for flying as thinking. He repudiated toleration. To the end of his life he supported the Test Act, which excluded from political or military office all but adherents of the established church. He agreed with Catholic and Lutheran rulers that a nation should have only one religion, and having been born into an England with an established Anglican church, he thought that a general and unified acceptance of that church was indispensable to the process of civilizing Englishmen. These were the sentiments of a Church of England man, this the argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity in England may be attended with some inconveniences, tracts which he published in 1708 on his way from the Whigs to the Tories. His first political associations after leaving Temple were with the Whigs, for these seemed to be the more progressive party and the likelier to find a place for a man with more brains than money. In 1701 he published a Whiggish pamphlet, Hopefully. Halifax, Sunderland, and other Whig leaders welcomed him to the party and promised him some preferment should they come to power. The promises were not fulfilled. Perhaps these men feared Swift's temper as unmanageable, and his pen as a double-edged sword. On an extended visit from Ireland to London in 1705, Swift won the friendship of Congreve, Addison, and Steele. Addison inscribed to him a copy of Travels in Italy with the words, "To Jonathan Swift, the most agreeable companion, the truest friend, and the greatest genius of his age, this work is presented by his most humble servant, the author." But this friendship, like those of Jonathan with Steele and Pope, withered in Swift's rising fire. On another visit to London, he amused himself by destroying a pretentious astrologer. John Partridge, a cobbler, sent forth each year an almanac rich in predictions based on the progress of the stars. In 1708, Swift issued a rival almanac under the pseudonym of Isaac Bickerstaff. One of Isaac's predictions was that at 11 p.m. on March 29th, Partridge would die. On March 30th, Bickerstaff published a letter triumphantly announcing that Partridge had died within a few hours of the predicted time, and stating in convincing detail the arrangements for the funeral. Partridge assured London that he was still alive, but Isaac retorted that this assurance was a forgery. The wits of the city took up the hoax. The stationer's office struck Partridge's name from its rolls, and Steele, inaugurating the Tatler in the following year, adopted Isaac Bickerstaff as its imaginary editor. In 1710, Swift again left Larricourt, this time as an emissary of the Irish bishops, to ask that Queen Anne's bounty be extended to the Anglican clergy of Ireland. Godolphin and Somers, Whig members of the Queen's Council, refused to grant this unless the clergy agreed to relax the Test Act. Swift strongly objected to such relaxation. The Whigs discovered that he was a Tory in religion, and Swift practically confessed himself a Tory in politics when he wrote, "I ever abominated that scheme of politics of setting up a moneyed interest in opposition to the landed." He applied to the Tory leaders, Harley and Bolingbroke, received a hearty welcome, and became overnight a confirmed Tory. Made editor of the Tory Examiner, Swift signalized his style by describing the Whig Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, whose secretary was Swift's friend Addison. "Thomas, Earl of Wharton, by the force of a wonderful constitution, has some years past his grand climacteric without any visible effects of old age, either in his body or his mind, and in spite of a continual prostitution to those vices which usually wear out both. He goes constantly to prayers, and will talk bawdy and blasphemy at the chapel door. He is a Presbyterian in politics, an atheist in religion, but he chooses at present to whore with a papist." Delighted with this assassination, the Tory ministers commissioned Swift to write a tract, The Conduct of the Allies, in November 1711, as part of their campaign to depose Marlborough and end the War of the Spanish Succession. Swift argued that the unpopular taxes levied to finance the long conflict with Louis XIV could be reduced by confining England's share in it to the sea, and he stated with force the complaint of the landholders that the cost of the war fell too much upon the land, too little upon the merchants and manufacturers, who were doing quite well out of the war. As to Marlborough, whether this war was prudently begun or not, it is plain that the true spring or motive of it was the aggrandizing a particular family, and, in short, a war of the general and the Whig ministry, not of the prince or people. He summed up Marlborough's emoluments at £540,000, and the figure was not inaccurate. A month later, Marlborough was condemned. His candid Duchess, who had the only tongue in England as sharp as Swift's, viewed the matter from the Whig point of view in her memoirs. The Reverend Mr. Swift and Mr. Prior quickly offered themselves to sale, both men of wit and parts, ready to prostitute all they had in the service of well-rewarded scandal, being both of a composition past the weakness of blushing or of stumbling at anything for the interest of their new masters. These rewarded their new servants. Matthew Prior was sent as a diplomat to France, where he acquitted himself well. Swift received no office, but was now so intimate with the Tory ministers that he was able to secure many a sinecure for his friends. He was the genius of generosity to those who did not cross him. He claimed later that he had done 50 times more for 50 people than Temple had ever done for him. He persuaded Bolingbroke to help the poet Gay. He saw to it that the Tory ministry should continue the pension that Congreve had received from the Whigs. When Pope asked for subscriptions to finance him while translating Homer, Swift commanded all his friends and place-seekers to subscribe, and vowed that the author shall not begin to print till I have 1,000 guineas for him. He outshone Addison at the clubs. Almost every evening now he dined with the great and brooked no superior airs from any of them. I am so proud, he wrote to Stella, that I make all the lords come up to me. I was to have supped at Lady Ashburnham's, but the drab did not call for us in her coach as she promised, but sent for us, and so I sent my excuses. It was during these 3 years, from 1710 to 1713 in England, that he wrote the strange letters published in 1766-68 as the Journal to Stella. He needed someone as the confidant of his ducal dinners and political victories. Besides, he loved the patient woman, now approaching 30, but still waiting for him to make up his mind. He must have loved her, for sometimes he wrote to her twice a day, and he showed his interest in everything about her except marriage. We should never have expected from so overbearing a man such playful delicacies and fanciful nicknames, such jokes and puns and baby talk as Swift, not expecting their publication, poured into these letters. They are rich in caresses, but poor in proposals, unless Stella could have read a promise of marriage in his letter of May 23, 1711. I will say no more, but beg you to be easy till fortune takes her course, and to believe that M.D.'s, Stella's, felicity is the greatest goal I aim at in all my pursuits. Yet even in this correspondence he calls her brat, fool, queen, jade, slut, agreeable bitch, and other such terms of endearment. We catch the spirit of the man when he tells Stella, I was this forenoon with Mr. Secretary at his office, and helped to hinder a man of his pardon who was condemned for a rape. The under-secretary was willing to save him upon an old notion that a woman cannot be ravished, but I told the secretary that he could not pardon him without a favorable report from the judge. Besides, he is a fiddler, and consequently a rogue, and deserved hanging for something else, and so he shall swing. What, I must stand up for the honor of the fair sex? 'Tis true the fellow had lain with her 100 times before, but what care I for that? What, must a woman be ravished because she is a whore? Swift's physical ailments may help us to understand his ill humor. As early as 1694, aged 27, he had begun to suffer from vertigo in the labyrinth of the ear. Occasionally and incalculably, he experienced fits of dizziness and deafness. A famous Dr. Radcliffe recommended a complex liquid to be held in a bag inside Swift's wig. The malady became worse with the years, and may have caused his insanity. Probably in 1717 he said to the poet Edward Young, pointing to a withering tree, I shall be like that tree, I shall die at the top. This alone was enough to make him question the value of life, and certainly to doubt the wisdom of marriage. Probably he was impotent, but of this we have no certainty. He took to much walking to fend off physical decay. Once he walked from Farnham to London, 38 miles. His malaise was heightened by a painful keenness of the senses, which often goes with sharpness of mind. He was especially sensitive to odors, in city streets and in human beings. He could tell at a smell the hygiene of the men and women whom he met, and he concluded that the human race stank. His conception of a lovable woman was partly that no noisome whiffs or sweating streams before, behind, above, below could from her taintless body flow. He describes a beautiful young nymph going to bed, and then the same lady on arising. Corinna in the morning dizened, who sees will spew, who smells be poisoned. And his conception of a nice young woman is olfactory. Her dearest comrades never caught her, squat on her hams to make maids water. You'd swear that so divine a creature felt no necessities of nature. In summer, had she walked the town, her armpits would not stain her gown. At country dances not a nose could in the dog days smell her toes. He himself was finically clean. And yet the writings of this Anglican divine are among the coarsest in English literature. His anger at life made him fling his faults into the face of his time. He made no effort to please, and every effort to dominate, for domination comforted his secret uncertainty of himself. He said that he hated, feared, all those whom he could not command. This, however, was not true of his affection for Harley. He was angry in adversity and arrogant in success. He loved power more than money. When Harley sent him £50 for his articles, he returned the banknote, demanding an apology, received it, and wrote to Stella, "I have taken Mr. Harley into favor again." He resented formality and despised cant. The world seemed bent on defeating him, and he frankly returned its hostility. He wrote to Pope, "The chief end I propose to myself in all my labors is to vex the world rather than divert it, and if I could compass that design without hurting my own person or fortune, I would be the most indefatigable writer you have ever seen. When you think of the world, give it one lash the more at my request. I have ever hated all nations, professions, and communities, and all my love is towards individuals. I hate the tribe of lawyers, but I love counselor such-a-one and judge such-a-one. So with physicians, I will not speak of my own trade, soldiers, English, Scotch, French, and the rest. But principally I hate and detest that animal called man, though I heartily love John, Peter, Thomas, and so forth." He appears at this distance the least lovable of men, and yet 2 women loved him to their deaths. During these years in London he lived near a Mrs. Van Homrey, a rich widow with 2 sons and 2 daughters. When he could not secure an invitation to titled tables, he dined with the Vans. The eldest daughter, Hester, then, in 1711-24, fell in love with him, 43, and told him so. He tried to pass this off as a transient humor, and explained that he was too old for her. She replied, hopefully, that he had in his books taught her to love great men. She read Montaigne at her toilet. And why should she not love a great man when she found him in the flesh? He was half melted. He composed a poem, intended for her eyes only, Cadenus and Vanessa, humorous and tragical. Vanessa was his name for her. Cadenus was an anagram for decanus, or dean. For in April 1713 the Queen had reluctantly appointed him Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin. In June he went to Ireland to be installed. He saw Stella, and wrote to Vanessa that he was dying of melancholy and discontent. He returned to London in October 1713, and shared in the debacle of the Tories in 1714. Politically powerless, now that the Whigs whom he had attacked were triumphant under George I, he went back to hated Ireland and his deanery. He was unpopular in Dublin, for the Whigs who now ruled it hated him for his diatribes, and the dissenters hated him for his insistence on excluding them from office. People hissed and booed him in the streets and pelted him with gutter filth. An Anglican clergyman expressed the view of his cloth in a poem which was nailed to the cathedral door. "Today this temple gets a dean of parts and fame uncommon, used both to pray and to profane, to serve both God and mammon. The place he got by wit and rhyme, and many ways most odd, and might a bishop be in time, did he believe in God." He stood his ground bravely, continued to support the Tories, and offered to share Harley's imprisonment in the Tower. He attended to his religious duties, preached regularly, administered the sacraments, lived simply, and gave a third of his income in charity. On Sundays he held open house. Stella then came to play hostess for him. Soon his unpopularity waned. In 1724 he published, under the pseudonym of M.B. Drapier, 6 letters denouncing the attempt of William Wood to make a large profit out of supplying Ireland with a copper currency. The Irish resented the proposal, and when Drapier was discovered to be swift, the gloomy dean became almost popular. He might have had some moments of happiness had he been able to keep the Irish Channel between the two women who loved him. In 1714, Mrs. Van Homrey died, and Vanessa moved to Ireland to occupy a small property bequeathed to her by her father at Selbridge, 11 miles west of the capital. To be nearer the dean, she took a lodging in Turnstile Alley, Dublin, a short distance from where Stella lived. She wrote to Swift, begging him to visit her, and warned him that if he failed to come, she would die of grief. He could not resist her appeal, and now, from 1714 to 1723, he went repeatedly and clandestinely to see her. When his visits became less frequent, her letters became more ardent. She had been born, she told him, with violent passions, which terminate all in one, that inexpressible passion I have for you. It would be useless, she told him, to try to turn her love to God, for was I an enthusiast, still you'd be the deity I should worship. Perhaps he thought to break through this imprisoning triangle by marrying. Perhaps Stella, conscious of a rival, demanded it as simple justice. And the balance of the evidence is that he did marry Stella in 1716. Apparently he required her to keep the marriage secret. She continued to live apart. And probably the union was never consummated. Swift resumed his visits to Vanessa, not that he was merely a philanderer or altogether a brute, but presumably because he had not the heart to leave her hopeless, or he feared her suicide. His letters assured Vanessa that he loved and valued her above all things, and would do so to the end of his life. So the affair went on till 1723. Then Vanessa wrote to Stella asking her point-blank what was her connection with the dean. Stella took the letter to Swift. He rode to Vanessa's lodging, flung the letter down upon her table, terrified her with his angry looks, and without a word left her, never to see her again. When Vanessa recovered from her fright, she realized at last that he had been deceiving her. Hopelessness combined with a consumptive tendency to destroy what was left of her health, and within 2 months of that last interview she died, on June 2, 1723, aged 34. She took revenge in her will. She revoked an earlier testament that had made Swift her heir. She bequeathed her goods to Robert Marshall and George Berkeley, the philosopher, and she bade them publish, without comment, Swift's letters to her and his poem, Cadenus and Vanessa. Swift fled on an obscure southern journey in Ireland, and did not reappear in his cathedral until 4 months after Vanessa's death. When he returned, he gave his leisure to composing the most famous and savage satire ever directed against mankind. He wrote to Charles Ford that he was engaged upon a book that would wonderfully rend the world. A year later it was complete, and he took the manuscript in person to London, arranged for its anonymous publication, accepted £200 for it, and went to Pope's house in Twickenham to enjoy the expected storm. So in October 1726, England received the Travels into Several Remote Nations of the World by Lemuel Gulliver. The first public reaction was one of delight with the circumstantial realism of the narrative. Many readers took it as history, though one Irish bishop, said Swift, thought it full of improbabilities. Most readers went no further than the voyages to Lilliput and Brobdingnag, which were jolly narratives usefully illustrating the relativity of judgments. The Lilliputians were only 6 inches tall and gave Gulliver a swelling sense of superiority. Political parties there were distinguished from each other by wearing high heels or low heels, and the religious factions were big Endians or little Endians, as they believed in breaking eggs at the big end or the small end. The Brobdingnagians were 60 feet tall, giving Gulliver a new perspective of humanity. Their king mistook him for an insect, Europe for an anthill, and from Gulliver's description of human ways he concluded that the bulk of your natives are the most pernicious race of little odious vermin that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. For his part, Gulliver, suggesting the relativity of beauty, was repelled by the monstrous breasts of the Brobdingnagian belles. The story weakens in Gulliver's third voyage. he is pulled up by chain and bucket to Laputa, an island floating in the air and inhabited and governed by scientists, scholars, inventors, professors, and philosophers. Here the details that elsewhere lent verisimilitude to the narrative are a bit silly, like the little bladders with which servants tap the ears and mouths of the profound thinkers to rouse them from dangerous absent-mindedness in their cogitations. The Academy of Legado, with its fanciful inventions and decrees, is a feeble satire on Bacon's New Atlantis and the Royal Society of London. Swift had no faith in the reform or rule of states by scientists. He laughed at their theories and the early mortality thereof, and he predicted the overthrow of the Newtonian cosmology. New systems of nature were but new fashions, which would vary in every age, and even those who pretend to demonstrate them from mathematical principles would flourish but a short period of time. So Gulliver moves on to the land of Lugnagians, who condemn their greatest criminals not to death but to immortality. When these Struldbrugs came to 80 years, which is reckoned the extremity of living in their country, they had not only all the follies and infirmities of other old men, but many more, which arose from the dreadful prospects of never dying. They were not only opinionative, peevish, covetous, morose, vain, talkative, but incapable of friendship and dead to all natural affection, which never descended below their grandchildren. Envy and impotent desires are their prevailing passions. Whenever they see a funeral, they lament and repine that others are gone to an harbor of rest to which they themselves never can hope to arrive. They were the most mortifying sight I ever beheld, and the women more horrible than the men. From what I had heard and seen, my keen appetite for perpetuity of life was much abated. In Part 4, Swift discarded humor for a sardonic excoriation of humanity. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. In Part 4, Swift discarded humor for a sardonic excoriation of humanity. The land of the Wynnums is governed by clean, handsome, genial horses, who speak, reason, and have all the marks of civilization, while their menial servants, the Yahoos, are men dirty, odorous, greedy, drunken, irrational, and deformed. Among these degenerates, wrote Swift in the days of George I, there was a ruling Yahoo, or king, who was always more deformed in body and mischievous in disposition than any of the rest. This leader had usually a favorite as like himself as he could get, whose employment was to lick his master's feet and drive the female Yahoos to his kennel, for which he was now and then rewarded with a piece of ass's flesh. Title of nobility. He usually continues in office till a worse can be found. By contrast, the Wynnums, being reasonable, are happy and virtuous. Therefore they need no physicians, lawyers, clergymen, or generals. These gentlemanly horses are shocked by Gulliver's account of Europe's wars, and still more by the disputes that generated them, as whether flesh be bread or bread be flesh, meaning in the Eucharist, whether the juice of a certain berry be blood or wine. And they cut Gulliver short when he boasts how many human beings could now be blown up by the marvelous inventions which his race has invented. When Gulliver returns to Europe, he can hardly bear the smell of the streets and the people, who now all seem to be Yahoos. My wife and family received me with great surprise and joy, because they had concluded me certainly dead, but I must freely confess that the sight of them filled me only with hatred, disgust, and contempt. As soon as I entered the house, my wife took me in her arms and kissed me, at which, having not been used to the touch of that odious animal, man, for so many years, I fell in a swoon for almost an hour. During the first year I could not endure my wife or children in my presence. The very smell of them was intolerable. The first money I laid out was to buy 2 young horses, which I keep in a good stable, and next to them the groom is my greatest favorite, for I feel my spirit revived by the smell he contracts in the stable. The success of Gulliver exceeded the author's dreams, and might have mollified his olfactory misanthropy. Readers enjoyed the spare and limpid English, the circumstantial details, the hilarious obscenities. Arbuthnot predicted for the book as great a run as John Bunyan, that is, as for Pilgrim's Progress. Doubtless Swift owed something to that book, more to Robinson Crusoe, something perhaps to Cyrano de Bergerac's Histoire comique des états et empires de la lune. What was quite new was the awful cynicism of the later parts, and even this found admirers. Marlborough's Duchess, now in her rasping old age, forgave Swift his attacks upon her husband in consideration of his attacks upon mankind. Swift, she declared, had given the most accurate account of kings, ministers, bishops, and courts of justice that is possible to be writ. Gay reported that she is in raptures with the book and can dream of nothing else. Swift's triumph was soured by the publication in the same year as Gulliver of his poem Cadenus and Vanessa. Hester Van Homry's executors had obeyed her injunction to print it and had not asked the author's permission. It appeared in separate editions in London, Dublin, and Edinburgh. It was a cruel blow to Stella, for she saw how many of the loving phrases once addressed to her had been repeated to Vanessa. Shortly after that revelation, she took sick. Swift crossed to Ireland to comfort her. She improved, and he returned to England in 1727. Soon news came to him that she was dying. He sent hurried instructions to his cathedral aides that Stella must not die in the deanery. He came back to Dublin, and once more she rallied. But on January 28, 1728, she died, aged 47. Swift broke down and was too ill to attend her funeral. Thereafter he lived in Dublin, as he wrote to Bolingbroke, like a poisoned rat in a hole. He extended his charities, gave a pension to Mrs. Dingley, and helped Richard Sheridan in his youthful scrapes. Apparently a cruel man, he was touched to bitter wrath by the poverty of the Irish people, and was shocked by the number of child beggars in Dublin's streets. In 1729 he issued the most ferocious of his ironies, a modest proposal for preventing the children of poor people from being a burden to their parents or country. I have been assured that a young healthy child, well nursed, is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled. And I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or ragout. I do therefore humbly offer it to public consideration, that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, that the remaining 100,000 may at a year old be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune throughout the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and, seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good. Those who are more thrifty may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies and summer boots for fine gentlemen. Some persons of desponding spirit are in great concern about that vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting by cold and famine, and filth and vermin, as fast as can be reasonably expected. I think the advantages of the proposal which I have made are obvious, and many. For first, it would greatly lessen the number of papists with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children, from 2 years old and upward, cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will be thereby increased 50,000 pounds per annum, besides the profit of a new dish introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune who have any refinement in taste. The strange and sometimes revolting productions of Swift's pen, especially after Stella's death, suggest the germs of insanity. A person of great honor in Ireland, who was pleased to stoop so low as to look into my mind, used to tell me that my mind was like a conjured spirit, that would do mischief if I would not give it employment. This unhappy misanthrope, whose visible faults left him in a glass house while he pelted humanity with vengeful satire, asked a friend, "Do not the corruptions and villainies of men eat your flesh and exhaust your spirit?" His anger at the world was an extension of his anger at himself. He knew that despite his genius he was diseased in body and soul, and he could not forgive life for having denied him health, normal organs, peace of mind, and advancement proportionate to his mental power. Life's cruelty to him took its final form in the day-by-day impairment of his sanity. After 1728 his avarice grew even amid his charities. He grudged the food he fed to his guests, and the wine he served to his friends. His vertigo became worse, and he could never tell at what inauspicious moment it might send him reeling in his chancel or in the street. He had refused to wear spectacles. Now his sight was so poor that he had to give up reading. Some of his friends died. Some shunned his temper and gloom. "I have often thought of death," he wrote to Bolingbroke, "but now it is never out of my mind." And he began to long for it. He kept his birthday as a day of mourning. "No wise man," he wrote, "ever wished to be younger." His regular farewell to his visitors in these final years was, "Good night, I hope I shall never see you again." Definite symptoms of madness appeared in 1738. In 1741, guardians were appointed to take care of his affairs and watch lest in his outbursts of violence he should do himself harm. In 1742, he suffered great pain from the inflammation of his left eye, which swelled to the size of an egg. 5 attendants had to restrain him from tearing out his eye. He went a whole year without uttering a word. His misery ended on October 19, 1745, in his 78th year. His will left his fortune, £12,000, to build an insane asylum. He was buried in his own cathedral under an epitaph chosen by himself, "Where bitter indignation can no longer tear his heart." Book 3. The Periphery, 1648 to 1715. Chapter 12. The Struggle for the Baltic, 1648 to 1721. 1. Adventurous Sweden, 1648 to 1700. History is a fragment of biology, the human moment in the pageant of species. It is also a child of geography, the operation of land and sea and air, and of their forms and products upon human desire and destiny. See again the confrontation of countries around the Baltic in the 17th century. On its north, Sweden; on its east, Estonia, Livonia, Lithuania, and behind them, cold and hungry Russia. On its south, East Prussia, Poland, West Prussia, Germany, and on its west, Denmark, with its strategic place on the narrow outlets of the Baltic to the North Sea and the Atlantic. This was a geographical prison whose inmates would struggle to control those waters and straits, those coasts and ports, those avenues of commerce and escape by land or sea. Here, geography created history. Denmark played now a minor role in the Baltic drama. Its freedom-monopolizing nobles had tied the hands and feet of its kings. It had surrendered control of the Skagerrak and the Kattegat in 1645. It still held Norway, but in 1660 it lost the southern provinces of Sweden. Frederick III, 1648 to 1670, felt the need of a centralized authority to meet external challenges, and with the help of the clergy and the middle classes, he compelled the nobles to yield him absolute and hereditary power. His son, Christian V, 1670 to 1699, found in Peter Schumacher, Count Griffenfeld, an aide who won the praise of Louis XIV as one of the ablest ministers in that heyday of diplomacy. The finances were reformed, trade and industry were advanced, the army and navy were reorganized. The Count pursued a policy of peace, but the new king longed to recover the power in provinces that Denmark had once held. In 1675 he renewed the old conflict with Sweden. He was defeated, and the sovereignty of Sweden and Scandinavia was confirmed. Sweden in this period had a remarkable succession of strong kings. For half a century, from 1654 to 1718, they were the wonder of the world, rivaled only by Louis XIV. Had they possessed a larger background of resources, they might have equaled the power of France, and the Swedish people, inspired by the achievements of 2 Gustavs, 3 Karls, and their great ministers, might have financed a cultural flowering commensurate with their victories and aspirations. But the wars that exalted their power exhausted their wealth, and Sweden emerged from this age heroic but consumed. It is astonishing that a nation so weak should have accomplished so much abroad. She had a population of 1.5 million divided into classes that had not yet learned to live with one another in peace. The nobles dominated the king and voted themselves crown lands on easy terms. Industry was so bound and narrowed to the needs of war that it could not feed the commerce that war had freed. Foreign possessions were a proud liability. Only the statesmanship of devoted ministers staved off the bankruptcy that seemed to be the price of glory. Charles X Gustavus was the cousin, playmate, lover, and successor of the redoubtable Christina, who had resigned the throne to him in 1654. He met the danger of bankruptcy by compelling the nobles to disgorge some of the royal estates that they had absorbed. By this reduction of seigneurial holdings, the state regained 3,000 homesteads and solvency. To supplement the coinage of silver and gold, Charles commissioned Johann Palmstroe to establish a national bank and issue paper money in 1656, the first such currency in Europe. For a while, the increased circulation stimulated the economy, but the bank issued more paper than it could redeem on demand, and the experiment was discontinued. About the same time, the enterprising monarch transplanted the iron and steel industry of Riga to Sweden, and so laid the foundations of a stronger industrial basis for his martial policy. His aim was frankly expansionist. The principalities that Gustavus Adolphus had won on the mainland were threatening revolt. The Polish government had refused to recognize Charles X as King of Sweden, but Poland was weakened by the Cossack rebellion. Russia had come to the aid of the Cossacks and was obviously hoping to cut a way to the Baltic. Sweden had a well-trained army which it feared to demobilize and could best support by victorious war. All the conditions, in Charles's view, favored an attack upon Poland. The peasants and the clergy objected. He won them over by calling his enterprise a holy war to protect and extend the Reformation. This in 1655. Poland proved easy to invade, difficult to subdue. Disordered and assailed in the east, it made little resistance in the west. Charles entered Warsaw, appeased the Polish nobles by promising to preserve their traditional privileges, received the homage of the Polish Protestants, and the offer of the Lithuanians to acknowledge his sovereignty. When Frederick William, the great elector of Brandenburg, tried to profit from Poland's collapse by seizing West Prussia, then a Polish fief, Charles marched his army westward with Napoleonic celerity, besieged the elector in his capital, and forced him to sign the Treaty of Königsberg in January 1656. The elector did homage to Charles for East Prussia as a Swedish fief, agreed to turn over to Sweden half of that province's customs and dues, and promised to supply 1,500 soldiers to the Swedish army. The religious issue which Charles had raised defeated him. Pope Alexander VII and the Emperor Ferdinand III used all their influence to raise up an anti-Swedish coalition. Even the Protestant Danes and Dutch joined in the resolve to check the young conqueror, lest he should next impinge upon their territory or trade. He rushed back to Poland, defeated a new Polish force, and reoccupied Warsaw in July 1656. But now the country, religiously aroused, took up arms against him, and Charles, triumphant but friendless, found himself hemmed in by foes. The Elector of Brandenburg deserted him and pledged aid to Poland. Knowing only how to win battles, not how to consolidate his conquests in a practicable peace, Charles swept westward against Denmark, crossed the Kattegat over 13 miles of ice in January 1658, defeated the Danes, and compelled Frederick III to sign the Peace of Roskilde. This on February 27th. Denmark withdrew completely from the Swedish peninsula and agreed to close the Sound against Sweden's enemies. When the Danes delayed to carry out these terms, Charles renewed the war and besieged Copenhagen. Now he resolved to dethrone Frederick III and reunite Denmark, Sweden, and Norway under one crown. He was defeated by sea power. The two great naval nations of the age, England and the United Provinces, normally enemies, agreed that no country should hold the key to the Baltic by controlling the Sound between Denmark and Sweden. In October, a Dutch squadron forced its way through the Sound, relieved Copenhagen, and drove the small Swedish fleet home into its ports. Charles vowed to fight to the last, but the rigors of his campaigns had told upon him. While he was addressing the Swedish Diet at Göteborg, he was seized with fever. He died shortly thereafter, on February 13, 1660, in the prime of his life. As his son Charles XI, 1660 to 1697, was only 5 years old, a regency of nobles took charge and brought the war to a close with the Peace of Oliva and the Treaty of Copenhagen in May and June of 1660. The Polish monarchy surrendered its claim to the Swedish crown. Livonia was confirmed to Sweden. Brandenburg received full title to East Prussia. Sweden retained her southern counties, Skåne, and her mainland provinces, Bremen, Verden, and Pomerania, but she joined Denmark in guaranteeing the access of foreign vessels to the Baltic. A year later, Sweden and Poland signed at Cardus a half-hearted peace with the Tsar. For 15 years, the struggle for the Baltic proceeded by other means than war. These treaties were a substantial victory for Sweden, but she was again verging on bankruptcy. Two members of the Regency, Gustav Banda and Per Brahe, labored to check governmental expenditures, but Magnus de la Gardie, the Chancellor, added new debts to old ones, allowed the nobility, his friends, and himself to profit at the expense of the treasury, and for a subsidy, allied Sweden with France in 1672, only a few days before Louis XIV pounced upon Sweden's ally, the United Provinces. Soon Sweden found herself at war with Denmark, Brandenburg, and Holland. She suffered defeat by the Great Elector at Fehrbellin on June 18, 1675. Her mainland provinces were overrun by her enemies, a Danish army reconquered Skåne, and the Swedish navy met disaster off Öland on June 1, 1676. The young Charles XI, taking control, rescued Sweden by a series of campaigns in which his personal bravery so inspired his troops that they routed the Danes at Lund and Landskrona. Through these victories, and support by Louis XIV, Sweden recovered all that she had lost. A new hero of Swedish diplomacy, Count Johan Eulenscherne, cooperated with Count Griffenfeld to arrange at Lund in 1679 not only peace, but a military and commercial alliance between Sweden and Denmark. They agreed to a common coinage, and the union of all Scandinavia was close to complete when the death of Eulenscherne at the age of 45 in 1680 interrupted this development. The two nations preserved the peace for 20 years. Eulenscherne had taught the young king that Sweden would be unable to maintain her status as a great power if her nobles continued to absorb crown lands, thereby depressing the monarchy to poverty and the state to impotence. In 1682, Charles XI took decisive action. Supported by the clergy, the peasants, and the burghers, he resumed with angry thoroughness the reduction, or restoration, of alienated royal estates. He investigated and punished official corruption, and brought the revenues of the government to a point where Sweden was again able to maintain her possessions and responsibilities. Charles XI was not a very lovable king, but he was a great one. Though he made an enviable record in war, he preferred the less noisy victories of peace. He established monarchical absolutism, but that was then the alternative to a chaotic and retrogressive feudalism. In the calm of this lucid interval, science, literature, and art flourished in Sweden. Swedish architecture reached its zenith in the erection of the massive and majestic royal palace at Stockholm, designed between 1693 and 1697 by Nicodemus Tessin. Lars Johansson was both the Leopardi and the Marlowe of Sweden, singing melodious misanthropy, and stabbed to death in a tavern brawl at the age of 36. Gunno Dahlstjerne composed in Dante's meter an epic, Kungaskald, in 1697, in honor of Charles XI. The king died in that year after saving and rebuilding a Sweden that his more famous son almost destroyed. Charles XII was now 15. As the map of Europe was being remade by blood and iron, he had been trained above all for war. All his sports prepared him for martial deeds. He learned mathematics as a branch of military science, and he read enough Latin to derive from Quintus Curtius's biography of Alexander the ambition to excel in arms, if not to conquer the world. Tall, handsome, strong, with no surplus ounce of flesh to burden him, he enjoyed a soldier's life, bore its privations stoically, laughed at danger and death, and demanded the same hardihood of his troops. He cared little for women, and though often courted, he never married. He hunted bears with no other weapon than a heavy wooden fork, rode his horses at reckless speed, swam in waters that were half covered with ice, and relished sham battles in which time and again he and his friends were nearly killed. Along with fanatical bravery and physical stamina went certain qualities of character and intellect, a candor scorning the tricks of diplomacy, a sense of honor blemished by exceptional moments of wild cruelty, a mind clear to see the point of a matter at once, but impatient of indirect approaches in thought or strategy, a taciturn pride that never forgot his royal birth and never acknowledged defeat. At his coronation he crowned himself Napoleon-wise. He took no oath limiting his power, and when a clergyman questioned the wisdom of conferring absolute authority upon a youth of 15, Charles at first condemned him to death, then commuted the sentence to life imprisonment. At his accession, Sweden was a major continental power, ruling Finland, Ingria, Estonia, Livonia, Pomerania, and Bremen. She controlled the Baltic, and kept Russia from access to that sea. Russia, Poland, Brandenburg, and Denmark saw in the youthfulness of the Swedish king an opportunity to extend their boundaries to the advantage of their commerce and revenues. The catalytic agent in this geographical solution was a Livonian knight, Johann von Patkul. As a subject of Sweden, he had entered its army and had risen to a captaincy. In 1689 and 1692, he protested so forcefully against Charles XI's reduction of estates in Livonia that he was charged with treason. He escaped to Poland, asked Charles XII to pardon him, was refused, and in 1698 proposed to Augustus II of Poland and Saxony a coalition of Poland, Saxony, Brandenburg, Denmark, and Russia against Sweden. Augustus thought the plan timely and took the first step by entering into alliance with Denmark's Frederick IV on September 25, 1699. Patkul proceeded to Moscow. On November 22, Peter the Great signed with the envoys of Saxony and Denmark an agreement for the dismemberment of Sweden. 2. Poland and Sobieski, 1648 to 1699. Two events at the outset of this period deeply influenced Polish history. In 1652, for the first time, a single member of the Sejm defeated a measure by exercising the liberum veto, which allowed any delegate in that parliament to overrule any majority. Formerly, the consent of all the provinces had been required for the passage of any measure, and sometimes a small minority had made legislation impossible. But no individual had yet asserted the right to veto a proposal acceptable to all the rest. 48 of the 55 sessions of the Sejm after 1652 were exploded or terminated by the free veto of a single deputy. The plan supposed that no majority could justly override a minority, however small. It rose not out of popular theory, but out of feudal pride. Every landowner considered himself supreme on his lands. The result was a maximum of local independence and collective futility. As the kings were subject to the Sejm, and this to the liberum veto, a consistent national policy was usually impossible. 9 years after that first veto, King John Casimir made a remarkable prediction to the Sejm. "Would God I may prove a false prophet, but I tell you that if you do not find a remedy for the present evil, the liberum veto, the Republic will become the prey of foreign countries. The Muscovites will attempt to detach our Russian Palatinates, perhaps as far as the Vistula. The House of Prussia will try to seize Great Poland. Austria will hurl herself upon Krakow. Each of these powers will prefer to partition Poland rather than possess the whole of it with such liberties as it enjoys today." This prediction was almost literally fulfilled. Next only to this veto in historical importance was the revolt of the Cossacks in the Ukraine in 1648. The consolidation of Lithuania with Poland in the Union of Lublin in 1569 had brought under chiefly Polish rule the Dnieper region of the Ukraine, largely peopled by Zaporozh Cossacks, accustomed to independence and war. Polish nobles, buying land in this western Ukraine, sought to establish feudal conditions there, and Polish Catholics discouraged the exercise of that freedom which the Union of Lublin had guaranteed to the Orthodox worship. Out of a now inextricable complex of dissatisfactions, a Cossack rebellion took form, led for a time by a rich hetman, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and supported by the Moslem Tatars of the Crimea. On May 26, 1648, the Cossacks and the Tatars routed the main Polish army at Kherson, and enthusiasm for the revolt spread among rich and poor alike. Meanwhile, the death of Ladislas IV on May the 20th had left the throne of Poland to noble debate that lasted till November 20th, when the electoral diet chose John II Casimir. Khmelnytsky, fearing that the revolt would maintain itself against renewed Polish armies only by accepting alien aid and suzerainty, cast in his lot with Orthodox Russia. He offered the Ukraine to Tsar Alexis. The Russian government, quite aware that this meant war with Poland, welcomed the offer, and by the Act of Pereyaslav on January 18, 1654, the Ukraine passed under Russian rule. The region was guaranteed local autonomy under a hetman elected by the Cossacks and ratified by the Tsar. In the ensuing war between Poland and Russia, the Crimean Tatars, preferring a Polish to a Russian Ukraine, shifted their aid from the Cossacks to the Poles. On August 8, 1655, the Russians took Vilno, massacred thousands of the inhabitants, and burned the city to the ground. While the Poles defended themselves on their eastern front, Charles X led a Swedish army into western Poland and took Warsaw on September 8th. Polish resistance to him collapsed. The Polish gentry, even the Polish army, paid homage and swore allegiance to the conqueror. Cromwell sent him congratulations on having seized one of the Pope's horns, and Charles assured the Protector that soon there would not be a papist left in Poland. Nevertheless, he promised religious toleration in Poland. His plans were frustrated by his victorious army. Escaping control, it pillaged towns, massacred inhabitants, despoiled churches and monasteries. The famous monastery of Jasna Gora near Czestochowa stoutly resisted siege. This success, regarded as a miracle, aroused the religious ardor of the populace. The Catholic priests appealed to the nation to expel the impious invaders. Peasants led the way in taking up arms. The garrison that Charles had left in Warsaw fled before the advancing crowd. John Casimir was restored to his capital on June 16, 1656. The Tatars turned against Russia, and Russia, preferring Poland to Sweden as a neighbor, signed a truce with Poland in 1656. The sudden death of Charles X led to the Peace of Oliva on May 3, 1660, ending the war between Poland and Sweden. In 1659, the struggle with Russia was resumed. After 8 years of chaos, campaigns, and vacillations of Cossack loyalty, the Peace of Andrusova, on January 20, 1667, ceded Smolensk, Kiev, and the Ukraine east of the Dnieper to Russia. This division of the Ukraine endured till the first partition of Poland in 1772. Tired of war and the liberum veto, John Casimir abdicated the Polish throne in 1668, retired to Nevers in France, and lived a quiet life of study and prayer until his death in 1672. His successor, Michael Wisniewicki, fought a disastrous war with the Turks. By the Peace of Buchach in 1672, Poland acknowledged Turkish sovereignty over the western Ukraine and pledged an annual tribute of 220,000 ducats to the sultans. In that war, Poland discovered the military genius of Jan Sobieski, and when Wisniewicki died in 1673, the Diet, after the usual costly delay, elected Poland's greatest king in 1674. Jan, now John III, was already 44 years old. He had had a propitious origin as son of the Castellan, or military governor, at Krakow. His mother was the granddaughter of the Polish general Stanislaw Żółkiewski, who had captured Moscow in 1610. Jan had arms in his blood. Education at the University of Krakow, travels in Germany, the Netherlands, England, and France, with almost a year in Paris, made him a man of culture as well as of martial courage and skill. In 1648 his father died, shortly after being chosen to represent Poland at the Peace of Westphalia. Jan hurried home and joined the Polish army in action against the Cossack revolt. When the Swedes invaded Poland and John Casimir fled, Sobieski was among the many Polish officials who accepted Charles X as King of Poland, and for a year he served in the Swedish army. But when the Poles rose against the invaders, Sobieski came back to his national allegiance and fought so well for his country that in 1665 he was made commander-in-chief of the Polish armies. In that year he married the remarkable woman who became half of his life and moulder of his career. Maria Casimiera, of royal French blood, was born at Nevers in 1641 and brought up in France and Poland. At Warsaw, when she was 13, her vivacious beauty inflamed Sobieski, then 25. But the fortunes of war took him away, and when he returned he found her married to Jan Zamoyski, a noble debauchee. Neglected by her husband, Maria accepted Sobieski as her cavaliere servente. Apparently she kept her marriage vows, but she promised to marry Sobieski as soon as she could have her union with Zamoyski annulled. The husband made this unnecessary by dying. The lovers were soon wed, and their long love became a legend in Polish history. Many Polish women rivaled the French in combining classic beauty of features with an almost masculine courage and intelligence, and a penchant for making or guiding kings. From the day of their marriage, Maria began to plan the elevation of Sobieski to the throne. Her love was sometimes unscrupulous, as love can be. In 1669, Sobieski seems to have accepted French money to support a French cardinal against Wisniewicki. After Michael's election, Jan joined other nobles in plots to depose the king as a coward unfit and unwilling to defend Poland against the Turks. He himself led his men to 4 victories within 10 days. On November 11, 1673, the day of the king's death, Sobieski routed the Turks at Kotin in Bessarabia. The achievement made him a logical candidate for a throne that only the most resolute arms could now maintain against foes on every side. To reinforce logic, he appeared at the electoral diet at the head of 6,000 troops. French money played a part in his election, but this was quite in the mores of the age. He was a king in body and soul as well as in name. Foreigners described him as one of the handsomest and best-built men in Europe. Of proud and noble visage, eyes of light and fire, physically strong, venereally assiduous, mentally curious and alive. His natural acquisitiveness was spurred by the extravagance of his beloved Maricienka, but he often atoned for a parsimonious sedzim by paying his soldiers out of his own pocket and selling his property to buy them guns. He deserved all that he took, for he saved both Poland and Europe. His foreign policy was simple in aim: to drive the Turks into Asia, or at least to repel their attacks upon the bastion of Western Christendom at Vienna. In this effort he was harassed by the alliance of his ally France with the Sultan, and by the attempts of the Emperor to embroil him in Turkish wars. Leopold I hoped thus to leave Austria free to appropriate Danubian or Hungarian territory to which both Austria and Poland laid claim. Treading angrily through the maze, Sobieski longed for the freedom to plan policy and issue directives without being subject at every step to the sedzim and the liberum veto. He envied the power of Louis XIV and the Emperor to make decisions definitely and to issue orders accordingly and immediately. Soon after his election he undertook to recover the western Ukraine from the Turks, who had now advanced as far north as Lvov. There, with only 5,000 cavalry, he defeated 20,000 Turks on August 24, 1675. By the Treaty of Zarovno, on October 17, 1676, he compelled the Turks to surrender their claim to tribute and to acknowledge Polish suzerainty in the western Ukraine. He felt that the opportunity had come to expel the Ottoman power from Europe. He appealed to Leopold to join with him in war à l'outrance against the Turks, but Leopold objected that he had no assurance that if he sent his armies to the east, Louis XIV would not attack him in the west. Sobieski begged France to give Austria such assurance. Louis refused. Sobieski turned more and more toward alliance with Austria. When French agents tried to bribe the sedzim against him, he exposed their plot and published their secret correspondence. In the resultant reaction against France, the sedzim signed, on April 1, 1683, an alliance with the Empire. Poland was to raise 40,000 men, the Empire 60,000. If Vienna or Krakow should be besieged by the Turks, the other ally would come to the rescue with his entire force. In July, the Turks moved toward Vienna. In August, Sobieski and the Polish army left Warsaw with the declared purpose to proceed to the Holy War and, with God's help, to give back the old freedom to besieged Vienna and thereby help all wavering Christendom. The finest spirit of medieval chivalry seemed restored. The Poles reached the beleaguered capital just in time. Disease and hunger had already decimated its defenders. Sobieski in person led the combined armies of Poland and the Empire in one of the most crucial engagements in European history, on September 12, 1683. Half of the 25,000 Poles who had followed him in the crusade died in battle or on the way. He returned to Poland in triumph and disappointment. Warsaw received him proudly as the hero of Europe, but he had been rebuffed by the Emperor in his hopes of marrying his son to the Archduchess of Austria. To secure a kingdom for his son, he attempted the conquest of Moldavia. He won all the battles except against weather and accident, and came back empty-handed. Amid the turmoil of politics, and in the intervals of war, he made his court the center of a cultural revival. He himself was a man of wide reading. He had studied Galileo and Harvey, Descartes and Gassendi. He had read Pascal, Corneille, and Molière. While supporting the Catholic Church as a matter of state policy, he extended religious freedom and protection to Protestants and Jews. The Jews loved him as they had loved Caesar. He had the will but not the power to save from death a freethinker who had expressed some doubts as to the existence of God in 1689. This was the first auto da fe in Polish history. Poland continued to produce her own poets, but to import most of her major artists. Wacław Potocki wrote an epic on the Polish victory at Kotin. Vespasian Koczowski composed similar epics and a Polish psalmody in poetic prose. and Andrzej Mosztin, after translating Tasso's Aminta and Corneille's Cid, showed in his lyrics the influence of French and Italian poetry in Poland. Sobieski encouraged the French influence, admiring everything in France except its politics. He brought French and Italian painters and sculptors to work in Warsaw. He engaged architects, chiefly Italian, to build Baroque palaces at Wilanów, Zokiew, and Jaworów. Sumptuous churches were erected during his reign, St. Peter's in Wilno, and in Warsaw the churches of the Holy Cross and the Benedictine nuns. Andreas Schlüter came from Germany to carve decoration for the palace at Wilanów and the Krasinski Palace in the capital. Amid these Western influences in art, Eastern influence predominated in dress and appearance, the long cloak and the broad and colorful waistband, and mustaches turned up like double scimitars. The old age of the king was darkened by the rebelliousness of his son, Jakob, the intransigence of his wife, and his failure to have the monarchy made hereditary in his family. The liberum veto stood always over his head. He could not improve the condition of the peasants, for their masters dominated the sedzim. He could not compel the rich to pay taxes, for the rich were the sedzim. He could not keep the factious nobles in order, for they refused him a standing army. He died of uremia on June 17, 1696, not, as story has it, broken-hearted, but saddened by the decline of his beloved country from the pinnacle of heroism to which he had raised it. The Diet passed over his son and sold the crown to Frederick Augustus, Elector of Saxony, who easily transformed himself from a Protestant to a Catholic to become Augustus II of Poland. He was a character in his own right. History calls him Augustus the Strong, for he was an athlete in body and bed. Legend credits him with 354 illegitimate children. In January 1699 he signed at Karlovitz a treaty by which Turkey yielded all claim to the western Ukraine. Feeling safe now in south and east, Augustus listened to Patkul and allied Poland with Denmark and Russia for the partition of Sweden. 3. Russia turns west, 1645 to 1699. Each of the conspirators could allege some excuse and provocation. Sweden's Charles X had besieged Copenhagen and tried to conquer Denmark. He had invaded Poland and captured her capital, and Gustavus Adolphus had so strengthened Swedish power in Livonia and Ingria that he could defy Russia to launch a boat on the Baltic without Sweden's consent. The imprisoned Russian bear gnawed his claws at the sight of all exits closed in the west, all outlets to the Black Sea shut off by the Crimean Tatars and the Turks. Only eastward could Russia move, into Siberia, and that seemed the way to hardships and barbarism. The comforts and graces of life beckoned Russia to the west, and the west was resolved to keep Russia oriental. When Alexis Mikhailovich Romanov became Tsar, Russia was as yet overwhelmingly medieval. She had not known Roman law, or Renaissance humanism, or Reformation religious reform. Under Alexis, Russian law received a new formulation, the Ulozhenie of 1649, but this merely codified existing laws based on absolutism and orthodoxy. So it remained a criminal offense to look at the new moon, or play chess, or neglect church attendance in Lent. These and 100 other crimes were punished by the knout. Alexis himself, though personally amiable and generous, was fanatically pious. Often he spent 5 hours a day in church, making on one occasion 1,500 obeisances. He delighted in feeding the beggars who gathered around his palace, but he punished severely all political or religious dissent, taxed his people heavily, and allowed exploitation of the peasantry and corruption in the government to go to such lengths that revolts broke out in Moscow, Novgorod, and Pskov, and above all among the Cossacks of the Don. One of these, Stenka Razyan, formed a robber band, pillaged and killed the rich, and made himself master of Astrakhan and Tsaritsyn, now Stalingrad. He set up a Cossack republic along the Volga, and at one time threatened to take Moscow. He was captured and was tortured till he died in 1671, but his memory was cherished by the poor as a promise of revenge against the landlords and the government. Even in this medieval milieu, some modern influences appeared. The wars with Poland involved more frequent contacts with the West. Diplomats and merchants came in rising number from what the Russians called Europe. The river Dvina and the ports of Riga and Archangel saw increasing trade with Western states. Foreign technicians were called in to develop mines, organize industries, and manufacture armament. An entire colony of immigrants grew up about 1650 in a quarter of Moscow. Germans and Poles brought a touch of Western literature and music to this settlement and provided Latin tutors for rich Russian families. Alexis himself maintained a German orchestra. He allowed his minister, Artaman Matveyev, to import Western furniture and French manners, even to the social mingling of women with men. When the Russian ambassador to the Grand Duke of Tuscany sent Alexis descriptions of Florentine dramas, operas, and ballets, Alexis allowed the building of a theater in Moscow and the presentation of plays, chiefly biblical. One of these, Esther, preceded Racine's play of that name by 17 years. Feeling that he had sinned in attending these performances, Alexis mentioned them to his confessor, who permitted him the new pleasures. Matveyev married a Scottish lady of the famous Hamilton family. They adopted and brought up a Russian orphan, Natalia Naryshkina. Alexis took her as his second wife. These westernizing ventures aroused a patriotic reaction. Some Orthodox Russians condemned the study of Latin as an evil thing that might incline youth to unorthodox ideas. The older generation felt that any change in customs, faith, or ritual dislodged some stone in the social structure, loosened all, and might in time bring the whole precarious edifice down in ruins. Religion in Russia relied on liturgy as well as doctrine. Though the masses had as yet a very limited capacity to understand ideas, they could be trained in religious observances whose hypnotic repetition made for social and mental stability and peace. But the repetition had to be exact to produce the hypnotic effect. A change in the accustomed sequence would break the soothing charm. Hence every detail of the ceremonial, every word of the prayers had to remain as they had been for centuries. One of the bitterest disputes and divisions in Russian history came when Nichikhon, Patriarch of Moscow, introduced into the liturgy some reforms based upon a study of Byzantine practices and texts. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. One of the bitterest disputes and divisions in Russian history came when Nichikhon, Patriarch of Moscow, introduced into the liturgy some reforms based upon a study of Byzantine practices and texts. Clerics who had learned Greek pointed out to the Patriarch many errors in the texts used by the Russian Orthodox Church. Nichikhon ordered a revision and correction of the texts and ritual. For example, Jesus was henceforth to be Jesus, not Isus. The sign of the cross was to be made with 3 fingers, not 2. The number of genuflections during a certain prayer were to be reduced from 12 to 4. Icons showing Italian influence were to be destroyed and replaced by icons adhering to Byzantine patterns. In general, Russian ritual was to be brought into closer conformity with its Byzantine origins. Some Russian churchmen who refused to accept these changes were demoted or anathematized or sent to Siberia. Nichikhon's dictatorial methods displeased the Tsar, and in 1667 he was banished to a remote monastery. The Russian church split into 2 factions. The official church, supported by Alexis, accepted the reforms. The dissenters, or Raskolniki, or Old Believers, Staroviertsi, developed into a schismatic body, which the new orthodoxy persecuted with fire and sword. Their leader, Avakum, was burned at the stake in 1681 by order of Tsar Fyodor. Many Old Believers killed themselves rather than pay taxes to a government which they identified with Antichrist. This religious chaos was part of the inheritance of Peter the Great. The death of Alexis in 1676 prepared a violent conflict among his children. By his first wife, Maria Miloslavsky, he left an ailing son, Fyodor, born in 1662, a lame, half-blind, and half-imbecile son, Ivan, born in 1666, and 6 daughters, of whom the ablest and most ambitious was Sophia Alexeyevna, born in 1657. By his second wife, Natalia Naryshkina, Alexis begot the famous Peter, born in 1672. Fyodor inherited the throne, but died in 1682. The boyars, judging Ivan helplessly incompetent, wished to make Peter Tsar, with his mother as regent. But Peter's stepsisters hated Natalia and feared to be neglected under her rule. Led by Sophia, they stirred up the Streltsy, soldiers of the Moscow garrison, to invade the Kremlin and insist upon the accession of Ivan. Matveyev, Natalia's foster father, pleaded with the soldiers to withdraw. They tore him from Peter's grasp, killed him before the eyes of the 10-year-old boy, killed Natalia's brothers and several of her supporters, and forced the boyars to accept Ivan as Tsar, with Peter as co-Tsar but subordinate, and with Sophia as regent. These barbarities may have shared in producing the convulsions that later disturbed Peter's life. In any case, they gave him unforgettable lessons in violence and brutality. Natalia withdrew with Peter to Preobrazhensky, a suburb of Moscow. Sophia governed well. She repudiated the isolation of the terem, or women's quarters. She appeared in public unveiled and presided without a qualm over male assemblies where old heads shook at such insolence. She had received more education than most of the men around her. She was inclined to reform and to Western ideas, and she chose as her chief minister, perhaps as her lover, a man much won to Western ways. Prince Vasily Golitsyn wrote Latin, admired France, adorned his palace with paintings and Gobelin tapestries, and had a large library of Latin, Polish, and German books. It was apparently due to his example and encouragement that 3,000 stone dwellings were built in Moscow in the 7 years of his regency, whereas before all houses had been of wood. He seems to have planned to free the serfs. Under his rule, enslavement for debt was abolished, murderers were no longer buried alive, and the death penalty for seditious utterances was abolished. His work as a reformer was ruined by his failure as a general. He reorganized the army and twice led it against the Turks. In both cases, he mismanaged the provisioning of the troops. They returned defeated and rebellious, and their disaffection gave Peter his cue to capture power. 4. Peter learning. He had been receiving education from his mother, his tutors, and his sallies into the streets of Moscow. He was not precocious, but he was eager, curious, intelligent, fascinated by the mechanisms brought in from the West: watches, weapons, tools, and instruments. He longed for a Russia that would rival the West in industry and war. He loved to play war games with his rough companions, raising, attacking, and defending forts. Dreaming of a Russian navy before Russia had touched an ice-free sea, he built larger and larger boats until he had to go 80 miles from Moscow to find, at Pereslavl, a lake in which he could set his little fleet afloat. As he grew stronger, he bore with rising impatience the ascendancy of a stepsister who, with Vasily Golitsyn, had appropriated the authority of both Ivan and himself. On July 18, 1689, Peter joined Ivan in the procession that annually celebrated Moscow's liberation from the Poles. Contrary to custom, Sophia walked in the procession. Peter, now 17, commanded her to withdraw. She persisted. He left the city in anger and sought allies against the regent. He found them in the boyars, who had never reconciled themselves to being ruled by a woman, and in the Streltsy, who, having suffered some rebuffs from Sophia, were ready for stratagems and spoils. Boris Golitsyn, cousin to the minister, set the coup d'etat in motion by sending a false message to Peter that Sophia was planning to arrest him. Peter, followed by his mother, his sister, and his recently acquired wife, fled to the Troitsko-Sergeyevskaya monastery, 45 miles from Moscow. Thence he sent orders to each colonel of the Streltsy to come to the Troitsko-Sergeyevskaya. Sophia forbade them to obey, but many went. Soon the leaders of the nobility came, and then Joachim, Patriarch of Moscow. Vasily Golitsyn was summoned, submitted, and was exiled to a village near Archangel. Several of Sophia's supporters were captured. Some were tortured, some were put to death. Peter wrote to Ivan for permission to take over the government. Ivan's consent was given or presumed. Peter ordered Sophia to remove to a convent. She protested, rebelled, yielded. She was provided with every comfort and many servants, but was forbidden to leave the convent grounds. On October 16, 1689, Peter entered Moscow, was welcomed by Ivan, and assumed supreme power. Ivan gracefully retired from public life, and 7 years later he died. Peter, however, was not yet ready to rule. He left the government to the illiberal and reactionary Boris Golitsyn, Joachim, and others, while he himself spent much of his time in the foreign colony. There he made new friends who strongly influenced his development. One was Patrick Gordon, a Scots soldier of fortune who was now at 55 an officer in the Russian army. From him Peter learned more of the art of war. Another was Francois Lefort, born in Geneva, now at 34 a Russian major general. His good looks, quick mind, and pleasant ways delighted the young Tsar, who dined twice or thrice a week with him, to the dismay of Muscovites, who regarded all foreigners as vicious heretics. Peter preferred the company of these aliens to that of the Russians. They seemed to be more civilized, though they drank as heavily. They far excelled the Russians in industrial, scientific, and military knowledge, and their talk and amusements were on a higher plane. Peter noted their mutual toleration in religion, Gordon a Catholic, Lefort a Protestant, and smilingly served as godfather for Catholic and Protestant children at the baptismal font. From the Germans and the Dutch he acquired enough of their languages for his purposes. These were to make Russia strong in war and have her rival the West in the arts of peace. He learned from the Dutch resident, Baron von Keller, how the Hollanders maintained their wealth and power by building good ships. He longed to find an outlet to the sea and to build a saltwater fleet. He had no such outlet except at Archangel, which was icebound half the year. Nevertheless, he made his way there in 1693. He bought a Dutch man-of-war lying in the harbor. When he overcame his fear of the sea and set forth on this vessel, he was drunk with delight. "You shall command her," he wrote to Lefort, "and I will serve as a common sailor." He dressed himself like a Dutch sea captain and mingled happily with Dutch sailors in the wine shops of the port. The salt air of that cold sea was a bracing breath from the west, from that region of industry, power, science, and art which called to him ever more and more temptingly. There were two practicable ways to the west, one via the Baltic, closed by Sweden and Poland, the other via the Black Sea, closed by Tatars and Turks. The Tatars and Turks controlled at Azov the mouth of the Don. They made repeated raids into Muscovite territory, capturing Russians, sometimes 20,000 in a year, to sell them as slaves in Constantinople. In 1695, Peter ordered his army to graduate from games to war, to march through the steppes, sail down the rivers, and attack Azov. 3 generals were in divided command: Golovin, Gordon, Lefort. Peter humbly served as bombardier sergeant in the Preobrazhensky regiment. The affair was badly managed. The troops were poorly disciplined. After 14 costly weeks, the siege was abandoned, and Peter returned to Moscow swearing that he would train a better army and try again. At Voronezh he built a fleet of transports and men of war. In May 1696 he sailed down the Don with 75,000 men and resumed the siege of Azov. In July, chiefly by the bravery of the Don Cossacks, the city was taken. Peter at once ordered a large fleet to be built at Voronezh for service in the Black Sea. All Russia, including the great landlords, was taxed for the purpose. Workers were conscripted, foreign mechanics were brought in. 50 Russian nobles were sent at their own expense to Italy, Holland, and England to learn the art of building ships. On March 10, 1697, Peter followed them. Russia would have been horrified at the thought of its Tsar going abroad into lands soiled with heresy. Therefore he organized an embassy of 55 nobles and 200 attendants, led by Lefort, to visit Europe and seek allies against the Turks. Among the 55 emissaries was a non-commissioned officer answering only to the name Peter Mikhailov, and using as a seal the image of a shipwright and the inscription, "My rank is that of a pupil, and I need masters." Once outside Russia, Peter wore this incognito loosely. It was as Tsar of Russia that he was entertained by Elector Frederick III of Brandenburg, by King William III in England, by Emperor Leopold I in Vienna. Even in his royal state he shocked the courts by his rough manners and speech, his uncleanliness and untidiness, and his aversion to the use of knives and forks. But he made his way. The embassy encountered difficulties which Peter never forgot in moving through Swedish Livonia to Riga. Thence he hurried to Königsberg, where he signed with the Elector a treaty of trade and friendship. In Brandenburg he studied artillery and fortification with a Prussian military engineer, who gave him a certificate of progress. At Koppenbrugge, Sophia, the widowed Electress of Hanover, and her daughter Sophia Charlotte, Electress of Brandenburg, persuaded him and his suite to dine and dance with them. The Dowager later described him. "The Tsar is very tall, his features are fine, and his figure very noble. He has great vivacity of mind, and a ready and just repartee. It could be wished that his manners were a little less rustic. He was very gay, very talkative, and we established a great friendship for each other. He told us that he worked in building ships, showed us his hands, and made us touch the callous places that had been caused by work. He is a very extraordinary man. He has a very good heart and remarkably noble sentiments. He did not get drunk in our presence, but we had hardly left when the people of his suite made ample amends. He is sensible to the charms of beauty, but I found him in no disposition to gallantry. The Muscovites, in dancing, took the whalebones of our corsets for our bones, and the Tsar showed his astonishment by saying that the German ladies had devilish hard bones. From Koppenbrugge, the embassy sailed down the Rhine into Holland. Leaving most of the group at Amsterdam, Peter and a few intimates went on to Zaandam, then a great shipbuilding center, on August 18, 1697. Even in Russia he had heard much about the skill of the shipwrights in this picturesque town. In its streets he recognized a worker whom he had known in Moscow, Gerrit Kist. Asking him to respect his incognito, Peter proposed to live in Kist's small wooden cottage. There he stayed for a week, dressing in the garb of a Dutch workingman, spending his days in watching the shipwrights at work, and finding time at night to make love to a servant girl at the local inn. In later years, Joseph II and Napoleon visited the cottage as a shrine. Tsar Alexander I decorated it with a marble slab, and a Dutch poet inscribed on the wall a famous line, "To a great man, nothing is too small." Annoyed by the crowds that followed his every step at Zaandam, Peter went back to Amsterdam and his embassy. He again insisted on being incognito, but now he called himself Carpenter Peter of Zaandam. He persuaded the Dutch East India Company to let him join its workers in the shipyards at Oostenburg. There he labored for 4 months with 10 of his followers, helping to build and launch a ship. He allowed no distinction to be made between himself and other working men, and he put his shoulder to the timber like the rest. At night he studied geometry and the theory of shipbuilding. His notebooks show how thorough these studies were. He found time to visit factories, workshops, anatomical museums, botanical gardens, theaters, and hospitals. He met the great physician and botanist Boerhaave, studied microscopy with Leeuwenhoek, and took the gentlemen of his suite into Boerhaave's anatomical theater. He took up military engineering with Baron von Coehorn, architecture with Schindvoet, mechanics with van der Heyden. He learned to pull teeth, and some of his aides suffered under his zealous dentistry. He entered the homes of the Dutch to study their family life and domestic arrangements. He shopped in the markets, mingled with the people, marveled at their various trades, learned to mend his own clothes and cobble his shoes. He drank beer and wine with the Dutch in their saloons. Probably no man in history has been more eager to absorb and savor life. In all this activity he did not lose sight of Russia. He guided by letter the actions of its deputed government. He engaged and sent to Russia several naval captains, 35 lieutenants, 72 pilots, 50 physicians, 4 cooks, 345 sailors. He dispatched to Russia 260 cases of guns, sailcloth, compasses, whalebone, cork, anchors, and tools, even 8 blocks of marble for Russian sculptors to work on. His interest lagged when it came to the refinement of manners, the graces of society, or the subtleties of thought. He had no time for metaphysics, balls, or salons. In any case, these intangibles could wait. For the present, his task was to introduce the crafts and practical sciences of the West into Russia, so that, having mastered them thoroughly, we can, when we return, be victors over the enemies of Jesus Christ. That is, take Constantinople and let Russia pass from its prison through the Bosporus into the world. After 4 months in Holland, he asked William III if he might visit England, still semi-incognito. William sent the royal yacht to fetch him. Peter arrived in London in January 1698. Though it was winter, he frequented the docks and the naval establishments. He visited the Royal Society in the Mint, where he may have met Newton. Evelyn turned over his house and carefully groomed grounds at Deptford to Peter and his staff. Later, the English government allowed Sir John $350 to repair the damage done by the Russians. The Tsar astonished his neighbors by going to bed early, rising at 4, walking to the shipyards with an axe over his shoulder and a pipe in his mouth. He made a mistress of a leading actress who complained that he underpaid her. He received the degree of Doctor of Laws at Oxford and attended Protestant services with such decorum that parsons expected him to convert Russia to the Reformation. Bishop Burnet worked upon him, found him curious but non-committal, and concluded that the Tsar seemed designed by nature rather to be a ship carpenter than a great prince. Having spent 4 months in England, Peter sailed back to Amsterdam, rejoined his embassy, and moved on with it through Leipzig and Dresden to Vienna on June 26, 1698. Through an impatient month he labored in vain to bring the emperor into an alliance against Turkey. He was pleasant to the Jesuits, who began to dream of a Roman Catholic Russia. Then, just as he was about to leave for Venice, a message reached him that the Streltsy were in revolt and were threatening to seize Moscow and the government. He started at once for Russia, but near Krakow he received assurance that the revolt had been put down. At Rava he tarried 4 days with Augustus II of Poland. He was surprised and delighted to find a king who could match him in physical strength, wild hunting, and hard drinking. They fell in love with each other, kissed, and debated whether Sweden or Turkey should be the first victim of their friendship. On September 4th, Peter reached Moscow, after 18 months of a journey that, in Macaulay's judgment, marked an epoch in the history not only of his own country, but of the world. Russia had discovered Europe, and Europe had discovered Russia. Leibniz began to study Russian. But Peter was still a 17th-century Muscovite. He had never forgiven the Streltsy their share in the murder of his uncles and Matveyev, and in the usurpation of power by Sophia. His plans for a new army left no room for this troublesome Praetorian Guard. When he learned that Sophia had from her convent negotiated with them to restore her to power, that they had threatened Lefort and others of the German colony, that they had spread rumors that he was betraying the religion of Russia in his love of the West, his fury became a convulsion of revenge. He ordered a considerable number of the Streltsy to be tortured, with a view to making them confess Sophia's share in their uprising. They bore the most terrible torments without implicating her. He had her attendants tortured with the same end and result. Sophia was forced to take the vows and was closely confined in her convent, where she died 6 years later. 1,000 Streltsy were put to death. Peter executed 5 with his own hand and compelled his aides to do likewise. Lefort refused. By 1705, the Streltsy had disappeared from history. Peter began at once to build a new army. The old one had been composed of Streltsy, of foreign mercenaries, and of peasant levies raised by noblemen. Peter replaced this motley with a standing army of 210,000 men by conscripting 1 man from every 20 peasant households. These troops were dressed in European uniforms and were drilled in the tactics of the West. The term of service for all ranks was for life. In addition, Peter called upon 100,000 Cossacks. Ships were hurriedly built on lakes, rivers, seas. By 1705, the Russian Navy had 48 men of war, 800 smaller vessels, and 28,000 men. All this was still in process, far from complete, when Patkul came to Moscow and proposed that Peter join Frederick IV of Denmark and Augustus II of Poland to drive Sweden from the mainland and wrest from her the control of the Baltic. All those ships that were a-building longed for the sea, preferably the warm Mediterranean, but the Turkish Empire was still discouragingly strong. Constantinople was a hard nut to crack, and Austria and France were now friends with the Turks. Russia must look to the other door, must seek some outlet in the north. It was untimely that Swedish envoys had just come to Moscow and had secured Peter's consent to renew the Treaty of Cardiff, pledging Russia and Sweden to peace. But geography and commerce laugh at treaties. Besides, had not the Baltic littoral between the Neva and Narva rivers, the provinces of Ingria and Karelia, formerly belonged to Russia and been surrendered to Sweden in 1616 only because Russia, then in her time of troubles, was powerless to resist? Why should not force recapture what force had taken away? On November 22, 1699, Peter joined the coalition against Sweden and prepared to cut his way through to the Baltic. On August 8, 1700, he cleared his southern front as well as a treaty could by signing peace with Turkey. On that same day, he ordered his army to march into Swedish Livonia. 5. Charles XII and the Great Northern War, 1700 to 1721. Some inkling of the coalition agreement reached Stockholm. The Royal Council met to discuss measures of defense. The prevailing judgment was that negotiations should be opened with one or another of the allies with a view to a separate peace. Charles listened for a long time in silence, then rose abruptly. "Gentlemen," he said, "I have resolved never to engage in an unjust war, but never to conclude a just war but by the ruin of my foes." He renounced all amusements, all luxuries, all intercourse with women, all use of wine. His army and navy were in readiness. With them he left Stockholm on April 24, 1700, to begin one of the most spectacular military careers in history. He never saw his capital again. He attacked Denmark first, for he had to protect the southern provinces of Sweden from Danish assaults while he faced Poland and Russia. With characteristic daring and speed, over the protest of his admiral, he led his ships across the eastern, supposedly unnavigable, channel of the Sound, and landed in Sjælland, only a few miles from Copenhagen, on August 4th, 1700. The Danish king, Frederick IV, dreading the capture of his capital, hastily signed the Peace of Travendal on August 18th, paying an indemnity of 200,000 riksdaler and swearing that he would never attack Sweden. In May 1700, Augustus II tried to take Riga. He was defeated by the 75-year-old Swedish general Count Erik Dahlberg, who had gained the title the Vauban of Sweden by his skill in fortification. Augustus, retreating, appealed to Peter to relieve him by invading Ingria. Peter responded by ordering 40,000 men to besiege Narva. Thinking to help Dahlberg, Charles XII transported his army by sea to Pernau on the Gulf of Riga. But finding that warrior victorious, he turned north and marched through swamps and dangerous passes to appear suddenly in the rear of Peter's army. The Tsar was surprised into what seemed disgraceful cowardice. He left the army, in which he had been serving only as a lieutenant, and fled to Novgorod and Moscow. Probably he knew that his crude conscripts would collapse in their first test. He could not afford to be captured, for he thought himself more valuable to Russia alive than dead. The 40,000 Russians, under the incompetent command of the Magyar prince Karl Eugene de Croix, were defeated by Charles's 8,000 Swedes in the Battle of Narva on November 20th, 1700, the first setback in Peter's adult career. The Swedish generals urged Charles to march upon Moscow and finish Peter, but his army was small, winter had begun, even the young Napoleon's courage must have hesitated before the engulfing distances of Russia and the problem of feeding his army in a hostile land. Moreover, pledges being paper, could he trust the Danish king or the Polish not to invade Sweden while its main army and leader was so far from home? After reorganizing the government and defense of Livonia, Charles marched south into Poland, occupied Warsaw without a struggle in 1702, like his grandfather 47 years earlier, deposed Augustus, and made Stanislas Leszczynski king of Poland in 1704. Each of the allies had now been defeated, but the Russian bear had just begun to fight. Peter had not only recovered from his fright, he had organized and equipped another army. To provide it with artillery, he ordered the bells of the churches and monasteries to be melted down. 300 cannon were forged, and a school was set up to train artillerymen. Soon the new levies were winning victories. Peter's own battalion of artillery led in capturing Nynskans at the mouth of the Neva in 1703. And here at once the Tsar began to build Petersburg, hardly realizing as yet that this was to be his capital, but resolved that it should be one portal to the sea. While Charles was busy in Poland, Peter came up again before Narva. Charles had left too small a garrison there. The great fortress was taken by assault on August 20th, 1704. The victors avenged the former failure with a frightful massacre, which Peter finally stopped by killing 12 of the blood-maddened Russians with his own hand. In Poland, the triumph of Charles seemed complete. The deposed Augustus signed a treaty acknowledging Leszczynski as king, renouncing his alliances against Sweden, and surrendering to Charles the man who had first organized the coalition. Johann von Potkul was broken on the wheel and then beheaded in 1707. Peter found himself alone against the young Swedish terror. He tried to bribe the English ministry to arrange a peace, but it refused to interfere. Peter's agent went directly to Marlborough, who agreed to intercede in return for a principality in Russia. Peter offered him Kiev or Vladimir or Siberia, a guarantee of $50,000 a year, and a rock ruby such as no European potentate possesses. But these negotiations fell through. Western statesmen sympathized with Charles, despised Augustus, feared Peter. Some of them argued that if Russia were allowed to expand westward, all Europe would soon tremble before a Slavic inundation. On January 1st, 1708, Charles crossed the Vistula on unsafe ice at the head of 44,000 men, half of them cavalry. He reached Grodno on the 26th, only 2 hours after Peter had abandoned it. The Tsar had decided on defense by depth and devastation. He ordered his armies to retreat, to draw Charles farther and farther into the Russian mattress, and to burn all crops as they passed. He commanded the peasants to hide their corn in the earth or the snow, and scatter their cattle in forests and swamps. He entrusted to the Cossack hetman Ivan Mazeppa the defense of Little Russia and the Ukraine. Mazeppa had been brought up as a page at the Polish court. A Polish nobleman whom he had cuckolded had him bound naked on a wild Ukrainian horse. The horse, as Byron was to tell, was deliberately frightened by the cuts of a whip and the firing of a pistol close to his ear. The steed rushed through thickets and woods to his native haunts. Mazeppa, though torn and bloody, survived and rose to be leader of the Zaporozh Cossacks. He pretended loyalty to Peter, but resented the Tsar's autocracy and waited for a chance to revolt. Hearing that Peter was retreating and Charles advancing, he decided that his opportunity had come. He sent Charles an offer of cooperation. It was probably that offer that led Charles to continue his reckless march into Russia. The scorched earth policy was having its effect. The Swedes found nothing but charred wilderness in their path and began to starve. Charles had relied upon reinforcements from Riga. These tried to reach him, but were half destroyed by the Russians on their way. Charles hoped that Mazeppa would join him with provisions and the full force of the Dnieper Cossacks. But Peter, suspecting treachery, sent an army under Alexander Danilovich Menshikov to arrest Mazeppa. The hetman, surprised before he could raise his horsemen, fled to Charles at Horky, bringing only 1,300 men. Charles marched south to capture Mazeppa's capital, Baturin, and its supplies. Menshikov reached it first, burned the city to the ground, and appointed a hetman faithful to Russia. Peter, using every weapon, discouraged the Cossacks from joining the Swedes by manifestos describing the invaders as heretics who deny the doctrines of the true religion and spit on the picture of the Blessed Virgin. Charles's hope now was that the Tatars and Turks would come to his aid in revenge for Peter's seizure of Azov. None came, and the winter of 1708 to 1709 proved a terrible enemy to the Swedes. It was especially severe everywhere in Europe. The Baltic froze so deeply that heavily laden wagons crossed the Sound on the ice. In Germany, the fruit trees died. In France, the Rhone. In Venice, the canals were covered with ice. In the Ukraine, snow blanketed the ground from October 1st to April 5th. Birds fell dead in their flight. Saliva congealed in its passage from the mouth to the ground. Wine and spirits froze into solid blocks. Firewood would not burn in the open air. And the wind cut like a knife over the level plains and into the face. Charles's soldiers suffered in silent fortitude, while 2,000 of them died of hunger or cold. You could see, said an eyewitness, some without hands, some without feet, some without ears or noses, many creeping along after the manner of quadrupeds. Charles bade them march on, trusting that somewhere soon they would come upon Peter's main army and win all Russia with one overwhelming victory. Wherever he made contact with the enemy, at Holovchin, Surkova, and Opressa, he won through superior generalship and courage, often against forces 10 times greater than his own. But when that winter ended, his army had dwindled from 44,000 to 24,000 men. On May 11, 1709, it reached Poltava, on a tributary of the Dnieper, 85 miles southwest of Kharkov. Here at last Charles sighted Peter's army, 80,000 strong. While on reconnaissance, he was struck in the foot by a bullet. He made nothing of the wound and calmly extracted the bullet with his own knife. But when he regained his camp, he fainted. Unable to lead in person, he delegated the command to General Karl Reinskjold and ordered him to attack on the morrow, June 26th. At first, the Swedes, who had never lost a battle under Charles, carried everything before them. To urge them on, Charles had himself carried to the field of battle on a litter, which was shattered under him by enemy fire. Peter, though still officially a mere lieutenant, rode to the forefront, encouraging his troops. A bullet passed through his hat, another was stopped by a golden cross on his breast. His years of preparing and training artillery now served him well. His cannon fired 5 times to every once of the Swedes. When Swedish ammunition ran out, the Swedish infantry was massacred wholesale by the Russian artillery. Seeing the situation hopeless, the Swedish cavalry surrendered. Charles himself mounted a horse and fled with Mazeppa and 1,000 men across the Dnieper into Turkish territory. The Swedish lost in killed and wounded 4,000 men. The Russians lost 4,635, but took 18,670 prisoners, including 3 generals and many officers. Peter treated the officers honorably, but employed the prisoners on fortifications and public works. Leibniz hailed his humanity and concluded, from the size of the Russian battalions, that God was on the side of the Russians. Peter agreed with him. Now, by God's help, he wrote, the foundations of Petersburg are securely laid for all time. The battle had endless and far-reaching results. Leszczynski fled to Alsace, and Augustus II remounted the Polish throne. Russia appropriated the Baltic principalities and all of the Ukraine. Denmark rejoined the alliance against Sweden, invaded Skåne, but was repulsed. Frederick William of Prussia took Stettin and Holstein and part of Pomerania. Russian prestige and pride ran high. Louis XIV offered his alliance to Peter, who rejected it but consented to receive an envoy. Charles did not admit that he was definitely beaten. The Turks, grateful to anyone who had made trouble for Russia, gave their royal refugee all but royal honors. At Bender, near the Dniester, he maintained his own court and received from Sultan Ahmed III supplies for himself and 1,800 Swedes still in his service. As soon as his foot healed, he resumed martial exercises and drilled his little army. His abstinence from wine and his regular attendance at public prayers led to the report that he was a convert to Islam. He employed every means to persuade the Sultan or the Vizier to make war against Russia, and in that hope he refused to be taken back to Sweden by French vessels offered to his use. An attempt was made to poison him, but it was detected in time. Peter demanded that Mazeppa be surrendered to him as a traitorous Russian subject. Charles would not permit it, and Mazeppa cut the knot by dying in 1710. Every victory breeds new enemies or inflames old ones. Charles was able to convince the Sultan that the rising power of Russia, now unchecked in the north, would sooner or later challenge Turkish control of the Black Sea and the Bosporus. The Sultan declared war and sent against Russia 200,000 men under his vizier. Peter, caught by surprise, could gather only 38,000 soldiers in the south to stop this avalanche. His Bulgarian and Serbian allies failed him. When the two armies met at the river Prut, now the eastern boundary of Romania, Peter had to give battle, for the surrounding country had been ravaged, and he had provisions for only 2 days. Expecting defeat and death, he sent instructions to Moscow for the election of a new Tsar in case his fears should be realized. Then he retired to his tent and forbade anyone to enter. But his second wife, Catherine, agreed with his generals that surrender was better than mass suicide. She braved Peter's wrath by taking in to him for his signature a letter asking the vizier for terms. Peter signed without hope. Catherine collected all her jewels, borrowed money from the officers, and sent Vice-Chancellor Peter Shafirov, armed with 230,000 rubles, to negotiate terms with the vizier. The vizier took the rubles and jewels and allowed Peter to withdraw his army and equipment unhindered, on his promise to surrender Azov, to dismantle the Russian forts and ships there, to allow Charles clear passage to Sweden, and to interfere no more in Polish affairs. Peter readily made these promises on August 1st, 1711, and led his troops away. Charles, coming up ready for battle, raged when he found peace. He secured the dismissal of the Pacific vizier and continued his efforts for war. But Shafirov, with 84,900 ducats, persuaded the new vizier to confirm the Treaty of the Prut. Tired of these complications, the Sultan asked Charles to leave Turkey. He refused. A Turkish force of 12,000 men was sent to compel him. With 40 men, he held them off for 8 hours, killing 10 Turks himself. Finally, a dozen Janissaries overpowered him on February 1st, 1713. He was transported to Demotica, near Adrianople, but was allowed to remain there for 20 months while a new vizier meditated war with Russia. When this hope faded, Charles consented to return to Sweden. He was provided with military escort, gifts, and funds. He left Demotica on September 20th, 1714, traveled through Wallachia, Transylvania, and Austria, and at midnight, November 11th, reached Pomerania and its port and fort, Stralsund, on the Baltic coast due south of Sweden. This and Wismar to the west were the last Swedish strongholds on the mainland. By this time, Charles's insistence upon governing Sweden from Turkey and his refusal to make any concessions to Peter had brought the Swedish Empire to collapse. On August 1st, 1714, Elector George of Hanover had become King George I of England. Resolved to use his new power to add Bremen and Verden to Hanover, he joined Britain with Denmark and Prussia in a new coalition against Sweden, and the British fleet reinforced the Danish in the Straits. Charles found himself locked up in Stralsund, at war with England, Hanover, Denmark, Saxony, Prussia, and Russia. For 12 months he stood siege there by 36,000 men, frequently leading his garrison in heroic futile sallies. After the town and its walls had been shattered by the besiegers' cannon, and surrender was inevitable, Charles leaped into a small vessel, sailed through enemy fire, and reached Karlskrona on the Swedish coast on December 12, 1715. Stockholm awaited him as its desperate hero, but he refused to return there except as a victor. He ordered new levies of men, even of youths 15 years old. He conscripted all articles of iron to build another fleet, and taxed almost every article used by his people, even to their wigs. They obeyed silently, thinking him perhaps mad, but glorious. Baron Georg von Goertz, now his chief minister, labored to break up the coalition. Noting that George I was quarreling with Peter over the division of the spoils, he tried to make peace between Sweden and Russia, and aid the Stuart revolt in England, but his plans failed. By the fall of 1717, Charles had assembled an army of 20,000 men. That year, and again in 1718, he invaded Norway, hoping to win territory that might compensate for his mainland losses. In December, he laid siege to the fortress of Fredriksten. On the 12th, he raised his head for a moment over the parapet of the foremost trench. A Norwegian bullet struck him in the right temple and killed him instantly. He was 36 years old. He died as he had lived, stupefied with bravery. He was a great general, and won unbelievable victories against great odds. But he loved war to intoxication, never had victories enough, and in search of them planned campaigns to the verge of insanity. His generosity was spoiled by his pride. He gave much, but demanded more, and time and again he prevented peace by refusing concessions that might have saved his empire and his face. History pardons him because it was not he who had begun this great northern war that he refused to finish except with victory. The Swedish government, seldom extreme, hastened negotiations for peace. By the treaties of Stockholm, November 20th, 1719, and February 1st, 1720, it yielded Bremen and Verden to Hanover and Stettin to Prussia. At first it refused Peter's demands for all the Swedish territory in the eastern Baltic. Russian armies 3 times invaded a Sweden bled white with war and devastated her coastal lands and cities. Finally, by the Treaty of Neustadt, on August 30th, 1721, Russia obtained Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and part of Finland. The struggle for the Baltic had left Russia victorious and had made her a great power. The weary, aging but triumphant Tsar, arriving at Petersburg with the news and cry of "Mir, mir," peace, peace, was hailed by his people as father of his country, emperor of all the Russias, and Peter the Great. Chapter 13. Peter the Great, 1698 to 1725. 1. The Barbarian. Voltaire wanted to know what were the steps by which men passed from barbarism to civilization. No wonder he was interested in Peter, for Peter embodied, if not that process, at least that effort in his flesh and soul and people. Or hear another great, Frederick II of Prussia, writing about Peter to Voltaire, a bit confusedly. He was the only truly educated prince. He was not only the legislator of his country, but he understood perfectly all naval science. He was an architect, an anatomist, a surgeon, an expert soldier, a consummate economist. To make him the model of all princes, he only needed an education less barbarous and ferocious. We have noted that barbarous and ferocious education, the violence and bloodshed that surrounded Peter's childhood, shocking his nervous system and accustoming him to brutality. Even in youth he suffered from a nervous tic, which may have been aggravated later by heavy drinking and venereal disease. He is subject to convulsions all over his body, reported Burnet after visiting him in England in 1698. It is well known, said an 18th-century Russian, that this monarch was subject to short but frequent brain attacks of a somewhat violent kind. A sort of convulsion seized him, which for a certain time, and sometimes even for hours, threw him into such a distressing condition that he could not bear the sight of anyone, not even his nearest friends. This paroxysm was always preceded by a strong contortion of the neck towards the left side, and by a violent contraction of the muscles of the face. Yet he was robust and powerful. We are told that when he and Augustus II met, they rivaled each other in crumpling silver plate in their hands. Kneller in 1698 pictured him as a youth in arms and regalia, quite incredibly gentle and innocent. Later we find him more realistically portrayed as a stooping giant, 6 feet 8.5 inches tall, with full round face, large eyes and nose, and brown hair falling in curls rarely cut. His look of stern command hardly harmonized with his careless and untidy dress, his coarse darned socks, his rudely cobbled shoes. While he put a nation in order, he left his immediate surroundings in disorder wherever he went. He was so immersed in large endeavors that he grudged all time given to little things. His manners, like his dress, were so informal that he might have been taken for a peasant rather than a king, except that he had none of the muzhik's stolid patience. Sometimes his manners were worse than a peasant's, because unrestrained by fear of a master or the law. Seeing a phallus in a collection of antiquities at Berlin, he ordered his wife to kiss it. When Catherine refused, he threatened to have her beheaded. She still refused, and he was calmed only by receiving the object as a present to adorn his private room. In his conversation and correspondence, he allowed himself the crudest obscenities. Time and again he reproved his closest friends with blows of his massive fist. He gave Menshikov a bloody nose and kicked Lefort. His fondness for practical jokes occasionally took cruel forms. So he forced one of his aides to eat tortoises, another to drink a whole flask of vinegar, and young girls to down a soldier's ration of brandy. He took undue pleasure in practicing dentistry, and those near him had to guard against the slightest complaint of a toothache. His forceps were always at hand. When his valet complained that his wife, on the score of pretended toothache, refused him the consolations of matrimony, he sent for her, forcibly extracted a sound tooth, and told her that more would be forthcoming if she continued celibate. His lawless cruelty exceeded the degree in which it might be excused as normal or necessary in his time and land. The Russians were accustomed to cruelty, and were probably less sensitive to pain than persons of a subtler nervous organization. They may have needed a harsh discipline. But Peter's almost personal massacre of the Streltsy suggests a sadistic pleasure in cruelty, an orgasm of blood, and no need of the state required to have two conspirators sliced to death inch by inch. Peter was immune to pity or sentiment, and lacked the sense of justice that checked the whims of Louis XIV or Frederick the Great. His violations of his solemn word, however, were fully in the manner of the age. Like the muzhik, Peter thought intoxication was a reasonable vacation from reality. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. Like the muzhik, Peter thought intoxication was a reasonable vacation from reality. He had taken upon himself all the burdens of the state and the far greater task of transforming an Oriental people into Western civilization. Festive drinking with his friends seemed a merited relief from these undertakings. He heartily accepted the peasant adage that drinking is the Russian's joy. The ability to hold liquor was one of his measures of a man. When he was in Paris, he wagered that his priest-confessor could drink more and remain stable than the priest-secretary of the French ministry. The contest went on for an hour. When the abbé rolled under the table, Peter hugged his priest for having saved the honor of Russia. About 1690, Peter and his intimates formed a band called the Most Drunken Assembly, or Sobor, of Fools and Jesters. Prince Fyodor Romodanovsky was elected Tsar of the Sobor. Peter accepted a subordinate position, as he did in the army and navy, and often in real life he pretended that Romodanovsky was Tsar of Russia. The Sobor of Drunkards was formally dedicated to the worship of Bacchus and Venus. It had an elaborate ritual, mimicking with grossness and obscenity those of the Russian Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, and much of this mock ritual was composed by Peter himself. The Sobor took part in many official state celebrations. When its mock patriarch, Nikita Zatov, aged 84, married a bride of 60, Peter designed and commanded an ornate ribald ceremony, this in 1715, in which the dignitaries and ladies of the court were to take part along with bears and stags and goats, and ambassadors playing flutes or the hurdy-gurdy, and Peter beating a drum. His sense of humor was hilarious and unrestrained, often stooping to buffoonery. His court was crowded with jesters and dwarfs who seemed indispensable to every ceremony. Once the Tsar, nearly 7 feet tall, playing Gulliver to his Lilliputians, rode in a procession at the head of 24 mounted dwarfs. At one time Peter had 72 dwarfs at his court, some of whom were served up at table in gigantic pies. There were giants, too, but most of these were sent as gifts to Frederick William of Prussia to join his army of obelisks. Several Negroes were presented to Peter. He held them in high esteem and sent some of them to Paris for an education. One of them became a Russian general, the great-grandfather of the poet Pushkin. So far we picture Peter as still very much a barbarian, an Ivan the Terrible but humorous, anxious to be civilized but envying the West not for its graces and arts, but for its armies and navies, its commerce and industry and wealth. His virtues were directed to these ends as the prerequisites of civilization, hence his insatiable curiosity. Of everything he wanted to know how it worked, and then how it could be made to work better. On his travels he exhausted his aides by running about to see this and that, even through the night. He was swamped with ideas, thereby amazing Leibniz, who had a swamp of his own. But Peter's ideas were frankly utilitarian. He had an open mind for anything that could make his country catch up to the West. In a nation gloomily religious and fanatically hostile to foreign creeds and ways, he was as unprejudiced as a child or a sage, sampling Catholicism, Protestantism, even free thought. He was rather imitative than original. He transplanted ideas rather than conceived them. But in attempting to raise his nation to a competitive level with the West, it was wiser to absorb first the best that the West could teach, and then try to surpass it. Never had imitation been so original. His indefatigable devotion to his purpose raised him out of barbarism to greatness. If he conscripted and consumed millions of Russians to his ends, he used himself up too in the effort to give Russia a modern army, a more efficient government, more varied and productive industries, wider commerce, and ports that could reach the world. He was economical of everything except human life, which was Russia's one abundant commodity. Almost his first measures on reaching power were to dismiss the horde of servants and palace officials that had cluttered the royal household, to sell 3,000 horses from the royal stables, to sweep away 300 cooks and kitchen boys, to reduce the royal table, even on feast days, to 16 places at most, to dispense with formal receptions and balls, and to make over to the state the sums that had heretofore been allotted to these luxuries. His father, Alexis, had left him a personal property of 10,734 desiatins, or about 28,982 acres, of cultivated land, and 50,000 houses, bringing in a revenue of 200,000 rubles yearly. Peter turned nearly all this over to the state treasury, reserving as his own only the ancient patrimony of the Romanov family, 800 souls in the province of Novgorod. In effect, and in sharp contrast to Louis XIV, the greatest of the Tsars reduced his court to a few friends, with an occasional festival, informal and sometimes hilarious, to brighten Moscow's monotony. Often his economy became parsimony. He underpaid his palace staff, meted out mathematically its daily allowance of food, invited his friends not to dinner but to picnics where each would pay his share, and when the prostitutes who served him bemoaned their modest honorariums, he replied that he paid them as much as he paid a grenadier, whose services were far more valuable. Women, with one exception, were minor incidents in his life. He was not keenly sensitive to beauty. He had sexual needs, but he dispatched them without ritual. He did not like to sleep alone, but this had nothing to do with sex. Usually he had a servant share his bed. Probably he wanted someone near him in case he should have a convulsion during the night. At 17, to quiet his mother, he married Eudoxia Lopukina, who was described as beautiful but stupid. Finding one quality more lasting than the other, he neglected her and went back to his friends and his ships. He took a succession of transient mistresses, nearly always of lowly origin and condition. When Frederick II of Denmark jested with him about having a mistress, Peter answered, "Brother, my harlots do not cost me much, but yours cost you thousands of crowns, which you could spend in a better way." Both Lefort and Menshikov served the Tsar as procurers, and Menshikov surrendered his own mistress to be Peter's second wife. There must have been remarkable ability in her to raise her, like Justinian's Theodora, from strumpet to empress. The future Catherine I was born about 1685 in Livonia, of humble stock. Left an orphan, she was brought up as a servant by the Lutheran pastor Gluck in Marienburg. He taught her the catechism, but not the alphabet. She never learned to read. In 1702, a Russian army under Sheremetyev besieged Marienburg. Despairing of defense, the commander of the garrison decided to blow up his fortress and himself. Pastor Gluck, informed of his intention, took his family and his servant and fled to the Russian camp. He was sent on to Moscow, but Catherine was kept as a solace for the soldiers. She graduated through them to Sheremetyev, to Menshikov, to Peter. In those wars and regions, a simple woman had to be complacent in order to eat. For a time, Catherine seems to have served both Menshikov and the Tsar. They liked her because she was neat, cheerful, kind, and understanding. For example, she did not insist on being sole mistress. Peter found her a gay relief from the alarms of politics or war and the tantrums of jealous concubines. She accompanied him on campaigns, lived like a soldier, cut her hair, slept on the ground, and did not flinch when she saw men shot down at her side. When a convulsion seized Peter and all others were afraid to touch him, she would speak to him soothingly, caress him, calm him, and let him sleep with his head on her breast. When they were apart, he wrote to his Katyarenushka letters of playful and yet sincere tenderness. She became indispensable to him. By 1710 she was his wife in everything but law. She bore him several children. In 1711 she helped to save him at the Prut. In 1712 he publicly acknowledged her as his wife. In 1722 he crowned her empress. Her influence over him was good in many ways. She, the peasant girl, improved the manners of the royal boor. She moderated his drinking. On several occasions she entered the room where he was carousing with friends and quietly commanded him, "Come home, little father," and he obeyed. She winked at his post-marital flirtations. She made no attempt to influence politics, but she saw to it that the Tsar provided for her future, her relatives, and her friends. She overcame widespread resentment of her elevation by acting as an angel of mercy. In several instances she saved persons from the penalties to which Peter wished to condemn them, and when he insisted on severity he had to conceal it from her. She abused her power over him by selling her intercession. In this way she amassed a secret fortune, part of which she judiciously invested under assumed names at Hamburg or Amsterdam. Shall we blame her for seeking some security at a time when everything depended upon one man's whim and all Russia was in flux? 2. The Petrine Revolution. Peter had inherited absolute power, took it for granted, and never doubted its necessity. Rule by the Duma of boyars would restore feudal separatism and national chaos or stagnation. Rule by a democratic assembly was impossible in a country still mentally and morally primitive. Peter agreed with Cromwell and Louis XIV that only the concentration of authority and responsibility could organize the human motley into a state strong enough to control the passions of the people and repel the attacks of land-hungry enemies. He thought of himself not as a despot, but as a servant of the nation and its future, and in large measure this was an honest belief, at least half true. He worked as hard as the simplest peasant in his realm. Normally he rose at 5 in the morning and labored 14 hours a day. He slept only 6 hours at night, but took a siesta after noon. Such a program was not impracticable in the St. Petersburg summers, when daylight began at 3 a.m. and lasted till 10 p.m., but in winter much of it had to go on during the night, which began about 3 in the afternoon and continued till 9 the next morning. St. Petersburg was the symbol and Archimedean fulcrum of his revolution. It was not an ideal site for a capital, being too close to the coast. Even so, it was 25 miles from the sea, at a point where the river Neva split into 2 branches, and Peter hoped to protect it by the fortress of Kronstadt that he raised in 1710 on an island at the entrance to the bay. The city itself was founded in 1703 on the model of Amsterdam. Since much of the site was marshy, Neva is Swedish for mud, St. Petersburg was built upon piles, or, as a sad Russian saying had it, upon the bones of the thousands of laborers who were conscripted to lay those foundations and rear the town. In 1708 some 40,000 men were sent to the task. In 1709 another 40,000. In 1711 46,000. In 1713 40,000 more. They were paid half a ruble per month, which they had to supplement with begging and thieving. Swedish prisoners of war employed in the construction died by the thousands. As there were no wheelbarrows, the men transported the materials in their uplifted caftans. Stone, too, was conscripted. A ukase of 1714 forbade the erection of stone houses anywhere in Russia except in St. Petersburg. But there every nobleman in the land was commanded to raise a dwelling of stone. The nobles did it under protest, hating the climate and not sharing Peter's love of the sea. For himself, Peter had some Dutch artisans put together a cottage like those that he had seen at Zaandam, with log walls, shingle roof, and small rooms. He disliked palaces, but allowed 3 at Peterhof, on the southern outskirts of the city, for ceremonial occasions. This summer palace was destroyed in the Second World War. In a nearby suburb, Zarsko he built a summer cottage for his Katernushka. He did not at first intend to make St. Petersburg a capital as well as a port. It was too close to hostile Sweden, but after his victory over Charles XII at Poltava, he decided to make the change. He longed to get away from the somber ecclesiastical atmosphere of Moscow and its narrow nationalism, and he wanted the conservative nobles to feel progressive winds from the west. So in 1712 he made it his capital. The Muscovites mourned and predicted that God would soon destroy the half-heathen city. Before the new capital, wrote Pushkin, Moscow bowed her head as an imperial widow bows before a young Tsaritsa. Peter was so anxious to westernize Russia that he dragged it, so to speak, to the Baltic and bade it look through his window on the west. To this purpose, and to have a base for his fleet and a port for foreign trade, he sacrificed all other considerations. The port would be icebound 5 months in the year, but it would face the west and touch the sea. As the Dnieper had made Russia Byzantine and the Volga had made it Asiatic, so now the Neva would invite it to be European. The next step was to build a navy that would guard the lanes of Russian commerce through the Baltic to the west. Peter achieved this for a time by building in the course of his reign 1,000 galleys, but they were hastily and badly constructed, their timbers rotted, their masts broke in the wind, and after his death Russia reconciled herself to being what geography had made it, a landlocked country shut off from the Atlantic, and waiting for the conquest of the air to overleap its barriers into the world. In this sense Moscow was right. Russia's power and defense had to be on land, through its armies and its space. So in 1917 Moscow had its revenge and became the capital again. Peter's most permanent reform was the reorganization of the army. Before him it had depended upon levies of peasants led by their feudal lords, loyal chiefly to them, poorly disciplined and poorly armed. Peter undermined the boyars by establishing a standing army manned by conscription, equipped with the latest weapons of the West, officered by men who had passed through the ranks, and disciplined in the new ideal of proudly serving Russia rather than a narrow province or a hated lord. It was military necessity that dictated Peter's revolution. He could not develop Russia without opening a way to the Baltic or the Mediterranean. He could not do this without a modern army. He could not maintain such an army without transforming the Russian economy and government. And he could not transform these without remaking the Russian people in manners, aims, and soul. It was too great a task for one man, or for one generation. He began, in his whimsical, impulsive way, with the beards and dress of the men around him. In 1698, soon after returning from the West, he had his own sparse beard shaved, and commanded all who wished to keep his favor to do the same, excepting only the Patriarch of the Orthodox Church. Soon an edict went throughout Russia that all laymen were to shave their chins. Mustaches might remain. The beard had been almost a religious symbol in Russia. It had been worn by the prophets and the apostles, and the reigning patriarch, Adrian, only 8 years before, had condemned the shaving of the beard as irreligious and heretical. Peter accepted the challenge. Beardlessness was to be a sign of modernity, of willingness to enter into Western civilization. Those laymen who felt a dire need of whiskers might keep them, by paying an annual tax rising from 1 kopeck for a peasant to 100 rubles for a rich merchant. There were many old Russians, says an old history, who, after having their beards shaved off, saved them preciously in order to have them placed in their coffins, fearing that they would not be allowed to enter heaven without them. Next to go was the Russian costume. Here, too, Peter felt that internal resistance to Westernization would be reduced by wearing Western garb. He himself cut off the long sleeves of the army officers who appeared before him. "See," he said to one of them, "these things are in your way. You are safe nowhere with them. At one moment you upset a glass, then you forgetfully dip them in the sauce. Get gaiters made of them." So an order went forth in January 1700 commanding all courtiers and officials in Russia to adopt Western dress. All persons entering or leaving Moscow had to choose between having their ankle-long caftans cut at the knees or paying a fine. The women were likewise urged to adopt Western costume. They resisted less than the men, for in dress women are annual revolutionists. Not so much by decrees as by the example of his family, Peter ended the seclusion of Russia's women. His father, Alexis, and his mother, Natalia, had led the way. His half-sister Sophia had broadened it. Now Peter invited women to social gatherings, encouraged them to remove their veils, to dance, to make music, to seek education, even if only through tutors. He issued edicts forbidding parents to marry their children against their will and requiring an interval of 6 weeks between betrothal and marriage. In that period, the engaged couple should be allowed to see each other frequently and to break off the engagement if they wished. The women were glad to emerge from the terem. They began a race to adopt new fashions, and some increase in illegitimate births gave the clergy a weapon against Peter's revolution. The resistance of religion was his greatest obstacle. The clergy realized that his reforms would lessen their prestige and power. They bemoaned his toleration of Western faiths in Russia, and they suspected that he himself had no religious belief. They heard with horror of the parodies with which he and his intimates mocked the Orthodox ritual. For his part, Peter resented the diversion of manpower into the vast and innumerable monasteries, and he coveted the enormous revenues that these institutions enjoyed. When the Patriarch Adrian died in October 1700, Peter deliberately refrained from appointing a successor. He himself, like Henry VIII in England, became head of the Church and led a reformation in Russia. For 21 years the office of Patriarch remained vacant, depriving the Orthodox Church of a leader against the Petrine reforms. In 1721, Peter abolished the office altogether and replaced it with a holy synod of ecclesiastics appointed by the Tsar and subject to a lay procurator. In 1701, he transferred the administration of ecclesiastical properties to a department of the government. The jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical courts was curtailed. The appointment of bishops was made subject to governmental approval. Further edicts forbade the ordination of mystics or fanatics and limited the number of miracle-working centers. Men were not to take monastic vows before the age of 30. Women were not to take final vows as nuns before the age of 50. Monks were to be compelled to do useful work. A census of monastic properties and revenues was taken by the government. A part of this income was left to the monasteries. The rest was devoted to the establishment of schools and hospitals. Most of the clergy resigned themselves to this Russian Reformation, which, again like that of Henry VIII, left doctrine unchanged. Some Raskolniki, or dissenters, denounced Peter as Antichrist and urged the people to refuse him obedience or taxes. He had the leaders of this rebellion arrested and dealt with them after his usual fashion. Some were knouted and banished to Siberia, some were imprisoned for life, one died of torture, 2 were slowly burned to death. For the rest, Peter was abreast of the West in religious toleration. He protected the Raskolniki from persecution as long as they abstained from politics. In St. Petersburg, to encourage foreign trade, he allowed Calvinist, Lutheran, and Catholic churches to be built on the Nevsky Prospect, which came to be called the Prospect of Tolerance. He protected the Capuchin monks who entered Russia, but banished the Jesuits in 1710 as too sedulous in propaganda for the Roman Church. In general, the religious reforms of Peter were the most lasting of all. They ended the Middle Ages in Russia. A vast process of secularization changed the life and spirit of Russia from domination by priests and landlords to rule, almost regimentation, by the state. Peter subordinated the boyars to his will, made them serve the public, and reorganized social ranks according to the importance of the social service performed. A new aristocracy arose, composed of officials in the army, the navy, and the bureaucracy. The government was headed by a senate of 9, later 20 men appointed by the Tsar. It was administered by 9 colleges, directing respectively taxation and revenue, expenditure, audit and control, commerce, industry, foreign relations, war, navy, and law. Responsible to the Senate were the governors of the 12 provinces, or gubernias, and the councils that ruled the cities. The population of each city was divided into 3 classes: rich merchants and the professions, teachers and craftsmen, wage earners and laborers. Only the first class could be elected to the municipal council. Only the first 2 classes could vote, but all male taxpayers could take part in the town meetings. The mir, or village community, took form not as a democratic institution, but as a body collectively responsible for the poll tax introduced in 1719. Local autonomy was checked by central control, and there was no thought of democracy. The rapid transformation that Peter planned could be achieved, if at all, only by dictatorial power. That transformation had to be economic as well as political, for no purely agricultural society could long maintain its independence against states enriched and armed by industry. A German economist of the time pointed out what the next 200 years would prove, that a nation exporting chiefly raw material and agricultural products would soon become vassal to states producing and exporting chiefly manufactured goods. For agriculture, therefore, Peter did little. Instead of reducing serfdom, he extended it to industry. By his own example, he taught the peasants how to cut their corn, and he commanded the replacement of sickles with scythes. The Russians were accustomed to burn the woodlands to provide fertilizing ashes for the soil. Peter forbade this, needing lumber for his ships, trees for his masts. He introduced the cultivation of the tobacco plant, the mulberry, and the vine, and began the Russian breeding of horses and sheep. But his chief aim was rapid industrialization. The first problem was to provide raw materials. He spurred the spread of mining. He gave stimulating rewards to men like Nikita Demidov and Alexander Stroganov, who showed enterprise and skill in mining and metallurgy. He urged landowners to encourage or allow the extraction of minerals from their soils, and decreed that if they neglected to do this, their soil might be mined by others by paying them merely a nominal fee. By 1710, Russia ceased to import iron. Before Peter's death, it was exporting it. He brought in foreign artisans and managers, and prodded the Russians of every rank to learn the industrial arts. An Englishman opened in Moscow a factory for treating hides and making shoes. Peter commanded every town in Russia to send a delegation of cobblers to Moscow to learn the latest methods of making boots and shoes, and held the galleys as a threat over shoemakers who clung to their old ways. To encourage the Russian textile industry, he wore, after this was functioning, only native-made cloth, and forbade the Muscovites to buy imported stockings. Soon the Russians were making good textiles. An admiral shocked tradition and delighted the Tsar by manufacturing silk brocades. A moujik developed a lacquer superior to any similar product in Europe except the Venetian. Before the reign was over, there were 233 factories in Russia. Some were quite large. The Moscow manufacture of sailcloth employed 1,162 workers. One textile mill used 742 men, another 730. One metallurgical establishment had 683 employees. There had been factories in Russia before Peter, but not on this scale. Many of the new plants were started by the government and were later sold to private management, but even then they received state subsidies and were subject to detailed supervision by the government. High protective tariffs shielded the incipient industries from foreign competition. To man the factories, Peter resorted to conscription. Since there were few free laborers available, peasants were converted willy-nilly into industrial workers. Manufacturers were empowered to buy serfs from landlords and put them to work in the factories. Large-scale undertakings were supplied with peasants transferred from state lands and farms. As in most governmental attempts at rapid industrialization, the leaders could not wait for the acquisitive instinct to overcome habit and tradition and lead workers from old fields and ways to new tasks and disciplines. An industrial serfdom developed, more or less reluctantly by Peter, deliberately by his successors. Peter apologized in an edict of 1723. Is not everything done at first by compulsion? That there are few people willing to go into business, or industry, is true, for our people are like children, who never want to begin the alphabet unless they are compelled by their teachers. It seems very hard to them at first, but when they have learnt it, they are thankful. Already much thanksgiving is heard for what has already borne fruit. So in manufacturing affairs we must act and compel, and help by teaching. But industry could not develop without commerce to sell its products. To encourage commerce, Peter raised the social status of the merchant class. He forced the growth of a great shipbuilding industry at Archangel and St. Petersburg. He tried and failed to establish a merchant marine to carry Russian goods in Russian ships. The moujik, rooted and locked in his land, did not take willingly or ably to the sea. Within Russia itself, trade was discouraged by great distances and forbidding roads. But rivers abounded, fed by the snows of the north and the rains of the south. And when the rivers froze, they froze so firmly that they, like the frozen roads, could carry heavy loads. What was needed was to bind these rivers with canals, to lead the Neva and the Dvina to the Volga, and the Volga to the Don, and so unite the Baltic and the White Sea with the Black Sea and the Caspian. Peter laid the foundation of the great system and opened in 1708 the link between the Neva and the Volga, but several reigns had to pass before the network was complete, and thousands of workers died in the attempt. War and his multifarious enterprises compelled Peter to raise capital in quantities unprecedented in Russia. Part of this he secured by giving the government a monopoly in the production and sale of salt, tobacco, tar, fats, potash, resin, glue, rhubarb, caviar, even of oak coffins. These coffins were sold at a profit of 400%. Salt made a modest 100%. But the Tsar realized that monopolies discouraged both industry and trade, and after peace was signed with Sweden, he abolished them at one stroke, leaving internal trade free. Foreign trade remained subject to import and export duties, but it multiplied almost tenfold between 1700 and Peter's death in 1725. Most of it was carried in foreign vessels, and what remained in Russian hands was hampered by widespread bribery that even Peter's draconic penalties could not suppress. Taxation was exhaustive. A special group of governmental appointees was charged with devising and administering new taxes. There were taxes on hats, boots, beehives, rooms, cellars, chimneys, births, marriages, beards. A tax on households was frustrated by whole and chaotic migrations. Peter changed it to a tax on souls, wherever found. This did not apply to the nobility or the clergy. The revenues of the state rose from 1,400,000 rubles in 1680 to 8,500,000 in 1724, of which 75% went to the army and navy. Half of the increase was unreal, being due to a 50% depreciation of the currency during Peter's reign, for he could not resist the temptation to make a temporary profit by debasing the coinage. From monarch to mujik, dishonesty clogged the economy, the collection of taxes, the decisions of the courts, the administration of the laws. Peter decreed death for all officials who accepted gifts, but one of his aides warned him that if he enforced this decree he would soon have none but dead officials. He killed some of them, nevertheless. Prince Matvei Gagarin, governor of Siberia, became too conspicuously rich. He adorned his statue of the Virgin with jewels worth 130,000 rubles. Peter wanted to know how the Virgin got them. When he found out, he had Gagarin hanged. In 1714, several high officials were arrested for stealing from the government and the people. They included the vice-governor of St. Petersburg, the head of the state commissary, the head of the admiralty, the commandants of Narva and Revel, and several senators. Some were hanged, some were given life imprisonment, some had their noses slit, some were beaten with rods. When Peter gave the order to halt the punishment, the soldiers who had administered it begged him, "Father, allow us to flog a little more, for the thieves have stolen even our bread." Corruption continued. A Russian proverb said that Christ himself would steal if his hands were not tied to the cross. Amid this struggle of one will to change the economic and political life of half a continent, Peter found time to attempt a cultural revolution, too. He hated superstition and longed to replace it with education and science. The Russians had heretofore dated the years from the supposed creation of the world, and had begun them with September. Peter, in 1699, brought the Russian calendar in harmony with the Julian, as used by the Protestant states. Hereafter the year was to begin with January and be dated from the birth of Christ. The people complained. How could God have chosen midwinter as the time of creation? Peter had his way, but he did not dare adopt the Gregorian calendar, which Catholic Europe had accepted in 1582. The elimination of 10 days, as required by that papistical trick, would have robbed several Orthodox saints of their holy days. The restless Tsar succeeded in the equally difficult enterprise of reforming the alphabet. The Orthodox Church used the old Slavonic alphabet, but the business classes had adopted an alphabet based on the Greek. Peter ordered all secular works to be printed in this new form. He imported printing presses and printers from the Netherlands. He started in 1703 the first Russian newspaper, the Gazette of St. Petersburg. He ordered and financed the publication of books on technology and science. He founded the Library of St. Petersburg and established the Russian archives by gathering into the library the manuscripts, records, and chronicles of the monasteries. He opened several technical institutes and ordered the sons of the aristocracy to enter them. He tried to set up in each province a mathematical school, and in Moscow he provided a gymnasium after the German model to teach languages, literature, and philosophy. But these schools did not long survive. In 1724 he organized the Academy of St. Petersburg. To this he brought such distinguished savants as Joseph Delisle to teach astronomy, and Daniel Bernoulli for mathematics. On Leibniz's prompting, he commissioned in 1724 Vitus Bering, the Danish navigator, to lead an expedition to Kamchatka to find out whether Asia and America were physically united. Bering sailed after Peter's death. Under Alexis, the Russian theater had given only private performances. Peter licensed a theater on the Red Square and opened it to the public. He imported German players who presented 15 tragedies and comedies, including some of Molière. Foreign musicians were brought in to provide orchestras. The sonata and the concerto were introduced into Russia, and Russian secular music took European forms of harmony and counterpoint. Peter commissioned the purchase of paintings and statues, chiefly Italian, gathered these and other works into a museum of art in St. Petersburg, opened the museum to all visitors without charge, and had refreshments served to them. Foreign painters came to paint portraits in Western style. Some churches were built during the reigns of Alexis, hardly any under Peter. Architects now found it more profitable to build palaces. No great literature flowered during this uprooting revolution. Time would be needed before the stimulus of Peter would be felt in poetry. One brave book appeared in the year before Peter's death. Ivan Pasashkov's Book of Poverty and Wealth chided the Russians for barbarism and illiteracy, and strongly supported the Tsar's reforms. Unhappily, it said, our great monarch is almost alone with 10 others in pulling upwards, while millions of individuals pull downwards. Ivan denounced the oppression of the peasantry, demanded an impartial administration of justice by courts free from class domination, and shocked the Tsar by asking that representatives of all classes be brought together to write a new constitution and code of laws for Russia. A few months after Peter's death, Pasashkov was arrested. He died in prison in 1726. 3. Aftermath. The resistance to Peter's reforms rose from year to year. The Russians were accustomed to poverty, suffering, and despotism, but not even under Ivan the Terrible had they borne such burdens, or paid such taxes, or died in such numbers, not only in battle, but in forced labor, from hunger, cold, exhaustion, and disease. Misery increases from day to day, wrote Peter's beloved Lefort in 1723. The streets are full of people who try to sell their children. The government pays neither the troops, nor the navy, nor the administrative colleges, nor anybody. The Tsar, bewildered by the growth of poverty amid his reforms, made it a crime to beg, or to give to beggars, and set up 60 organizations to distribute charity. Begging continued and crime spread. Serfs fleeing from servitude, soldiers and conscript laborers deserting their camps at the risk of their lives, almost ruled the roads. Sometimes they organized themselves into regiments, several hundred strong, which besieged and captured cities. Moscow, reported a general in 1718, is a hotbed of brigandage, everything is devastated, the number of lawbreakers is multiplying, and executions never stop. Some streets in Moscow were barricaded by the citizens, some houses were surrounded with high fences to keep thieves out. Peter tried to suppress robbery by severity. Captured brigands were to be hanged, housebreakers were to have their noses cut off to the bone, etc. The criminals were not deterred. Life was so hard for the poor that they looked upon capital punishment as hardly distinguishable from the life imprisonment of serfdom or forced toil, and they bore the most appalling tortures with the stoicism of deadened nerves. Peter was so unpopular that many wondered that no one killed him. The nobles hated him for compelling them to serve the state, and for raising up the business classes to prominence and wealth. The peasants hated him for conscripting them into labor that uprooted them from their homes, often from their families. Churchmen hated him as the beast of the apocalypse, who had made Christ himself the servant of the government. Nearly all Russians distrusted him for consorting with foreigners and importing heathen ideas. All Russia feared him because of his violence and savage penalties. Russia did not want to be westernized. It abominated the West. To preserve its own national spirit, it had to be Slavophil. Desperate revolts broke out in Moscow in 1698, in Astrakhan in 1705, along the Volga in 1707, and sporadically throughout the empire and the reign. Peter symbolized and intensified the conflict by twice returning to the West. In the fall of 1711 he went to Germany to preside at Torgau over the marriage of his son. There he received Leibniz, who proposed to him the establishment of a Russian academy, of which the polymorphous philosopher hoped to be president. The Tsar was back in St. Petersburg in January 1712, but in October, amid a campaign against Sweden, he took the waters at Carlsbad and visited Wittenberg. Some Lutheran clergymen took him to the house in which Luther had flung an inkwell at the devil, and they showed him the ink spot on the wall. They asked him to write some comment on the wall. He wrote, "The ink is quite fresh, so that the story is evidently not true." Peter returned to his new capital in April 1713. In February 1716 he was off to the west again. He visited Germany and Holland, and in May 1717 reached Paris, hoping to marry his daughter Elizabeth to Louis XV. Meeting the 7-year-old king, Peter lifted him up to embrace him. A few days later, received by Louis before the royal palace, Peter raised him like an infant and carried him up the steps, setting the court a tremble. He spent 6 weeks in Paris as a sightseer, absorbing every aspect of the political, economic, and cultural life of the city. He had his portrait painted by Rigaud and by Nattier. He visited the aged Madame de Maintenon at Saint-Cyr. From Paris he went to Spa, and for 5 weeks he drank the waters there, for by this time he was suffering from a dozen ailments. At Berlin his wife Catherine joined him. She discovered that he had a mistress, but she forgave this, as in the best traditions of European royalty. When they reached St. Petersburg on October 20th, 1716, Peter faced one of the worst crises of his career. His son Alexis, to whom he had hoped to bequeath the realm and the advancement of his reforms, had come to dislike many of those innovations and the methods by which they were enforced. Physically and mentally, Alexis was the son of Eudoxia rather than of Peter. He was small, timid, and weak, fond of books, and devoted to the Orthodox Church, for he had been reared in piety while Peter went off to war in the West. At the age of 9, Alexis saw his mother dismissed to a convent in 1699. When he was 11, he heard the priests mourning the melting of church bells for cannon. He asked his father why Russians should go out of Russia to fight for so distant a city as Narva. Peter was disgusted to find that his heir had no taste for bloodshed. While Peter busied himself building St. Petersburg, Alexis remained in Moscow, loving its churches and ancient ways. He resented the disruption of the Patriarchate and the confiscation of monastic property by the state. His confessor taught him always to defend the Church at whatever cost. Alexis became the idol and hope of the ecclesiastical and aristocratic groups that hated Peter's secularization and westernization of Russia, and they waited impatiently for the time when this religious and manageable youth would succeed to the throne. Peter seldom saw him, and then usually scolded him, sometimes struck him, as when the Tsar found that the boy had secretly visited his mother in her nunnery. The youth's disaffection came near to hatred. He admitted to his confessor, Ignatieff, that he wished his father were dead. Ignatieff thought this no sin. "God will forgive you," he told Alexis. "We all wish for his death because the people have to bear such heavy burdens." In 1708, Peter sent his son to Dresden to study geometry and fortification. At Torgau in 1711, Alexis married Princess Charlotte Christina Sophia of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. He could not pardon her refusal to abandon her Lutheran faith for the Russian Orthodox religion. He took mistresses, even from brothels, and drank heavily. Shortly after Charlotte had borne him a child, he visited her in the company of a courtesan. A year later his wife died in childbirth in 1715. Peter summoned him to St. Petersburg in an angry letter containing ominous words. "I do not spare my own life, nor that of any of my subjects. I will make no exception in your case. You will mend your ways, and you will make yourself useful to the state. Otherwise you shall be disinherited." Alexis sought to appease his father by resigning his rights to the throne. He would be satisfied, he said, to lead a quiet life in the country. Peter felt that this was no solution. On January 30th, 1716, he wrote to Alexis, "I cannot believe your oath. David said that all men are liars, so that even if you wish to keep it, you could be dissuaded by the Longbeards. It is known to everyone that you hate my deeds, which I do for the people of this nation, not sparing my health, and after my death you will destroy them. For that reason, to stay as you would like to be, neither fish nor flesh is impossible. Therefore either change your character, and without hypocrisy be my worthy successor, or become a monk. Give me immediately an answer. If you do not do this, I will treat you as a criminal." Alexis's friends advised him to become a monk. "A monk's cowl is not nailed on a man," said one of them. "It can be laid aside again." Alexis wrote to his father that he was willing to become a monk. Peter relented and told him to take half a year to make up his mind. The Tsar went off to the west in February 1716. On June 29th, Peter's sister Natalia counseled Alexis to leave Russia and put himself under the protection of the emperor. In September, Peter wrote to his son from Copenhagen, saying that the half-year was up and that Alexis must enter a monastery at once or join his father in Denmark, prepared for military service. Alexis pretended that he was going to his father. He obtained funds from Menshikov and the Senate and proceeded not to Copenhagen but to Vienna on November 10th. He begged the imperial vice-chancellor to secure for him the protection of the Emperor Charles VI. "My father," he said, "is incredibly wrathful and vengeful and spares no man. And if the Emperor gives me back to my father, it is all the same as taking my life." The vice-chancellor sent him to the castle of Ehrenberg in the Tyrol. There Alexis remained in concealment and disguise, under surveillance but supplied with all comforts, and allowed to keep with him his mistress Afrosinia, dressed as a page. Peter's agents traced him there. Alexis, warned, fled to Naples, where he was guarded in the Castel Sant'Elmo. Peter's agents found him and urged him to return to Russia in confidence of his father's mercy. He consented on condition that Peter allowed him to live with Afrosinia in rural retirement. Peter so promised in a letter of November 28, 1717. Alexis arranged to have Afrosinia stay in Italy till she bore her child. On his long journey to Russia, he sent her the tenderest letters. He reached Moscow at the end of January. On February 3rd, Peter received him in a solemn assembly of the leading dignitaries of state and church. Alexis, kneeling and in tears, asked pardon. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. He wrote to Afrosinia that his father treated him well and had invited him to his table. He looked forward to her coming and to happiness with her in rural peace. She arrived in April. She was at once arrested. She was subjected not to torture, but to a severe examination. She broke down and confessed that Alexis had rejoiced at news of rebellion against his father, that he had expressed his intention on coming to power to abandon St. Petersburg and the navy, and to reduce the army to the needs of defense. This was nothing worse than what Peter already knew, and he left Alexis at liberty for 2 months more. Then, spurred on by new revelations not known to us, he announced that since his pardon of Alexis had presumed a full confession, and he now had evidence that the confession had been insincere and incomplete, he withdrew the pardon. On June 14th, Alexis was arrested and was confined in the Saints Peter and Paul fortress. On June 19th, 1718, after examination by the High Court of Justice, he was put to the torture for the first time, receiving 25 blows of the knout. He confessed that he had desired his father's death, and that his confessor had told him, "We all wish for his death." He was confronted with Afrosinia, who repeated what she had told the Tsar. Nevertheless, he vowed that he would love her till his death. He admitted, "By degrees not only everything about my father, but his very person, became odious to me." He acknowledged that he would have used the Emperor's help to conquer the crown by main force. On June 24th, a further torture by 15 blows of the knout drew from him nothing more. The High Court pronounced him guilty of treason and condemned him to death. Alexis begged to be allowed to embrace his mistress before his execution. We do not know if this was granted him. Peter did not sign the sentence. Twice again, on June 25th and 26th, Alexis was interrogated under torture, the second time in the presence of the Tsar and members of the court. And Lefort later reported, "Though I am not sure of this, I am assured that his father struck the first blows." That afternoon, Alexis died in prison, apparently from the effects of torture. One story says that Catherine bade the doctors open his veins. We cannot say whether this was an act of mercy or of ambition for her son. Afrosinia received a share of Alexis's property, married an officer of the guard, and lived comfortably in St. Petersburg for 30 years more. Peter hoped to raise Catherine's son to succeed him, but the boy died in 1719. Catherine bore 2 more sons, Peter and Paul, but both died before the Tsar. He consoled himself with the majestic titles awarded him after the peace with Sweden. In that year, 1721, the Senate and the Holy Synod conferred the title of Empress upon Catherine. After allowing Russia its 1 year of peace since the beginning of his active rule, Peter turned his forces against Persia. He hoped to clear and control a caravan route to Central Asia, at last to India. His informants told him that gold could be found on the way, and he anticipated the industrial possibilities of Caucasian and Middle Eastern oil. In 1722, he sent a fleet over the Caspian to attack Persia. It captured Baku and some of the Persian Caspian coast. But storms destroyed most of the ships, disease decimated the army, and Peter returned from the campaign of 1724 exhausted, pessimistic, and near death. He had for years been suffering from syphilis and from the medicines taken to cure it. Heavy drinking had made matters worse, and the excitements of war, revolution, revolts, and terroristic violence had finally exhausted his giant physique. In November 1724, he jumped into the icy Neva to help rescue sailors on a grounded vessel. He worked through a whole night in water up to his waist. On the next day he had a fever, but he survived it, and resumed a heavy schedule of activities. On January 25th, he took to his bed with painful inflammation of the bladder. Not till February 2nd would he admit that death was upon him. He confessed some of his sins and received the sacraments. On the 6th, he signed a proclamation freeing all prisoners except those condemned for murder or offenses against the state. He startled his attendants with his cries of pain. He called for a slate on which to write his will. But when he had written only the words, "Give all," the pen fell from his hand. Soon he lapsed into a coma, which continued 36 hours, and from which he did not awake. He was pronounced dead on February 8, 1725. He was 52 years old. Russia breathed with relief, as if a long and terrible nightmare had ended at last. The kings of Sweden and Poland rejoiced. They expected Russia to fall into anarchy and be no longer a danger to the West. The old medieval Russia raised its head and begged for a return to the past. The nation had been too violently propelled, and it had been hurt in its soul and pride by too indiscriminate an imitation of the West. Reaction was widespread and victorious. Many of the reforms were allowed to die from lack of support. The administrative bureaucracy was reduced, but its framework endured till 1917. The nobles regained much of their old power. They recovered their rights to the timber and minerals on their lands. The business class, so suddenly elevated by Peter, returned to its former subjection. Many of the new industries collapsed through inadequate machinery or incompetence in labor or management. The incipient capitalism faded away, and economic Russia remained for another 200 years essentially as she had been before the Petrine Revolution. The commercial reforms had better success. Trade with the West continued to increase. Some improvement of manners resulted from the contacts with Europe, but the old native costumes returned under Catherine II, 1762 to 1796, and beards came back into style with Alexander II, 1855 to 1881. Corruption continued. Morals showed no gain, and perhaps Peter's example of drunkenness, licentiousness, and brutality left his people morally worse than before. Only those changes survived that had sunk their roots in time. Peter was among the less lovable figures of modern history, and yet his achievement was immense. His failures attest the limitations of genius as a factor in history, but the mark that he left upon Russia is a tribute to the power of personality. He gave Russia an army and navy. He opened the ports that allowed her to trade goods and ideas with the West. He established mining and metallurgy. He founded schools and an academy. With one savage pull, he drew Russia out of Asia into Europe and made her a factor in European affairs. Henceforth, Europe would have to reckon more and more with that vast heartland, those hardy, patient, stoic multitudes, and their imperious and inescapable destiny. Chapter 14. The Changing Empire. 1648 to 1715. 1. The reorganization of Germany. The 30 Years' War had cut the population of Germany from 20 million to 13.5 million. The soil, fertilized by human blood, recovered in a year, but it waited for men. Of women there was an excess, of men a dearth. The triumphant princes met this biological crisis by a return to biblical polygamy. At the Congress of Franconia, held in February 1650 at Nuremberg, they adopted a resolution that men under 60 years of age shall not be admitted to monasteries. Priests and curates, if not ordained, and the canons of religious establishments shall marry. Every male shall be allowed to marry 2 wives, and each and every male is earnestly reminded, and shall often be warned from the pulpit, to so comport himself in this matter. Taxes were imposed upon unmarried women. Soon the new births restored the approximate equality of the sexes, and wives insisted on whole husbands. Population rapidly recovered, and by 1700 Germany again had 20 million souls. Magdeburg was rebuilt. Leipzig and Frankfurt am Main were reinvigorated by their fairs. Hamburg and Bremen emerged stronger than before. Industry and commerce, however, took over 100 years to regain their 16th century level. The Swedes and the Dutch controlled the mouths of the Oder, the Elbe, and the Rhine, and oceanic transport was leaving inland traffic relatively becalmed. The middle classes declined. The towns were now ruled not by businessmen, but by the territorial princes or their appointees. The war had ended in disaster for the imperial Habsburg power. France had humbled it and had humbled the empire's ally, Spain. The German princes were now collectively stronger than the emperor. They had their own armies, courts, and coinage, determined their own foreign policies, formed their own alliances with non-German states, even against the imperial interest. There were now some 200 temporal principalities enjoying such independence, 63 ecclesiastical states ruled by Roman Catholic archbishops, bishops, or abbots, and 51 free cities subject only to the emperor, and only formally to him. France rejoiced to see so many Germanys rather than one. The Margraviate of Brandenburg was the symbol of the empire dying, of a new Germany taking form. There, far from the emperor, facing Sweden and an ocean of Slavs, the Hohenzollern family learned that their little state could survive only through its own resources and force. Back in the 10th century, Henry the Fowler had established the northern mark, that is, frontier, of the Saxons, along the Elbe as a bulwark against the Slavic inundation. He wrested from the Slavic Wends their fortress and capital of Brennebor, from which the name Brandenburg was derived, and drove them back to the Oder. For centuries, the territory between the Elbe and the Oder changed hands between the Germans and the Slavs. The Margraviate came more actively into history when Frederick of Hohenzollern, in 1411-17, purchased it and its electoral vote in the imperial diet. From that time onward, the House of Hohenzollern governed Brandenburg till it became Prussia, and Prussia till the abdication of William II in 1918. Rarely has a family been so long and so intimately associated with the state, or devoted itself so zealously and effectively to a nation's prosperity and aggrandizement. Under the Elector John Sigismund, from 1608 to 1619, Brandenburg acquired the Duchy of Cleve in the west and the Duchy of East Prussia in the east, so that the Margraviate already presaged the Kingdom of Prussia. One of the weakest members of the family was the Elector George William, 1619 to 1640, whose vacillations in the 30 Years' War led to the devastation of Brandenburg by Swedish troops. Villages and towns were deserted, Berlin was laid waste, industry almost disappeared. The population of the Margraviate fell from 600,000 to 210,000. Inheriting this desolation in 1640, Frederick William accomplished in his reign of 48 years such a miracle of restoration and development that even his contemporaries yielded him the name Great Elector. Without him, Frederick the Great, as Frederick the Great admitted, would have been impossible. He was 20 when he came to power, a handsome, black-haired, dark-eyed youth breaking authority. He had been reared in piety and discipline and had completed his schooling at the University of Leiden. Anticipating Peter of Russia, he admired the Dutch people, their sturdy courage and industrious ways. Later, he brought in thousands of them to repopulate his man-hungry land. At the Peace of Westphalia, he obtained eastern, or farther, Pomerania, the bishoprics of Minden and Halberstadt, and the right of succession to the important archbishopric of Magdeburg. This fell to him in 1680, and Frederick William ended his reign with a scattered realm already straining to be a kingdom. As early as 1654, his chief minister, Count George Frederick of Waldeck, proposed to unite all Germany under the Hohenzollern house. Frederick William seemed the man to undertake this protective union. When Augustus the Strong of Saxony became a Catholic to be King of Poland, the road to Protestant leadership of Germany lay open, except for Swedish power. For the treaties of 1648 had left some of the most strategic points in Germany under Swedish control, and Sweden claimed the leadership of Protestant Germany by right of its sacrifices and victories in the 30 Years' War. How could Brandenburg Prussia, with its constituent parts hedged in by rival states from one end of Germany to the other, become strong enough to defend itself against domination by Sweden, or by a Saxony central and unified? Frederick William began with a plan and a will, which are the first principle of statesmanship. Then, by taxes and French subsidies, he raised money, which is the second principle of statesmanship. Then, with money, he organized an army, which is the third principle of statesmanship. By 1656, he had the first standing army in Europe, 18,000 trained men permanently in arms. With this persuasive, he induced his constituent states to pay an annual contribution to the central government at Berlin. With these revenues he became independent of the power of the purse in the provincial diets, and he achieved what appeared to him to be the only practical form of government in the existing stage of political and intellectual development: absolute and centralized rule. He exempted the nobles from direct taxation, but required their sons to serve him as Junker in the higher ranks of the army and the administration. These juniors at first resented such service, but he gave them splendid uniforms and social prominence, trained them in competence and pride, and developed in them an esprit de corps that replaced the feudal loyalties of the old regime and made the army serve not the landowners but the government. So began the military and social machine that enabled Frederick the Great to stand up against half of Europe, and that prepared Germany for the First World War. One quality Frederick William did not have: the military genius of the Swedish kings. For 20 years he shifted his force from side to side in the conflicts of Sweden with Poland and of the Empire with France, barely preserving himself by diplomacy. But when Charles XI invaded Brandenburg, Frederick William's army justified itself by defeating the Swedes at Fehrbellin in 1675. It was this victory that won him the title of Great Elector. In the end, despite his fluctuating policies and narrow resources, he added 40,000 square miles to his state. More important were his economic and administrative reforms. Under his urging, the nobles improved agricultural methods and expanded the yield on their estates. He developed a prosperous silk industry by the extensive planting of mulberry trees. He reversed the trend to deforestation by requiring peasants to plant 12 trees before they married. He planned and financed the building of the Frederick William Canal to connect the Oder with the Spree. When Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes, the Great Elector issued an Edict of Potsdam in November 1685, inviting the distressed Huguenots to come and settle in Brandenburg, Prussia. He sent agents to guide and finance their migration. 20,000 came, proved a spur to Prussian industry, and formed 5 regiments in the Prussian army. Frederick William himself, like his descendant Frederick the Great, labored assiduously in administration and established the principle, later accepted by Peter of Russia and the enlightened despots of the 18th century, that the ruler should be the dedicated servant of the state. He recognized that religious intolerance was an obstacle to economic and political development. He distinguished himself in Germany by allowing his people to remain Lutheran while he himself remained Calvinist, and he gave religious freedom to Catholics, Unitarians, and Jews. He died in 1688, aged 68. His will, dividing his several states among his sons, would have cancelled the unifying effect of his rule, but his successor repudiated the document and maintained the central power. Frederick III earned the goodwill of the Emperor Leopold I by joining him against France. For this and 8,000 soldiers, Leopold granted him the title of König in Preußen. He was crowned Frederick I at Königsberg on January 18, 1701, and Prussia began its career toward Bismarck and German unity. It is a plume in Frederick's record that he founded the University of Halle, another that he supported the efforts of his second wife to promote the intellectual graces in Berlin. Sophia Charlotte, daughter of the Electress Sophia of Hanover, was reputed to be the prettiest and wittiest woman in Germany. From her long stay in Paris, she brought to the court of Berlin an attractive union of culture and charm. Urged on by her and Leibniz, Frederick established the Berlin Academy of Sciences, destined to make history under Frederick II. For her, the Elector built in 1696 the famous Schloss, castle or palace, in the suburb that took her name, Charlottenburg. To her salon in the Schloss Charlottenburg came scientists, philosophers, freethinkers, Jesuits, and Lutheran ministers. Charlotte loved to prod them into theological battles that sometimes lasted through the night. There her sister-in-law, Queen Caroline of England, drank in the learning and art that were to startle England. When Charlotte died, if we may believe her grandson Frederick the Great, she rejected both Catholic and Protestant offers of religious ministrations. She told the divines that she was dying in peace, and rather in curiosity than in hope or fear. Now she said she would satisfy her inquisitiveness about the origin of things, which even Leibniz could never explain to me. And she consoled her ceremony-loving husband with the thought that her death would afford him the opportunity of giving me a magnificent funeral. Sophia Charlotte was among the many women of character and education who adorned Germany as the 17th slipped into the 18th century. The court of Berlin, among the more than 300 that then consumed the revenues of the empire, was rivaled only by the Saxon court at Dresden. Augustus the Strong, who ruled Saxony from 1694 to 1733 as Elector of Frederick Augustus I, bequeathed to Europe a bevy of bastards, among them the famous Maréchal de Saxe. He made his capital the prettiest city in Germany, the center and pride of the minor arts, but the Saxons could not forgive him his change of faith, his use of their money and men in Poland's wars, and the costly luxuries of his court. The electorate of Hanover contributed to history in this period by sheltering Leibnitz and annexing England. In 1658, Sophia, the dethroned Princess Palatine, daughter of Elizabeth Stuart, Queen of Bohemia, married Ernest Augustus, who became Elector of Hanover. Her erudition discomfited her husband, for she spoke 5 languages with few interruptions, and knew more English history than the English ambassadors at her court. For a time she maintained at Hanover a salon of scholars and philosophers. But her consuming passion was to secure the throne of England for her son George. Her blood tingled with royalty, for she never forgot that she was the granddaughter of James I. In 1701 the English Parliament, as we have seen, settled the succession to the throne upon Sophia and the heirs of her body being Protestant. She contemplated with pleasure the future of her son as George I, but without pleasure the prospect of her daughter-in-law, Sophia Dorothea, as a queen. And she looked with equanimity upon the break-up of their marriage. George, suspecting his wife of adultery with Count Philip von Königsmarck, had him killed, divorced Sophia Dorothea, and imprisoned her from 1694 till her death in 1726. Meanwhile, the Electress Dowager died in June 1714, aged 84, just 2 months before the crown of England descended upon the head of her son. So the great god Chance, from his ubiquitous throne, shuffled the fates and states and men. 2. The German Soul. The struggle between Catholicism and Protestantism for the soul of Germany was moderating its violence, for the 30 Years' War had brought theological hatreds to a reductio ad absurdum. Largely through Jesuit persuasion, some Protestant princes went over to the Roman Church in this period. Calvinism gained on Lutheranism, which tended to a stiff scholastic dogmatism. Chiefly in reaction to this formalism, the Pietist movement spread, seeking to replace outward observances with an inner spirit of union with God. In the second half of the 17th century, George Fox, William Penn, and Robert Barclay carried their Quaker gospel to Germany, and perhaps this missionary movement shared in developing Pietism there. We note that Philip Jakob Spener's Pia Desideria of 1675 appeared 4 years after Penn's first visit. Spener, as pastor of a Lutheran church in Frankfurt am Main, supplemented its services with the mystic devotions of private assemblies, or collegia pietatis, in his home. The name Pietist, like Puritan and Methodist, was given to these devotees by their critics as a term of ridicule. It was accepted by them and became a badge of humble pride. They clung with fervor to the millenarian hopes that had consoled some of the German masses during the war. They thought of the Second Advent not as a vague doctrine of theology, but as a warm and active inspiration of their daily lives. At any moment now Christ would reappear on earth. He would still the strife of faiths and end the reign of force and war. He would establish a purely spiritual church, without organization, without ritual, without priests, but practicing with joy a generous Christianity of the heart. August Franke carried on the movement with the ardor of a prophet. Many women were touched by his practical Christianity and enlisted in the cause of personal piety and public charity. Influenced by English Puritanism and French Quietism, the movement in turn influenced English Methodism and German poetry, and made itself felt in America, where Cotton Mather hailed it hopefully. The world begins to feel a warmth from the fire of God, which thus flames in the heart of Germany. But Pietism, like Puritanism, injured itself by making its piety public and professional, sometimes falling into affectation and cant. In the 18th century it was swamped by the rationalist flood that poured in from France. The successes of Richelieu, Mazarin, and Louis XIV, and the growing wealth and splendor of the French court had an irresistible influence upon German society in the century following the Peace of Westphalia. For a time, cosmopolitanism overcame nationalism. French ways dominated the princely courts in language, literature, liaisons, manners, dances, art, philosophy, wine, and wigs. The German aristocracy now spoke German chiefly to servants. German authors wrote in French for the upper classes or in Latin for the learned world. Leibniz, who wrote mostly in French, admitted that German Manners have been somewhat modified toward elegance and politeness by French example, but mourned the replacement or infiltration of German speech by the language or phrases of France. Only one German book of this age has survived, the Simplicius Simplicissimus of 1669 by Hans von Grimmelshausen. In form, it is the picaresque episodic autobiography of Melchior von Fuchsheim, who was 1/4 fool, 1/4 philosopher, and 1/2 rogue. In spirit, it is a good-humored but pessimistic satire on the Germany that was left barely alive after 30 years of war. Melchior begins as the foster child of a peasant whose life is described in courtly terms. Instead of pages, lackeys, and hostlers, my sire had sheep, goats, and pigs, and each waited upon me on the chase until I drove them home. His armory was well provided with plows, mattocks, axes, hoes, shovels, dung forks, and hay forks, wherewith he practiced every day, for hoeing and digging were his disciplina militaris. Drawing out manure was his science of fortification, holding the plough his strategy, cleaning out the stable his nightly diversion, his tournament. A band of soldiers breaks into this peasant paradise and tortures the family to make it reveal non-existent hoards. Melchior escapes and finds refuge with an old hermit, who gives him his first lessons in theology. Asked for his name, he answers, rascal or scape-gallows, for he has never heard himself otherwise addressed. His foster father's name on the same basis was clown, ruffian, drunken dog. Captured by soldiers, he is taken to the court of the governor of Hanau. There he is trained to be a fool and is christened Simplicius Simplicissimus. He is kidnapped, becomes a thief, finds a hidden treasure, becomes a gentleman, seduces a girl, is forced to marry her, deserts her, becomes a Catholic, visits the center of the earth, loses his fortune, recoups it by quackery, wearies of wandering, and retires to lead the life of a hermit disillusioned with the world. This is Candide, a century before Voltaire, except that its satire is softened with German humor rather than graced with Gallic wit. The book was condemned by the critics and became a classic, the most famous production of German literature between Luther and Lessing. We must not take it as a fair picture of Germany in the generation after the war. The German might be too fond of drink, but he kept his bubbling good humor even in his cups. His wife might call him a drunken dog, but she loved him, faute de mieux, and reared his children sturdily. Perhaps there was a more wholesome morality in the Germany of this age than in France. Poor Charlotte Elizabeth, Princess Palatine, married in 1671 against her wishes to Monsieur Philippe d'Orléans, the invert widower of Madame Henrietta, never forgot the cool loveliness of Heidelberg. And after 43 years of uncomfortable living with the comforts of the French court, she still longed for a good dish of sauerkraut and smoked sausages, as far preferable to the coffee, tea, or chocolate of Paris or Versailles. Her stoic fidelity to her worthless husband and her patience with the royal brother-in-law who ordered or permitted the devastation of the Palatinate show us that even amid the ruins of Germany there were women who could teach decency and humanity to beribboned, embroidered, periwigged, perfumed kings. 3. The arts in Germany. Moreover, and contrary to all reasonable expectations, this age was one of the most productive in German architecture. It saw the first flowering of German Baroque, which gave a new front of charm and gaiety to Karlsruhe, Mannheim, Dresden, Bayreuth, Würzburg, and Vienna. It was the time of builders like Johann Fischer von Erlach, Jakob Brandtauer, Johann and Kilian and Christoph Dientzenhofer, and Andreas Schlüter, whose names would be as well known to English-speaking peoples as those of Wren and Inigo Jones, were it not for the prison of frontiers and the babel of tongues. Some of their work, however, was destroyed in the invasions of Germany by French armies in 1689, and some in the Second World War. History is a race between art and war. Some lovely churches rose amid the poverty and desolation. We should dishonor our record if we found no line for Johann Dientzenhofer's cathedral at Fulda, or his abbey church at Banz, or for the work of Christoph and Kilian Dientzenhofer in the churches of St. Nicholas and St. John in Prague. In 1663, the Italian architect Agostino Barelli began the Nymphenburg Palace outside Munich, and Joseph Effner completed its interior in a successful merger of classic pilasters and Baroque decoration. Ornament was the besetting temptation of Baroque. It went to excess in the Festsaal, or Festival Salon, of the Schloss Berlin, and in the pavilion of the Zwinger Palace, built at Dresden by Matthäus Daniel Pöpelmann, for Augustus the Strong. Here Baroque passed into a pretty rococo, rather befitting a boudoir interior than a palace front. This was mostly destroyed in the Second World War, so were the Schloss Charlottenburg and the Schloss Berlin, the royal palace begun by Andreas Schluter in 1698. Schluter was the outstanding German sculptor of the age. All Germany was thrilled by his equestrian statue of the great elector, Der große Kurfürst, which withstood all the bombs of war and now rides the Charlottenburg Plaza outside Berlin. At Königsberg, Schluter set up an equally imposing figure of Frederick I, just made King of Prussia. Julius Glesker carved a quietly mourning head of Mary for a crucifixion group in the cathedral at Bamberg. The woodcarvers showed their skill in the magnificent choir stalls of the Klosterkirche in Silesia, but they went to excess in the extravagantly carved furniture demanded by patrons who had more pride than taste. German painting begot no masterpieces in this period, unless we count as such a charming young man with a grey hat by Christoph Paradiso. The tapestries designed for the Würzburg Palace by Rudolf Biss are among the finest, and Paul Decker's engravings in copper were near the top of their kind. The little town of Warmbrunn, the warm springs of Silesia, was famous for its cut glass. Dresden made Dresden china fashionable. Augustus the Strong was also le roi de faience. And at Meissen, suitable clays having been found nearby, he established in 1709 the kilns that produced the first hard porcelain in Europe. But it is in music that the German spirit found its most characteristic expression. This, so to speak, was the Eve of Johann Sebastian Bach. The forms and instruments came from Italy, but the Germans poured into them their own tender sentiment and massive piety, so that while Italy excelled in melody and France in graceful rhythm, Germany moved toward primacy in lieder, organ music, and chorales. In G.F. Krieger's 12 sonatas for 2 violins, from 1688, the sonata sequence is already established in 3 movements, allegro, largo, and presto. Instrumental music, rising out of dance forms, pavan, saraband, gavotte, gigue, etc., was declaring its independence of both dance and voice. Italian musicians were still in demand in Germany. Cavalli reigned in Munich as Vivaldi later in Darmstadt. Italian opera was imported and had its first performance in Germany at Torgau in 1627. Others followed at Regensburg, Vienna, and Munich. The first German opera, called a Singspiel, was Johann Tyler's Adam und Eva, produced at Hamburg in 1678. From that time, for half a century, Hamburg held the leadership in German opera and drama. There, Handel brought out his Almira and Nero in 1705, and his Daphne and Florinda in 1706, before going to conquer England. The great name in the German opera of this period is Reinhard Kaiser, who produced 116 operas for the Hamburg Company. After 1644, German composers won preeminence from the Italians in compositions for the organ and the church. The hymns of Paul Gerhardt expressed his uncompromising Lutheranism. Jan Reinken dominated the organ in the Katharinenkirche at Hamburg from 1663 till his death at the age of 99 in 1722. Dietrich Buxtehude, born in Denmark, became organist in the Marienkirche at Lübeck in 1668. His performances there, and especially his Abendmusik concerts for organ, orchestra, and chorus, were so renowned that in 1705 the great Bach walked 50 miles from Arnstadt to Lübeck to hear him play. Nearly 70 of his compositions for the organ have survived. Many are still performed, and his chorales shared in forming Johann Sebastian's style. Johann Kuhnau preceded Bach as organist at the Thomaskirche in Leipzig. He developed the sonata for the clavier and composed Partien of the same type as Bach's suites. The Bach family was now entering upon the musical scene in bewildering profusion. We know of some 400 Bachs between 1550 and 1850, all musicians, 60 of them holding important posts in the musical world of their time. They formed a kind of family guild, meeting periodically at their headquarters at Eisenach, Arnstadt, or Erfurt. They constitute unquestionably the most extensive and remarkable dynasty in cultural history, impressive not merely by their number, but by devotion to their art, by a typically Germanic steadiness of purpose, and by their productivity and influence. They do not come prominently into musical annals until their 5th generation, with Johann Christoph and Johann Michael Bach, sons of Heinrich Bach, organist at Arnstadt. Johann Christoph was chief organist at Eisenach for 38 years. a simple, serious, painstaking man who trained choirs and composed for organ and for orchestra. His brother, Johann Michael, became organist at Geren in 1673, remained there till his death in 1694, and gave his fifth daughter to be the first wife of Johann Sebastian. Heinrich's brother, Christoph Bach, organist at Weimar, had twin sons who were violinists. One of them, Ambrosius, was Johann Sebastian's father. Johann Bach, brother of Heinrich and Christoph, was organist at Erfurt from 1647 till 1673, when he was succeeded by his son, Johann Christian Bach, who in 1682 was succeeded by his brother, Johann Aegidius Bach. All the forces of nature seem to have been directed to produce and prepare Johann Sebastian Bach. 4. Austria and the Turks. Vienna is so beautiful today that we find it hard to picture it after the 30 Years' War. Austria had not suffered so severely as Germany, but its treasury was exhausted, its armies were in disgrace, and the Peace of Westphalia had lowered the prestige and power of the emperors. One circumstance was favorable. Leopold I succeeded his father, Ferdinand III, on the imperial throne in 1658, and held it for 47 years. And though that long reign heard the Turks again knocking at Vienna's gates, the recovery of Austria was proceeding rapidly. Only formally sovereign over the German principalities, Leopold was actual king of Bohemia and western Hungary, and governed the duchies of Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola, and the county of Tyrol. He was not a great ruler. He labored dutifully in administration and the formation of policy, but he lacked the far vision of his Habsburg forebears, inheriting only their theology and their chin. He had originally been trained for the priesthood. He never lost his affection for the Jesuits or strayed much from their guidance. Though himself of irreproachable morals, he accepted the principle that all his subjects must be made Catholic, and he enforced this policy with hard autocracy in Bohemia and Hungary. He was inclined to peace, but was forced or led into a succession of wars by the aggressions of Louis XIV and the Turks. Between these bloodlettings he found time for poetry, art, and music. He composed music himself and encouraged opera in Vienna. 400 new operas were presented there in the 50 years after his accession. An engraving of 1667 shows already a sumptuous opera house with 3 tiers of boxes, every seat taken. So old is that pleasant scaffolding for song. We must think of Austria in this age as defending the West against resurgent Turkey and harassed by the enmity of the strongest ruler in the West. The struggle of Christendom against Islam was hampered and confused by the old conflict of the Habsburgs with France. Hungary further complicated the problem, for only the western third of it was under the emperor. Part of this was Protestant, and all of it longed to be free. The Hungarians had their own nationalist sentiment, fed by their literature and their proud traditions of Hunyadi János and Matthias Corvinus. Only recently, in 1651, Miklos Zrinyi had published an epic throbbing with patriotism. Insulted and oppressed by Austrian rule and Catholic domination, the Hungarians were half inclined to welcome the Turks when these decided to attempt the conquest of all Hungary. A succession of powerful viziers had interrupted the decline of Turkey and resumed the harrowing of the West. It was one symptom of the recovery that a major Turkish poet, Nabi, sang the praises of the viziers who filled his palm. Another, that Turkish funds and taste and piety could raise the lovely mosque of Yeni Valide in Stamboul, between 1651 and 1680. Sultan Mohammed IV appointed as his Grand Vizier in 1656 Mohammed Kuprili, who at the age of 70 inaugurated half a century of rule by his Albanian family. His own vizierate lasted only 5 years, but in that quinquennium he had 36,000 persons executed for crimes ranging from theft to treason. His chief executioner averaged 3 stranglings per day. Corruption in the administration and political intrigue in the harem were frightened into moderation, discipline was restored in the army, and the provincial pashas reduced their independence and embezzlements. When George Rákóczi II, Prince of Transylvania, repudiated Turkish suzerainty, Kuprili overwhelmed the revolt with an army under his own leadership, deposed Rákóczi, exacted a heavy indemnity, and increased from 15,000 to 50,000 florins Transylvania's annual tribute to the Sultan. The terrible septuagenarian was succeeded as vizier by his son, Ahmed Kuprili. When another revolt broke out in Transylvania, led by John Kamenyi, Emperor Leopold sent to its support 10,000 men under one of the outstanding generals of this age, the Italian Count Raimondo di Montecuculi. Ahmed retaliated by leading 120,000 troops in an effort to complete the conquest of Hungary. Leopold appealed for help. The German states, Protestant as well as Catholic, responded with money and men, and Louis XIV, abandoning his alliance with Turkey, contributed 4,000 soldiers. Even so, resistance seemed hopeless. Europe expected Vienna to fall. Leopold prepared to abandon his capital. Montecuculi's forces were far outnumbered, but better equipped with artillery. Not daring to meet the Turks in open terrain where numbers would count, he maneuvered them into an attempted crossing of the river Raba at St. Gotthard, some 80 miles south of Vienna, and attacked each Turkish detachment as it arrived on the left bank. His strategy, and the special heroism of the French contingent, won the day on August 1, 1664, in a battle that again saved Europe from Moslem inundation. But just as a century before, in 1571, the victory of Lepanto had left the Turks still strong and rapidly recovering, so now their power of recuperation, their still immense army, and the unreliability of Leopold's allies, anxious to return home, led the emperor to sign with the Sultan a 20-year truce on August 10, 1664, which left most of Hungary under Turkish rule, acknowledged Turkish sovereignty over Transylvania, and paid the Sultan a gift of 200,000 florins. Ahmed Kuprili, having lost the battle and won the war, returned to Constantinople in triumph. The attack of Louis XIV upon the Netherlands in 1667 ended for the time being the Christian union against the Turks. In 1669, Ahmed took command of the long siege of Crete and forced the Venetians to surrender the island. The Turkish fleet was again dominant in the Mediterranean. Only John Sobieski, King of Poland, had a stomach strong enough, he felt, to swallow Turkey. He announced his aim bravely: to give the barbarian conquest for conquest, to pursue him from victory to victory, over the very frontier that belched him forth from Europe, to hurl him back into the deserts, to exterminate him, to raise upon his ruins the empire of Byzantium. This enterprise alone is Christian. This alone is noble, wise. However, Leopold encouraged the Turks to attack Poland, and Louis urged them to attack Leopold. Ahmed Kuprili died in 1676, worn out at the age of 41 by so many brilliant defeats, having lost decisive battles and extended the Turkish dominion to its European maximum. Sultan Mohammed IV gave the vizierate to his son-in-law, Kara Mustafa, who delighted Louis XIV by promising to renew the war against Austria. Kara was encouraged by a revolt in 1678 of Hungarian nationalists under Imre Türkeli, who so resented the violent suppression of nationalism and Protestantism in Austrian Hungary that he offered to recognize Turkish suzerainty over all Hungary if the Turks would aid his rebellion. Leopold, too late, abandoned the policy of repression and proclaimed religious toleration in Hungary. Louis XIV sent financial support to Türkeli and promised Sobieski the possession of Silesia and Hungary if he would ally Poland with France against the emperor. Leopold could only offer Sobieski an archduchess as bride for his son, and a pledge to support Sobieski's effort to make the Polish throne hereditary in his family line. We do not fully know the king's motives in coming to the aid of Austria against the Turks. We can only say that it was one of the most dramatic and pivotal events in modern history. Kara Mustafa felt that the feuds between Habsburg and Bourbon, between Catholicism and Protestantism, offered him an opportunity to take Vienna, perhaps all Europe. The Turks boasted that in the 15th century they had turned Constantinople, capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, into a Moslem citadel, and St. Sophia's into a mosque. So now they declared that they would not stop till they had taken Rome and stabled their horses in St. Peter's nave. In 1682, Kara assembled at Adrianople his levies of men and supplies from Arabia, Syria, the Caucasus, Asia Minor, and European Turkey, pretending that he planned to attack Poland. On March 31, 1683, the Sultan and the Vizier started on their long march to Vienna. As the army advanced, it added reinforcements from each Turkish province on the way. Wallachian, Moldavian, and Transylvanian contingents joined it. When it reached Osijek on the Drava, it numbered 250,000 men, and included camels, elephants, muezzins, eunuchs, and a harem. There Türkeli issued a manifesto calling upon the surrounding Christians to support the attack upon Austria and promising them security of life and property and freedom of religious worship under the Sultan. Many towns opened their gates to the invaders. Leopold again appealed to the German principalities. They responded sluggishly. He placed his 40,000 troops under the command of Charles V, Duke of Lorraine, whom Voltaire described as one of the noblest princes in Christendom. Leaving a garrison of 13,000 in Vienna, Charles retreated with his main force to Tulln, where he waited for the Poles. Leopold fled to Passau, where his people condemned him for having failed to prepare his capital for the long-expected siege. Its fortifications were dilapidated. Its garrison was not a tenth of the advancing foe. On July 14th, the Turks appeared before the walls. Leopold sent messengers to Sobieski begging him to come at once, ahead of his slowly moving infantry. "Your name alone, so terrible to the enemy, will ensure a victory." Sobieski came with 3,000 cavalry. On September 5th, his infantry arrived, 23,000 strong. 2 days later, 18,000 men came from the German states. The Christian army now numbered 60,000. But by this time, Vienna was starving. Its forts were crumbling under the Turkish artillery. Another week of siege, and the city would fall. Early on September 12th, the Christians, now under the supreme command of Sobieski, attacked the besiegers. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. Early on September 12th, the Christians, now under the supreme command of Sobieski, attacked the besiegers. Kara Mustafa had not believed that the Poles would come, much less that the Christian forces would take the initiative. He had organized everything for siege rather than for battle. His officers had adorned their trenches with tapestries and tiles, and he himself had equipped his tent with baths, fountains, gardens, and concubines. His best troops, caught by surprise in their trenches, were cut to pieces. His motley army, gathered from provinces unstirred with loyalty to the distant Sultan, fell into disorder before Christians inspired by the feeling that they were saving Europe and Christianity. After 8 hours, darkness interrupted the conflict. When the next dawn came, the Christians, still uncertain of victory, discovered to their joy that the Turks had fled, leaving 10,000 dead and most of the army's materials behind in the camp. The Christians lost 3,000 men. Sobieski wanted to pursue, but the Polish soldiers begged him to let them go home now that their main task was done. The victorious king entered Vienna and its cathedral to give thanks to God. On his route, the grateful people hailed him as a divine deliverer and struggled to touch his garment and kiss his feet. They felt that nothing in the annals of chivalry could outshine his deed. When Leopold returned to his capital on September 15th, he was coldly received by the populace. He inquired of his aides whether a merely elective monarch had ever been received by an emperor, and what formalities should be observed. He delayed meeting Sobieski, and finally greeted him with quite moderate gratitude. He suspected that the hero's desire to pursue the Turks was due to a plan to carve out an added kingdom for himself and his family. So the pursuit was not begun till September 17th, and not till 10 days later was contact made with the retreating Turks. At Parkani, near the Danube, Sobieski and Charles again won a decisive victory. Then, his army weakened with marching, fighting, and dysentery, the king led it back to Poland, entering Krakow on Christmas Eve, 1683. On the following day, the Sultan put Kara Mustafa to death. At the urging of Pope Innocent XI, Austria, Poland, and Venice formed a holy league to carry on the war against the Turks in 1684. Francesco Morosini reconquered the Morea, the Peloponnesus, for Venice. In 1687 he laid siege to Athens and captured it on September 28th. In the process, his artillery ruined the Propylaea and the Parthenon, which the Turks had used as a magazine for their powder. The Turks recaptured Athens and Attica in 1688, the Morea in 1715. Meanwhile, Charles of Lorraine defeated the Turks at Gran in 1685, and in the same year, after 10-week siege, took Buda, the ancient capital of Hungary, which the Turks had held since 1541. In 1687, Charles led the Austrian forces to triumph at Harkanya, near Mohacs, where the victory of Suleiman the Magnificent in 1526 had begun the Turkish ascendancy. This second Mohacs ended the Turkish power in Hungary, which now became a possession of the Austrian monarchy. Transylvania acknowledged the suzerainty of the Habsburg Emperor and was incorporated in 1690 into the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In 1688, Max Emanuel of Bavaria took Belgrade. Leopold proclaimed that now the road was open to Constantinople, and that the time and opportunity had come to drive the Turks from Europe. Louis XIV came to their rescue. The War of Bourbon against Habsburg seemed to the most Christian king more important than the conflict between Christianity and Islam. He looked with mounting jealousy upon the successes of the Holy League and the extension of the Habsburg realm and prestige. In 1688, ignoring the fact that only 4 years previously he had signed a 20 years' truce with the emperor, he resumed his war against the empire and sent an army into the Palatinate. Leopold dispatched Charles and Max Emanuel to meet the attack upon the Rhine. The advance against the Turks ceased. Turkish assault was renewed. The new Sultan, Suleiman II, called to the Vizierate another Kuprili, Mustafa, brother of Ahmed. Mustafa pacified the Christians in European Turkey with extended freedom of worship, organized a new army, and recaptured Belgrade in 1690. But a year later he was killed, and the Turks were routed at Slankamen. Sultan Mustafa II took the lead of the army in person, but was defeated at Senta in 1697 by the Christians under Prince Eugene of Savoy. Mustafa sued for peace, and Leopold, glad to be freed for action against Louis, signed with Turkey, Poland, and Venice the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699. Turkey renounced all claims to Transylvania and Hungary, except for the Banat of Temeshvar, ceded the western Ukraine to Poland, and surrendered the Morea and northern Dalmatia to Venice. It still retained nearly all the Balkans, southern Dalmatia, Bosnia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and most of Greece. But this treaty marked the end of the Turkish danger to Christendom. What had caused the decline of the Ottoman power from its zenith under Suleiman I? Nothing fails like success. The opportunities for enjoyment that had come from victory and wealth proved too tempting. The sultans dissipated in the harem the energy needed to discipline the army, the bureaucracy, and the viziers. Their empire had grown too large for effective administration, for the rapid communication of commands and transfer of soldiery. The provinces were ruled by pashas whose distance from Constantinople made them almost independent of the sultans. No longer stimulated by hunger or threatened by enemies, the Turks slacked down into laziness and venality. Bribery corrupted the government, while debasement of the currency disordered the economy and the army. The Janissaries, paid in depreciated coinage, repeatedly rebelled. They discovered their power and abused it in the measure of its increase. They won the right to marry, and obtained for their sons and others admission into their once select corps. They repudiated the strict training and discipline that had made the Janissaries the best soldiers in Europe. Their leaders, become experts in venery, failed to keep abreast of military science and weaponry. While the Christian West made better guns and developed superior strategy and tactics, in the life-and-death struggle of the 30 Years' War, the Turks, who under Mohammed II had the best artillery in the world, found themselves, as at Lepanto, inferior in firepower and strategy. War, which had strengthened the Ottoman state when the sultans led their armies in person, exhausted the state when they preferred the easy triumphs of the harem to the ordeal of battle. Domination of life and thought by a fatalistic and unprogressive religion stifled Islamic science, which in the Middle Ages had been preeminent. Knowledge grew in the West and lagged in the East. The Christians improved their shipbuilding as well as their gunnery. Their commerce advanced to all the continents, plowing new roads through the sea, while most Ottoman commerce crawled in caravans over the land. Lazy administrators allowed aqueducts and canals to decay, while a peasantry disordered by war waited humbly for rain. Westward the course of empire took its way, until one day, still moving westward, it would find itself again in the east. For the West, the repulse of the Turks was an invitation to internecine war. Freed from the pressure of Islam, Austria and Germany turned to face the ambitions of Louis XIV, who was stretching his arms into the Netherlands, the Rhineland, the Palatinate, Italy, and Spain. These blows from the West completed the disintegration of the Holy Roman Empire. Nothing remained of it but the form. The emperor came to think of himself not as Roman, but as Austrian. The Austro-Hungarian Empire replaced the Holy Roman. The three thrones of Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia were made hereditary in the Habsburg family in 1713, annulling the traditional rights of the Bohemian and Hungarian estates to elect their kings. Hungary revolted again between 1703 and 1711 under Francis Rákóczi II. but the revolt was suppressed, leaving the longing for freedom to echo in poetry and song. Austria manipulated the economies of Hungary and Bohemia to her own advantage, and her upper classes enjoyed a new affluence. Splendid palaces rose for the aristocracy. Beautiful churches and monumental monasteries housed the triumphant priests and monks. Prince Paul Esterhazy rebuilt his great castle at Eisenstadt, where Haydn would someday conduct and compose. In Vienna, Domenico Martinelli designed the Liechtenstein Palace, and for Eugene of Savoy, the Belvedere Palace. Johann Fischer von Erlach raised for the same prince a sumptuous winter palace, and laid the plans for the Royal Library and the Imperial Palace of Schönbrunn. In 1715, this greatest of Austrian architects began work on the Karlskirche at Vienna, in the style of St. Peter's at Rome. On the banks of the Danube, some 40 miles west of Vienna, Jakob Prantauer built the vast Kloster Melk, the largest and most impressive Benedictine abbey in German lands. This is the zenith of Austrian Baroque. In the aftermath of victory, the able and lordly Archbishop Johann Ernst Thun laid out the famous Mirabell Garden of Salzburg, with sculptures by Fischer von Erlach. Proud and splendid, Austria moved into its greatest century. Chapter 15. The Fallow South, 1648 to 1715. 1. Catholic Italy. It is part of the wordless wisdom of the peasant that soil nearing exhaustion from abundant bearing may be restored by letting it lie fallow for a season, plowed perhaps, but not sown. Italy, after the consuming fertility of the Renaissance, rested. Her incredible vitality subsided to a quieter pace, as if gathering strength for new achievements to come. So we must not expect from the Italy of this and the succeeding age, between Bernini and Bonaparte, such fruits as poured from her horn of plenty in her golden centuries. We visit her again, satisfied if now and then, in cities echoing with history, we can hear minor voices attesting unextinguished life. She was, of course, still Catholic. This is part of her soul, and could hardly be taken from her without violating her spirit. The poor were abused by the rich, who naturally controlled the governments and made the laws. The rich explained that if the poor were better paid, they would become disorderly and insolent. The women, except in the flowering of their beauty, were exploited by the men and the race. Under these conditions, the lower classes and the then weaker sex found solace in the ministrations of the Church. Their faith in the divine justice upheld them against the inhumanity of man. The sins of their hot tongues and pagan flesh were readily pardoned by the lenient priests and amiable monks whom they fed so hopefully. Their burdened days were gratefully interrupted by the lazy festivals of their protective saints. Those saints and the compassionate Virgin Mother, by intercession at the throne of God, would save them from the horrors of hell. The indulgences distributed by the Church would shorten their stay in purgatory. Sooner or later, they would be admitted to a paradise, even more beautiful than Italy, where there would be no landlords, no taxes, no tithes, no toil, no war, no grief, and no pain. So they bore with patience, humor, and song the exactions of their omnipresent clergy, who absorbed at least a third of the nation's revenues. They loved their churches as isles of peace in the war of life. They saw with pride, not resentment, the splendor of St. Peter's and the Vatican. These were the product of their pennies and their artisans. They belonged to the poor even more than to the rich, and they were not too grand for the tomb of the first apostle, or for the home of the head of Christendom, the servant of the servants of God. If that Holy Father punished attacks upon the Church, it was only to prevent fools from destroying the moral edifice built upon religious belief, only to preserve the faith that made a heroic poem from the prose of toil. The Italian Inquisition was relatively human in this age. Its most famous victim was a Spanish priest, Miguel de Molinos, born in Saragossa, domiciled in Rome. In 1675 he published a Guida Spirituale, which argued that though devotion to Jesus and the Church was a help toward the highest religious state, yet the worshipper who had given himself to direct communion with God might safely ignore all priestly intermediation and all churchly ritual. In a further tract, Molinos opined that a devotee, confident in his freedom from mortal sin, might rightly receive the Eucharist without previously confessing to a priest. Molinos's guide proved especially attractive to women. Hundreds of them, including Princess Borghese and Queen Christina, sought his counsel and sent him gifts. Many nuns took to the new quietism, discarded their rosaries, and wrapped themselves in a proud liaison with God. Several Italian bishops, complaining of a movement that minimized church services and contributions, appealed to Innocent XI to suppress it. Jesuits and Franciscans attacked Molinos as putting an almost Protestant emphasis upon faith above works. The Pope for a time protected him, but in 1685 the Roman Inquisition arrested him, and soon thereafter almost 100 of his followers. He had amassed 4,000 gold crowns, or about $50,000, by levying a small charge for his epistolary advice. We may judge the number of correspondents from the cost, 23 ducats, or about $287.50, of the postage on letters received by him on the single day of his arrest. After examining the prisoners, the Inquisition drew up a series of accusations, chiefly that Molinos had justified the breaking of crucifixes and religious images as impeding the quiet of union with God, that he had discouraged persons from taking religious vows or entering religious orders, and that he had led his disciples to believe that nothing done by them after attaining divine union could be a sin. Perhaps under stress of imprisonment, torture, or fear, he confessed to excusing the destruction of images and to dissuading from monastic vows persons whom he thought unfit. He admitted that for many years he had practiced the most indecent acts with 2 women. He had not deemed this sinful, but a purification of the soul, and thereby he enjoyed a closer union with God. The Inquisition condemned 68 propositions found in Molinos's books, letters, or confessions, and on September 3, 1687, it indicted him in a public auto da fe. A great crowd attended and demanded that he be burned, but the Inquisition contented itself with ordering his confinement for life. He died in prison in 1697. Our sympathies may go more readily to those Alpine heretics whom Milton mourned in his sonnet on the late massacre in Piedmont. In the valleys hiding between Savoyard Piedmont and French Dauphiné dwelt the Vaudois, descendants of the Valdenses who had preceded and survived the Reformation, and who had preserved their Protestant faith through 100 fluctuations of law and government. In 1655, Duke Charles Emmanuel II of Savoy joined Louis XIV in organizing an army to force the conversion of these Vaudois. The resultant slaughter aroused the indignation of Cromwell, who secured from Mazarin an order ending the persecution. But after the deaths of the Protector and the Cardinal, the oppression was renewed, and when the Edict of Nantes was revoked, the French state resumed its effort to exterminate Protestantism from the province. The Vaudois laid down their arms on a promise of amnesty. Then, unarmed, 3,000 of them, including women, children, and old men, were massacred in 1686. The still unconverted survivors were allowed to migrate to the environs of Geneva. A later Duke of Savoy, Victor Amadeus, finding himself in the kaleidoscope of politics, allied not with France but against her, invited the Vaudois to return to their valleys in 1696. They came, fought in his service, and thereafter were allowed to worship the unknown in their own trusting way. The poor were as poor in the Papal States as elsewhere in Italy. The Curia, or Papal Court, like any government, taxed its subjects to the point of diminishing returns, and never had funds enough for its purposes and personnel. Cardinal Zacchetti warned Pope Alexander VII in 1663 that the tax collectors were impoverishing the population to the verge of despair. The people, having no more silver or copper or linen or furniture to satisfy the rapacity of the commissioners, will be next obliged to sell themselves to meet the burdens laid upon them by the Camera, the legislative chamber of the Curia. The cardinal complained of venality in the papal judiciary, of verdicts bought and sold, of suits prolonged for years, of violence and tyranny experienced by losers who dared to appeal from a lower to a higher official. These oppressions, said Zacchetti, exceed those inflicted upon the Israelites in Egypt. People not conquered by the sword, but subjected to the Holy See, are more inhumanly treated than the slaves in Syria or Africa. Who can witness these things without tears of sorrow? Amid the poverty of the masses, several noble families related to popes or cardinals received rich gifts from the revenues of the Church. The popes of this period were neither ascetics, like Pius V, nor statesmen, like Sixtus V. They were usually good men too weak to overcome the human vices around them, or to keep an eye upon the 1,000 loopholes and crannies that let corruption pass or hide in the administration of the Church. Perhaps no institution so vast in its scope and tasks can be kept clear of the faults inherent in the nature of man. Innocent X, 1644 to 1655, blameless of life and upright in principle, labored to moderate taxation, to check the exploitation of papal revenues by greedy nobles, and to maintain order and justice in his states. As pictured by Velázquez, he has every semblance of a powerful character, but he allowed others to govern for him, and let Olympia Maidochini, his ambitious and acquisitive sister-in-law, influence his appointments and policies. Cardinals and envoys humbled themselves before her, and she became scandalously wealthy on their gifts. But when Innocent died, she professed herself too poor to pay for his funeral. In the conclave that chose his successor, a cardinal is said to have exclaimed, "This time we must seek an honest man." They found him in Fabio Chigi, who became Alexander VII, from 1655 to 1667. He did his best to cleanse the papal administration of venality and delay. He banished his esurient nephews to Siena. He reduced the public debt. But the corruption around him was too extensive and pervasive to be overcome. He yielded, let his nephews return to Rome, and gave them lucrative posts. One of them soon amassed a fortune. Power passed from Alexander's tired hands to the cardinals, who claimed more and more authority in the government of the Church. An aristocracy of families boasting cardinals replaced the absolute monarchy that the Council of Trent had confirmed to the popes. Clement IX, from 1667 to 1669, renewed the struggle against nepotism. He allowed his relatives some modest privileges, but he turned his back upon petitioners for place. Hundreds had come from his native Pistoia, confident that he would raise them to affluence. He refused them. They lampooned him. We perceive again that the nature of man is the same in the oppressor and the oppressed, and that the people are the chief source of the evils that surround them. The new pope was a man of peace and justice. Whereas his predecessor, at the urging of Louis XIV, had issued a trouble-making bull against the Jansenists, Clement effected a truce in that quarrel within the Church. It was a misfortune that he died after only 2 years of rule. Clement X, from 1670 to 1676, was 80 at his accession. He left matters to the cardinals, as they had planned, but he concluded his pontificate without reproach. Innocent XI, from 1676 to 1689, says the Protestant Ranke, was a man remarkable for humility, most gentle and placid in disposition, conscientious in morals and resolute in reforms. He discontinued the College of Apostolic Notaries, of which, says a Catholic historian, the appointments were regularly bought and sold. He abolished many useless offices, privileges, and exemptions, balanced the papal budget for the first time in many years, and established such a reputation for fiscal integrity that the Curia was now able to borrow money at 3%. He was a virtuous man, wrote Voltaire, a wise pontiff, a poor theologian, a courageous, resolute, and magnificent prince. He tried in vain to moderate the precipitation of James II in Catholicizing England. He condemned the violence used by Louis XIV against the Huguenots. Men must be led to the temple, he said, not dragged into it. He had no reason to love the proud king who claimed over the Church in France almost as full authority as that which Henry VIII had asserted in England. To reduce crime in Rome, Innocent XI annulled the right of asylum previously accorded to the residences of ambassadors. Louis insisted on retaining that right for his envoys and even for the streets adjacent to the French embassy, and in 1687 his ambassador entered Rome with a regiment of cavalry to enforce the royal claim. The Pope censured the ambassador and laid an interdict upon the Church of St. Louis, where the ambassador worshipped in Rome. Louis appealed to a general council, imprisoned the papal nuncio in France, and seized the territory of Avignon, which had belonged to the papacy since 1348. Hence Innocent XI looked with equanimity upon the expedition of Protestant William III of Orange to unseat Catholic James II and bring England into a coalition against France. He cooperated with the efforts of Leibniz to reunite Catholicism and Protestantism. He sanctioned concessions which were pronounced satisfactory in the universities of Protestant Germany. An Englishman called him a Protestant pope. Innocent XI died before he could see the triumph of his aims, but during the pontificates of Alexander VIII from 1689 to 1691 and Innocent XII from 1691 to 1700, the French ambassador relinquished the right of asylum, Avignon was returned to the papacy, the French clergy transferred its allegiance from king to pope, and the Grand Alliance restored the balance of power against aggressive France. In the War of the Spanish Succession, Clement XI, from 1700 to 1721, found himself caught between the violent divisions of Europe. He threw his influence hesitantly now upon one side, now upon the other. In the end, the kings divided the spoils, even Sicily and Sardinia, technically papal fiefs, without consulting him. In like manner, the Treaty of Westphalia had ignored the protests of Innocent X. The intensification of nationalism involved the weakening of the papacy, and shared with the growth of science in promoting secularism and lessening the role of religion in European life. 2. Italian art. Art as well as politics felt this mounting rivalry between the sacred and the profane. Ecclesiastics were still the richest patrons, commissioning structures, paintings, statuary, metalwork, and decoration. But the aristocracy now multiplied palaces faster than churches, courted posterity with portraits, and dowered it with collections of art. In 17th-century Italy, the two streams of patronage ran side by side in a colorful descent from the Renaissance. Turin was rising to affluence under the Savoy dukes. For the Cathedral of San Giovanni Battista, Guarino Guarini designed the Cappella del Santissimo Sudario, the chapel of the Most Holy Shroud, in which the faithful believed Joseph of Arimathea had wrapped the corpse of Christ. The dome of the great church of San Filippo, begun by Guarini, collapsed as it neared completion. It was restored by Filippo Juvara, who was born in 1676, 7 years before Guarini's death. Perhaps we shall meet Juvara again. In Genoa, the master building of this time was the Palazzo Durazzo, built by Falcone and Cantone in 1650, bought by the House of Savoy in 1817, and thenceforth serving as the Palazzo Reale. Its famous Hall of Mirrors, foreshadowing the Galerie des Glaces from 1678 of Versailles, was shattered in the Second World War. It is not true that Mars ever loved Venus. The outstanding Genoese painter was now Alessandro Magnasco, whom we may sample by the Synagogue in the Chicago Art Institute or by the Bohemian Repast in the Louvre. Venice persisted in breeding heroes and artists. What could be more heroic than the defense of Candia against the Turks? Through a quarter of a century, the soldiers and sailors of the port assailed Crete, then a Venetian colony. 100,000 Turks died in those passionate campaigns, and though a Turkish army of 50,000 men took some minor cities in the island, the capital stood siege for 20 years, repulsing 32 attacks. In 1667, Francesco Morosini was sent to command the starving garrison. It surrendered at last in 1668, but no one spoke any longer of Venetian degeneration. In 1693, when Morosini, aged 75, took charge of the Venetian fleet, the Turks withdrew at its approach, awed by his very name. He was still the sort of man portrayed by Tintoretto and Veronese, courage incarnate and merciless. Baldassare Longheno was another of this septuagenarian mold. Many years back, in 1632, he had designed that stately mistress of the lagoons, Santa Maria della Salute. Now, 47 years later, he built the Palazzo Pesaro on the Grand Canal, powerful and beautiful with its double columns and multiple cornices. And in 1680, aged 76, the Palazzo Rezzonico, where Browning was to die. Sebastiano Ricci, another hardy plant, bore the Venetian seed through half the continent. Born in 1659 at Belluno in the province of Venezia, he went to Florence to decorate the Palazzo Marucelli, then followed the line of least starvation to Milan, Bologna, Piacenza, Rome, Vienna, London. He spent 10 years in England, painted in Chelsea Hospital, Burlington House, and Hampton Court Palace, and narrowly missed appointment to decorate the new St. Paul's. Then to Paris, where he was elected to the Académie des Beaux-Arts. His Diana and Nymphs is as voluptuous as Boucher, as gracious as Correggio. Surviving till 1734, Ricci transmitted his skills to the 18th century and prepared for the Indian summer of Venetian painting under Tiepolo. The Bolognese school had not quite spent its force. Carlo Cignani won fame with his frescoes in the cathedral at Forlì. Giuseppe Maria Crespi, Lo Spagnuolo, revealed in his self-portrait a man absorbed, forgetting all troubles if allowed to paint. Giovanni Battista Salvi, Il Sassoferrato, rendered the selflessness of devotion in the Madonna praying, and showed us in his Virgin and Child just such a simple mother, happy in her bambino, as one may see any day among the poor of Italy. 2 reigns of Tuscan Grand Dukes carried Florence, Pisa, and Siena through this age, Ferdinand II and Cosimo III. In 1659, Siena began its renowned Palio. The 10 wards provided a procession in picturesque costumes, along streets adorned with architecture, bunting, flowers, and vivacious women alluringly dressed. Then the chosen horsemen of the wards competed madly in a race for the cloak, or palio, of the Madonna, to whom the devout city had long since dedicated its life and soul. Florence had now only minor painters. Carlo Dolci continued, with lessened art, the sentimental, heaven-brooding virgins and saints of Guido Reni. All the world knows his Saint Cecilia. Justus Sustermans, who migrated from Flanders to Florence, painted portraits that are among the arresting surprises in the Pitti Gallery, not least the majestic head of Galileo. So, and not as in the horned monster of Michelangelo, Moses might have looked, giving laws. In Rome, art was recovering from the restraints of the Counter-Reformation. The popes returned in subdued measure to the spirit of the Renaissance, encouraging literature, drama, architecture, sculpture, and painting. Innocent X restored the Capitol and the Church of San Giovanni in Laterano. Alexander VII commissioned Bernini to raise a quadruple cordon of granite guardsmen around St. Peter's Square between 1655 and 1667. 284 columns and 88 pilasters, successfully transmuting gold into stone. In the same reign, Pietro da Cortona rebuilt the church of Santa Maria della Pace, where Raphael's Sibyls still pondered fate. And Girolamo Rinaldi joined with his son Carlo in erecting the handsome church of Sant'Agnese in the Piazza Navona. Father and son collaborated again in designing the church of Gesù e Maria, and Carlo reared the shrine of Santa Maria in Campitelli to shelter an image of the Virgin which was believed to have stopped the plague of 1656. Cardinals and nobles housed and buried themselves palatially. Now rose the Palazzo Doria and the exuberantly Baroque gallery in the Palazzo Colonna, and for the Bolognetti family, in the Church of Gesù e Maria, Francesco Cavallini carved a tomb that must have made the living envious of the dead. Many painters testified to the survival of their art in Rome. Carlo Maratti was courted there in the second half of the 17th century as the pictorial protagonist of late Baroque. His portrait of Clement IX remembered Velázquez's Innocent X, but it came off well enough. His Madonna with Saints in Paradise repeated 100 such, but it is beautiful. When Clement XI wished to have Raphael's Vatican frescoes restored, he assigned to Maratti this delicate operation, dangerous to the restorer as well as to the pictures, and it was competently done. Giovanni Battista Gauli, Il Baciccio, was chosen by the Jesuits to paint the vault of their mother church, Il Gesù, but they had in their own order one of the ablest artists of the time. Andrea Pozzo, who joined them at the age of 23, designed in Il Gesù the altar of St. Ignatius, one of the chefs-d'œuvre of Baroque. In 1692, Pozzo published a treatise, Perspectiva Pictorum et Architectorum, which made a stir in several languages. As fascinated with his subject as Uccello had been 2 centuries before, Andrea developed his studies with subtleties of illusionism, as in his frescoes in Frascati. Invited to Vienna by Prince von Liechtenstein, he exhausted himself with a multiplicity of undertakings and died there in 1709, aged 67. The greatest Italian painters were now in Naples. Everything flourished there: music, art, literature, politics, drama, hunger, murder, and always the gay, furious, melodious pursuit of feminine curves by agitated men. Salvator Rosa was moved by all these elements of life. His father was an architect, an uncle taught him painting, his brother-in-law was a pupil of Ribera, and Salvator himself was in time admitted to that august studio. Another teacher transmitted to him the technique of drawing battle scenes. Salvator became especially famous for such pictures which can be seen in the Naples Museo Nazionale or the Louvre. From battles he passed to landscapes, but there too his wild spirit favored nature in her tantrums, as in the Louvre canvas of heavy clouds and darkened earth abruptly illuminated by lightning that in a moment shatters rocks and withers trees. Lanfranco persuaded him to go to Rome and cultivate cardinals. He went and prospered, but in 1646 he hurried back to Naples to participate in Masaniello's revolt. When that collapsed, he returned to Rome, painted high ecclesiastics, and wrote a scornful satire of ecclesiastical luxury. He accepted the invitation of Cardinal Giancarlo de' Medici to come and live with him in Florence. There he remained 9 years, painting, playing music, writing poetry, taking part in plays. Again in Rome, he took a house on the Pincian Hill, where Poussin and Laurent had lived. The dignitaries of the church, smiling at his tirades and loving his brush more than his pen, flocked to him for portraits. For a decade he was the most popular painter in Italy. He made the customary pictures of saints and myths, but in his etchings he indulged his sympathy for poor soldiers and harassed peasants, and these etchings are among his finest works. His fame was rivaled only by another Neapolitan. Luca Giordano was already an artist at 8. Then he painted in the church of Santa Maria la Nuova 2 angels so graceful that the viceroy, seeing them, marveled, and sent the boy some gold pieces with a recommendation to Ribera. For 9 years Luca studied with that brooding master, astonishing everyone with his readiness in copying masterpieces and imitating styles. He longed to go to Rome and examine the famous frescoes of Raphael, but his father, who lived by selling Luca's paintings and drawings, protested. Luca absconded secretly. Soon he was copying Con Furia in the Vatican, in St. Peter's, in the Palazzo Farnese. His father followed him and again lived by selling his son's Obiter Picta. The story has it that Luca got his nickname, Fa Presto, from his father's urging him to speed. Having absorbed Rome, he went on to Venice and painted, in the manner of Titian and Correggio, pictures hardly distinguishable from their masterpieces. But he painted originals, too, which won acclaim. We may judge them from the powerful Crucifixion and Deposition from the Cross in the Venetian Academy. Returning to Naples, he decorated a dozen churches and palaces with a competence and celerity that reduced his rivals to picking flaws. Invited to Florence by Cosimo III in 1679, he won plaudits for his frescoes in the Cappella Corsini. His friend Carlo Dolci fell into such deep melancholy at seeing Luca's success that he soon died. Fond Italy tells as many legends about her artists as about her saints. In another story, the Spanish viceroy at Naples commissioned a large panel for the Church of St. Francis Xavier, raged when, after long deferments, he found no work done on the assignment, and was amazed 2 days later to find it complete and beautiful. "The painter of this picture," exclaimed the viceroy, "is either an angel or a demon." The fame of the demonic angel reached Madrid. Soon Luca was pressed with invitations from Charles II to join the Spanish court. Though the king was approaching bankruptcy, he sent the artist a gratuity of 1,500 ducats and put a royal galley at Luca's disposal for the trip. When Giordano neared Madrid in 1692, 6 royal coaches met him on the road. Soon thereafter, aged 67, Giordano began work on the Escorial. He adorned with frescoes the grand staircase of the monastery, and on the vault of the church he painted a facsimile of the heavens, showing Charles V and Philip II in paradise, all their sins forgiven as a courtesy from the Trinity to the Habsburgs. In the next 2 years he executed a large number of frescoes, which Spanish historians of art rank as the best ever made in the Escorial. There, and in the Alcazar, or Royal Palace at Madrid, and at Buen Retiro, and in the churches of Toledo and the capital, he painted so many pictures with such industry that his rivals taunted him with working 8 hours a day and on holy days. Nor did it please them that he amassed an unseemly fortune, living abstemiously but buying costly jewels as a safe investment, since everything would change but human vanity. All the court honored him, and Charles II, in a lucid moment, called him greater than a king. Charles died in 1700. Giordano remained in Spain despite the consequent War of the Spanish Succession, and when Philip V came to the throne he continued to receive lucrative and difficult commissions. In 1702 he returned to Italy, stopped in Rome to kiss the papal foot, and reached Naples in triumph. On ceilings in the Certosa, or Carthusian monastery of San Martino, overlooking the city, he painted in 48 hours a series of frescoes that displayed an energy and skill almost incredible in a man of 72 years. This in 1704. A year later he died, sighing, "O Napoli, sospiro mio," "O Naples, breath of my life." At his death his fame was equaled by that of no other artist in his generation. Dutch burgomasters competed with emperors and kings to buy his paintings, and in far-off England Matthew Prior sang the praises of divine Jordan. Laymen admired the richness of his colours, the force of his figures, the grandeur of his conceptions, the power of his presentation. But artists, recovering from this stupor mundi, pointed to the signs of haste in Luca fa Presto's work, the incongruous mingling of pagan and Christian ideas or subjects in the same scene, the strained or affected attitudes, the excessive glare of light, the absence of harmony and repose. Luca had long since replied to his critics by defining a good painter as one whom the public likes. It is difficult to refute such a definition, since there is no objective standard of excellence or good taste. But we may find the least subjective test of greatness in the extent of a man's influence in space and time, and the least subjective measure of a reputation in its ability to survive. Giordano had the happiness of a successful life, and feels no hurt from his dying fame. Francesco Solimena was 48 when Fa Presto died, but his 80 years and 10 carried the Neapolitan school almost to the middle of the 18th century. Luca had painted the nave of the monastery at Monte Cassino. Francesco painted the choir. Both works succumbed in the Second World War. But the museums preserved Solimena's art. In Vienna, the Rape of Orothea, a fleshly rapture of male muscles and female contours. In the Louvre, an echo and challenge of Raphael in Heliodorus driven from the temple. And in Cremona, a Madonna Addolorata, accompanied by an angel so delectable that if heaven has many such, we shall be reconciled to immortality. 3. The Christine Odyssey. The arts were now but a small part of the cultural life of Rome. Here were also hundreds of musicians, poets, dramatists, scholars, and historians. Museums, libraries, and colleges offered the treasures of the past to the student, and academies gave encouragement to literature and science. The decorative conceits of Marini still infected Italian verse, but the sting of Tassoni's satires, the fire of Marini's sensualism, and the bubbling flow of Tasso's stanzas had given Italian poetry a stimulus and an afflatus still felt in lyric souls. The greatest lyric poet of modern times, should we believe Macaulay, was Vincenzo da Filicaia. He celebrated in grateful odes the deliverance of Vienna by Sobieski, he welcomed Christina to Rome with ecstatic flattery, and he voiced with angry shame the subjection of his country to foreign arms. Italia, O Italia, doomed to wear the fatal wreath of loveliness, and so the record of illimitable woe, branded forever on thy brow to bear. Would that less beauty and more vigor were thy heritage, that they who madly glow for that which their own fury layeth low, more terrible might find thee or less fair. Henry Hallam, after wandering as a learned linguist through all the literature of Europe, thought that not Filicaia but Carlo Alessandro Guidi had raised himself to the highest point that any lyric poet of Italy has attained, and that his Ode on Fortune was at least equal to any in the Italian language. No one still uncomfortable in Italian can settle this dispute between Macaulay and Hallam, between Guidi and Petrarch, between Filicaia and Byron or Shelley or Keats. Guidi was one of several poets who warbled their rhymes in Christina's Roman salon. The Queen of Sweden had formerly won renown not only as head of a great power, but as a patron and paragon of learning, the eager hostess of Salmasius and Descartes. Now her abandonment of a crown for a faith, her conversion from the Protestantism that her father had died to save, and her pilgrimage through the courts of Europe to kiss the feet of the Pope. These were events that rivaled wars and revolutions in fascinating the European mind. She was 28 years old when she left Sweden in 1654. Her cousin Charles X, whom she had nominated to her throne, gave her 50,000 crowns to gild her journey, and the Swedish Diet voted her a substantial income and the rights of a queen over her retinue. Hurrying through Denmark, she reached Hamburg, where she scandalized the natives by putting up at the house of a Jewish financier, who as her financial agent had served her faithfully. She passed incognita through Protestant Holland, but in Catholic Antwerp she assumed her own dress. There she royally received the Archduke Leopold and Elizabeth of Bohemia, another dethroned queen, and Elizabeth's daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, another pupil of Descartes. Then to Brussels, where she was hailed with bonfires, fireworks, cannon salvos, and applauding crowds. For a time she gave herself joyously to balls, tournaments, hunting parties, and plays. Mazarin sent a company of actors from Paris to entertain her. On Christmas Eve she made private abjuration of the Lutheran faith, and announced her resolve to listen to no more sermons. She dallied in Flanders while the Roman Curia prepared plans for her official reception into the Church and Italy. Leaving Brussels, she travelled leisurely into Austria. At Innsbruck she made her formal profession of the Catholic creed. Her progress through Italy to Rome was as glorious as that of a victorious Caesar. Town after town adorned itself to greet her. Fêtes and spectacles were arranged in her honor at Mantua, Bologna, Faenza, Rimini, Pesaro, Ancona. At last, on December 19, 1655, she entered Rome amid a blaze of illuminations that made a game of her disguise. On the morrow she proceeded to the Vatican and was welcomed by Alexander VII. After she had been 3 days in Rome, she was escorted from it to make the formal entry that had been scheduled by the high ecclesiastics. Riding a white horse in prancing state, she passed through a triumphal arch and the Porta del Popolo into the city, between lines of soldiery and crowds of populace. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 2, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. Riding a white horse in prancing state, she passed through a triumphal arch and the Porta del Popolo into the city, between lines of soldiery and crowds of populace. It was as if the old church felt that in the abjuration of one woman, the whole Protestant Reformation had been annulled. All that consummated, Christina was allowed to rule her own days, receiving prelates, potentates, and pundits, visiting museums, libraries, academies, and ruins, and astonishing her guides by her knowledge of Italian history, literature, and art. The great families overwhelmed her with banquets, gifts, and compliments. Cardinal Colonna, aged 50, fell in love with her, serenaded her, and had to be banished to save the dignity of the Church. Soon she found herself entangled in the rivalries of French and Spanish factions at the papal court. Sweden, financing with difficulty a war with Poland, interrupted the payment of her allotted revenue. She pawned her jewels and received a loan from the Pope. In July 1656 she set out on a visit to France. There, too, she was honored as a queen. She entered Paris on a white charger richly caparisoned. 1,000 cavaliers rode forth to meet her. Crowds cheered her. Officials smothered her with oratorical flowers. The current Duc de Guise, sent by Mazarin to escort her, described her as not tall, but she has a plump waist and large hips, handsome arms, a white and well-made hand, but more that of a man than a woman. The face is large without being out of shape. Nose aquiline, mouth rather big but not disagreeable, eyes very fine and full of fire. A very odd headgear, a man's wig thick and high. She is shod like a man, and she has the tone of voice and nearly all the actions of a man. She affects to play the Amazon. She is very civil and cajoling, speaks 8 languages, principally French, as well as if she were born in Paris. She knows more than our Academy with the Sorbonne added, understands painting admirably, as she does all other things, a very extraordinary person. She was lodged in the king's apartment in the Louvre. Later, the Duc de Guise led her to Compiègne, where she was received by Louis XIV, then a handsome lad of 18. Court ladies fluttered about her, but were disconcerted by her masculine dress and speech. Madame de Motteville thought she looked at first sight like a disreputable gypsy, but after I began to get accustomed to her clothes, I noticed that her eyes were fine and sparkling, that there was gentleness in her face and kindness mingled with pride. Finally, I perceived with amazement that she pleased me. Generally, however, the women who embroidered French manners, fashions, gaiety, tact, and grace were offended by Christina's carelessness in dress, her immoderate laughter, and her free-thinking in speech, as much on religion as on topics about which the proprieties of her sex demanded more reserve. She professed to despise all women on account of their ignorance, and took pleasure in conversing with men on evil topics as much as good ones. She observed none of the rules. Voltaire thought that the ladies of France judged this unruly queen too harshly for her failure to follow the norm. There was not, he said, one woman at the French court whose intellect was equal to hers. Christina, for her part, set down the court ladies as too affected, the men as too feminine, and both as insincere. At Senlis, on the way back from Compiègne to Paris, she asked to see a demoiselle named Ninon de L'Enclos, celebrated for her vice, her loose way of living, her beauty, and her wit. To her alone, of all the women she saw in France, did she show any signs of regard. She found Ninon temporarily confined to a convent. Christina conversed gaily with her and approved her avoidance of marriage. After visiting the cultural institutions and notable art of France, Christina returned to Italy in November 1656. In September 1657 she visited France again. She was not as formally received as before, but she was lodged semi-regally at Fontainebleau. There she alarmed France by what she appears to have thought a legitimate use of her royal rights over her retinue. The Marchese Monodeschi, her equerry, entered into a conspiracy against her, which she detected by intercepting his letters. He made matters worse by accusing another on her staff of the plot. She confronted him with his incriminating letters. She ordered a priest to hear his confession and give him absolution, and then she had the Marchese put to death by her guards. France was shocked, and even those who recognized the rights which the Swedish Diet had granted her over her attendants were scandalized that so sudden and arbitrary a use of her authority had been made in rooms belonging to the King of France. Though Christina was allowed to spend that winter in Paris, enjoying plays and balls, the court was much relieved when she left for Italy in May 1658. The interruption of her income from Sweden placed her in such straits that she is said to have asked the Emperor Leopold I for an army which she herself would lead against Charles X. She was dissuaded from this martial enterprise by an annuity of 12,000 scudi from Pope Alexander VII. Twice she visited Sweden in 1660 and 1667 to regain her revenues, and perhaps her crown. The revenues were restored to her, but she was not welcomed in Stockholm. The Lutheran clergy accused her of plotting to convert the nation to Catholicism, and she was forbidden to hear Mass in her apartments. After each of these visits to Sweden, she retired to Hamburg. Thence, in 1668, she sent agents to Warsaw to enter her candidacy for the Polish throne, left vacant by the abdication of John Casimir. Pope Clement IX supported her claim, but the Polish Diet rejected her for many reasons, one of which was her refusal to marry. Not all the empire of the world, she said, would reconcile her to matrimony. She returned to Italy in November 1668 and remained there till her death. Those final 20 years were the most gracious of her life. Her apartments in the Palazzo Corsini became the leading salon in Rome, the rendezvous of prelates, scholars, composers, nobles, and foreign diplomats. There she welcomed Alessandro Scarlatti and received from Arcangelo Corelli the dedication of his first published sonatas. Her rooms were embellished with paintings, statues, and other forms of art chosen with a taste admired by connoisseurs, and the manuscripts she collected were later reckoned among the choicest in the Vatican Library. She discouraged the artificial style that had developed in Italian verse and influenced Guidi to lead a movement back to the purity of language and directness of expression prevalent under the Medici. Her own memoirs were a model of simple and forceful speech, and her aphorisms were the sharp and pithy pronouncements of a woman of the world who did not let her piety hamper her enjoyment of life. She was no bigot. She condemned the violence of French Catholics in enforcing the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. "I look upon France," she wrote, "as a sick person, whose arms and legs have been cut off in order to treat her for a disorder of which she would have been completely cured by the exercise of gentleness and patience." Bayle thought these sentiments a remnant of her Protestant rearing. She reproved him for this interpretation. He wrote her an apology. She forgave him on condition that he send her new or curious books. She died in 1689, aged 63, and was buried in St. Peter's. 3 years after her death, Giovanni Maria Crescimbeni founded in her memory the Arcadian Academy, whose first members were chiefly those who had formerly gathered under her wing. They continued the old association of poetry with pastoralism. They called themselves shepherds, took bucolic names, and held their meetings in the fields. They established branches in the principal cities of Italy, and despite their constitutional artifice, they ended the reign of conceits in Italian poetry. 4. From Monteverdi to Scarlatti. In that gay society of 17th century Italy, music was the note and air of life. A passionate people, kept in unwilling peace by Spain and the papacy, waged wars in operas and fought love combats in madrigals. Musical instruments took 100 forms. The organ was now an embellished bellows with 2 keyboards for the hands and 1 for the feet, plus diverse stops. And, of course, there were portative organs for the street. As early as 1598, we hear of another keyboard instrument called piano e forte, which was listed as owned and played by Duke Alfonso II at Modena. But how far this differed from the clavicembalo, or harpsichord, and the spinetta is still a mystery. A century passes before we hear of the pianoforte again. In 1709, Bartolomeo Cristofori, instrument maker to the music-loving Prince Ferdinand de' Medici at Florence, displayed what he called a gravicembalo col piano e forte. This differed slightly and yet vitally from the harpsichord. The note was sounded by a little hammer rising to strike a string, and the sound could be made low or loud by varying the touch of the fingers on the key. Whereas in previous keyboard instruments, the note had been produced by a plectrum of quill or hard leather, rising to pluck the string, and no variation was possible in the force of the sound. The pianoforte slowly replaced the harpsichord in the 18th century, not only because it could play soft and loud, but because the hammers wore out less rapidly than the plectra. The violin had evolved out of the lyre in the 16th century, chiefly at Brescia. Andrea Amati had brought the art of violin-making to Cremona, and there his grandson, Niccolo, surpassed all rivals in the craft, until he himself was excelled by his pupils Andrea Guarneri and Antonio Stradivari. The Guarneri, too, were a dynasty. Andrea and his sons Pietro da Mantua and Giuseppe I, his grandson Pietro II de Venezia, and his grandnephew Giuseppe II del Gesù, who made the violin preferred by Paganini to all others. The oldest violin signed by Stradivari is dated 1666, when he was 22 years old. It was labeled Antonius Stradivarius Cremonensis alumnus Niccoli Amati facebat anno 1666, followed by his personal symbol, a Maltese cross and his initials, A.S., enclosed in a double circle. Later he signed himself with proud simplicity Stradivarius. He worked incessantly, ate frugally, lived 93 years, and amassed such a fortune by the superior beauty, construction, tone, and finish of his instruments that Ricco come Stradivari became Cremonese for opulence. He is known to have made 1,116 violins, violas, and violoncellos. 540 of his violins exist today. Some have sold for $10,000. The secret of his varnish has been lost. The improvement in instruments encouraged the development of the orchestra and the composition and performance of instrumental music. Composers and virtuosos discovered in the violin a flexibility of movement and range of tone impossible for the human voice. They could run up and down the chromatic scale with literally ineffable ease. They could build and frolic with variations. They could escape from the grooves of melody and launch upon new rhythms, evolutions, and experiments. When many instruments were combined, the composition could be freed from the dance as well as from song, and could mount on its own wings in new sequences, combinations, and forms. Tommaso Vitali led the way with violin sonatas of unprecedented richness of invention, and helped to establish the progression of quick, slow, and lively movements. Arcangelo Corelli, as composer and virtuoso, prepared for 18th century chamber music with his sonatas for the violin. He and Vitali, in Italy, Kuhnau and Heinrich von Bieber in Germany, gave structure and form to the sonata as a piece to be sounded by instruments only, in contrast to cantatas as compositions to be sung by the voice. It was Corelli who set the form of the concerto grosso, 2 violins and 1 violoncello leading an orchestra of strings, with such simple and melodious productions as his Christmas Concerto from 1712. So he opened a path for the concertos of Vivaldi and Handel and the suites of Bach. Corelli's compositions retained their popularity so far into the 18th century that Burney, writing about 1780, thought their fame would endure as long as the present system of music shall continue to delight the ears of mankind. As Corelli was now the favorite composer for the violin, so Alessandro Stradella, with solos, duets, trios, and oratorios, dominated the vocal music of this age. His life itself was a music drama, and has been made into a play and an opera. As a teacher of singing at Venice, he achieved a tragic success. One of his aristocratic pupils, Hortensia, though affianced to the Venetian senator Alvise Contarini, eloped with Alessandro to Rome. The senator sent assassins to slay them. These sensitive cutthroats, hearing him sing the leading part in his Oratorio di San Giovanni Battista in the church of San Giovanni in Laterano, were so touched by the music that, so the story avers, they abandoned their assignment and warned Stradella and his mistress to seek some safe obscurity. The lovers fled to Turin, but soon Alessandro became dangerously famous there by his compositions and his voice. Contarini sent 2 unmusical ruffians to kill him. They attacked him and left him for dead. He recovered, married Hortensia, and moved with her to Genoa. There the senatorial hirelings found them and stabbed them both to death in 1682. The oratorio that allegedly saved his life remained popular for a century and prepared the way for Handel. Opera had by this time become a craze in Italy. Venice alone had 16 opera houses in 1699 and heard nearly 100 different operas between 1662 and 1680. The melodious spectacle was only slightly less fashionable in Naples. In Rome it symbolized the advancing secularization of music. Clement IX himself, before his elevation to the papacy, composed some musical comedies. There was a temporary decline in the quality of Italian opera after Monteverdi. The plots lost in dignity and significance, but gained in absurdity and violence. Francesco Cavalli, a pupil of Monteverdi, developed the solo aria as the most delectable feature of the performance. Soon the audiences demanded a succession of dramatic airs, and bore the intervals impatiently. Castrated boys or men took many soprano or contralto parts, but prima donnas now began to rival queens. Milton addressed Latin lyrics to Leonora Baroni, and Naples turned out en masse to welcome Leonora's mother, Adriana Basile, the most thrilling soprano of her time. Stage machinery probably reached its ne plus ultra in this age. In 17th-century Venice, according to Monmenti, the theater of San Cassiano could show on demand a royal palace, a forest, an ocean, Olympus, and heaven. And in one case a ballroom, fully illuminated with all its furniture and dancers, was suspended over the permanent stage and was lowered to it or raised out of view as the story required. Marcantonio Cesti sought to rescue opera from the aria. He gave more scope and prominence to the overture, more logic and sobriety to the story, and varied the singing with recitative. Both Cesti and Corelli were musical missionaries, bringing Italian opera, the one to Paris under Louis XIV, the other to Vienna under Leopold I. Operatically, Europe north of the Alps was an Italian colony. The dominant figure in the composition of operas was now Alessandro Scarlatti. His son Domenico has crowded out the father in current repute, but until recently Scarlatti meant Alessandro, and Domenico was an arpeggio to a famous name. Born in Sicily in 1659, Alessandro came to Rome when he was 13, studied for a while under Carissimi, and composed cantatas. He was stirred by the work and career of Stradella, and at the age of 20 produced his first known opera, L'errore innocente. Christina of Sweden liked it, took Alessandro under her wing, and produced his next operas in her private theater. In 1684 he accepted appointment as Maestro di Capella to the Spanish viceroy at Naples. He remained there for 18 years, producing operas in such rapid succession that by the time of his death they numbered at least 114, of which only half survive. It was probably in this period that Solimena painted the remarkable portrait that hangs in the Naples Conservatorio di Musica, a slender face, all sensitivity, concentration, and resolution. The War of the Spanish Succession disturbed Naples and threw Scarlatti's salary so far in arrears that he removed to Florence with his wife and family and composed and produced operas under the patronage of Prince Ferdinand. A year later he passed to Rome as Maestro di Capella to Cardinal Pietro Ottoboni, a gay and accomplished ecclesiastic who had succeeded Christina as center and patron of the arts in Rome, and who divided his profane energies among art, literature, music, and mistresses. In 1707, Alessandro went to Venice, where he produced his masterpiece, Mitridate e Eupatore, an opera distinguished by complete absence of love interest. In that year, Naples came under Austrian rule. The new viceroy invited Scarlatti to return to his former post. He agreed and spent there the next decade of his life at the zenith of his fame. His operas set a style that endured for half a century. Scarlatti made the overture a substantial composition unconnected with the opera, and divided it into 3 movements that remained standard till Mozart: Allegro, Adagio, and Allegro. To the aria he gave its typical 18th century dominance and its da capo form, in which the 3rd section repeats the 1st. He infused it with passion, tenderness, and romantic coloratura, and made it a vehicle for castrato feats of virtuosity and improvisation. But its frequency artificially interrupted the feeling and the action. He resisted for a time the popular demand for sentimental airs. Finally, he yielded to it, and for 50 years the music drama enjoyed 1,000 triumphs without producing works capable of buffeting the tides of taste. Opera declined till Gluck startled it to new life and form in Vienna in 1762 and Paris with the haunting loveliness of Orfeo et Euridice. 5. Portugal, 1640 to 1700. When the Duke of Braganza was crowned as John IV in 1640, Portugal began 28 years of war to defend her restored independence from Spain. France helped her till 1659, when Mazarin, in the Peace of the Pyrenees, agreed to give no further aid to Portugal. Alfonso VI turned to England for help. Catherine of Braganza was sent to London as the bride of Charles II in 1663, bringing as her dowry Bombay, Tangier, and £500,000. In return, England sent troops and arms. With this and other support, but above all by their own efforts, leadership, and discipline, the Portuguese drove back one Spanish army after another, until by the Treaty of Lisbon in 1668, Spain formally recognized the independence of Portugal. Pedro II strengthened the ties with England by the Methuen Treaty of 1703. Each nation agreed to give preferential tariffs to the other. Portugal would import manufactured goods from England. England would import wine and fruit from Portugal. So the 18th century English drank port wine from Oporto instead of clear claret from Bordeaux. This economic alliance gave Portugal and her remaining colonies a lasting protection from Spain and France. In 1693, the gold fields of Minas Gerais were discovered in Brazil. Soon they brought to Pedro II such bullion that after 1697 he ruled without summoning the Cortes to vote him funds, and maintained at Lisbon one of the most sumptuous courts in Europe. American gold, however, produced the same results in Portugal as in Spain. It was used to pay for manufactured articles from abroad instead of financing industrial enterprise at home. The native economy remained listlessly agricultural, and even the vineyards around Oporto fell into English hands, being bought with Portuguese gold secured in English trade. Portuguese authors continued to enliven letters with deeds. Francisco Manuel de Melo of Lisbon, after studying at the Jesuit College of San Antão, joined Spanish regiments bound for Flanders, survived several battles, fought for the Spanish king in the Catalan rebellion, and wrote its history, Historia de la Guerra de Catalunya, in one of the many classics contributed by the Portuguese to Spanish literature. When Portugal declared itself free from Spain, he offered his services to John IV. Welcomed, he equipped and led a Portuguese fleet. Having fallen in love with the intoxicating Countess of Villanova, he was arrested on the instigation of her husband and spent 9 years in jail. Released on condition of exile to Brazil, he went to live at Bahia, where he wrote his Apologos Theologais. He was allowed to return in 1659. In his remaining 7 years, he published works on morals and literature, some poetry, and a play that anticipated the theme and humor of Molière's Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme. Though he wrote in Spanish, Portugal properly claims him as among her most brilliant sons. Antonio Vieira was another. Born in Lisbon in 1608, he was taken in childhood to Brazil, was educated by the Jesuits at Bahia, entered their order, and astonished everyone by proposing, in eloquent sermons and pamphlets, that Christianity be practiced by governments. Sent on a mission to Portugal in 1641, he so impressed John IV by the integrity of his character and the variety of his powers that he was made a member of the Royal Council. There he had no small part in planning the victories that restored the independence of his country. He disturbed established ideas by advocating the reform of the Inquisition, the taxation of all persons regardless of class, the admission of Jewish merchants to Portugal, and the abolition of the distinction between Old Christians and New Christians, or converted Jews. He was one example in many of the vitality, versatility, and frequent liberalism of the Jesuits. Back in Brazil in 1652, he was sent as a missionary to Maranhão, but he so uncompromisingly condemned the barbarity and morals of the slave owners that they had him banished to Portugal in 1654. He pleaded before the king the cause of the oppressed Indians and secured some amelioration of their condition. Returning to South America in 1655, he spent 6 years as the Apostle of Brazil, traveling hundreds of miles on the Amazon and its tributaries, risking his life daily among savage tribes and natural perils, teaching the arts of civilization to the natives, and so courageously defending them against their overlords that these again secured his transfer to Portugal in 1661. There the Inquisition arrested him on the charge that his writings contained dangerous heresies and reprehensible extravagances, this in 1665. He was horrified by the conditions in the prisons of the Inquisition, 5 men crowded into a cell 9 feet by 11, where the sole natural light came from a slit in the ceiling, and the vessels were changed only once a week. He was released after 2 years, but was forbidden to write or preach or teach. He went to Rome in 1669, was welcomed and honored by Clement X, and fascinated cardinals and commoners with his eloquence. Christina of Sweden vainly begged him to be her spiritual director. He laid before the Pope a detailed indictment of the Inquisition as a blot on the honor of the Church and a blight on the prosperity of Portugal. Clement ordered that all cases before the Portuguese Inquisition be referred to Rome, and Innocent XI suspended that body for 5 years. Victorious but lonesome for Indians, Vieira sailed once more to Brazil in 1681 and labored there as Jesuit teacher and missionary till his death at 89. His works, in 27 volumes, contain much mystical abracadabra, but his sermons, which have been compared with Bossuet's, have given him rank as one of the great classics of the Portuguese language, and his services as a patriot and reformer led the Protestant Southey to number him among the greatest statesmen of his country and time. 6. The Collapse of Spain, 1665 to 1700. In 1665, Spain was still the greatest empire in Christendom. She ruled the southern Netherlands, Sardinia, Sicily, the Kingdom of Naples, the Duchy of Milan, and vast areas in North and South America. But she had lost the naval and military power needed to control the commerce and destiny of this scattered realm. Her costly armadas had been destroyed by the English in 1588 and the Dutch in 1639. Her armies had suffered decisive defeats at Rocroi in 1643 and Laon in 1648. Her diplomats, in the Peace of the Pyrenees of 1659, had acknowledged the triumph of France. Her economy depended upon the influx of gold and silver from America, and that flow was repeatedly interrupted by Dutch or English fleets. Her reliance on foreign gold and the scorn of her people for trade had stunted her commerce and her industries. Much Spanish commerce was carried in foreign vessels. Spanish shipping plying between Spain and America was 75% less in 1700 than in 1600. Manufactured articles were imported from England and Holland and were paid for only in part by the export of wine, oil, iron, or wool. The balance was paid in bullion, so that American gold merely passed through Spain and Portugal on the way to England, France, and the United Provinces. Cordova and Valencia, once famous for their crafts, were in conscious and querulous decay. The expulsion of the Moriscos had injured agriculture, and the frequent debasement of the coinage had demoralized finance. Roads were so bad, transport so primitive, that towns near the sea or on navigable rivers found it cheaper to import goods, even grain, from abroad than to bring them in from sources in Spain. Exorbitant taxes, including a sales tax of 14%, strove to sustain the wars of Spain against incredibly unyielding enemies, presumably cursed by God. The standard of living was so reduced that countless Spaniards abandoned their farms, their shops, at last their country. Infantile mortality was high, and there was apparently some furtive limitation of the family. Thousands of men and women became barren monks or nuns, and other thousands went off to adventure in distant lands. Seville, Toledo, Burgos, and Segovia lost part of their population. Madrid, in the 17th century, fell from 400,000 to 200,000. Spain was dying of gold. Amid the spreading and intensifying poverty, the upper classes both hoarded and displayed their wealth. Long enriched by native exploitation or imported treasure, The nobles kept their wealth from investment in industry or commerce, and dazzled one another with gems and precious metal, with costly entertainments and magnificent equipage. The Duke of Alva had 7,200 plates and 9,600 other vessels of silver. The Prince of Stigliano made for his wife a sedan chair of gold and coral, so heavy that it was unfit for use. The church, too, remained rich, grew richer, amid surrounding penury. The Archbishop of Santiago proposed to build an entire chapel of silver. Dissuaded, he built it all of marble. The blood of the people was the soil of wealth and the glory of God. The Inquisition was as strong as ever, stronger than the government. Autos de fe were less frequent than before, but only because heresy had been burned out. The disabilities of Catholics in England could hardly compare with the perils of Protestants in Spain. Cromwell was unable to protect English merchants there. The English ambassador's Protestant servant was arrested by the Inquisition in 1691, and in that year the corpse of the ambassador's Anglican chaplain was exhumed and mutilated by the people. The burning of converted Jews accused of secret Judaism continued. In Majorca, the Inquisition built for itself a handsome palace from the wealth confiscated in a single investigation. The populace warmly approved such bonfires, though many nobles sought to discourage them. When in 1680 Charles II expressed the wish to see an auto de fe, the artisans of Madrid volunteered to erect an amphitheater for the sacred spectacle. During their work they cheered one another to haste and industry by devout exhortations. It was truly a labor of love. Charles and his young bride attended in full regalia. 120 prisoners were judged, and 21 were burned to death in a cauldron in the Plaza Mayor. It was the greatest and most splendid auto de fe in the history of Spain, and a book of 308 pages was published describing and commemorating the event. In 1696, Charles appointed a junta magna to examine the abuses of the Inquisition. It submitted a report revealing and condemning many evils, but the Inquisitor General persuaded the king to consign the terrible indictment to oblivion. When in 1701 Philip V called for it, no copy could be found. The Inquisition, however, moved thereafter with more measured pace and abated its conflagrations. The Church tried to redeem its wealth and buttress the faith by financing art. In 1677, Francisco de Herrera el Mozo designed the second cathedral of Saragossa, called del Pilar, from its boasting a pillar on which the Virgin was believed to have descended from heaven. Baroque architecture now came to Spain. Almost overnight, the Spanish mood passed from Gothic gloom to decorative extravagance. The great name here is José Churriguera. Churrigueresca became for a time a name for Spanish Baroque. Born at Salamanca in 1665, he expressed his exuberant energy in architecture, sculpture, cabinetry, and painting. Coming to Madrid at the age of 23, he entered a competition to design a catafalque for the obsequies of Queen Maria Luisa. He won, and the confused structure, formed with fantastic pillars and broken cornices, and embellished with skeletons, crossbones, and skulls, established his reputation for fantastic skill. About 1690 he returned to Salamanca, and for 10 years labored there, adorning the cathedral, building the high altar in the church of San Esteban, and the magnificent hall of the city council. In Madrid, toward the close of his life, he designed the facade of the church of San Tomás. Dying in 1725, he left the further construction to his sons, Jerónimo and Nicolás. During their operations, the dome fell, crushing many workers and worshippers. A relatively moderate form of Churrigueresque migrated to Mexico, where it produced some of the loveliest buildings in North America. Sculpture continued to be a powerful expression of the Spanish spirit. Sometimes the power came from a bizarre realism, as when it showed in gory detail the head of John the Baptist or some other severed saint. The Museum of Valladolid has 2 such heads of St. Paul. Altar screens were still a favorite form, so Pedro Roldan carved the great screens in the parish church of the cathedral and in the Hospital de la Caridad at Seville. And his daughter, Luisa Roldana, the outstanding woman sculptor of Spain, raised in the Cathedral of Cadiz a group centering about Nuestra Señora de los Angustias, Our Lady of the Sorrows. Pedro de Mena dominated the age with his nudes, so rare in Spanish art, his virgins, and his choir stalls in the Malaga Cathedral, while his son Francisco, in the Seville Cathedral, is among the finest examples of Hispanic sculpture. Toward the end of the 17th century, the art shared in the general deterioration. Panels were loaded with ornament, images were equipped with mechanisms for moving the head, the eyes, and the mouth. Real hair and dresses, and always color, were added in efforts to reach the simplest public imagination and taste. The age of the giants was past in Spanish painting, but many minor heroes remained. Juan Carreño de Miranda, who succeeded Velázquez as court painter, was almost as loved as he, a man modest and kindly, and so absorbed in his work that at times he could not recall whether he had eaten or not. His portraits of Charles II and the court so pleased the young king that he was offered knighthood and the Cross of Santiago. Carreño refused the distinction as beyond his merit. Madrid in those days delighted in the story of El Cantarillo de Miel, the jar of honey. Gregorio Utande, an obscure artist, had painted for the Carmelite nuns a picture for which he asked 100 ducats. They thought this too much, but agreed to let Carreño decide. Before Carreño heard of this, Utande had presented him a jar of honey and begged him to retouch the picture. This was done, much to its improvement. Carreño was surprised when the nuns called upon him to appraise it. He refused, but a third artist valued it at 200 ducats, and the secret was kept till the price was paid. In his later years, Carreño eased the way for one of his successors. Claudio Coello worked day and night at his easel with indifferent results. Carreño befriended him and secured permission for him to study and copy the works of Titian, Rubens, and Van Dyck in the royal galleries. The experience helped Claudio to mature, and in 1684, a year before Carreño's death, Coello was appointed painter to the king. He achieved national renown by his Sagrada Forma, which showed the sacred wafer being presented to Charles II for an altar in the Escorial. The legend behind the picture expresses the temper of Spain. In the war with the Dutch, said the story, a consecrated host had been trodden underfoot by some impious Calvinists. Drops of blood had flowed from the injured wafer, at once converting one of the desecrators. The rescued host had been reverently carried to Vienna and had been sent as a gift to Philip II. Since then it had been periodically exhibited, stained with Christ's blood, to odd worshippers. Coello showed the king and his principal courtiers kneeling in adoration before the miraculous bread. 100 figures appeared in the picture, nearly all individualized and arranged in a perspective of remarkably illusory depth. After this work, which he had taken 2 years to complete, Coello was the undisputed master of all artists in the capital. 6 years later, in 1692, he was suddenly eclipsed by the arrival of Luca fa Presto Giordano from Italy. Luca was at once given the leading role in redecorating the Escorial. Luca made matters worse by praising Claudio's pictures. Coello finished the painting on which he was engaged, but then laid aside his brush. A year after Giordano's arrival, Coello died, aged 51, allegedly of disappointment and jealousy. Meanwhile, Seville had seen the birth and death, between 1630 and 1690, of the last great figure in Spanish painting before Goya. Juan de Valdés Leal, like Coello, was of Portuguese parentage and Spanish birth. After some years in Córdoba, he moved to Seville to challenge the ascendancy of Murillo. He was too proud to offer to his patrons the sentimental loveliness of demure Madonnas. He painted the Virgin in her Assumption, but his heart and power went rather into uncompromising pictures, belittling the pleasures of life and pointing to inevitable death. He showed St. Anthony turning in terror from the beauty of women. In the twinkling of an eye represented death as a skeleton putting out life's candle, whose brief illumination reveals, in chaos on the floor, the apparatus of worldly pursuits and glory. Books, armor, a bishop's mitre, a king's crown, a chain of the Order of the Golden Fleece. In a variation on this idea, Leal showed a charnel pit littered with corpses, skeletons, and skulls, and above these a fair hand holding a balance in which one scale contains the symbols of a knight, the other the insignia of a bishop. The one scale labeled ni más, no more, the other labeled ni menos, no less. Layman and ecclesiastic alike found wanting in the scales of God. Murillo, viewing the first of these two paintings, said to Valdés, "Comrade, it is a picture which cannot be looked at without holding one's nose," which might have been praise of the painter's realism, or the reaction of a healthy mind to decadent art. Decadence was the order of the day. No great literary figure dignified the age, no great drama took the stage. The universities were languishing amid the general destitution and obscurantism. At Salamanca in this period, the enrollment of students fell from 7,800 to 2,076. The Inquisition and the Index Librorum Prohibitorum labored successfully to exclude from Spain all literature displeasing to the Church. For a century, Spain was hermetically sealed against the movements of the European mind. And decadence in person sat symbolically on the throne. Charles IV became king at the age of 4 in 1665. During his minority, the country was formerly ruled by his mother, Queen Mariana, actually by her Jesuit confessor, Johannes Eberhard Nithard, then by her lover, Fernando Valenzuela. Disorder mounted, and the competent ministry of another Don Juan of Austria was too brief to halt decay. In 1677, the 16-year-old king assumed the government and presided helplessly over the debacle. Persistent intermarriage within the Habsburg family may have contributed to his debility of body and mind. The Habsburg chin was in Charles so prognathous that he could not chew. His tongue was so large that his speech could hardly be understood. Till the age of 10, he had been treated as an infant in arms. He could barely read, he had received little education, and the superstitions and legends of his faith were his dearest heritage. A leading Spanish historian describes him as sickly, imbecile, and highly superstitious. He believed himself to be possessed by the devil and was the plaything of the ambitions of all who surrounded him. He married twice, but it was a matter of public knowledge that he could not expect to have a child. Short, lame, epileptic, senile, and completely bald before 35, he was always on the verge of death, but repeatedly baffled Christendom by continuing to live. The disintegration of Spain now became a European tragedy. Despite taxation, inflation, and the exploitation of American mines, the government was so near to bankruptcy that it could not pay the interest on its debt, and even the royal table had to stint the service of the king. The administrative bureaucracy, underpaid, was venal and indolent. Poverty was so desperate that people murdered for bread. Bands of starving people broke into homes to rob and kill, and 20,000 beggars roamed the streets of Madrid. The police, unable to obtain their pay, disbanded and joined the criminals. Amid the chaos, insecurity, and desolation, the poor, crippled, half-demented king, feeling death upon him, faced in bewilderment and vacillation the problem of fixing the succession to his throne. His power being theoretically absolute, one line of his writing would suffice to bequeath his empire in 4 continents to either Austria or France. His mother pleaded for Austria, but Charles resented her scheming and the shrewish rapacity of his German wife. The French ambassador reminded him that since the dowry of Louis XIV's Spanish bride had not yet been paid, her renunciation of the succession was annulled. Louis was urging her rights and had the power to enforce them. If Charles overrode those rights, Europe would flame into war and Spain might be torn to pieces in the strife. Charles broke down under the burden of decision. He wept and complained that some witch had laid unbearable misfortunes upon him. While he listened to confusing arguments, rioters besieged his palace, crying out for bread. In September 1700, Charles took to his bed of death. The French party among the factions surrounding him won the Archbishop of Toledo, primate of Spain, to its side. He remained day and night with the dying king and reminded him that only Louis XIV had the power to keep the Spanish Empire intact and to use it as a bastion of the Catholic Church. Pope Innocent XII, under the urging of Louis, advised Charles to favor France. At last Charles yielded and signed the fatal will that left all his dominions to Philip, Duke of Anjou, grandson of the French king, on October 3, 1700. On November 1st, Charles died, aged 39 but seeming to be 80. The race of the Spanish Habsburgs came to an end in a sunset red with the threat of war. Chapter 16. The Jewish Enclaves, 1564 to 1715. 1. The Sephardim. The survival of the Jews through 19 centuries of hardship and revenge is a somber strain in the history of ignorance, hatred, courage, and resilience. Deprived of their national home, forced to find shelter in ethnic pockets among unrelenting foes, subject at every turn to contumely and oppression, to sudden confiscation, expulsion, or massacre, holding no weapon of defense but patience, subtlety, desperate resolution, and religious faith, they lived through such adversities as no other people in history has borne. Their will was never broken, and out of their poverty and grief they raised up poets and philosophers, recalling the Hebrew legislators and prophets who had prepared the spiritual foundations of the Western world. In Spain, the extinction of the Jews was now apparently complete. They remained only as a hidden current in the Spanish blood. By 1595, a Spanish bishop could express satisfaction that converted Jews had been successfully assimilated by intermarriage and that their descendants were now good Christians. The Inquisition did not agree with him. In 1654, 10 men were burned in Cuenca and 12 in Granada. In 1660, 81 were arrested in Seville and 7 burned on the charge of secretly adhering to Jewish rites. In Portugal especially, many seeming converts, conversos, Marranos, continued to practice and transmit Judaism in the privacy of their homes. Over 100 of them, as relapsos, fell victims to the Inquisition between 1565 and 1595. Despite all dangers of detection, crypto-Jews found precarious place in Portuguese life as writers, professors, merchants, financiers, even as monks and priests. The most prominent physicians were secret Jews, and at Lisbon the Mendes family developed one of the greatest banking firms in Europe. After the absorption of Portugal into Spain in 1580, the activity of the Portuguese Inquisition increased. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. After the absorption of Portugal into Spain in 1580, the activity of the Portuguese Inquisition increased. In the next 20 years there were 50 autos de fe, with 162 condemnations to death and 2,979 penitents. A Franciscan friar, Diogo da Assunção, aged 25, was burned at Lisbon in 1603 after revealing his conversion to Judaism. Many Marranos, finding the Portuguese Inquisition more ferocious than the Spanish, migrated to Spain. In 1604, by a bribe of 1,860,000 ducats paid to Philip III and lesser bribes to his ministers, they persuaded the king to obtain from Pope Clement VIII a bull directing the Portuguese inquisitors to release all their Marrano prisoners with merely spiritual penances. In one day, January 16, 1605, 410 such victims were freed. But the efficacy of such bribes diminished with time, and soon after the death of Philip III in 1621, the Portuguese terror was renewed. In 1623, 100 new Christians were arrested in the little town of Montemora Novo. At Coimbra, the cultural center of the kingdom, there were 247 such arrests in 1626, 218 in 1629, 247 in 1631. In 20 years, from 1620 to 1640, 230 Portuguese Jews were burned in person, 161 in effigy, having escaped, and 4,995 were reconciled with lesser penalties. Risking life and abandoning property, thousands of Marranos fled from Portugal, as formerly from Spain, to all quarters of the world. The great majority of the Sephardic exiles sought refuge in Islam and formed or joined Jewish settlements in North Africa, Salonika, Cairo, Constantinople, Adrianople, Smyrna, Aleppo, and Iran. In these centers, the Jews were subject to political and economic disabilities, but rarely to physical persecution. Jews rose to prominence not only as physicians, but in affairs of state. Joseph Nasi, a Marrano, was a favorite of Selim II, and as Duke of Naxos in 1566, he received the revenues of 10 islands in the Aegean. A German Jew, Solomon ben Nathan Ashkenazi, was Turkey's ambassador to Vienna in 1571, and negotiated there the peace that, for a time, ended war with the Porte. In Italy, the fortunes of the Jews fluctuated with the needs and moods of dukes and popes. In Milan and Naples, ruled by Spain, life was almost impossible for them. In 1669, an explicit decree expelled them from all Spanish possessions. In Pisa and Livorno, the Tuscan Grand Dukes gave them nearly complete liberty, being anxious to develop the commerce of these free ports. A charter granted in 1593 to merchants in these cities was in effect an invitation to Marranos. We desire that no inquisition, visitation, denunciation, or accusal shall be made against you or your families, even though during the past they may have lived outside our dominions in the guise of Christians, or with the name of being such. The plan succeeded. Livorno flourished, and the Jewish community there, exceeded in number only by those in Rome and Venice, became famous for its culture as well as its wealth. The Venetian Senate, fearing the relationships of the Jews with Turkey, repeatedly expelled them, and repeatedly allowed them to return as a valuable element not only in commerce and finance, but in industry. Jewish enterprises in Venice employed 4,000 Christian workingmen. German and Oriental as well as Sephardic Jews settled there, and the Senate protected them from the Inquisition. They lived nearly all in the Giudecca, or Jewish quarter, but were not confined to it. This ghetto included many rich families, fine homes, and a luxuriously furnished synagogue built in 1584 and rebuilt in 1655 under the supervision of the famous architect Baldassare Longhena. The 6,000 Jews of Venice had the highest cultural level of any Jewish community in this age. At Ferrara, a colony of Marranos from Portugal settled about 1560, but it was dispersed in 1581 by order of the Pope, who acted under pressure by the Portuguese Inquisition. In Mantua, the Gonzaga dukes protected the Jews, but periodically mulcted them with contributions and loans. And in 1610, all Mantuan Jews were compelled to reside in a walled ghetto whose gates were locked at sunset and opened at dawn. When plague came to Mantua, the Jews were accused of having brought it in, and when in the War of the Mantuan Succession the troops of the emperor took the city, they sacked the ghetto thoroughly, appropriated 800,000 scudi in jewels and money, and ordered the Jews to leave Mantua within 3 days with only such property as they could carry. In Rome, where previously the papacy had usually protected the Jews, the popes, after 1565, with the exception of Sixtus V, issued a long succession of hostile decrees. Pius V, in 1566, commanded all Catholic powers to enforce to the full the canonical restrictions and disabilities of the Jews. They were hereafter to be confined to ghettos, physically closed off from the Christian population. They were to wear a distinctive badge or garb. They were to be excluded from the ownership of land, and they were not to have more than one synagogue in any city. In 1569, in a bull accusing them of usury, procuring, witchcraft, and magic arts, Pius V directed that all Jews be expelled from the Papal States, except from the cities of Ancona and Rome. Gregory XIII in 1581 forbade the Christian employment of Jewish physicians, ordered the confiscation of Hebrew books, and in 1584 renewed the compulsion laid upon the Jews to hear sermons aimed at their conversion. Sixtus V ended the persecution for a time. He opened the ghetto in 1586, allowed the Jews to reside anywhere in the Papal States, dispensed them from wearing a distinctive mark or dress, permitted them to print the Talmud and other Hebrew literature, granted them full freedom of worship, and bade the Christians treat the Jews in their synagogues with humane respect. But this Christian pontificate was brief. Clement VIII renewed the Edict of Expulsion in 1593. By 1640, nearly all the Jews of Italy were living in ghettos. When stepping outside these, they were to wear some badge of their tribe. They were excluded from agriculture and the guilds. Montaigne, touring Rome in 1581, described how the Jews, on their Sabbath, were required to send 60 of their youths to the church of Sant'Angelo in Pescaria to hear exhortations to conversion. John Evelyn saw such a ceremony in Rome on January 7, 1645, and observed that a conversion is very rare. Many of the less pleasant characteristics of the Jews in body and character were the result of long confinement, humiliation, and poverty. In France, the Jews were theoretically subject to all the restrictions called for by Pius V. Actually, their importance in industry, commerce, and finance earned them a tacit toleration. In one of his ordinances, Colbert emphasized the benefits accruing to Marseille from the mercantile enterprises of the Jews. Marrano refugees established themselves in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and contributed so much to the economic life of southwestern France that they were allowed to practice their Judaic rituals with less and less concealment. When an army of mercenaries invaded Bordeaux in 1675, the town council feared that the exodus of frightened Jews would cripple the prosperity of the city. Without them, reported a sous-intendant, the trade of Bordeaux and of the whole province would be inevitably ruined. Louis XIV took the Jewish community at Metz under his protection. When local magistrates tortured to death in 1670 a Jew accused of ritual child murder, the king condemned the execution as judicial slaughter and ordered that henceforth criminal charges against Jews were to be brought before the royal council. Toward the end of Louis's reign, when the War of the Spanish Succession had brought the French government close to bankruptcy, Samuel Bernard, a Jewish financier, put his fortune at the king's disposal, and the proud monarch was grateful for the aid of the greatest banker in Europe. 2. The Dutch Jerusalem. The migration of the Jews from Spain and Portugal played a part, sometimes exaggerated, in the passage of commercial leadership from those countries to the Netherlands. There the exiled Jews went first to Antwerp, but in 1549 Charles V ordered the expulsion from the Low Countries of all Marranos who had entered from Portugal in the preceding 5 years. The burgomasters of Antwerp pleaded for exemption from this edict. It was enforced, and the new immigrants resumed their search for a home. Antwerp lost its commercial prominence not from this partial migration, but through the disasters that befell the city in the War of Liberation and the Treaty of Westphalia, which closed the Scheldt to navigation. The imperfect but growing freedom of religion in the United Provinces attracted Jews to the Dutch towns, The Hague, Rotterdam, Haarlem, and above all, Amsterdam. Marrano Jews appeared there in 1593. 4 years later they opened a synagogue. Hebrew was their language in worship, Spanish or Portuguese in their daily life. In 1615, after a report drawn up by Hugo Grotius, the city authorities formally authorized the Jewish community, granting freedom of worship but forbidding intermarriage with Christians and attacks upon the Christian religion. Hence the trepidation of the synagogue leaders when the heresies of Uriel Acosta and Baruch Spinoza touched the fundamentals of the Christian creed. The Jews included some of the wealthiest merchants in the thriving port. They managed a substantial segment of Dutch trade with the Spanish peninsula and with the East and West Indies. On one occasion, at the wedding of a Jewish girl, 40 of the guests had fortunes totaling 40 million florins. In 1688, when Stadtholder William III was planning his expedition to capture the crown of England, Isaac Suasso, we are told, advanced him 2 million florins without interest, saying, "If you are fortunate, you will repay them to me. If not, I am willing to lose them." Some of this wealth was made too conspicuous. David Pinto adorned his home so gaudily that the civic authorities reproved him. We should add, however, that the Pinto family gave millions to Jewish and Christian charities. Behind this economic front was a busy cultural life, with scholars, rabbis, physicians, poets, mathematicians, and philosophers. Schools provided education, and a Hebrew printing press founded by Manasseh ben Israel in 1627 issued a great number of books and pamphlets. For the next 2 centuries, Amsterdam was to be the center of the Jewish book trade. In 1671-75, the Portuguese Jewish community, numbering 4,000 families, signalized its prosperity by building the beautiful synagogue that is still one of the sights of Amsterdam. Christians, we are told, took part in the dedication. It was a happy moment in the life of the modern Jews. There were spots on this sun. About 1630, Ashkenazic, or Eastern Jews, came into Amsterdam from Poland and Germany. They had their own dialect of German and set up their own synagogue. They multiplied rapidly and aroused much antipathy among the Sephardic Jews, who were proud of their superior language, culture, dress, and wealth, and looked upon marriage with an Ashkenazic Jew as almost an apostasy. Within the Sephardic group itself, a class division formed. The small trades and proliferating poor denounced the millionaires who controlled the politics and personnel of the synagogue. "The dollar binds and looses," said a contemporary satire. "It raises the ignorant to the chief offices in the community." The intellectual leaders, Saul Levi Mortera, Isaac Aboab de Fonseca, and Manasseh ben Israel, were men of ability and integrity, but they were cautiously conservative in politics, religion, and morals. They became as dogmatic as the Spanish persecutors of their forebears, and they exercised a watchful inquisition over potential heresies. Manasseh ben Israel left his mark upon history by reopening England to the Jews. Born in La Rochelle of Marrano parents recently arrived from Lisbon, he was brought to Amsterdam in childhood, became a devoted student in Hebrew, Spanish, Portuguese, Latin, and English, and at 18 was chosen preacher of the congregation Neva Shalom. He pleased Christians as well as Jews by writing El Conciliador, to reconcile alleged discrepancies in the Bible. He had many Christian correspondents and friends: Uwe, Grotius, Christina of Sweden, Dionysius Votius, who translated his book into Latin, and Rembrandt, who etched his portrait in 1636. Above all, he attracted the interest of Christian visionaries because he preached the early coming of a Messiah who would rule the earth. For Manasseh was a Kabbalist and mystic idealist who dreamed that soon the lost 10 tribes of Israel would be found and be united, that they were probably the American Indians, that the Jews would be readmitted to England and Scandinavia, and that the Holy Land would then be restored to Israel in full messianic glory. Puritans of the Fifth Monarchy sect in England corresponded with Manasseh, and though their Messiah was not his, they welcomed his views on the early coming of the kingdom of God. So encouraged, he published in 1650 a treatise, Esperanza de Israel, pleading for the re-entry of Jews into England. For a Latin translation of this book, he wrote a preface addressed to the English Parliament. He explained that according to scriptural prophecies, the return of the Jews to their homeland would be preceded by their dispersion into all countries. He begged the English government to help realize this preliminary condition by receiving the Jews into England and letting them freely exercise their religion and build their synagogues. He expressed the hope that he might be allowed to come to England to prepare the establishment of a Hebrew community. Cromwell was favorably disposed. "Great is my sympathy with this poor people," he said, "whom God chose and to whom he gave his law." Lord Middlesex, perhaps representing the Parliament, sent a letter of acknowledgment and thanks to "my dear brother, the Hebrew philosopher Manasseh ben Israel." The English ambassador in Holland visited Manasseh and was received with Hebrew music and prayer in August 1651. But in October, Parliament passed a Navigation Act obviously aimed at Dutch trade. Commercial competition led to the First Dutch War, from 1652 to 54, and Manasseh had to bide his time. Barebone's Parliament in 1653 received with favor his renewed plea. A safe conduct was dispatched to him. When peace came, Cromwell seconded the invitation, and in October 1655 Manasseh and his son crossed to England. 3. England and the Jews. Between the expulsion of the Jews from England in 1290 and the accession of Cromwell in 1649, no Jews were legally permitted there. Some Jewish peddlers may have appeared in the villages, some merchants and physicians in the towns, but nearly all that the Elizabethan knew or thought of Jews was derived from Christian gossip or literature. From such sources, Marlowe drew his Barabbas and Shakespeare his Shylock. Some critics have thought that Shakespeare wrote The Merchant of Venice at his company's suggestion to profit from the storm of anti-Semitism just aroused in England by the case of Rodrigo Lopez, executed in 1594 for allegedly trying to poison Queen Elizabeth. Born in Portugal of Jewish parents, Lopez settled in London in 1559 and made his way to prominence in the medical profession. Engaged as physician to the Earl of Leicester, he was accused of helping him to remove enemies by poison. In 1586 he became chief physician to the Queen. He treated, among others, the second Earl of Essex, but earned his enmity by revealing his ailments to others. About 1590 he joined Francis Walsingham in intrigues with the court of Spain against Dom Antonio, pretender to the Portuguese crown, and he received, apparently from agents of Philip II, a diamond ring then valued at £100. In 1593, Esteban de Gama was seized in Lopez's house on a charge of conspiring against Antonio. Others were arrested, and some of the confessions implicated Lopez in a plot against Elizabeth. Essex, who had supported Antonio, led the prosecution of the physician. Put on the rack, Lopez confessed to having received and concealed an offer of 50,000 ducats to poison the Queen, but he claimed that his intention had been merely to mulct the Spanish king. He and 2 others were hanged, drawn, and quartered. With his last breath he declared, to the derision of the spectators, that he loved the Queen as well as he loved Jesus Christ. Shakespeare, friendly to Essex, produced The Merchant of Venice 2 months after the execution, and many auditors must have noted that Shylock's intended victim was called Antonio. The spread of the Bible, accelerated by the King James Version, modified anti-Semitism by giving England a closer acquaintance with the Old Testament. The ideas and feelings of the ancient Hebrews entered intimately into the thought and phrases of the Puritans. The wars of the Jews seemed to them to prefigure their own wars against Charles I. Somehow Jehovah, the God of hosts, fitted their needs better than the Prince of Peace described in the New Testament. Many Puritan regiments inscribed their banners with the Lion of Judah, and Cromwell's Ironsides marched to battle singing biblical songs. Accepting the magnificent literature of the Old Testament as literally the Word of God, the Puritans felt constrained to acknowledge the Jews as chosen by God to be the immediate recipients of his revelation. One preacher told his congregation that the Jews should still be honored as the select of God, and some levelers called themselves Jews. Many Puritans perceived that Christ's explicit confirmation of the Mosaic law outweighed Paul's rejection of it and laid upon all biblical Christians the obligation to practice that law. One Puritan leader, Major General Thomas Harrison, close aide to Cromwell, proposed that the Mosaic Code be made part of English law. In 1649, a bill was introduced into the House of Commons to change the Lord's Day from the pagan Sunday to the Jewish Sabbath. Now, said the Puritans, the English too were the chosen people of God. During the reign of James I, from 1603 to 1625, a small group of Marranos had settled in London. At first they attended Christian services, but later they made little effort to conceal their fidelity to Judaism. Jewish financiers like Antonio Carvajal shared in meeting the monetary needs of the Long Parliament and the Commonwealth. When Cromwell came to power, he used Marrano merchants as sources of economic and political information regarding Holland and Spain. He noted with some envy the prosperity that had come to Dutch commerce, partly through the influx and international connections of the Jews. Soon after Manasseh ben Israel's arrival in England, Cromwell received him and put a London residence at his disposal. Manasseh presented a petition and circulated through the press a declaration stating the religious and economic case for the admission of Jews into England. He explained why the Jews, through their legal disabilities and physical and financial insecurity, had been forced to abstain from agriculture and take to trade. He pointed out that the Amsterdam Jews lived by commercial investment rather than by money lending, that they practiced no usury but placed their liquid funds in banks and were satisfied with 5% interest on these deposits. He showed the baselessness of the legend that Jews murdered Christian children to use their blood in religious rituals. He assured Christians that Jews made no attempt to secure converts. He concluded by asking that Jews be admitted to England on condition of taking an oath of loyalty to the realm, that they receive religious freedom and protection from violence, and that their internal disputes be settled by their rabbis and laws without prejudice to English law and interests. On December 4th, 1655, Cromwell assembled at Whitehall a conference of jurists, officials, and clergymen to consider the admission of the Jews. He himself defended the idea with force and eloquence, stressing not the economic but the religious aspect. The pure gospel must be preached to the Jews, but can we preach to them if we will not tolerate them among us? His arguments met with little sympathy. The clergymen insisted that Jews had no place in a Christian commonwealth. Representatives of commerce objected that Jewish merchants would deflect trade and wealth from English hands. The conference voted that Jews could not settle in England except by private sufferance of His Highness. Public opinion was predominantly hostile to admission. Rumors were spread that the Jews, if allowed into England, would turn St. Paul's Cathedral into a synagogue. William Prynne, who had made a stir 27 years earlier by his historiomastics attack upon the English theatre, issued, from 1655 to 56, a short demurrer, renewing old charges that the Jews were counterfeiters of coinage and murderers of children. A passionate Puritan, Thomas Collier, answered Prynne, but weakened his case by urging that the Jews be honored as the chosen people of God. Manasseh himself published in 1656 a vindication appealing to the English people's sense of justice. Could they really believe that strange and horrid accusation that the Jews are wont to celebrate the feast of unleavened bread by fermenting it with the blood of some Christians whom they have for that purpose killed? He showed how often in history such accusations had been made by false witnesses or supported only by confessions under torture, and how often the innocence of Jews so accused had been brought to light after their execution. He concluded with touching faith and fervor, "And to the highly honored nation of England I make my most humble request, that they would read over my arguments impartially, effectually recommending me to their grace and favor, and earnestly beseeching God that He would be pleased to hasten the time promised by Zephaniah, wherein we shall all serve Him with one consent, after the same manner, and shall be all of the same judgment, that as His name is one, so His fear may be also one, and that we may all see the goodness of the Lord, blessed forever, and the consolations of Zion." The English people were not won over by this plea, and Manasseh obtained no formal admission of the Jews. Cromwell, absorbed in protecting his government and his life, put the problem aside. However, he awarded Manasseh a yearly pension of £100, which was never paid, out of the public treasury. In September 1657, Manasseh's son died. With the aid of a grant from the Protector, he took the body to Holland for burial. Exhausted with travel and grief, the apostle to England died at Middelburg, November 20th, leaving not enough money to pay for his own funeral. He had not really failed in his mission. Evelyn's diary remarks, under December 14th, 1655, now were the Jews admitted. No decree of the Protector, no enactment of Parliament legalized their return, but more and more of them came in with the tacit approval of Cromwell. In 1657 he allowed the Jews of London to establish their own burial ground, not as Christians but as Jews. Soon thereafter they opened a synagogue and quietly practiced their ritual. When the Restoration came, Charles II remembered the financial support given him in his Dutch exile by Mendes da Costa and other Hebrews. He perceived the advantages that had already accrued to England from the mercantile enterprises of the London Jews, and he winked an eye on further immigration. William III, also recalling Jewish help, continued this tolerant attitude despite the repeated complaints of English merchants and clergymen. Solomon Medina earned the first Jewish knighthood by his services as army contractor for William III and Marlborough. By 1715, Jewish brokers were on the London Exchange, and Jewish financiers were a minor power in the land. In 1904, the English Jews celebrated the tercentenary of Manasseh's birth. 4. The Ashkenazim. Despite medieval crusades and 1,000 vicissitudes, there remained in 1564 substantial Jewish settlements in Germany, above all in Frankfurt am Main, Hamburg, and Worms. But the Reformation had intensified rather than moderated the Christian hatred of the strange people that could not accept Christ as the Son of God. At Frankfurt, the Jews were forbidden to leave the ghetto except on urgent business and could not receive out-of-town guests without the knowledge of the magistrates. Their clothing had to have a special mark or color. Their houses were to bear distinctive emblems, often grotesque. Bribery of town officials sometimes bought exemptions from these humiliations, but the hostility of simple folk was a perpetual menace to Jewish life and property. So, in September 1614, while most Frankfurt Jews were at prayer, a Christian crowd forced an entry into the ghetto. After enjoying a night of plunder and destruction, it compelled 1,380 Jews to leave the city with no other belongings than the clothes on their back. Several Christian families sheltered and fed the fugitives, and the Archbishop of Mainz compelled the municipality of Frankfurt to restore them to their homes, to indemnify them for their losses, and to hang the leader of the mob. A year later, at Worms, a similar uprising drove the Jews from the city and desecrated their synagogues and cemeteries. But the Archbishop of Worms and the Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt gave refuge to the exiles, and the Elector Palatine protected their return. In general, the higher clergy and classes were inclined to toleration, but the lower clergy and the masses were easily stirred to the ecstasy of hate. Old disabilities, even when relaxed, always hung over Jewish heads, and insult and injury were the possibilities of any day. Some ardent Christians snatched Jewish infants from their mothers' breasts and forcibly baptized them. If there were no ignorance, there would be no history. The 30 Years' War left the Jews of Germany relatively unharmed. Protestants and Catholics were so engrossed in mutual murder that they almost forgot to kill Jews, even when those had lent them money. The Emperor Ferdinand I had imposed burdensome regulations upon the Jews of Austria and had expelled them from Bohemia in 1559. But Ferdinand II protected them, allowed them in Catholic Vienna to build a synagogue and discard the badge, and permitted the return of Jews to Bohemia. The Bohemian Jews pledged 40,000 gulden yearly to the imperial cause in the Great War. To soothe Christians who complained of his tolerant policy, Ferdinand II in 1630 ruled that the Jews of Prague should listen every Sunday to Christian sermons, and fines were levied for truancy or sleeping. After the Peace of Westphalia, the Hebrew settlements in Germany expanded rapidly. The excesses of the war had in some measure discredited bigotry and persecution. Hundreds of Jews came in from Poland after the pogroms that followed the Cossack revolt of 1648. Between 1675 and 1720, an annual average of 648 Jewish merchants attended the Leipzig fairs. German princes found uses for Jewish skill in the management of finances and the organization of supplies for armies and courts. So Samuel Oppenheimer superintended the imperial fisc during the campaigns that closed the 17th century, and Samson Wertheimer supervised the imperial commissariat in the War of the Spanish Succession. The influence of the Spanish-born and Jesuit-inspired Empress Margaret Theresa upon her husband Leopold I resulted in the banishment of the Jews from Austria, but the great Elector Frederick William welcomed many of the exiles into Brandenburg, and the Jewish community in Berlin grew into one of the largest in Europe. Ever since the 12th century, the Jews of Central Europe had been developing their own Yiddish, or Jüdisch, dialect, composed mostly of German words with Hebrew and Slavic additions and written in Hebrew characters. Literate Jews continued to study Hebrew, but the secular publications of the Ashkenazim became predominantly Yiddish. A Yiddish literature arose, rich in wry humor and domestic sentiment, in folk tales transmitted across centuries and frontiers, in Purimspiele, or playlets for the gay spring festival, and in proverbs of homely wisdom. One father supports 10 children, but 10 children do not support one father. Before 1715, this literature could boast of only one notable author, Elijah Bokur, a scholar in Hebrew and a poet in Yiddish, who wrote fantastic romances in ottava rima and rendered the Psalms into popular speech. A Yiddish version of the Pentateuch appeared in 1544, only 15 years after Luther's German Bible, and a Yiddish translation of the entire Old Testament was published at Amsterdam in 1676-79. The German Jews were on their way to the cultural leadership of their people. Jews had entered Poland from Germany in the 10th century. Despite an occasional massacre, they prospered and increased under the protection of the government. In 1501, there were some 50,000 Jews in Poland. In 1648, 500,000. The gentry, or slachta, controlling the sedzim, supported the Jews because landlords found them especially competent in collecting rents and taxes and managing estates. With some exceptions, the rulers of Poland in the 16th and 17th centuries were among the most liberal monarchs of their time. Stephen Batory issued 2 edicts confirming the commercial rights of the Jews and branding ritual murder charges as cruel calumnies not to be admitted in Polish courts, this in 1576. But popular animosity remained. Only a year after these edicts, a mob attacked the Jewish quarter in Poznania, pillaged homes, and killed many Jews. Batory imposed a fine upon the city officials for having failed to stop the riot. Sigismund III continued royal toleration. 2 factors contributed to end this era of governmental goodwill. German merchants in Poland resented Jewish competition. They fomented popular outbreaks in Poznania and Wilno, where a synagogue was demolished and the houses of Jews were sacked in 1592, and they submitted to the king a petition De non tolerandis Judaeus in 1619. The Jesuits, brought in by Batory and soon taking intellectual lead of the Catholics in Poland, joined in the campaign to discontinue toleration. Accusations of ritual murder now won governmental recognition. In 1598 at Lublin, the corpse of a boy having been found in a swamp, 3 Jews were forced by torture to confess that they had slain him. They were hanged, drawn, and quartered, and the body, preserved in a Catholic church, became an object of religious veneration. Anti-Semitic literature grew in ferocity. In 1618, Sebastian Michinski of Krakow published A Mirror of the Polish Crown, in which he charged the Jews with child murder, witchcraft, robbery, swindling, and treason, and called upon the sedzim to expel all Jews from Poland. The pamphlet aroused such public feeling that Sigismund ordered its suppression. A Polish physician accused Jewish doctors of systematically poisoning Catholics in 1623. King Ladislas IV directed municipal authorities to protect the Jews against popular uprisings and tried to lessen Christian hostility by forbidding Jews to take homes in Christian neighborhoods or to build new synagogues or open new cemeteries without royal license. The sedzim of 1643 required all merchants to limit themselves to a maximum profit of 7% if they were Christians, 3% if they were Jews. The result was that Christians bought from the Jews, who prospered and incurred more hate. Despite hatred, restrictions, tribulations, and poverty, the Polish Jews multiplied. They built temples and schools, transmitted their stabilizing traditions, morals, and laws, and cherished their comforting faith. Elementary schools were organized by private teachers paid by the parents per pupil and term. For pupils who could not pay, most Jewish communities maintained a school from public funds. Attendance at elementary school was compulsory for boys from their 6th to their 13th year. Higher education was provided in a college, or yeshiva, under rabbinical control. A contemporary rabbi describes the system in 1653. Every Jewish community supported bahurs, or college students, giving them a certain amount of money per week. Every one of these bahurs was made to instruct at least 2 boys. A community of 50 Jewish families would support no less than 30 of these young men and boys, one family supplying board for one college student and his 2 pupils, the former sitting at the family table like one of the sons. There was scarcely a house where the Torah was not studied, and where either the head of the family or his son-in-law, or the yeshiva student boarding with him, was not an expert in Jewish learning. From our later and secular standpoint, the education and literature of Polish Jewry was narrowly rabbinical, being almost confined to the Talmud, the Bible, the Kabbalah, and Hebrew. But since the Talmud contained Jewish law as well as Jewish religion and history, it served as a severe and deepening discipline of the mind, and the harassed communities doubtless felt that only an intense religious faith and a study rooted in the traditions and mores of the tribe could generate the strength to bear persistent contumely, persecution, hardship, and insecurity. The Polish Jews remained medieval until modernity became modern enough to give them liberty, or death. The year 1648 brought them a terrible reminder of their precarious status in Christendom. In the revolt that then flared up among the Cossacks against their Polish or Lithuanian landlords, the Jews who had served as stewards and tax-gatherers for the estates bore the brunt of the rebellion. In Pereyaslav, Piryatin, Lubny, and other towns, thousands of Jews were massacred, whether or not they had served the nobility. Some survived by accepting conversion to the Greek Orthodox faith, some by taking refuge among the Tatars, who sold them as slaves. The pent-up resentment of the Cossacks ran mad in incredible ferocity. Says a Russian historian, "Killing was accompanied by barbarous tortures. The victims were flayed alive, split asunder, clubbed to death, roasted on coals, or scalded with boiling water. The most terrible cruelty, however, was shown to the Jews. They were destined to utter annihilation, and the slightest pity shown to them was looked upon as treason. Scrolls of the law were taken out of the synagogues by Cossacks who danced on them while drinking whiskey. After this, Jews were laid upon them and butchered without mercy. Thousands of Jewish infants were thrown into wells or buried alive." In one city alone, Niemirov, 6,000 Jews were said to have perished in this revolt. At Tulchin, 1,500 Jews were rounded up in a park and were offered a choice between conversion and death. If one may believe the Jewish chronicler, 1,500 chose death. In the town of Polonoye, we are told, about 10,000 Jews were killed by Cossacks or taken prisoner by Tatars. Lesser pogroms raged in other Ukrainian towns. When the Cossacks, faced by the Polish army, allied themselves with Russia in 1654, Muscovite troops joined Cossacks in killing or expelling the Jews of Mogilev, Vitebsk, Vilno, and other cities taken from the Lithuanians or the Poles. In 1655, the invasion of Poland by Charles X of Sweden created another problem for the Jews. Like many Poles, they accepted the Swedish conqueror without resistance as a savior from the dreaded Russians. When a new Polish army rose and drove out the Swedes, it massacred the Jews throughout the provinces of Poznań, Kalisz, Krakow, and Piotrków, excepting the city of Poznań itself. Altogether, these disasters of 1648 to 58 in Poland, Lithuania, and Russia were, till our own time, the bloodiest in the history of the European Jews, exceeding in terror and mortality the massacres of the Crusades and the Black Death. A conservative estimate has reckoned 34,719 Jewish lives lost and 531 Jewish communities wiped out. It was this tragic decade that began the mass migration of Jews from Slavic lands into Western Europe and North America, resulting in a complete redistribution of Jewish population on the globe. In Poland, the surviving Jews returned to their homes and patiently rebuilt their devastated communities. King John Casimir declared his resolve to compensate his Jewish subjects, so far as he could, for the calamities they had borne. He gave them new charters of rights and protection, and temporary exemption from taxes in those centers that had suffered most. But popular and theological hostility remained, graced now and then with Christian commiseration. In 1660, 2 rabbis were executed on the old charge, so repeatedly repudiated by the popes, of ritual murder. And in 1663, a Jewish apothecary at Krakow, on the unproved accusation that he had written a diatribe against worship of the Virgin Mary, suffered death in the barbarous sequence ordered by the court. His lips were cut off, his hand was burned, his tongue was cut out, and his body was burned at the stake. The general of the Dominican order sent from Rome on February 9, 1664, a letter urging the Dominican monks of Krakow to defend the hapless Jews from every calumny invented against them. At Lvov, the pupils of a Jesuit academy invaded the Jewish quarter, killed 100 Jews, demolished houses, and desecrated synagogues in 1664. But at Vilno, Jesuit students protected Jews from riotous mobs in 1682. The generous Sobieski, from 1674 to 96, labored to comfort the Jews of Poland. He reaffirmed their violated rights, freed them from the jurisdiction of municipal authorities subject to popular passions, and gave sympathetic audience to the syndics who presented the petitions of the Jews to his court. By the end of his reign, the Polish Jews had recovered in number from the bitter decade, but the horror of it remained for generations in Hebrew memory. Legally, there were no Jews in Russia before 1772. Ivan the Terrible gave his view of them in answering a request from Sigismund II that Lithuanian Jews be admitted to Russia for business purposes, this in 1550. It is not convenient to allow Jews to come with their goods to Russia, since many evils result from them, for they import poisonous herbs into our realm and lead astray the Russians from Christianity. Therefore he, the king, should no more write about these Jews. When Russian troops occupied the Polish border city of Polotsk in 1565, Ivan sent orders to have all local Jews converted or drowned. In the War of 1654 with Poland, the Russians were astonished to find many cities in Lithuania and the Ukraine with entire sections populated by Jews. They murdered some of these dangerous heretics, took others prisoner to Moscow, where these became the nucleus of a small and illegal Jewish colony. In 1698, Peter the Great in Holland received through the burgomaster of Amsterdam a petition from some Jews to allow them to enter Russia. He replied, "My dear Witsen, you know the Jews, and you know their character and habits. You also know the Russians. I know both, and believe me, the time has not yet come to unite the two nationalities. Tell the Jews that I am obliged to them for their proposal, and that I realize how advantageous their services would be to me, but I should have pity on them were they to live in the midst of the Russians." This Russian policy of Jewish exclusion continued till the first partition of Poland in 1772. 5. The Inspirations of Faith. To understand the hostility of Christians to Jews, we must go back into the mind of the medieval Catholic and the Reformation Protestant. They remembered the crucifixion, but they did not remember the large crowds of Jews that had heard Christ gladly and had welcomed him into Jerusalem. They thought of Jesus as the Anointed One, the Son of God. But the Jews could not see in Christ the Messiah promised by their prophets, the Savior who would free them from bondage and make them again a nation erect and free. It was difficult for Christians to look with brotherly tolerance upon a minority whose monotheism was no distant rivalry like that of Mohammedanism, but a passionate cry heard from synagogues multiplying in Christendom itself. "Hear, O Israel! Adonai our God is one." That proud Semitic creed was felt as an ever-present challenge to the fundamental Christian belief that the Son of Man who had died on the cross was in full truth the Son of God, whose infinite sacrifice had atoned for man's sins and had opened the gates of paradise. Could anything in life be more precious and sustaining than that faith? To protect that faith, the Christians of Europe sought to isolate the Jews with geographical barriers, political disabilities, intellectual censorship, and economic restraints. Nowhere in Christian Europe before the French Revolution, not even in Amsterdam, were they allowed full citizenship and its rights. They were shut out from public office, the army, the schools, and universities, and the practice of law in Christian courts. They were heavily taxed, they were subject to forced loans, they might at any time suffer confiscation of their property. They were excluded from agriculture by restrictions on the ownership of land, and by the haunting insecurity that forced them to put their savings in currency or movable goods. They were ineligible to the guilds, for these were partly religious in form and purpose, and required Christian oaths and rituals. Limited to petty industry, to commerce and finance, they found themselves harassed even in these occupations by special prohibitions varying in place and changeable at any time. In one district they could not be peddlers, in another they could not be shopkeepers, in another they must not deal in leather or wool. So most Jews lived as small tradesmen, peddlers, dealers in second-hand goods or old clothes, tailors, servants of their richer fellow-men, craftsmen making goods for Jews. From these occupations and the humiliations of the ghetto, the poorer Jews developed those habits of dress and speech, those tricks of trade and qualities of mind that were so distasteful to other peoples and higher ranks. Above this lowly majority were the rabbis, physicians, merchants, and financiers. The activity of Jewish exporters and importers played a significant part in the prosperity of Hamburg and Amsterdam. 1/12 of England's foreign trade passed through Jewish hands in the first half of the 17th century. Jews predominated in the import of gems and textiles from the East. The Jews profited in international commerce from their family relations in diverse states and their superior knowledge of languages. They had their own channels of information, which guided them occasionally to anticipations profitable on the bourse. These foreign connections enabled them to develop letters of credit and bills of exchange. The Jews, of course, were not the inventors of modern capitalism. We have seen that system grow quite independently of them, and rather in manufacturing than in finance. And even in finance they played a minor role as compared with the Medici of Florence, the Grimaldi of Genoa, or the Fuggers of Augsburg. Jewish moneylenders charged high rates of interest, but no higher than Christian bankers facing equal risks. The Jewish mind, sharpened by hardship, oppression, and study, developed in trade and finance an acquisitive subtlety. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 2, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. The Jewish mind, sharpened by hardship, oppression, and study, developed in trade and finance an acquisitive subtlety never forgiven by their competitors. The ethics of the Jews, like those of the Puritans, placed no stigma upon wealth. The rabbis recognized it as the support of charity, the sinews of the synagogue, and the last resort to buy off persecuting kings or populace. Nevertheless, it is true that in the Jewish communities of Holland, Germany, Poland, and Turkey there were men who made the making of money not only their tribe's protection, but their soul's delight, who used more craft than conscience in amassing it, who gave to their fellow men the corrosive spectacle of great wealth tarnished with conspicuous luxury, and only partly redeemed by substantial charities. Around them, in the ghetto, a third of their fellows lived in a poverty that only charity kept this side of starvation. The religion of the Jews, like their character, suffered from the poverty, introversion, and contumely of ghetto life. The rabbis, who in the Middle Ages had been men of courage and wisdom, became in this age devotees of a mysticism that fled from the hell of persecution and penury into a heaven of compensatory dreams. The Talmud in the Middle Ages had replaced the Bible as the soul of Judaism. Now the Kabbalah replaced the Talmud. A Frankfurt author of the 17th century alleged that in his day there were many rabbis who had never seen a Bible. Solomon Luria, 1510 to 1572, marked the transition. He began with the Talmud and based upon it his Yam Shel Shalomo, or Sea of Solomon. But even his subtle mind finally succumbed to the Kabbalah. This was the secret tradition of medieval Jewish mystics who believed that they had found a divine revelation concealed in the symbolism of numbers, letters, and words, above all in the letters composing Yahweh's ineffable name. Scholar after scholar in the ghetto lost himself in such fancies, until one of them declared that he who neglects the esoteric wisdom of the Kabbalah deserves excommunication. In the 16th and 17th centuries, says the chief of modern Jewish historians, the parasitic Kabbalah choked the whole religious life of the Jews. Almost all rabbis and leaders of Jewish communities were ensnared by it, from Amsterdam to Poland to Palestine. To the Jews so dispersed and so often destitute and maligned, the prop of life was the faith that someday soon the real Messiah would come to raise them out of misery and ignominy to power and glory. It is pitiful to see how, in century after century, some impostor or fanatic was accepted by the Jews as this long-awaited Savior. We have seen elsewhere how, in 1524, David Rubeni of Arabia was hailed by the Mediterranean Hebrews as the Messiah, though he himself made no such pretense. Now, in 1648, a Jew of Smyrna, Sabbatai Zevi, announced that he was the promised Redeemer. Physically, he seemed to be an admirable choice. Tall, shapely, handsome, with the fine black hair and beard of a Sephardic youth. Drawn to the Kabbalah by the writings of Solomon Luria, he subjected himself to an ascetic regimen in the hope that this would make him worthy of the secret tradition in its fullest revelation. He mortified his body, bathed frequently in the sea at all seasons, and kept himself so clean that his followers celebrated the fragrance of his flesh. He felt no attraction to women. He married early in obedience to Jewish custom, but his wife soon divorced him for his failure to perform his marital duties. He married again with the same result. Young men gathered about him, admiring the melodious voice in which he sang Kabbalistic songs, and wondering was he not a heaven-sent saint. His father was one of a group who believed that the Messiah was coming soon, not later than 1666. Sabbatai heard them predicting that the great redemption would be effected by a man of pure soul and profound piety, initiated in the Kabbalah and capable of drawing together all good men into the millennium. The thought came to Sabbatai that he, purified by asceticism, was this divine Redeemer. The Zohar, the 13th century text of Kabbalah, had specified the Jewish year 5408, or AD 1648, as inaugurating the era of redemption. In that year, Sabbatai, aged 22, proclaimed himself the Messiah. A little band of disciples took him at his word. The rabbinate of Smyrna condemned them as blasphemers. They persisted and were banished. Moving to Salonika, Sabbatai performed a Kabbalistic ceremony, marrying himself to the Torah. The rabbis of Salonika expelled him. He passed to Athens, then to Cairo, where he gained a rich adherent, Raphael Chalebi, then to Jerusalem, where his ascetic practices impressed even the rabbis. Impoverished by the cessation of alms from the stricken Jews of the Ukraine, the Jerusalem community sent Sabbatai to seek aid in Cairo. He returned to Jerusalem not only with funds, but with a third wife, Sarah, whose beauty shed luster on his claims. At Gaza, on the way, he received another rich recruit, Natan Gazati, who announced that he himself was Elijah, reborn to make straight the way for the Messiah, and that within a year the Messiah would overthrow the Sultan and establish the kingdom of heaven. Believing him, thousands of Jews mortified their bodies to atone for their sins and be worthy of the earthly paradise. Back in Smyrna, Sabbatai in 1665 entered the synagogue on the Jewish New Year and again declared himself the Messiah. Now he was accepted by a multitude delirious with joy. When an old rabbi denounced him as an impostor, Sabbatai had him banished from Smyrna. Throughout Western Asia, the news that the Messiah had come electrified the Jewish communities. Merchants from Egypt, Italy, Holland, Germany, and Poland brought the glad tidings back to their lands and told of the miracles that in rising number were ascribed to Sabbatai. A few Jews were skeptical, but thousands, prepared by Kabbalistic prophecies and ardent hopes, believed. Even some Christians shared in the exultation, saying that the Smyrna Messiah was really the reborn Christ. Henry Oldenburg, writing to Spinoza from London in December 1665, reported, "All the world here is talking of a rumor of the return of the Israelites, dispersed for more than 2,000 years, to their own country. Few believe it, but many wish it. Should the news be confirmed, it may bring about a revolution in all things." In Amsterdam, prominent rabbis declared for Sabbatai. The coming of the kingdom was celebrated in the synagogue with music and dance. Prayer books were printed to teach believers the penances and chants preparatory to entering the Promised Land. In the Hamburg synagogue, Jewish worshippers of all ages hopped, jumped, and danced with the scroll of the law in their hands. In Poland, many Jews abandoned their homes and property and refused to work, saying that the Messiah would soon come in person and lead them in triumph to Jerusalem. Thousands of Jews, sometimes whole communities, like that of Avignon, made ready to move to Palestine. At Smyrna, some enthusiasts, excited by the worldwide homage to their leader, proposed that Jewish prayers henceforth be addressed not to Yahweh, but to the first-begotten Son of God, Sabbatai Zevi, Messiah and Redeemer. So Christians prayed more often to Christ or the Virgin than to God. Word was sent out from Smyrna that the Jewish holy days of mourning were hereafter to be celebrated as feasts of joy, and that soon all the laborious prescriptions of the law were to be abrogated in the security and happiness of the kingdom. Apparently Sabbatai had himself come to believe in his miraculous powers. He announced that he was going to Constantinople, presumably to fulfill the prophecy of Gazati that the Messiah would peacefully take the crown of the Ottoman Empire, including Palestine, from the Sultan. Some said, however, that the Qadi, or Turkish magistrate in Smyrna, had ordered him to present himself before high officials in the capital. Before leaving Smyrna, Sabbatai divided the world and its government among his most faithful aides. With a band of disciples in his train, he set out on January 1st, 1666. He had predicted the day of his arrival, but a tempest delayed his vessel. His companions turned the miscalculation into an added proof of his divinity by telling how, with the divine word, he had stilled the storm. When he landed on the shore of the Dardanelles, he was arrested, was brought in fetters to Constantinople, and was put in prison. 2 months later, he was transferred to a milder confinement at Abydos. His wife was allowed to join him. His friends came from all quarters to comfort him, to do him homage, and to bring him funds. His followers did not lose faith in him. They pointed out that according to the best predictions, the Messiah would be at first rejected by the secular authorities, who would subject him to sufferings and indignities. Throughout Europe, the Jews expected that at any moment he would be released and would realize happier prophecies. His initials, S and Z, were posted in synagogues. In Amsterdam, Leghorn, and Hamburg, Jewish business came almost to a standstill, so warm was the belief that soon all Jews would be returned to the Holy Land. Jews who expressed doubt that Sabbatai was the Messiah were in daily peril of their lives. Puzzled by the excitement that was disturbing the economic life of many Ottoman communities, and yet afraid that the execution of Sabbatai as a rebel and impostor would sanctify him as a martyr and turn his movement into a costly rebellion, the Turkish authorities decided to try a peaceful solution. Sabbatai was taken to Adrianople. There he was told that a decree condemned him to be dragged through the streets and scourged with burning torches. This, however, he could avoid, and he would acquire high honors in Islam by accepting conversion to the Mohammedan faith. He agreed. On September 14, 1666, he appeared before the Sultan and confirmed his apostasy by removing his Jewish garments and donning Turkish dress. The Sultan gave him the name Mehmed Effendi and appointed him his doorkeeper with a handsome salary. Sarah, also converted, received rich gifts from the Sultan. The news of this apostasy was greeted with incredulity by the Jews of Asia, Europe, and Africa, but when at last it was established, it almost broke the heart of Jewry. The leading rabbi of Smyrna, who after much doubt had accepted Sabbatai, nearly died of shame. Jews became everywhere the butt of Moslem and Christian ridicule. Sabbatai's aides sought to comfort his followers by explaining that the conversion was part of his subtle plan to win Mohammedans to Judaism, and that soon he would reappear as a Jew, with all Islam in his train. Sabbatai obtained permission to preach to the Jews of Adrianople, assuring the Turkish authorities that he would convert his auditors to Islam. At the same time, he issued secret messages to the Jews that he was still the Messiah and that they must not lose faith in him. But neither at Adrianople nor elsewhere did the Jews give any sign of accepting Mohammed. Disappointed, the Ottoman government deported Sabbatai to Utsinia in Albania, where no Jews dwelt. There, in 1676, the broken Messiah died. For half a century, believers continued his movement, affirming his sanctity and promising his resurrection from the dead. 6. Heretics. Knowing that in Jewish communities encompassed by unrelenting enemies, religion was the prop of life and the life of the law, the rabbis discouraged secular studies that might open a cranny to religious doubt. Joel Sirkis, chief rabbi at Krakow, condemned philosophy as the mother of heresy, the fatal harlot of whom Solomon had said, "None that go unto her return again." And he proposed to excommunicate any Jew within his jurisdiction who became addicted to philosophy. Joseph Solomon del Medigo, coming to Poland in 1620 from an Italy still warm with the Renaissance, was dismayed by the exclusion of science from the curriculum and reading of the Jews. "Behold," he wrote, "darkness covers the land, and the ignorant are numerous, saying, The Lord takes no delight in the sharpened arrows of the grammarians, poets, and logicians, nor in the measurements of the mathematicians and the calculations of the astronomers." Del Medigo was the great-grandson of the Elijah Del Medigo who had taught Hebrew in the circles of the Medici. He began his deviations by learning Greek as well as the Talmud from his father, a rabbi in Crete. And he obtained some scientific education at the Progressive University of Padua, where Galileo was his tutor. He took up the practice of medicine, which gave him a living and his Italian name. But science, mathematics above all, continued to lure him, and in its pursuit he shed some of his religious faith. Such molting leaves a sensitive skin and may for a time unsettle character. Uprooted and restless, Joseph moved from city to city. Transiently, he attached himself at Cairo and Constantinople to the Karaite sect, Jews who, like the Protestants, rejected ecclesiastical traditions and emendations and clung to the Bible as the sole source of their theology. In Hamburg and Amsterdam he found his medical knowledge so far behind that of the Jewish physicians there that for bread's sake he turned orthodox, joined the rabbinate, and finally defended the Kabbalah. He died as an obscure physician in Prague in 1655. Leo ben Isaac Modena was a subtler and profounder spirit. He took his Italian name from the town to which his family had migrated in the expulsion of the Jews from France. He was a child prodigy, reading the prophets in his 3rd year, preaching in his 10th, and writing his first published work at 13. It was a dialogue against gambling, on which Leo was an authority, for he remained its devotee to the end of his life. Greatest of his gambles was his marriage in 1590, aged 19. Of his 3 sons, one died at 26, one was killed in a brawl, one took to dissipation and disappeared in Brazil. One of his 2 daughters died during his lifetime. The other, having lost her husband, became dependent upon her father, whose wife became insane. Amid these buffets, Leo was excommunicated for persistent gambling at cards. He wrote a dissertation proving that the rabbis had gone beyond the law in their decree, which was soon revoked. Meanwhile, he had mastered biblical, Talmudic, and rabbinical literature, had studied physics and philosophy, and had written in Hebrew and Italian some passable poetry. Admitted to the rabbinate in Venice, he delivered Italian addresses of such learning and eloquence that many Christians were drawn to his audience. One of his Christian friends, an English nobleman, engaged him to write an Italian exposition of Jewish ritual. In preparing this Historia dei Riti Ebraici in 1637, Leo came to the conclusion that many of the traditional ceremonies, now divorced from their original purpose, had lost much of their significance. In an anonymous work, Kol Sakal, he proposed that Hebrew prayers and rites be revised and simplified, the dietary laws abrogated, and the holy days reduced in number and austerity. In this same book he criticized rabbinical Judaism as a mass of unwarranted complications added to the authentic Jewish law. He urged a return from the Talmud to the Bible, but he extended his heresies to the Bible itself, even to the entire Mosaic revelation. He left this revolutionary pronunciamento unpublished, and when it was found among his papers after his death in 1648, it was accompanied by a companion treatise defending Orthodox Judaism. Neither saw print till 1852. Had Leo dared to publish Kol Sakal in his lifetime, Reformed Judaism might have begun in the 17th century. He was too clever to anticipate history. The most tragic of the Jewish heretics was Ariel Acosta of Amsterdam. His father came of a Morano family that had settled in Oporto and had fully adjusted itself to the Catholic faith. Gabriel, as the youth was called in Portugal, was educated by the Jesuits, who terrified him with sermons on hell but sharpened his mind with scholastic philosophy. Studying the Bible, he was impressed by the fact that the Church recognized the Old Testament as the Word of God, and that Christ and the 12 apostles had accepted the Mosaic law. He concluded that Judaism was divine. He questioned the right of St. Paul to divorce Christianity from Judaism, and he resolved at the first opportunity to return to the faith of his ancestors. He persuaded his mother and his brothers, his father was now dead, to join in an attempt to elude the Inquisition and escape from Portugal. After many perils, they reached Amsterdam circa 1617. There, Gabriel changed his name to Uriel, and the family became members of the Portuguese congregation. But the same spirit of inquiry and independent thought that had led him to leave the Church made him uncomfortable within the equally rigorous dogmas of the synagogue. He was shocked by the addiction of even the learned rabbis of Amsterdam to the intellectual puerilities of the Kabbalah. He boldly reproved his new associates for rites and regulations that had no apparent basis in the Bible, and that sometimes, in his judgment, ran quite counter to biblical ways. As he had little sense of history, he thought it a great mistake that Jewish ritual and belief had altered in the course of 1900 years. As formerly he had returned from the New Testament to the Old, so now he urged a return from the Talmud to the Bible. In 1616 he had published at Hamburg a Portuguese tract, Propostas contra a Tradição, arguments against the traditions upon which the Talmud was based. He sent a copy to the Jewish congregation in Venice. It proclaimed a ban against him in 1618, and Leo Modena, himself a heretic, was required by his position in the rabbinate to refute Acosta's claim that the ordinances of the rabbis had in many cases no warrant in Scripture. The Amsterdam rabbis, whom he called Pharisees, warned Acosta that they too would ban him unless he retracted. He refused and openly ignored the regulations of the synagogue. Excommunication was pronounced against him in 1623, excluding him from all relations with his fellow Jews. Even his relatives now shunned him, and as he had not yet learned Dutch, he found himself without a single friend. Children stoned him in the streets. In the bitterness of his isolation, he proceeded, like Spinoza a generation later, to a heresy that attacked a fundamental belief of nearly every person in Europe. He let it be known that he rejected as quite alien to the Old Testament the immortality of the soul. The soul, he said, is merely the vital spirit flowing in the blood and dies with the body. Seeking to answer Acosta's contentions, a Jewish physician, Samuel da Silva, published a Portuguese Treatise on the Immortality of the Soul in 1623, in which he called Acosta ignorant, incompetent, and blind. Ariel countered with an examination of the Pharisaic traditions and a reply to Samuel da Silva, the false calumniator, in 1624. The leaders of the Jewish community, to protect its religious freedom, notified the Amsterdam magistracy that Acosta, in denying immortality, was undermining Christianity as well as Judaism. The magistrates arrested him, fined him 300 gulden, and burned his book. He was soon released and apparently suffered no physical harm. His punishment was economic and social. His younger brothers became dependent upon him, and therefore upon his freedom, now forbidden, to engage in economic relations with his fellows. Perhaps for this reason, and because he wished to marry again, Ariel decided to submit to the synagogue, to recant his heresies, and, as he put it, to become an ape among apes. His recantation was accepted in 1633, and for a time the passionate skeptic lived in relative peace. But secretly his heresies continued and broadened. I doubted, he later wrote, whether Moses' law was in reality God's law, and decided that it was of human origin. Now he cast aside all religion except a vague belief in a God identical with nature, as in Spinoza. He neglected the burdensome religious usages required of an Orthodox Jew. When two Christians came to him and professed a desire to adopt Judaism, he dissuaded them, warning them that they were laying a heavy yoke upon their necks. They reported this to the synagogue. The rabbis summoned and questioned him. They found him unrepentant, and now they pronounced against him a second and severer excommunication in 1639. Again his relatives excluded him from their lives, and his brother Joseph joined in persecuting him. He bore this isolation for 7 years, and then, finding himself grievously hampered in business and law, he offered to submit. Angered by his long and troublesome resistance, the Jewish leaders condemned him to a form of recantation and penance imitated from the Portuguese Inquisition. As in an auto da fe, he was made to mount a platform in the synagogue, to read before a full congregation a confession of his errors and sins, and to solemnly promise that henceforth he would obey all regulations of the community and live as a true Jew. Then he was stripped to the waist and was scourged with 39 stripes. Finally he was made to lie across the threshold of the synagogue, and those present, including his hostile brother, stepped over him as they left. He rose from this humiliation not reconciled but furious. Going home, he shut himself up in his study for several days and nights, and wrote his last and bitterest denunciation of the Judaism which he had sacrificed much to adopt, but whose introverted history and protective rigorism under centuries of oppression he had never sympathetically understood. In this sarcastic exemplar humanae vitae, he told his intellectual autobiography as an example of what happens to the man who thinks. All evils, he felt, come from not following right reason and the law of nature. He contrasted natural with revealed religion, and claimed that the latter taught men hatred as the former taught men love. Having finished his manuscript, he loaded 2 pistols, waited at his window till he saw his brother Joseph pass, fired at him and missed. Then he shot himself, about 1647. The Jewish community tried to bury this tragedy in silence, but some members must have found it hard to forget. Spinoza was a lad of 15 when that excommunication rite was performed. He may have been in the congregation that saw it performed. He may have walked in awe and horror over the prostrate heretic. Through that youth, the vision of Acosta, cleansed of its anger, entered into the heritage of philosophy. Book 4. The Intellectual Adventure, 1648 to 1715. Chapter 17. From Superstition to Scholarship, 1648 to 1715. 1. Impediments. Nature, as conceived by all but a small minority of Europeans in the 17th century, was the product or battleground of supernatural beings, benevolent or malevolent, inhabiting human bodies as souls, or dwelling in trees, woods, rivers, and winds as animating spirits, or entering organisms as angels or demons, or roaming the air as mischievous elves. None of these spirits was subject to inviolable or calculable law. Any of them could intervene miraculously in the operations of stones or stars, animals or men. And events not visibly due to the natural or regular behavior of bodies or minds were attributed to such supernatural powers, taking a mysterious part, portentous or prophetic, in the affairs of the world. All natural objects, all planets and their denizens, all constellations and galaxies were helpless islands in a supernatural sea. We have seen some forms of superstition in earlier ages. Most of them survived the coming of modern science in Copernicus, Vesalius, and Galileo. Some flourished in Newton himself. Astrology and alchemy continued their decline, but astrologers were numerous at the court of Louis XIV, and at Vienna, reported Lady Mary Wortley Montagu in 1717, there was a prodigious number of alchemists. Sturdy Britons still believed in ghosts, watched for omens, paid for horoscopes, took their dreams as prophecies, calculated lucky and unlucky days, and less sturdy Britons begged their king to cure their scrofula with his touch. The 7th number of The Spectator described the upheaval caused in a British family by the spilling of a little salt, or by laying a knife and a fork across each other on a plate, or by allowing 13 persons in a room or company. Note the absence of a 13th floor in some 20th century hotels. In France, Jacques Aymar was the hero of his time in 1692 because by the twitching of a hazel twig held in his hand he could, many believed, detect the nearness of a criminal. In Germany, a magic wand was used to end hemorrhages, heal wounds, and reset bones. In Sweden, Stjernhelm was accused of witchcraft when he burned a peasant's beard with a magnifying glass. The experimenter was saved from death only by the interposition of Queen Christina. Skeptics of witchcraft were multiplying, but were probably far outnumbered by believers. The courtiers of Charles II took little stock in any goblins that might spoil their sport, but the immense majority, and the most prominent authors among the English clergy, still held that human beings might league themselves with the devil and thereby acquire supernatural powers. Joseph Glanville, an Anglican clergyman of brilliant mind and forceful style, in Philosophical Considerations Touching Witches and Witchcraft in 1666, counted it a shocking wonder that men otherwise witty, intelligent, and ingenious are fallen into the conceit that there is no such thing as a witch or apparition. Doubts of this kind, he warned, would lead to atheism. Another famous divine, Ralph Cudworth, in his True Intellectual System of the Universe in 1678, denounced as atheists all who denied the reality of witches. The Cambridge Platonist Henry Moore, in his Antidote to Atheism in 1668, warmly defended the story of a witch who had been married to Satan for 30 years, and he thought it sheer blasphemy to question the ability of witches to raise storms by incantation or ride the air on a broom. The persecution of witches tapered off. The Scottish clergy, however, distinguished themselves by their burning zeal. At Leith, in 1652, a variety of tortures induced 6 women to confess witchcraft. They were hung up by the thumbs and were flogged, lighted candles were placed under their feet and in their forcibly opened mouths. 4 of the 6 died of their torments. In 1661, there were 14 courts trying witches in Scotland. In 1669, 9 women were burned together in Leith. Such executions continued sporadically in Scotland till 1722. In England, 2 witches were hanged at Bury St. Edmunds in 1664, 3 were put to death in 1682, and an uncertain number in 1712. The arguments of Weir and Spey, of Hobbes and Spinoza and others, gradually undermined the witchcraft delusion in the educated laity. Lawyers and magistrates increasingly withstood the theologians and refused to prosecute or convict. In 1712, a jury of simple Englishmen adjudged Jane Wenham guilty of witchcraft. The judge refused to sentence her. The local clergy denounced him. But there were no executions for witchcraft in England after that year. In France, Colbert secured from Louis XIV an edict in 1672 forbidding condemnations for witchcraft. The Parlement of Rouen protested that this prohibition violated the biblical injunction, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," Exodus chapter 22, verse 18, and some local authorities managed to burn 7 sorcerers in France between 1680 and 1700. But we hear of no executions after 1718. The belief in witchcraft continued until the temporary triumph of rationalism in the 18th century Enlightenment. Here and there, it still exists. Censorship and intolerance cooperated with superstition to check the growth and spread of knowledge. In France, the conflicts between kings and popes, between the Gallican Church and the papacy, between Jansenists and Jesuits, between Catholics and Huguenots, prevented that unity, consistency, and thoroughness of censorship which in this age isolated Spain from the movements of the European mind. Heretical authors found ways of evading the censors, and perhaps French wit was stimulated by the necessity of expressing ideas too subtly for officials to comprehend. In Catholic Cologne, the Archbishop-Elector censored all speech or publications on religion. In Protestant Brandenburg, the Great Elector, to quiet religious strife, ordered a thorough censorship. In England, despite the Act of Toleration of 1689, the government continued to imprison obnoxious authors and burn heretical books. Nevertheless, the diversity of sects in Protestant lands made censorship less effective there than in Catholic countries. Partly for this reason, England and Holland in the 17th century excelled in science and philosophy. The competing faiths agreed on intolerance. The Catholic Church argued quite cogently that since nearly all Christians accepted the Bible as the Word of God, and as, according to the Bible, the Son of God had founded the Church, it was clearly her right and duty to suppress heresy. Protestant denominations came to a similar but less sanguinary conclusion. Since the Bible was God's Word, anyone deviating from its teachings, as officially interpreted, should at least be suppressed and be thankful that he was not killed. The Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 recognized 3 religions as legal in Germany: Catholicism, Lutheranism, and Calvinism. Each ruler was left free to choose any one of these and to enforce it upon his subjects. The Scandinavian countries allowed no religious faith but the Lutheran. Switzerland permitted each canton to determine its own creed. France led the way to toleration by the Edict of Nantes in 1598, and led the way back by the Revocation in 1685. England, after 1689, eased the disabilities of dissenters, continued those of Catholics, and exterminated 1/3 of all Catholics in Ireland. The rationalist Hobbes agreed with the popes on the necessity of intolerance. However, toleration grew. The critical study of the Bible began in this age to free men to admire it as literature, while suspecting it as science, and the multiplication of sects made social order increasingly difficult without mutual toleration. In New England, Roger Williams announced in 1644 that it was the will and command of God that permission of the most paganish, Jewish, Turkish, or anti-Christian consciences and worships be granted to all men in all nations. John Milton pleaded for unlicensed printing in 1644, and Jeremy Taylor defended liberty of prophesying in 1646. James Harrington in 1656 allowed no limits to religious freedom. Where civil liberty is entire, it includes liberty of conscience. Where liberty of conscience is entire, a man, according to the dictates of his own conscience, may have the full exercise of his religion without impediment to his preferment or employment in the state. In commercial countries like Holland, and even in Catholic Venice, the necessities of trade compelled tolerance of the diverse religions of merchants from alien lands. It was in liberal Holland that Spinoza published in his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus in 1670 a plea for the full toleration of heretical ideas. In Holland, Bayle defended toleration in his philosophical commentary on the text Compel Them to Come In of 1686. And it was after years of residence in Holland that Locke issued his Letters on Toleration in 1689. Decade after decade, the demand for intellectual freedom rose, and by the end of the 17th century, no church would have dared to do what had been done to Bruno in 1600 or to Galileo in 1633. Epor si muove. 2. Education. Knowledge was slowly spreading through newspapers, journals, pamphlets, books, libraries, schools, academies, universities. News in the 17th century became a commodity bought and sold, first to bankers, then to statesmen, then to anyone. In 1711, the total circulation of British newspapers, daily or weekly, was 44,000. The Journal des Savants, founded in 1665, recognized that events in the world of literature and scholarship could also be news. Soon it established itself as an international medium of scholars, scientists, and literary men. Within a few years it had competitors: the Giornale dei Letterati of Rome in 1668, the Giornale Veneto of Venice in 1671, and the Acta Eruditorum of Leipzig in 1682. Bayle founded a famous review at Rotterdam in 1684, Nouvelles de la République des Lettres, and 2 years later Jean Leclerc began the monthly Bibliothèque Universelle. Some of the most important pronouncements of Locke and Leibniz were made in these periodicals. The circulation of books was growing rapidly. In 1701 there were 178 master booksellers in Paris, 36 of them printers and publishers. Libraries, old and new, were making their treasures more widely available. In 1610, Sir Thomas Bodley obtained from the Stationers' Company a grant whereby the Bodleian Library that he had established at Oxford in 1598 was to receive a copy of every book published in England. So in 1930 it had 1,250,000 volumes. In 1617, a decree of Louis XIII ordered that 2 copies of every new publication in France be deposited in the Bibliothèque Royale, now Nationale, at Paris. In 1622, this collection had 6,000 volumes. In 1715, largely through the zeal of Colbert, 70,000. In 1926, 4,400,000. The great Elector of Brandenburg founded a national library at Berlin in 1661. In that year, Mazarin bequeathed his costly library of 40,000 volumes to Louis XIV in France, and in 1700 the descendants of Sir Robert Bruce Cotton deeded the Cottonian Library to the British Museum. The first English library open to the general public was opened by Thomas Tennyson in London in 1695. Education was laboring to redeem the losses it had sustained from the religious wars in France, the Civil War in England, and the 30 Years' War in Germany. Not till Lessing, 1729 to 1781, did German schools and literature regain the stature they had reached with Luther, Ulrich von Hutten, and Melanchthon 2 centuries before. In the interval, a mediocre Latin remained the esoteric language of the literary few, while German, so lusty in Luther, became a merely plebeian instrument, and not a single writer of German rose to international repute during the long penance for a generation of fratricidal war. The German nobility, disdaining the Latin pedantry of the universities, sent their sons to Ritterakademien, night schools, or engaged private tutors to prepare pedigreed youth for the tasks and graces of princely courts. At the other end of the social scale, August Franke, the pietist, organized at Halle his Stiftungen, charitable institutions ridiculed by cynics as ragged schools, where, through 32 years, from 1695 to 1727, he fed, clothed, and taught the children of the poor. Soon he added a Hauptschule for the secondary education of his brightest boys, and a Höhere Turkische for his brightest girls. All these schools gave half their time to religion. The secular spirit in Germany found voice in Christian Thomasius. We shall commemorate him later as a philosopher. Here we see him as the greatest German educator of his time. Driven from his native Leipzig because of his heresies, he moved to Halle in the rising state of Brandenburg, Prussia, in 1690. His lectures there led to the founding of the university. He became its most famous professor, and the protagonist in making it the first modern university. He laughed scholasticism out of face, replaced Latin with German as the language of instruction, published a German magazine, introduced science courses into the curriculum, and fought for the freedom of teachers and students to think. Frederick the Great called him the father of the Aufklärung, the German Enlightenment. Elementary education was made universal and compulsory for both sexes in the Duchy of Württemberg in 1565, in the Dutch Republic in 1618, in the Duchy of Weimar in 1619, in Scotland in 1696, in France in 1698, in England in 1876. The delay in England was due to the wide extension of voluntary education through private religious agencies, and to the feeling in the ruling classes that in the prevailing economic system the education of the poor was unnecessary and probably undesirable. The Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge began in 1699 to establish charity schools for poor children, chiefly to transmit Christian theology and discipline. All teachers were to be members of the Church of England and required a license from the bishop. Bernard Mandeville, who made a stir in 1714 with his Fable of the Bees, denounced these schools as a waste of money. If parents were too poor to pay for the education of their children, he said, it is impudence in them to aspire any further. In France, every parish had to maintain an elementary school. The teacher was usually a layman, but he was chosen and controlled by the bishop, and instruction was firmly Catholic. The Petite École of Port-Royal reached only a few selected boys. In 1684, Jean-Baptiste de La Salle founded the Frères des Écoles Chrétiennes, soon to be known as the Frères Chrétiens. La Salle, an ascetic priest, made religion the pervading essence of the education which these Christian brothers offered gratis to the children of the poor. 4 hours a day were devoted to religious exercises. Reading, writing, and arithmetic were added, but the never-forgotten aim was to train loyal Catholics and to save souls from worldly riot and everlasting hell. Flogging was found useful for these purposes. Teachers were exhorted to teach by example rather than precept. In 1685, the Christian Brothers opened what was probably the first modern institution for the training of elementary school teachers. Secondary education in France remained in the hands of the Jesuits and was still the best in Christendom. Their Collegium Societatis Jesu, directly behind the Sorbonne, changed its name to Collegium Ludovici Magni, or Collège Louis le Grand, after the king attended a play produced there by the pupils in 1674. At the urging of Madame de Maintenon, Louis XIV in 1686 opened at Saint-Cyr, 3 miles from Versailles, the first French boarding school for girls. Nunneries provided higher education for elite-paying girls, always with the emphasis on religion. Catholic and Protestant authorities agreed in the conviction that human nature was so ill-adjusted to civilized restraints that it could be molded to morality and order only through the fear of God. The attempt to educate character without the aid of religion is still in the experimental stage. Except in the Dutch Republic, universities were now in decline, purged by victorious sects, disordered by riotous students, and dominated by barren theological disputes. In France and Germany, university degrees were sold for cash. None of the great philosophers of the period, and few of the leading scientists, were on university staffs, and Hobbes, Leibniz, and Bayle all spoke of the professors with a contempt that made no allowance for public pressures upon public employees. Some new universities were opened in this period: Duisburg in 1655, Durham in 1657, Kiel in 1665, Lund in 1666, Innsbruck in 1673, Halle in 1694, and Breslau in 1702. These were mostly small establishments, seldom having more than 20 professors or 400 pupils. In nearly all of them, the curriculum had stiffened with age, and the requirements of orthodoxy cramped students and teachers alike. Milton complained that the English universities took from young men the use of their reason by certain charms compounded of metaphysics, miracles, traditions, and absurd scriptures. He felt that he had misspent his years at Cambridge trying to digest an asinine feast of sour thistles and bramble, and other sophistical trash. This bondage of tradition continued in Oxford and Cambridge until the example of the Royal Society and the professorate of Newton at Trinity College from 1669 to 1702 stirred Cambridge to give a daring prominence to science. Poets, priests, journalists, and philosophers struggled to reinvigorate education. We have summarized Milton's letter to Mr. Hartlib in 1644 on the ideal school. His prescriptions had no influence upon actual teaching. In France, the most attractive contribution was Fénelon's little Traité de l'éducation des filles in 1687. Madame de Beauvilliers had asked him to outline some principles to guide the instruction of her daughters. The priest naturally stressed the religious reinforcement of the moral code, but he deprecated the austerities and seclusion of conventual schooling. Nunneries, he felt, provided no preparation for life in the world, into which the convent graduate entered as one emerging into full daylight from a cave. He pleaded for gentle methods in teaching. Education should suit itself to the nature, interests, and sensitivity of the child, rather than bend all pupils to one inflexible rule. Let us teach the way nature teaches, not by abstractions, but by leading children into the middle of things. Let their games and their natural interests be used as means of instruction. Here were Rousseau's pedagogy and the progressive education of the 20th century, expounded by a priest of the 17th. Fénelon wished girls to read the classics, if possible in the original languages. They ought to learn some history and enough law to govern an estate. But they should not meddle with science. A young woman should show a certain modesty about science. The handsome priest was sensitive to feminine charms, and did not want them clothed in algebra. He would never have understood Voltaire's love for that professor of Newtonian mechanics, Madame du Châtelet. 10 years after Fénelon's Traité, Defoe published his appeal for the higher education of women. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.